Or Brian and Boosh, if that's how you want to go with the shadow name. I know. You got to see already inside jokes. Already. So, hey, man. Hey, happy Wednesday morning, everybody. Obviously, yes, we continue our launch here of Murph and Marcus. This beat we got going. We got to figure this out.
Yeah, we got to do something about that music.
What do you think?
Which I'm sure we're going to figure it out, but I actually like the fact that you're not only workshopping the opening music, you're out here giving me riffs about Brian and Boosh.
That was Creative Tony.
I was thinking about that yesterday driving home. And I was like, what if we call this the Brian and Boucher Show? Then the wheels started turning. I was like, then people might get it confused for the Brian Boucher Show, former goalie of the San Jose Sharks. And shout out to the Sharks with an overtime win last night, the comeback victory. How about Tomas Hertl with the hat trick and our guy William Eklund with the game winner in overtime?
Well, that's artful because that is easily, and Paulie and I almost did 18 years, easily the most Sharks talk we've ever gotten in before 6:02.
That's it. Had to get it in early, Murph. Had to get it in early for my guy, Brian Boucher.
It all started with Brian Boucher.
Who I used to lie to people and tell that was my uncle growing up. I probably could just lie on 50,000 watts and get away with it.
Why not?
I am the son of Brian Boucher.
People have fudged resumes all the time.
Yeah,
Isn't that guy who applied for the Notre Dame head coach job, George O'Leary, and he made up all that stuff there? So.
I mean, who's checking? I put that I actually was the cousin of Bobby Boucher on my resume, and that got me hired.
Ever fudge a resume, Waterboy?
Sometimes you
well, they say they
I wasn't lying. You just kind of emphasize.
Embellish is the word we're looking for. By the way, do you have on your board, I know you just have a nascent young board over there. Do you have the Go Sharks?
Not yet.
Okay.
Stay tuned. It will be added shortly.
All right. Well, thank you for that. I'll be honest with you guys. I didn't know the Sharks won last night, so thank you.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, Murph. With the way that the Sharks are playing, not too many people are paying attention to the Sharks.
I was out last night, and good morning, everybody, on a Wednesday morning as we get ready for the 49ers and the Seahawks and the Warriors playing tonight. They're back in action, and of course, the what's the word I'm trying to come up with? The overhanging, looming, haunting Shohei Ohtani sweepstakes that's hanging over. Is it the movie Ghostbusters where that thing blows up and hangs over the city? That big, are you a Ghostbusters guy?
like the blimp
Stay
or whatever?
Puft Man or whatever, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man or whatever.
Yes, I think you're right. I think I know what you're talking about.
Doesn't it
kind of looks like the Michelin Man.
Doesn't it go up over the city at one point?
I think you're right. Kind of lingering.
I'm not a PhD in Ghostbusters.
Neither am I.
I did see it. Here you go, Waterboy. Here's as you continue to learn from Grandpa over here. I did see it in the theater on like a raucous Friday night, dude. It was like one of those movies where it was sold out and people were whooping and hollering and that
sold
kind of thing.
Sold out movie theaters must be nice.
Whooping and hollering. But anyway, I think at one point the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man is hovering over the city near the end, and that's Shohei. That's Shohei. That's my whole point. Is that thing is hanging over the city, man. It's so funny. You talk to different factions of Giants fans. There's those who believe it's going to happen. He's going to be a Giant. Like, wow. Then there's others like, no, bro, no. He ain't going to be a Giant.
Well, I mean, because, Murph, that's the hard thing, especially with not just only during this Farhan era, but like how long have we been talking about free agents, especially big bats, coming to the town of San Francisco? Whether it's Harper or Stanton or Aaron Judge, who coincidentally, today is the 1-year anniversary of John Heyman sending out the arson judge is coming to San Francisco tweet. So like on the heels of all that, it's hard to get your hopes up, I feel like.
Let's go back and recreate. If it was a year ago, can you remember the timeline? Because we as we famously have said, I was in the air and flying to Dublin, Ireland for my second captain's visit, which I'm doing tomorrow after the show. I'm flying to Dublin. Yeah. I'll be gone Friday. You'll be in Boston Friday.
We're both hopping on a bird after the show.
But you're doing the
tomorrow.
show.
That's it. I'll be here on Friday with the show with Dieter Kurtenbach.
Will you? Oh, really?
Yeah, me and
Dieter.
Dieter.
A little DK?
Breaking down some 49ers.
Will young Tony be on the board Friday?
I hope so, because if he's not, I don't know who I'm going to be checking in with.
He said, I'm here every day.
That's it. That's our guy, Young T.
He's starting a Cal Ripken streak over here. Yes, so,
Iron Man, Young Tony.
We got to explain who Cal Ripken is to the guy.
I'm sure he knows who Tony Starks is at least. Yeah, if we're going Iron Man.
Who's retiring, right? I just read that. Didn't Downey Jr. say no more?
Retiring from acting?
No, he's like not going to do that character anymore.
Well, spoiler alert, Murph. I don't think that character is around anymore, to be honest with you. Yeah.
Okay. Well, then let me make sure I get that right, because I'm not a Marvel Comics guy. Wasn't Robert Downey?
Correct. He was Iron Man, but I think Thanos was out here.
He will not be returning. Marvel fans, this is 1 day ago. He will not be returning to reprise his role as Tony Stark Iron Man.
Oh, that's right, because I think they're trying to do like the Marvels now or something like that, where they might be jumping around in different spots and times. I don't know, Murph. I'm not a Marvel expert.
It says Marvel Studios president Kevin Feige revealed in an interview with Vanity Fair that despite reports otherwise, no plan to resurrect the character after his last appearance in 2019's Endgame.
Yeah, Endgame is when Thanos got him.
Okay, says he was hesitant to even do reshoots, blah, blah, blah. According to he had to do it. Anyway, there you go. Just a little news for you there, buddy. So go back a year ago, and you were doing leadoff spot.
Correct.
I'm trying to reconstruct the timeline. Did the arson judge tweet come out in like the morning, and then did the same day did he commit to the Yankees? Was it the same day? Like, did it all happen that fast?
I think it might have been a day of separation, because I remember Susan tweeting out that there was a lot of action and a lot of people were talking on the floor down at the winter meetings last year. And then immediately, that's when we got the John Heyman arson judge is headed to the Giants tweet, which, of course, he redacted not just because of a spell check, but also because it wasn't true. And I think it had to be within the next 24 hours. Then all of a sudden, there was a storyline of the Padres jumping in at the 11th hour trying to get Aaron Judge, offering a bigger contract than the Giants did. And then the news came out. I got to say, it was within a 24, 48-hour news cycle of Aaron Judge going back to the Yankees.
Okay, so I just did a search here. December 6, 2022. So today's December 6, 2023. It says one typo, 2 letters. That's all it took for a spark to turn. This is SI.com. Arson judge appears headed to the Giants, okay?
Arson.
How it says he quickly deleted the tweet. You can't do that, by the way.
No.
Somebody's going to get you.
You can't delete the tweet.
Can you imagine that somebody's out there hawking your Twitter to screenshot your mistake?
Oh, within seconds, Murph. And it's one thing for someone like me and you, but when you're a John Heyman, when you're a Buster Olney, when you're a Tim Kirchin, when you're an Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport, people are screenshotting you within seconds.
So who are these people? B, who are the people who follow the followers? Like, who figured out that Shohei Ohtani was following Logan Webb? Who figured that out?
See,
and what's the process of that?
And who's got time to figure all this out?
Well, there you go.
Like, who's going through? But then again, like, I've had like ex-girlfriends. I've had ex-girlfriends ask, like, why are you following this girl on Instagram or vice versa?
Well, see, that's the pull of a Marcus. That's why I told you guys, if you go to our YouTube stream, which oddly is YouTube at KNBR 1045. I did not know that.
Got to get that FM dial.
Yeah. YouTube at KNBR 1045 or our Twitch, which is on the app. Seems like a lot of people use our app in the Twitch based on the numbers I see.
It's a good app.
A lot of people, but you'll see the good-looking kid, Marcus Boucher, and then you'll know why girls are saying, why are you following her and not me?
Yeah,
or whatever. So
but also, I didn't know I was being followed around by like a private investigator.
Well,
that's the interesting part about the rumors that Shohei could have not been in San Francisco this weekend with the photos of the Giants press.
Has anybody seen the photos, by the way?
I have not seen the photos.
Because somebody said, Andy Bagley reported, the Chronicle photographer captured Buster Posey and Farhan Zaidi in crisp dress shirts.
Crisp.
He made sure to write that crisp dress shirt.
Nice.
Not rumpled, not wrinkled, crisp.
Painted the picture, but there was no actual photos of Shohei Ohtani.
I haven't seen the pictures.
Like, I feel like this is like a movie, like this is like Spider-Man, where we're trying to get those photos. Like, Peter Parker's out here trying to get Shohei Ohtani. No one can find him. It's my second Marvel reference this morning, by the way.
You know what? Way to be in the demo, buddy. Because otherwise I'd be talking about the sad passing of Norman Lear at the age of 101, which happened, by the way, today. American icon. We'll discuss that later in the show. So anyway, I'm trying to get back to the timeline of Aaron Judge to the Yankees. So I just did a quick Google search to you guys. The December 20th. So it was 2 weeks later? No, December 7th. So it was within a day.
Yeah.
So
December 7th when he accepted a 9-year, $360 million
So it was all
deal.
within about a 24 hours. He decided, man, after flirtations with the San Francisco Giants. And that gets us all back to Shohei.
Yeah.
Where, it's funny, Buster Olney himself said, this thing's supposed to be fun. And it feels like the Ohtani camp has made this into a stress-filled, pressure-packed test of who will say what. And obviously the big story yesterday was Dave Roberts, the manager of the Dodgers. And, Dodger fans, of course, been on him for what they perceive to be his botched moves on the field, in the dugout.
His entire career.
Now they're saying,
pulling guys from no-hitters in perfect games.
Now here he is, off the field, out of the dugout, still making bad moves, right? He's too nice of a guy. He was asked about Ohtani, and he confirmed
what a doofus
that they met with Ohtani. Did you see his answer, though? Well, he said, yeah, we met with him. It was great. I thought it went well, and he said he's a high priority for us, which apparently, if you don't know, is against the rules.
Yeah.
The Shohei rules.
Murph, the first rule of the Shohei Ohtani sweepstakes is you don't talk about Shohei Ohtani.
So apparently his agent has said that it will be held against teams if you leak any details of your meetings.
I hope it is.
Which is incredible, by the way. I mean, would that really be why he doesn't sign with the Dodgers? But is he really going to say, like, my next 10 years of my life and $600 million and where I'm going to live and maybe raise a family and win championships is because Dave Roberts said, yeah, I liked meeting with him.
See, Murph, I don't know how much of an impact that really does have, but I can tell you one thing for sure. If he doesn't sign with the Dodgers, I'm going to blame Dave Roberts.
Yeah, well, there you go.
I'm going to blame him.
See, he's too good of a guy. He said, they asked him why, and he said, well, I didn't want to give a false answer knowingly. I didn't want to give a false answer
Well, here's
knowingly.
the thing. Bob Melvin was asked about Ohtani, too, and he said, I can neither confirm or deny. No comment.
That's it.
It's as simple as that, dude.
That's it.
This ain't your first time in the big leagues. Come on, Dave.
So the Dodger GM had to rush in and say, and apparently they said he was looking, I didn't see this footage yet, but Roberts looked at his cell phone and looked stricken because like the PR guy might have texted him in the middle saying, stop, abort. So anyway, so that's what's going on.
Dave Roberts stepping in it.
Other things last night, how was your Tuesday night?
It was cool. I caught some of the NBA in-season tournament knockout round.
See?
Yeah,
You're getting sucked in.
I wanted to watch Bucks versus the Knicks. You know, I've got a little bit of love for my New York Knickerbockers.
You guys gave up 146. I believe, right?
Julius Randle put up a
Nice
40
D.
spot, but couldn't stop Dame, couldn't stop Giannis. But
CYO6B, you know what Coach Brian says all the time, man? It's not the score on the left. It says we're the home team, they're the visitors. So what score are we concerned with? With the score on the left side or the score on the right side? Score on the right side. Yeah, we're all about the score on the right side of the dash.
you got to play some defense.
We got to play D. We live to play D.
You got to play some defense.
You guys gave up 146.
Yeah, the Knicks were missing some defense yesterday, so they were officially eliminated. And then the nightcap, Lakers versus the Phoenix Suns, LeBron versus Kevin Durant. And the narrative was this is the first time they've squared off in a winner-go-home game since the NBA Finals, Cavs versus Warriors.
See, in-season tournament hype
And
on December
there we
5.
were with a little bit of controversy last night.
I've watched the footage a bunch, and I can't determine. It's a heads-up play by LeBron to even call the timeout.
True, but it seems like the ref is paying more attention to LeBron than the actual
That's what
loose
happens
ball
when
on
you're
the
the king,
court.
baby.
Yeah, that's it.
Apparently, there's a freeze frame where Austin Reeves' left hand is still on the ball while LeBron is gesturing for a
Oh, man.
timeout.
What are we doing breaking this down?
The NBA's loving the fact that we're talking about a Tuesday night game.
That's it.
We're talking about a Tuesday night game.
Here we are.
Yeah, here it is. We're not talking about the Niners and the Seahawks or the Thursday night Patriots Trubisky game or any of that. But so if you don't know, the Lakers got the win. LeBron had an incredible night.
Yeah.
What did he get? 30? What did he have last night? 38?
Yeah, he was in his 30s for sure.
Should
Yeah.
have written that down. He is 38 and will be turning 39.
Yeah, he had 31, 11, and 8 last night.
Yeah, but
5 steals on top of it, too.
I mean, guys. I know everybody likes to hate the guy, but come on, man. This is something special here. So,
but now we also got Pelicans versus Lakers as the semifinal.
and the Pacers and the Bucks.
Correct.
Yeah,
Halliburton.
We got to
Hallelujah.
we got to Vegas it up. That's the Final Four.
There it is.
I went out to the San Francisco Italian Athletic Club's what they call, Marcus, I'm not sure you can do this now in 20. They call it a stag dinner. Can you do that?
Can you do that?
Did they get the stag dinner?
Can we talk Italians?
Whoa, you talking Italians?
Bro, all I could think about was that or any other soundbite that we have because there was a lot of and a lot of you talking Italians, man. First of all, what a great spot. I just joined a few months ago. It's a really nice, casual social club. You've been.
I got to say, thank you for handing over the invite and allowing me to come up there for a
That
day.
won't be the last one either.
Oh, I'm sure, man.
We'll
I
do it
had a
again.
hell of a time.
Yeah. So anyway, it's a
Some
great
heavy
spot.
pours from the bartender, by the way.
See,
Heavy pours.
That's how we do it at the
Yeah.
IAC. But I just did want to say that I do have to tell the story at some point. So it's long picnic tables, and they serve you ravioli and veal and wine on the table, right?
Ooh,
I
yeah.
know, and it's just like it's just a bunch of dudes. I know it's not politically correct. No ladies allowed, although our lovely hostess Gina was there.
Nice.
But anyway, the point being is that I sit down next to a guy, and he's like, "You got to be kidding! I'm sitting next to you," and I'm like, "Oh yeah, maybe this guy listens to the show." He goes, "No, I'm Raider Vito's brother-in-law." Now, you guys got to know Raider Vito's history on this show. He was one of the greatest producers we've ever had, and I know we got to get going here. We got to break. But one of the greatest producers we've ever had on this show. In fact, so good, KNBR couldn't hold him. And the Raiders hired him to run Silver and Black Productions, that
Damn.
show that was on, I don't know if you ever watched that thing on like Channel 36 on Saturday nights.
Well,
right?
Murph, did the Raiders tune into KNBR and hear Raider Vito out here sending subliminals? Is that how he got hired?
Pretty much, buddy. Pretty much. And so Raider Vito left us because he was too talented. But the guy was one of the great producers we've ever had. So talented and so good. and he's always a lifelong friend. Anyways, his brother-in-law sat next to me. Brother-in-law, Sal. Sal, by the way.
Well, that's a good name.
Sal, an avowed guy born and raised on the peninsula. His old man's born and raised in San Francisco. Guy is a lifelong freaking Dallas Cowboys fan. 808 KNBR, the Bay Area native with generations deep, who's a Cowboys fan. 808 KNBR.
Come on, Sal.
Stop right there.
You're
Don't even
killing
come
me,
in the
Sal.
building. Don't even come in. Don't come sit next to me. Dude, and then, look, we're having a good time because the Raider video got heated real quick. Because he's coming at me with just waves of anti-Brock Purdy slander.
Oh, here we go, Murph. Here we
He's
go.
Like, when are you,
Waves.
he's like, when are you going to admit it that the guy can't get it done? He's never let a fourth quarter comeback. What I saw Sunday was a guy who was basically underhanding balls to Deebo Samuel, and Deebo does it all.
Did you ask him what
How
he
does
saw when
play
he put a
without
42 on the Cowboys, too?
How does he do when he's doing Deebo's not around and Trent Williams not around? You saw the real Brock Purdy.
Come
you guys,
on.
as chickens are coming home to. I was like, bro, I'm trying to have a nice night. I'm trying to have my veal and my red wine.
Gotta sip
dude.
some vino here.
I was getting waves of anti-Brock Purdy slander. It's out there. I'm just letting you know it's out there.
And Murph, you're not wrong. I even saw it on social media this week, and I was shocked by it. People saying, oh, Brock Purdy, it's only because of the Yak Bros. It's only because of Deebo. When we've literally gone through every stat, the yards per attempt, the yards per completion, it's like, the numbers don't lie, Murph. They're there for you. If you don't want to look at them, if you don't want to digest them, that's your problem.
He was in my face going, what's his best moment? Give me something he's done. What's he done? I was like, bro. So, I mean.
How much time have you got?
I know. He said, no comebacks. I said, the guy missed the kick. He goes, get closer. Get closer.
Jeez,
anyway.
Come on. What are we doing?
That was my Tuesday night.
There it is.
That was my Tuesday night.
Interesting Tuesday night.
We wound up having a couple laughs in the end, though. So, all right, guys, because he's a huge Giants fan. So we said, let's change the freaking topic to Shohei hanging over the city like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
Yeah.
All right, we got a special early guest for you. So let's duck out. We'll do that on the other side. It is Murph and Marcus Boucher, Brian Murphy, Young Tony on the board. Wednesday morning style. We'll tell you what's up and give you an early treat next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Penn Grove, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Penn Grove's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
Susan Slusser stopped by the Tolbert and Cope show yesterday to discuss the rumors about the Giants possibly meeting with a certain two-time MVP and current free agent in the past week. And Young Tony put in parentheses to not mention the name. We all know who it is. So if you want to hear about the unspeakable and whether or not the Giants did or did not meet with the former MVP, check out that podcast and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Let Well, my favorite rejoin of all time, maybe, because you just gave us the Dave Roberts hanging himself with a rope right there, set to the iconic theme song of the legendary TV show Good Times, which was the creation of the man who died this morning, Norman Lear. Waterboy, probably, I'm guessing, but I don't want to assume you Norman Lear guy.
I'm not. Good Times is a little bit out of my demo.
Well,
Murph.
but it's Nick and Night.
See, I'm not. I don't really remember Good Times as much on Nick and Night versus like a Gilligan's Island or a Cheers or something.
Well,
like that.
Norman Lear has to be. I would say there's. We talk about people who make TV shows today. Who's the guy who did Lost? With whoever those guys who did Lost got some love. Obviously, like Breaking Bad. The guy who did. Who's the creator of like The Wire?
Vince Gilligan did Breaking Bad, I believe.
Nice knowledge there. Or like David Simon did The Wire or whatever. These are the people who created these TV shows who are iconic. Damon Lindelof or whatever who did Lost. Yeah. So these people, iconic TV producers, they all answer to Norman Lear. Norman Lear was the most prolific and historic television producer in the history of the medium. And he died this morning at the age of 101. So thank you, young Tony, for that rejoin. I'll take another one later on, by the way. I'll take a Sanford and Son later on. All right, brother? But anyway, the signature show would be All in the Family, which you know Archie Bunker and Edith and all that, and took on hot topics like the Vietnam War and race relations in a sitcom setting. You know what I mean? It was revolutionary, really. And so... Norman Lear, we tipped the cap, and thank you for that, too. He also had some of the great theme songs, but you just heard Good Times right there. That's a jam, all right? And Sanford and Son's a jam, and the All in the Family Open is very iconic, too. So anyway, Norman Lear at 101. We always have to mention the passing of cultural titans on these shows. And maybe we should also be mourning the passing of Dave Roberts' Shohei Ohtani chances.
Dave Roberts.
You heard him right there. He's just too nice of a guy. I mean, I don't think anybody's ever said Dave Roberts is a jerk, right? I mean, he's just too nice of a guy.
I don't know. I've never liked him, Murph.
Oh, really?
Me personally, but that goes back to 2004 Red Sox Yankees.
That's
so
right.
I've never been a Dave Roberts fan.
I got to think of all the dimensions.
Yeah, and
yes.
I just hate seeing his face in the dugout with the Dodgers. I think he's one of the most overrated coaches in baseball with all the terrible decisions he makes. I don't know. I'm not a Dave Roberts guy. So last night, I was loving every single minute of him stepping in it, him trying to scrape it off his shoe and trying to, like, work his way out of it. The Dodgers management kind of tisking him down and telling him you're not supposed to be talking. Yeah. I loved every moment of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it went well for me.
He said, quote, and they asked him why he said that. He said, I can't give a false answer knowingly. So, well, listen, I think in this day and age, the ethical man is a lonely man. But you're right. He didn't have to give a false answer. All he had to say was, I cannot confirm or deny.
That's it.
That's
it.
He
could have gone straight, I plead the fifth, Murph.
Or just I can't confirm or deny.
That's what Bob Melvin did.
Yeah.
Bob was asked about it. He's like, nah, I can't confirm or deny that report.
Our guy's more savvy, Bob Melvin.
Oh, so, yeah.
Well,
obviously.
he knocked Dave Roberts out of the playoffs last year, 2022.
Correct.
They knocked him out.
Yeah, But what did Bob Melvin ever do with the Padres? Except go to the NLCS a couple years ago.
So he spoke yesterday, by the way, Bob Melvin did, and he said to John Shea. We have some sound from him. We'll get to you guys later in the show. But he said to John Shea, the Chronicle, it's no secret that we're players at the top of the market. He said it's exciting. He goes, it's kind of different for me. Which is funny. I mean, obviously with the Padres, they were at the top of the market. I think he was speaking about his 10-year run in Oakland.
Oh, you're talking about the Oakland A's, who were the worst team in baseball yesterday and ended up with the 4th pick in the MLB lottery?
Pause right there. The what?
The MLB lottery.
Did
Murph.
you know this existed?
I knew it was a thing. I did not know what was going on yesterday. And for a guy that's as big as a baseball head like me, like, I thought this could have been promoted more. I thought it could have been a bigger thing like the NBA draft lottery, but no. I knew it existed. I did not know what was going on yesterday.
So P1 Chuck's one of our great listeners, and he sends stuff all the time. And he sent me a thing on the lottery at the end of yesterday's show. And he goes, the MLB has a lottery? And we had a lot going on, so I didn't really read it. I'm like, I don't know what he's talking about. What do you mean the MLB has a lottery? It's our job to keep on top of this stuff. It turns out, I don't know when they instituted it. Was it last year, 2 years ago?
I think last year was the first year. I believe so. I should probably look it up before saying that.
I guess they're trying to discourage tanking.
And
you can't automatically get the number 1 pick anymore by losing 150 games like the A's did.
And it's working, Murph.
Yes.
And it's working.
Because the A's now, I'm calling this the John Fisher rule, because they're now saying that if you get a lottery pick 2 years in a row, and they consider a lottery top 6, if you get a lottery pick 2 years in a row, you cannot get a lottery pick next year.
Correct. So that means next year they cannot pick in the top 9.
Yeah.
Which is fantastic
Now,
that baseball is not rewarding that pathetic product out in Oakland, the Oakland Athletics.
Catch on the whole deal, though, is the fatal flaw in all this is that the MLB draft just doesn't have the impact of the NFL or NBA draft.
No, there's can't miss prospects in baseball.
So
most
interesting
of the time.
how baseball the nature of the sport just prevents it from having an automatic ready prospect. It just doesn't exist.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to figure that. Like, why is it? Well, I mean, college football players go to college. High school basketball players go to the NBA right away. It's interesting. The skill set for baseball requires training.
Yes.
It requires a lot of training. So, I mean, we talked about it. Like, go look through all the great players of baseball right now. How many of them were top 10 draft picks? A handful. Bryce Harper, et cetera. But for the most part, there's guys from the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th.
Yeah, and it happens all the time. And my main go-to memory, I don't want to take a ricochet shot at this guy, but Mark Appel. Former Stanford Cardinal pitcher. I remember going out to the Sunken Diamond and watching him pitch, and my dad saying, hey, this guy's going to be the number 1 overall pick. You're going to see him pitch in the bigs one day.
No, you're not.
He didn't get to the Houston Astros until a year or 2 ago.
Oh, yeah, and not even doing that well.
Yeah, no.
So, anyway, that's the deal. That's what happened yesterday. And Dave Roberts, as a listener points out, 916, Dave Roberts' mother is of Japanese descent. Maybe there's a connection there with Shohei and them. He has Japanese heritage. So.
Well, he should have known better to not speak about Shohei.
Maybe he felt so confident. What's just right now? Your bet right now. Make a call right now. Shohei's going where? I'm not holding you this. This isn't a blood oath. We'll do it again in a couple hours. You can change your answer. Where's he going?
Seattle.
Okay. I'm going to say the Blue Jays.
The Blue Jays are such a head scratcher to me.
When I started thinking about it started making more sense.
And that's what everybody's saying, that it's Dodgers, Blue Jays, Dodgers, Blue Jays. I'm waiting for a wild card to kind of jump in here.
One of the national guys listening, and he didn't have any inside info. It was nice to hear a guy in New York City say the Giants.
Yeah.
It was a guy, one of the morning, Damon Amendolara, who does the morning. He goes, I think he's going to the Giants because he likes the West Coast and he doesn't want the intense pressure of the Dodgers, and the Giants are good enough to have a chance to win. I mean, it's like, as much as we rag on the Giants, they're in the mix. I mean, they almost made the playoffs last year.
Well, it's like Farhan Zaidi said yesterday. They were only 2 good weeks away from making the playoffs last year, Murph.
Yeah, but again, we've talked about this, though. How many teams are getting in now? 7 or 6?
Yes,
7?
7, I believe.
7 in the NFL. Is it 6 in baseball?
There's too damn many. Oh, it might be 6. I think it's 3 division winners and 3 wild card winners. Yeah,
yes,
6,
but all you have to do is finish 6th. That's what he's talking about. He said we're 2 good. When he says we're 2 good weeks away, he means we're 2 good weeks away from finishing 6th, dude.
Yeah,
That's what he means.
You're talking about the 2 weeks where
I'm not talking about 2 weeks away of winning 105 games.
No, the 2 weeks was a road trip they took at the end of the year where they were the wild card team and then completely fell off, dropped 3 spots out of the wild card mix. That was the 2 weeks.
And again, he's talking about the 6th place spot. I'd like to exist in a little higher plane.
That's it.
Another one here is that we are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. Guest list time. Play the horns now that we carried over from the old days, because I don't want to lose them, because the horns are great. They ceremonially announce our guest list, which, larger font today. but still no color pictures. Marcus, what do we got here, buddy?
We're working through it. And today's guest list, put together by Young Tony, starts off with a Trent Williams replay. Yesterday, we had him on as our 49er Player of the Week at 9:30, but we're going to treat the 6 a.m. crowd this morning with a replay from number 71, Trent Williams.
And I think you like it. He's a stud, both on and off the field.
That's it. So we'll start the show with Trent Williams. 7:15 today, we're going to check in with Dan Favale from from the Bleacher Report. Covers the NBA, had a really good story about the Warriors and a couple of trade options. So we'll talk some hoops this morning with Dan Favale.
All right. Warriors back at it tonight, by the way. Taking on Phoenix.
Taking on Portland tonight.
Portland, my bad.
With Andrew Wiggins and Chris Paul expected to make their return to the lineup.
Okay. All right.
So we'll check in with Dan Favale this morning, 7:15. 7:35, it's Kipe time. We'll check in with Dwayne Kuiper and not talk about Shohei Ohtani.
Well, we won't. Kipe can. Well, can he? I don't know. We'll find out.
I don't know. We'll talk about all the secrecy of Shohei Ohtani with Dwayne Kuiper. Get into our big hit this morning, 8 a.m., our cooler of content. Then we got to start turning our attention to the Seattle Seahawks, which sounds like a crazy thing to say when it's your division rival. But here the Niners are as a 10.5-point favorite this weekend. And the Seattle Seahawks are coming to town, which means Jen Mueller is coming to town. She, of course, is a sideline reporter for the Seattle Seahawks and a friend of the program. So we'll check in with Jen this morning at 9:15.
All right, so there you go. But now the real treat. I told you guys, promised you a treat. Trent Williams, having one of the great players, really one of the great tackles in NFL history. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, let's talk about Provident Credit Union with an incredible money-saving tip that helps you take control of your finances, make some money, make an investment on your own terms. We're calling it the Pick a Term certificate from Provident Credit Union. It's the ultimate solution to help your savings grow just the way you want. So with the Pick a Term certificate, you are in the driver's seat. With a 3, 6, 9, or 12-month term, you enjoy an unbeatable annual percentage yield of 4.75%. You heard me correctly, 4.75%. So whether you're budgeting for short-term goals or long-term plans, this offer puts you firmly in control to grow your investments your way. So don't hesitate. This offer is only for a limited time. Visit providentcu.org today to learn more and start your application. That rate is effective October 1, 2023. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. For additional information, please visit providentcu.org.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the-sports-leader.
All right, so every Tuesday we have our 49er Player of the Week, and we've enjoyed them. We've had some really good ones this year. But it's funny, as the season gets later, we're getting some bigger guns because last week it was, help me out.
Number 97, Murph.
Thank you, Nick Bosa.
Nicholas Bosa.
It was a late night last night. I had some wine.
Okay.
Nick Bosa last week, and then this week Trent Williams. Like, we're getting the bigger guns as the year goes on. And so Trent, was great to have him after the Philadelphia win. And so for the early crowd, 6:37, you guys are grinding right now on the road. You need a little Niner love coming your way. So Trent Williams, we came on after exchanging some pleasantries and welcoming him to the show. We got right to the most important question, which is, Trent, we see you come out of the locker room. You and Debo, you guys are leading the boombox entry, the most iconic entry in the NFL today. I'm going to go ahead and say that.
It's to the point now other teams are copying it.
It's not that good because you can only be one Debo and Trent Williams. So Trent, we say, what's the story? How do you get to the front of the line? How'd you enjoy the company of a Debo Samuel at the front of the line? Basically, Trent, good morning, and tell us the boombox story.
They were doing it well before I got here. So when I got here, I just kind of fell in line. I've always generally been one of the first guys out, for years. Obviously, my previous place of occupation, we didn't have a boombox to walk out to, but I always found myself at the front. And so I got here, obviously Debo was one of the few guys that I knew on the team prior to getting here. And I don't know, I just found myself in the front one day, and it was pretty fun. So, I kind of let Debo, since he's the younger guy, he got a kind of a pulse on what the guys want to hear. Let him pick the music selection, and I just find myself follow right on in, and get in the front and just try to be one of those spark plugs leading the guys out.
Oh, it's so great that you kind of came about it naturally. Now, Debo's 27, you're 35. Was that enough to be a musical generation gap where he picks stuff that you don't know?
No, I wouldn't say that there's a huge musical gap, but I'm a little redundant when it goes to my music selection. So, I might not have as big of a palette as he got. So, I just let him kind of tend to do that.
Do you like the stuff he picks?
Yeah, I like the stuff he picks. Sure. I know that he can't disappoint me, so I just let him do it.
And then the moves. I mean, the moves are like, is it come down? And I see, has Jawan Jennings and did Chase Young join you guys too?
Yeah, first week he was right up in the front. It's a pretty. I like it, man. It's unique. Like I said, when I first got here, I thought it was really, really cool. Really, really cool thing to do to kind of get the energy going right before you run out the tunnel. And you can tell when guys come over here, they like to be a part of it.
That's awesome. Trent Williams is the voice you hear. He's our 49er Player of the Week here on the Murph and Marcus show with Brian Murphy and Marcus Boucher. Marcus.
Yeah, Trent, and we know most 49er fans love seeing those footage and those videos of you guys walking out of the tunnel, kind of showing how ready you guys are for the game. But this past weekend, we saw some pregame footage even before you guys came out of the tunnel of you, Debo, Fred Warner, Christian McCaffrey showing up in all black. We saw the all black Air Forces that Debo wore on the field. How much of that was sending a message, and how much motivation was there from last year's NFC Championship loss?
Honestly, I know I can speak for myself. I can't speak for everybody else who wore black, but I didn't. Honestly, that was just something I had decided to do. I didn't really. It wasn't nothing that we had talked about or anything. We didn't really come together and put together an outfit or nothing like that. It really. I had no idea what he was wearing. We take two different buses. I ain't even know that everybody else showed up in all black. Really, honestly, so it was kind of cool the way it worked out. I guess we all had the same mind frame. But we definitely didn't talk about it prior to.
Okay, well, that's funny because it worked out pretty darn good now, and then you guys do the thing. So tell us about Philadelphia. I know you called it your former workplace. We'll call it Washington. You guys went there twice every year. And so you've known the Philly thing, right? The 49ers and the Eagles don't have a huge history, but now they do, like the last year or so. But that's like, I think George Kittle called it a lethal stadium. So can you place into perspective, given all your years of going to that city and that stadium and knowing their fans and knowing the energy they create and all that stuff, like how big it was to go drop 42 on them, Trent? Because that's a proud city. They also get wounded real easy, though. You know what I mean? They were booing their team at halftime, right? So just tell, can you give us kind of the Philadelphia angle from your perspective?
Well, that's one thing that I vividly remember from my years in Washington is that crowd, although they are loud and they are hostile, one thing about it, they do turn on the team pretty quick. So my message to my guys is just, work in the noise early and it'll be quiet late. And, third, fourth quarter coming around, you start to see guys starting to beat the traffic. So when you go into Philly, that's the only way to play them. It's similar to Seattle. You got to be able to work in the noise early, and then you make the plays you're supposed to make. You take the crowd out of it pretty quick. Unlike Philly, Seattle won't boo their players before halftime, but Philly, they got a short attention span, and those guys they only got a few quarters to impress, and if they don't, you're gonna start to hear the boo birds early. And I was really pleased when we started to hear them, and kind of knew that we was turning into our home stadium, slowly but surely.
Yeah, and Trent, by the time the fourth quarter came around, it seemed like there were more 49er fans at the stadium than there were Eagles fans still watching those last couple of touchdowns that you guys pointed out. But even when the Eagles fans were at the stadium, I think they saw the physicality on both sides of the ball, and it's something that stands out tremendously about this offense is how the physical style that you guys play with. Now, we know all about the offensive line. We know about George Kittle, but I love seeing the big blocks from guys like Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, and even Christian McCaffrey was out lead blocking for Deebo Samuel this past weekend. So talk to us about that no block, no rock mentality and how everybody truly buys in to kind of push forward this running system for the team.
Yeah, well, from day one, the message, and Cal has a pretty clever message, and I think that it resonates pretty well. But the wide receivers, in his opinion, and I believe so, the wide receivers set the tone of the team because that's the only position that has the option to be physical or not. That's the only position that if they're not flying around and pancaking people, you probably wouldn't question them at all. When it comes to fullback, tight ends, O-line, running back, that you have no choice but to be physical in this league, or you won't last long. But you see so many times where you got wide receivers who don't like to get dirty, wide receivers who really don't want to use their hands; they just want to catch the ball, and that doesn't fly here. And it actually, when you think about it, it's true as it can be. Is that when those guys are flying around getting extra blocks downfield, you turn a play that's blocked for 10 yards into a play that's blocked for 100 yards, however many yards it is to run on the football field. So they understand that, and they're so selfless, and everybody is just out for each other. Nobody just worried about their stats. And when you look at a guy like George Kittle, you come in, you probably get 3 or 4 catches. Like he's a Travis Kelce type of talent, and I know that not many players of his caliber will go for that. And it's the same with Jawan Jennings. He can beat one-on-one better than anybody you ever seen, but people might say he's a fourth option in our offense. Or look at a guy like Ayuk, who could nobody would bat an eye if he came in and said I deserve 10 targets a game, no matter how the game is going. That's the type of player he is, and he deserves that. But none of them do that. They all just do what the team needs them to do, and they're the main reason we're playing like we are.
Man, great stuff with Trent Williams. Last couple of minutes here, our 49er Player of the Week, and really fun recapping the physicality of the 49er win in Philly. I want just looking at your history, Trent, and you go all the way back to 2010, your first year in the league, and your own coordinator was Kyle Shanahan. Your quarterback was Donovan McNabb. How about that? So the question being that 13 years later, you're back with Kyle, but his quarterback is Brock Purdy. So can you give us the Trent Williams veteran view of like seeing Kyle from 2010 to now and then seeing Kyle and what he's doing with this kid, Brock Purdy?
Yeah, I think about it all the time. I mean, me and Kyle, we talk about it pretty frequently. Just kind of how far we both came since 2010. But to answer your question, to see Kyle has always had a swagger about himself, and it's never been overstated about it. But if you pay attention, he always has that solid confidence and that moxie that he knows what he's doing, and he knows that that he can call plays with the best of them. And just to see how he's matured and that moxie has grown into leadership of a team and coaching the whole franchise and building a culture here in San Francisco. He did it. Everybody grew up, you watch your dad coach, and a lot of people would do things similar, in which he has, but he's grabbed it and he's basically put his own touch on it. And words can't describe how proud I am of just watching this whole maturation from being a 30-year-old coordinator, and to now being one of the best coaches in the NFL. It's surreal to kind of see that, and not only Cal, but to see all the other guys and Mike and Sean and Matt, Floor. It's surreal, but to see how he handles Brock, and that me personally, I could just see how Brock is basically he's like Cal lives vicariously through him, because he's the underdog story. He's Mr. Irrelevant. Nobody would ever think that he could do the things he's done. But him and Cal are just on the same wavelength when it comes to how they see football, how they process information, and that's the reason why our system it runs so fluidly in Brock's hands.
Damn, Trent, not just one of the best tackles in the history of the league, one of the best interviews, too. I would love that you give your time and energy. That's very appreciated by all the listeners out there. So thanks for being such a pro. We'll let you go do your Tuesday, get some recovery, and go win that volleyball game. Thanks for coming on Murph and Marcus.
Yeah, appreciate you, fella. Thank y'all for having me again.
Well, there he is, Trent Williams. Yeah, he's good, man. So enjoyable to hear him talk about Philadelphia, silencing Philadelphia.
I love the fact, too, did you see the clip of the end game credits on Fox when they're showing Purdy smiling on the sideline, Debo smiling on the sideline, and then Trent pounding his chest towards all the 49er faithful still in the stands?
So, yeah, man, listen, start thinking about Seattle now. We'll do that in the next segment. You have to start edging the mind towards beating the Seahawks. And, hey, if we, as fans and sports talk people, are kind of still in an Eagles hangover a little bit, like in a good way, like a celebratory hangover. I wonder if that's the team too, in terms of getting your focus up for Seattle. Talk about that, possible injury concerns, and a new 49er next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's the water boy, Marcus Boucher, here this morning to talk to you about Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the most fun I've had, winning up to 25 times my money this football season, and now I can play during basketball season too. I can even pick combo projections across both sports. Just select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their projection, and place your entry. You can turn $10 into $250 with just a few taps. Easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and an enormous selection of players and stat options are what makes Prize Picks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. And Prize Picks is the only daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy, keeping you in the game even if one of your players goes down. Join the Prize Pick community of more than 7 million football fans who have already signed up. Right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit of up to $100. Just visit prizepicks.com/leader and use the code LEADER. That's code LEADER at prizepicks.com/leader for a first deposit match of up to $100. Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ayuk goes in long motion left. It's Eli Mitchell now in, but it's an end around to Deebo Samuel coming right, turns the corner, and goes into the end zone. Touchdown! San Francisco!
What a play!
Looks left now, middle, throws, caught. Broken tackle by Deebo Samuel, runs for a first down, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco!
What an absolute beast, Deebo Samuel!
Deebo Samuel is loose, touchdown!
Where's Brock in your personal MVP conversation?
Man, my boy number one right now. It ain't up for debate.
There he is, Deebo Samuel, scoring touchdowns and propping up his guy. That's Deebo on the K Adams podcast, Up in Adams, where I guess he has a weekly wit. And he makes sure to have his son on his lap, and he sits in his kitchen.
Little Tayshaun, yeah.
Yeah, and he gives his take. My boy number one, he said. No doubt about that. And, of course, I told you I sat next to a guy last night at the SF Italian Athletic Club stag dinner who had strong disagreements. I couldn't believe. I said to the guy, and God bless him, Sal, the Cowboy fan, and I said, I'm just trying to have a nice night here, buddy. And the guy's like, tell me anything Brock Purdy's ever done. All he does is underhand the ball to McCaffrey and Deebo. They do it all. I'm like, bro, can you just let me have my veal?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
On. What has he ever done except for, win every single game he played in until he tore his UCL? And he's putting up some of the best numbers in the entire NFL right now, no matter how you want to break it down.
I would say Brock Purdy's best qualities are his poise, calm, and decision-making. Like, forget the arm strength and forget you don't got to throw Dan Marino. You don't have to be Dan Marino chucking it 80 yards down the field. It's how do you process information in a short period of time when a pocket is collapsing. That guy handles a collapsing pocket as well as anyone in the league. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm look at some of the throws he made, even the short ones sometimes to crossing patterns to Deebo and people like that. It's when things are collapsing on him. I think Jimmy G. Whoa, you talking Italians?
Yeah.
You got that for me, by the way?
Yeah, I got it for you here this morning if you want it, Murph.
Whoa, you talking Italians?
In addition to, that was an honor of last night. I think Jimmy G's, listen, we all love Jimmy when he's here. Paulie sang the song, the whole deal. But I think his pocket calm was maybe not his strength. And you see the difference with Brock.
Yeah, and that's probably one of my favorite things about Brock is when he rolls out of the pocket. He does a great job rolling out to the left side, which is not supposed to be the strong suit for a quarterback. Obviously, a right-handed quarterback, easier to roll out and throw on the right. But when he rolls out left, he did it again this past weekend on that Brandon Ayuk touchdown. The way that he squares his shoulders and keeps his eyes downfield. He's not looking to run. He can run. He can use that athleticism, but he's trying to make plays. He's going off script. And even when there's times when he's throwing across his body, Kyle has now gotten to a point where he trusts Brock Purdy to make those decisions.
And Eric Branch does a Wednesday recap in the Chronicle. And the game was on NFL Network last night. Did you watch it? Catch some of it? I caught some of it last night. And boy, I caught the first quarter. That was not fun. First quarter was not fun. But he was calmly jogging off the field. He did target McCaffrey on one of those passes that was either tipped or incomplete.
Correct.
Remember the Kyle Shanahan? It's so funny how you guys look at it, right?
Your philosophy, your understanding is different.
But the game was on last night. If you go back and review, Eric Branch makes a good point. One of his best throws of the night, let me find the exact detail, was not one of the touchdown passes to Deebo Samuel or Jawan Jennings or Brandon Ayuk. It was a third down. It was the 21-13 moment, like the one moment in time, the big Dom.
Oh, the Brandon Ayuk third down before the Kittle.
Yes.
Big play, yeah.
Yes.
Before the Deebo 48-yard touchdown.
Deebo touchdown.
Where Kittle was out front blocking,
It's 3rd and 7, I believe. It's a 3rd and 7, and he hits Ayuk as a third option for it's 3rd and 7 from their own 26. Dude, that's a neat, you're getting ready to punt, and it's 21-13.
And especially with the momentum of Big Tom getting kicked out, I mean, that place was ready to turn.
The momentum was insane, and it on the film review that Eric Branch did, he says if you look, Purdy checks Kittle, he checks Jennings, and then fires the strike. A strong throw, like a strong-armed throw. It's across the field. It's kind of a far hash mark. to hit Ayuk for the first down that keeps the drive alive that ends in the Debo streak.
And that's always my counter argument when people say, oh, he's just a system quarterback. He's thrown to a spot. Like, no, Brock Purdy is going through the progressions. He's going through his reads. Now, a lot of time with guys like Jimmy Garoppolo, it felt like he would stare left and then throw an interception. Brock Purdy can go through 1 read, 2 read, 3. Sometimes he gets to the 4th or 5th different read.
So that's, listen, again, I was subjected to anti-Brock slander. The only reason I bring it up, A, it was funny, and B, it's out there. Like, I can't believe it. And listen, that's sports, right? Somebody's going to like, what would you say about Dak Prescott? Like, this guy's a Cowboys fan, and he says there's no question Dak is the more strong MVP candidate than Brock Purdy. And ever since the Niner game, Dak's been cooking, as the kids like to say.
Ever since the Niner game.
Yeah.
What happened in that Niner game, though?
I know.
Did you ask him about the 42 points that Brock Purdy put on the Cowboys that night?
And we'll see what Dak does this Sunday.
Yeah.
And then the Sunday after that. They have a tough schedule, the Cowboys.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Dak and the Cowboys have definitely been playing better. But who's playing better right now than the 49ers and Brock Purdy? The answer is nobody.
And there are times, and it's hard for me to say this, but I did say this to the 2 teenagers in my house on Sunday when I was out of my mind screaming at the TV. And again, glad I was not mic'd up in the first quarter because that would have been some damning sound.
Yeah.
Because I was pissed. But anyway, there was a play where he stepped up. It wasn't a signature play. It was sort of an average play, but resulted in, no, I'm sorry. It was the scramble. We haven't really talked about the play where he stepped up, scrambled, juked the one guy, and then took the shoulder hit going to the sideline down inside the 10.
Yes.
That led right before the McCaffrey, I think, rushing touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember? Brock scrambled and took on the hit, and I was freaking out because he took it on the right shoulder. But the way he escaped that pocket, stepped up and scrambled, I was screaming at the TV in front of the kids. I'm like, 16 lives! 16 lives! I said, guys, this is what Montana looked like. And again, of course, he's not Joe Montana. I get it. But I'm telling you guys, there are certain little things about the way the short space athleticism. It's not running the 40 in Indianapolis. It's the short space athleticism.
And I think that's what a lot of 49er fans were going to get when they drafted Trey Lance. We heard so much about the athleticism and how he was able to extend plays, how he was like a light version of Patrick Mahomes. Well, Brock Purdy's doing that. Yeah. He's scrambling. He's building more time. He's going kind of off script in that backyard football-esque Brett Favre kind of quarterback style of play. And you're right. You look at like his shuttle speed time, like if you want to look at other metrics of how you measure a quarterback's athleticism, he can move around in that pocket. He's got some quick feet, man.
Did you, anyway, it's hard to bring up the Joe name and not be struck by lightning, right? You should be. But Rex Ryan, and sometimes, the national guys, we cut some of the stuff they say because it's something we can react to. And Rex Ryan was on ESPN's Get Up, and he went there. He mentioned 16.
Yeah, he reminded me of Joe Montana who said, I'm delusional. I'm so delusional. This guy is so good. He's so poised. The timing, the anticipation. Doesn't have the biggest arm, all that stuff. There he is on the move. Is that Brock Purdy? I think it is. I don't know. Maybe it is. I love Brock Purdy, I think. The mobility, the swagger, the confidence.
Double-digit.
I got to give you one thing about this. Let me show you something.
Go ahead, Rex.
All right, and this is straight from him, though. Purdy's blend of efficiency and volume has never been matched in NFL history. The closest team, 2000 with Kurt Warner.
Meaning he's throwing the ball down the field and completing it at such a high percentage.
Higher than we've ever seen. Yeah. And we're just going to, he's not good. No, just because he's Mr. Irrelevant. He doesn't remind me of Joe Montana. Yeah, because you don't know the game. I've been around this game all my life. Right now. This is what he does.
There it is, Rex Ryan, man. So, listen, you can disagree with him, but you can agree. I like Rex Ryan, first of all, but no, it's true. You're just hating if you're not watching his decision-making, his short space athleticism, his calm, his poise, and you're stained by his draft status. And oh, by the way, people can get better. You can work. He talked about the summer or the months after he finished his last season at Iowa State. He went and trained with, I wish I could give you the name of the quarterback guy, but he started to overhaul his mechanics and become a more efficient thrower. And also talking about his athleticism and working on his quick space agility. I mean, guys develop. I mean, it's not like a fraud. Like, he's not like, I saw him throw a pick at Iowa State when he was a junior. He had a terrible game. There's some people that put out these videos of like his blunders or his blooper reel at Iowa State. They're like, this is the guy you think is the MVP. I'm like, just stop.
Yeah, what does that have to do with anything? That's the same guy that was the last pick of the draft. And here's the thing, Murph. I don't think we've seen the best Brock Purdy. I think he can get better. I mean, look at the path that he's been on over the past year. We just got by the anniversary of him stepping in for Jimmy Garoppolo. He's been an NFL quarterback for literally 1 year.
That's insane.
He's 23 years old. He'll be 24 at the end of this month.
He's 23.
And oh, by the way,
when's Brock's birthday?
December 27th.
Woo, I got to make that note.
End of this month.
Send him a cake.
That's right.
Yeah.
We're all celebrating his birthday, and we're celebrating the fact that he's doing this in the NFL less than a year from tearing his UCL, his ulnar collateral ligament. Like, we talk so much about how athletes get shut down for a year and a half with Tommy John surgery. He had internal brace surgery. Now he's back better than ever and putting up stats that are at the top of the chart in every single statistical category.
You're talking about the synthetic
That's
slingshot.
it,
By the way, my Tim Ryan became my Gabe.
Yeah, I was
Sorry
going to
about
say,
that.
you're crossing over there.
By the way, see you Gabe post yesterday? I don't know what to do with this guy.
It's every day, man.
Did you see he posted, if you missed it, anybody, I know he posted a series of beauty shots of him modeling clothes in the Arizona desert. I mean, he's sexy as hell, and he's looking. The key to Gabe too is the camera's looking left, you got to look right, and the camera's looking right, you got to look left. Dude, that's the key.
Got to show off those beard lines, Murph.
Exactly.
Where are the Marlins?
Very good, Tony. But you got to go to the comments. It's unbelievable. It's a cult. They're spellbound. The moment he posts, they're like, "Take me now." I need you. Well, I need you right now. Get in my bed right now. It's unbelievable. And he posts just so he can read it.
Oh, 100%.
Do you think he scrolls it too with the stoic face of a Gabe Kapler? Just kind of not even reacting, just scrolling up and down like, yeah.
Another one. Another one.
She wants me.
That's Gabe Kapler. But what's more of the lunatic fridge? The Gabe Kapler comments or the comments that we see from Cowboys fans or the guy you saw last night, Sal, who maybe doesn't like Brock Purdy because he took over for another Paisan.
It's been a hell of a ride, guys. See ya.
There you go.
You think that has to do anything with
it?
You think that has anything to do with it?
Maybe Purdy's got some Italian heritage in him somewhere. Okay, two things. One, we told you guys there's a new Niner, and his name is Logan Ryan. Logan Ryan, guy with two last names, I should say. Two-time Super Bowl champ with the Patriots. Out of Rutgers, a 32-year-old safety who played with New England from 2013 to 2016. Then he was with Tennessee for 3 years, the New York Giants for 2 years, and Tampa Bay in 2022. Hasn't played this year, but obviously the Niners, it's interesting because Jair Brown has been okay. No, he's missed some tackles.
Yeah.
Get it?
That
But he's
first
been
drive,
no disasters. As remember Tim Ryan said to us, he goes, what's his position is safety. Think about safety. Say, you're the guy, if they get past you, then we notice because you're the safety. But they haven't. 2 weeks in a row, he has not busted any big plays.
Well, I guess the A.J. Brown missed tackle on the first drive of the game where the Eagles got down into the 49ers red zone would be a Jair Brown. And then even him and Tayshaun Gibson both whiffed on Devontae Smith on that 3rd and 19 play also.
That 3rd and 19 play sucked, by the way.
Yeah.
But
no, there hasn't been like the big play, like blown coverage of a guy getting behind him.
Right, which will kill you.
Which is the key.
Yeah, bend but don't break.
Exactly. And so I think this is a good depth piece for a guy like Logan Ryan. We saw him bring in Eric Harris, former Raider, last week too, so he's on the roster also. He's a guy that can play safety, can play corner, so maybe in a break glass emergency, he can play a little bit of nickel, but I think this is a good depth signing.
So, and they released 3rd round running back Ty Davis-Price. Man, oh man. The Niners' personnel accumulation record is so incredible of the highs and the lows. Yeah. I mean, you could make a dossier of all their busted draft picks in the top 3 rounds and then a dossier of their incredible draft picks from the 3rd round and on. It's really weird and ironic how they just can't hit on their big picks and how they crush their later picks. I don't know why that is. There's got to be a reason somewhere, some reason why. I mean, although Nick Bosa worked out.
Yeah, that's a pretty good pick. But Murph, it's going back to the Chase Young trade earlier this year where people are like, oh, the 49ers are giving up a 3rd round pick. Who cares? They miss on them most of the time anyways, and they're getting all these free comp picks from the Rooney Rule.
The only 3rd rounder that you want to put your feather in is Freddie Warner.
Oh, there you go. That's a good one. Frederico. So anyway, guys, a little Niner talk for you. Oh, by the way, one last thing before they hit the practice field today to get you ready for Seattle. Eric Armstead, foot, knee, an issue. So we'll wait information on that. They said he played hurt Sunday in Philly. He played well. He played well. Obviously D-line is an area where they have a lot of depth, but you don't want to miss Armstead. So we'll keep you posted on that. Kyle talks today at 11:35. 11:35. 11:35, and you should be able to hear it on the Papa and Lunch Show today.
He holds to the clock better than I do.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do now is get you ready. So we're doing a little NBA, right? The play-in, the in-season tournament. I don't know what's in my head. They do have a play-in tournament. They do have a play-in.
They do.
thing.
They have that
They do
also.
that in April.
Yeah,
right?
it's
Warriors were in it one year.
It's December right now, Murph.
Warriors lost to freaking Memphis in that thing
dude,
one
come
year.
on, I don't even want to
I
talk
was
about
at a
that.
Giants game that night when they lost. And the guy, the section over from me, had his phone up, perched on the seat, and he and I were communicating throughout. Then he turned to me at the end. He just gave me the thumbs down. I'm like, what? Yeah, we just lost to John Morant.
Yeah, that was the start of the rivalry.
Can I get a Mike McDaniel, John Morant? Who?
Yeah. Who?
Yeah.
Or you want a Zaza?
Where you see?
You won't see him no more.
I haven't seen him yet.
But anyway, the Warriors play tonight against Portland at home. Hopefully Wiggins and Chris Paul return. Then they're at OKC Friday, which is a tough game, by the way. And so, there's talk that and we talked to Marcus Thompson about this yesterday. So at this point in time, given that Clay and Wiggins are off to such slow starts, and Chris Paul's not shooting well either, do you need to make a trade? Are we heading towards they have to make a big trade in February? And is Mike Dunleavy the kind of gangster who will do it? We'll talk about it with Dan Favale, who covers the NBA for Bleacher Report, and he has an opinion on the Warriors trade situation too. Then Dwayne Kuiper at 7:35. Then big hit. We got to get into this Shohei stuff and where you guys are. We'll take your calls at 808 KNBR. Also, that Amici's gift card's out there. $100 Amici's gift card. Stay tuned. We'll tell you when. It's just a simple call and win. Yesterday it was Dan from Bethel Island, I believe. Shout out Bethel Island.
Oh, hell yeah,
by
Dan.
the way. Dan up there, probably boating up there, probably in the marina.
Ooh.
Probably not the marina, the Delta. My bad.
Oh, shout out
You're
to Delta.
guy, aren't
I'm
you?
a huge Delta guy.
Yeah. What do you duck hunt out there?
No, I go like wakeboarding in the Delta.
Wakeboarding.
Yeah, uh-huh.
So a buddy of mine, one of my fellow Mill Valley dads, took his kids out under the Golden Gate Bridge. What do you call it when you have the rope with the big inner tube at the end? And you're just like kind of
tubing.
Tubing?
Yeah, just tubing.
He was doing it under the Golden Gate Bridge. The
dude,
kids were spinning out into the bay.
I love tubing. I ain't doing it in
No,
open bodies of water where there could be sharks. I don't know. Who knows what's going to be out
It was
there?
a little much.
Going tubing in the ocean?
The kids were flying off the tube too into the water. I was like,
man,
this guy got to draw the line.
The water's cold as hell. Hell no.
Exactly. So they were in wetsuits. All right. So NBA next, then Kipe, and then Shohei. All coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
All right, so we just talked about the North Bay and tubing under the Golden Gate Bridge, but let's talk about something a little more important in the North Bay, and that's Marin Health. Okay, we all know how beautiful the North Bay is, but let's talk about the beautiful thing that is Marin Health. It's not just the closest medical care, but the best. Yeah, with a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7. My second son was born there. An accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right there to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Austin for three. It's good! Austin Reeves poses for the crowd, and that might have sent the Lakers to Vegas. Lakers 105, Suns 101. 15 seconds to go on a monster shot by Austin Reeves. 20 in the game for Austin, who may have just punched the Lakers ticket to the semifinals of the in-season tournament. Devin Booker's got it. Here we go. Uh-oh, Durant pulls up. Three for the tie. No good. Game over. Vegas, baby. Vegas. The Lakers win it. 106-103.
In-season tournament mania. ISTM, in-season tournament mania. Last night, you heard the excited calls there. Lakers beat Phoenix. Not without some controversy, too. Did it timeout call? Did you have possession? All the fun stuff. Either way, the Lakers advanced to play New Orleans in Vegas. Milwaukee plays Indiana in Vegas. And listen, I've told you, I'm on record. I've supported it. I get it. There's haters out there. The courts are stupid. I'm like, nah, kind of like them. And, it's just meaningless. It's no, I kind of like it. It's something to look at here during the tournament. But that and other NBA issues, including what are we going to do about the Warriors' slow start, with the Bleacher Report NBA writer Dan Favale. We've never had Dan on the Murph and Marcus show, so Dan, want to welcome you. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher here out in Warriors country. How are you, Dan? Good morning.
Hey, morning, Dan.
I am doing well. How are you guys doing?
I'm good. I'm also looking at your Twitter bio, and you say avid listener of sad music that sounds happy, and that's going to get me because big music guy. I need a definition. Sad music that sounds happy.
It's basically emo music. If you Google a band called Youth Fountain and listen to literally any song that they put out, I think you'll understand what I'm talking about.
I'm sorry, Youth Sound? Is that it?
Youth Fountain. Sorry.
Okay.
Youth Fountain.
Oh, Youth Fountain. My bad. A little static on the line there. Okay. Yeah. All right. Emo. We're going like who's like the poster child for emo? Is it Youth Fountain or is it somebody else? Like,
I would say that band is really doing it, but like them, Hot Mulligan, anyone in that sort of genre.
I'm down.
All right, Dan.
Check it out. Check it out. Is this a distinctly millennial thing? Is it we're talking here?
I have no idea, actually. I think for the stuff I listen to, at least around NBA circles, is pretty unique. It might just be me and Kelly Oubre Jr. who listen to it, I think.
I was going to say, when they come across half court and they're playing beats, they're not playing Youth Fountain and in emo, those beats.
I don't think so, Murph.
All right, Dan. So you wrote about the Warriors, and, you said the headline says, what to do about the NBA's it says realistic trades for Bulls, Warriors, and the NBA's biggest disappointments. Would you consider right now the 9-11 Warriors one of the biggest disappointments in the NBA?
Yeah, I would. I mean, I think that when you're just dealing with Steph Curry's window and, when you're trying to balance that with some of the younger player developments where we've seen Moses Moody emerge, we've seen Brandon Podziemski emerge, Kuminga's had some brighter spots, and then to still see them just be overwhelmingly mediocre, you definitely wanted them to be better than that, even if you thought this core was aging, even if you acknowledged that they weren't too athletic. And the fact that they're just here 3-9 over their last 12 games, that we have to talk about multiple blown 20-point leads, you have Steve Kerr apologizing for certain coaching decisions, I would call that a pretty massive letdown if I was a Warriors fan right now.
Right. So you're in a situation where Warriors have two roads. Like there's the, hey, we're the Warriors. Steph, Clay, Dre, Wiggs, the whole deal, and you ride it out. You ride the wave. Like Kerr's kind of going with the, we have a good team. We have a good team. You went ahead and wrote trade. And your trade, look, people are talking about, do you need to make a big trade? The one you put out there is kind of juicy. You have Kuminga and Chris Paul and draft picks going to Toronto for Pascal Siakam. So just for fun, just kind of kicking that around. Tell us what you think. Like if you're Mike Dunleavy, what's the huge appeal in that move at that cost?
I think the big thing is that when you look at Andrew Wiggins, the Warriors view him as an asset and other teams don't. And so it makes it really hard to do the in-between move, or even if you were trying to get an OG Anunoby who might be an easier fit than Pascal Siakam. I don't know what the appeal is for other teams to take on Wiggins' contract. And you are also just so wing depleted in terms of athleticism that you want to kind of add on to your defensive versatility in addition to Wiggins. And if you're not going to give Kuminga the runway maybe to be that guy, I like the idea of going to get a Pascal Siakam, even if it comes at the expense of, look, Chris Paul has done some stuff with a lot of the bench units, but some of the bench units without Chris Paul have done really well too. So if you're able to turn him and Kuminga into Siakam, who comes in, does give you some defensive juice, makes you bigger, you're still keeping Wiggins, and then he will help you during the non-Steph minutes as well. That's the type of swing this team needs. And I even acknowledge that he's probably not the perfect fit because of his rickety shooting, but the trade market right now, or even profiles of this season, with Siakam or Zach LaVine is probably going to be the biggest name move since James Harden's already off the market, and LaVine is just, he's not a Warriors player, and you just went through the Jordan Poole experience. And so knowing he's a free agent, if you're willing to pay him, I do think Siakam kind of helps you make the most of what's left of this window, while also kind of giving you a little bit of a bridge into that next era where maybe, hey, we're not going to ride with Klay Thompson when he is playing like this.
And Dan, I find it interesting in a lot of these trade scenarios, not just yours, but around social media and around the NBA world, are involving Chris Paul, despite the fact that he's only played 20 games here with the Golden State Warriors. So I wanted to go back to the trade between Chris Paul and Jordan Poole and get your breakdown just about the fit of bringing Chris Paul in. And do you think the Warriors got the most value that they could have got for flipping Jordan Poole?
I'm fine with the move that they ultimately made, knowing where Jordan Poole's stock was and some of the things that Chris Paul can do when he's on the floor, help them limit turnovers, maybe, which still is an issue with this team a lot of the time. But they absolutely did not get, the peak of Jordan Poole's value because they traded him. They had to sell low. You signed him that huge extension. He has maybe just one of the most disheartening seasons of a younger player who is supposed to be on the rise, who is on a title-winning team and made an impact. And then you move in with, it's probably a fake first rounder, but that's still technically included in the deal. And to get back Chris Paul, who's in the back end of his career, and I still think that, yes, this team might be interested in bringing him back at a lower number, but he more than even a Klay Thompson to them right now feels like just sort of that contract salary fodder. And that's a little bit disappointing when you were so invested in Jordan Poole to be left with, okay, we have like this 1 year layover with Chris Paul, who might be the bridge into a different trade. And so I would say they absolutely did not capitalize well on Jordan Poole's value. But again, relative to the nadir it was at, I still am okay with the decision that they made.
All right, Dan Favale, Bleacher Report. Last wrapping up here. You're based in New York, right, Dan? Is that right?
Yes, I am.
So I didn't know if you were able to stay up and see the end of the Laker game last night, or at least this morning, see the recap. And it's just sort of one of those sports talk questions about LeBron, and how polarizing he is. But a performance like last night, you start to put those kind of things in the argument of, dude, like, yes, Jordan, yes, Michael, 6 is 6, and it'll never be top. But, I mean, are you in the camp that at this point, with what he's doing and his birthday's coming up, he's going to be 39, I believe, in December, later December?
Yeah.
Are you at the camp where things like last night continue to say that you could make the argument that he is, that dreaded word, the GOAT?
Yeah, I mean, the argument is just there, and I think it's at this point everything he does is really just gravy and reinforces his at least case in that debate. And it is just kind of, you don't want to get too emotional about it. I know people hate the Lakers when they're out of that market, and the way it ends with the refs making a bad call on the timeout that was called to end that game. I just continue to mesmerize with what he's doing. As you mentioned, he's about to be 39, and he is still just able to get to the rim against some more athletic defenders. The Suns are not particularly athletic, but he's still able to get to the rim against these athletic defenders on other teams. And you just don't see that. And I sometimes wonder if I even appreciate that in real time, because at some point he's not going to be this good, or he's just not going to be playing. And we haven't been in an NBA in over 2 decades where LeBron James just isn't kind of dominating. And so to see him do this, even if you don't believe in the Lakers' immediate trajectory, even if you don't really like the Lakers, I think you can't help but appreciate everything that he's doing and how critical he is to a team that is still relatively okay in the West. To be so indispensable to, let's call them a fringe contender at his age in year 21 is just absolutely mind-boggling.
It is. I mean, listen, 31 points last night, 11 assists, 8 rebounds. He played 40 minutes. So anyway, fun discussions, Dan, and thanks for throwing out a trade rumor that can get us kind of kicking around here on a Wednesday morning. Pascal Siakam to the Warriors. That would be a fun one. Or Chris Paul and some stuff going to Toronto. So anyway, thanks for the time, and hopefully we'll chase you down as the season winds on, some more NBA takes, and we'll keep reading you on Bleacher Report. Thank you.
Most definitely. Thank you guys for having me. Take care.
Yeah, there he goes. Guy knows his NBA. I never had him on before. New York guy, but we had that moment when LeBron passed Kareem for the all-time scoring lead, and I had that moment on the air. It was you, me. We were all doing the show, and I was like, guys, he's the all-time leading scorer in NBA history. He's also top 5 in NBA history in assists. He's 38 years old. He's as relevant as ever. He just knocked the Warriors out of the playoffs. I'm like, dude, I mean, I'm not a LeBron guy per se, but it's wearing me down in a Tom Brady kind of way. Like, it's the longevity.
Yeah.
You know?
It's year after year. Murph, if I remember correctly, I think the phrase you use is, I kind of slept on LeBron's career.
That's true. Isn't that funny? All right, Dwayne Kuiper coming up, and then the big hit Shohei Ohtani sweepstakes coming up. It is the Murph and Marcus show on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, let's talk about Amici's East Coast Pizzeria, and you've heard me talk about Amici's great delivery service. We've talked about that through the years, how the food's always fresh and hot, and drivers are on time and courteous and prompt and professional. Well, in addition to making residential deliveries, Amici's also delivers to businesses, and they offer full-blown catering menu for larger events. That's what we're talking about, holiday parties here, right? So when you're looking for a great option to have food delivered for your company holiday party this year, Amici's has that full range, customizable options and ideal portion sizes for your group. So you can still order your favorite pizzas and other items individually if you wish, but the Amici's catering menu gives you options to order pastas, salads, and their famous flame roasted lemon chicken wings. Love those in larger sizes, so your group can go buffet style, right? Big old holiday party. It's a more economical way to feed a large group while still offering Amici's full range of menu items. Check out the catering menu at Amici's.com when you want to enjoy that fully customized catered holiday party. Amici's delivers.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kipe.
Sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, we do our Wednesdays with Kipe. We always love it. Kipe was in Hawaii with John Miller and Dave Fleming and Mike Yastrzemski and Logan Webb and all sorts of fun stuff. And, well, the Shohei Ohtani sweepstakes are really ramping up. Dave Roberts is getting criticized for saying, yes, we met with him. And, of course, today's the Ford C. Frick Award balloting. So much to get to with Kipe. And also, Dwayne, we haven't talked to you since, obviously, the big news here that the big changes were made. Not only Lee Hammer and FP Santangelo, but the guy you've been talking to for the last 18 years, Paulie Mack. So Marcus, of course, you know his family, and you've done interviews with Marcus Boucher, and we love Marcus, and we're so happy we kept it in the family. But did want to acknowledge that this is our first show without Paulie Mack. So, Kipe, good morning. How are you?
Yeah, look, I'm going to miss Paulie Mack. I mean, you can't do what we've done for as long as we've done it without getting into a rhythm with the same two guys. And I thought Paulie had a unique passion for all of the sports in the Bay Area. And look, he added a touch that I couldn't relate to, and that's his music touch. That was something that Mike really resonated with Paulie. But I will miss Paulie Mack. He was, as we like to put it in our business, he was a good Giant.
Yeah, that's beautifully said. Beautifully said, Kipe. So
we got Waterbud.
I'm here for you, Kipe. I'm here for you.
Water bed, water bug, water boy.
Well, no, I mean, come on. He's everybody's little buddy, right? He's the new guy. So, I mean, at least for today, it's going to be Waterbud for me.
I'll take that, Kipe. That actually might be better than Waterboy.
I kind of like it.
Yeah, Waterbud.
Yeah. Well, so, I mean, we may have alluded to this through the years, but Marcus's baseball bona fides, he pitched in college. He pitched at Mission JC and then up to Sonoma State. Mm-hmm. And then Marcus had Tommy John surgery, so he often refers to that. So he also, Marcus's claim to fame was he faced Jock Peterson several times in high school.
Multiple times. Some good times, some bad times, Kipe.
So Waterbud against Jock Peterson. Well, were the bad times a home run?
You got that right, Kipe. But I got him once, an eye for an eye. I struck him out once. He took me deep. So I've got that going for me on my resume, Kipe.
Well, I'm going to call that ownage for you.
Yeah, I'll take it.
But good. I mean, hey, you know what? There aren't many guys on the radio that when a pitcher has Tommy John surgery, they can actually say, you know what? I know what he's going through.
Yeah.
Well, Waterbud, we got one now, pal.
Yeah. It works for pitchers. It works for Brock Purdy. We can break down all the elbow surgeries. Yeah, it works out well, Kipe.
Yep. All right. Well, we're glad you're here.
Well, we're happy, and we kept it in the family, which is most important. You know, he's been with us for almost 4 years, and so he knows the rhythms and he knows the Bay, and he's the Bay Area's own. Hey, he struck out Jock Peterson. We won't talk about the other at bat.
Yeah.
I just got to get it out of the way, just because. But do you know when the Ford Frick announcement is?
Yeah. I you know, I want to say it's this morning. I want to say it's 12 o'clock.
Okay. 9 a.m. our time.
Okay. Mm-hmm. But I'm not. I'm not really expecting anything because they call the winner early. How early? I don't know. A day early, an hour early, 3 hours early. So here we are. What? An hour and a half away from 9 o'clock. So I don't think I'm going to hear anything positive. I hope Mike has already heard something because that would make my day. So we'll see.
How ironic would it be if they were trying to reach you, but your hit with us prevented you from taking the call? No. And they're like, well, we'll just go to the next biggest folk hitter then. You know what I mean? He's like, no, I'm kidding.
Well, I mean, if I got a call and the caller ID was from New York, it's likely I would have to tell you and Waterbud to take a hike.
Waterbud gets dumped on his first day. I love it.
I understand.
Oh, man, that's fun. Okay, well, we'll keep the call waiting on. Keep it live. These kids don't even know what a busy signal was, Kipe. So, Okay, the big news, there's news, believe it or not, is that Dave Roberts said he met Shohei Ohtani. And people are freaking out. I mean, Kipe, at this point now, the secrecy of the Ohtani thing has made it to the point where when Dave Roberts says, yes, I met the guy and I liked him, he's being criticized and considered perhaps blowing the Dodgers' chances. What's your read on that whole thing?
Or the Dodgers already have him. And he doesn't care what he says. I guess I was a little surprised knowing that Ohtani and his people had set down the ground rules. But how far can you stretch the envelope? And clearly Dave Roberts stretched it a little bit. But look, I don't think this is going to hurt any negotiations with any team. I'd love him to be in a Giants uniform, but I'd also like to know if he is or is not a little sooner, because then because it's clogging things up right now. And so the same thing with the Yamamoto. It's clogging things up. If they're going to wait another 2 weeks, then we're not going to see any movement until their business is taken care of, because everybody's watching what they're spending because they want to spend it on those two. And then while you wait, other teams come in and they start signing guys. I mean, it's happened before. Remember, was it the 1 year with Bryce Harper where it was February before he signed with the Phillies?
That's right.
And, I mean, that locked things up in a lot of ways for a long time. So, look, those guys can do what they want. They're free agents. But for the baseball people, the sooner they make their decisions, the better for everybody.
Yeah, Kipe, it definitely seems like everybody is waiting for the Shohei Ohtani domino to drop, but with the secrecy surrounding Shohei, it's led to an interesting time in baseball. And actually this morning, Buster Only from ESPN wrote an article that this is a missed opportunity for baseball, and the way that Shohei is handling his free agency is actually bad for baseball. Would you agree with that take?
He said it's bad for baseball?
He said because people aren't talking about it and because we're not getting the most information, It's not making headlines, it's a missed opportunity for the sport.
Yeah. Well, what I would tell Buster, I would say, look, Buster, we know what happens when a guy like Harper's available, a guy like Aaron Judge is available. And does it? Yeah, it probably does create interest when somebody saw so-and-so at the airport and this team is reporting that they had a wonderful conversation. Yeah, I get that. It stirs up all the conversations. But my point is how much of it is true? And you have to kind of figure out that you're just going to hear some stuff, and you won't know if it's true or not until the guy actually does sign. But I get Buster's point. The more you talk about a guy, the more interested people are in what's going on. And if you shut down, turn off that information valve, then it's going to be pretty quiet. Look, Dave Roberts said he talked to Ohtani, and we spent 5 minutes talking about that.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly right.
So in that case, Buster's right.
Well, there was the big report. Speaking of Busters, the other Buster, Posey, and Farhan actually mentioned his name too at Nashville. Like Buster's involved, and then there was the report, Kipe, that there was a photo from the San Francisco Chronicle seeing Farhan and Buster in dress shirts, not working out, leaving Oracle Park Saturday. Susan Slusser said there was a rumor that so this is what we're dealing with, this stuff. But the question, the reason I bring it up is the Buster Posey factor, and we've talked to you about this through the months and years, but he's in. And this was kind of the hope that he would be part of the main voices in this franchise, and it sounds like, if you just listen to Farhan, it sounds like that's happening.
Yeah, look, I think when Buster became involved, it was pretty obvious he did not want to be a potted plant. If he was going to be involved, then he was going to be really involved. And when, Greg Johnson and Farhan and Larry, when they ask for someone's opinion, he's 1, 2, or 3 first on the list. So that's his value. And I think I really think he enjoys it. I do. I mean, he enjoys it because he's back home, because he considers this home now. He loves the Bay Area. He obviously loves the Giants. And now he can compete without actually having to put the gear on. And if you can continue to do that, you can live a nice baseball life. And I think that's exactly what he wants to do.
Yep, we're talking to Dwayne Kuiper. Do it every Wednesday. We're waiting news on the Ford Frick Broadcasting Excellence Award later today, and obviously the whole Shohei Ohtani stuff. But there is a guy, the MLB.com, Maria Guardado has a story this morning talking about the center fielder from Korea. His name is Jung-Hoo Lee. He's only 25 years old. He had an ankle injury last year, so he didn't get to play the second half of his season. But the feathers in his cap, KBO MVP in 2022, 340 career batting average. I think he's won 5 KBO Gold Gloves. But the point is, like, if they did sign him, Kai, and that'd be great, right? Get a young, speedy defensive center fielder who can hit. If they sign him, the dominoes, I would think. So he'd be your starting center fielder. So that move guys like Austin Slater and Yastrzemski to kind of corners, Maria's writing, and that would take guys like Conforto and Haniger and give them more DH. I mean, how do you see the dominoes falling if they did, just for fun?
Well, I mean, Slater and Yaz would platoon. So now you got 2 outfield spots, and then Conforto, which he's got every right to play every day. So does Haniger. So if Ohtani's not on the team and not the DH, there's a spot for a DH in this lineup. And J.D. Davis, J.D. Davis can move around. I mean, move around at the corners. He's pretty good at both spots. Look, when Bob Melvin says, and I read it in the paper this morning, that, look, we want some stars. We want a guy that's a star or two. He said, but if I look at the roster we have, I can win with this roster. Look, our fans don't want to hear that. They want different people, different spots. And so in a lot of cases, so do I. But the people the Giants have at these positions, none of them are stars, but they're all pretty good baseball players. So what they need to do is just to add on. And eventually, I believe that's going to happen once this logjam breaks up with the 2 Japanese guys.
And Kipe, I got to admit, I have not been paying attention to Jung-Ho Lee's social media activities, so I'm not sure if he's followed Logan Webb on Instagram yet, but that was a big talking point yesterday that Shohei Ohtani did follow Logan Webb on social media. Do you put any stock in those kind of things, and how much does it mean to have someone like Logan Webb involved in those recruitment pitches?
When I saw that, I thought, what's the big deal? 3 days ago, I was in the pool with Logan Webb.
So,
Webb
it didn't
Yaz
happen. Right.
Yaz and Webb were playing catch with a rubber ball in the pool.
Oh, man.
They tried to get me involved. I was like, no, my days are done. But, yeah, look. So, I mean, what we have to ask ourselves is, okay, that's pretty cool. Ohtani's following Logan Webb. I mean, do you actually think Ohtani sits in front of his iPad and works social media? I would say probably not. He's probably got 2 or 3 different people running his social media. So I'm not sure Ohtani on his own is following Logan Webb. I have a general feeling that there's probably a couple of people running that website.
Oh, man. Well, whoever did sure caused a stir by following Logan Webb. It's pretty funny here. Wrapping up last few minutes here with Kipe. Here's the big one, though, Kipe. You familiar with Ike's Sandwiches in the Bay Area?
I know Ike. Ike was at my son's wedding.
How about that? We hit a gusher there. And by the way, he's brilliant because here we are talking about Ike's Sandwiches. And right now, listeners are like, damn, I'm going to get me an Ike's today. Ooh. But point being is, did you see his offer to Shohei?
I did.
These are the kind.
I did.
So what do you think? It's a Shohei sandwich, and he
would change the name of the shop from Ike's Lovin' Sandwiches to Shohei's Lovin' Sandwiches.
Well, that's
Well, look.
there you go.
First of all, Shohei's got to have an Ike sandwich, which, those are terrific. I mean, look, he started out with 4 or 5 in the Bay Area. Now, I pulled into a Starbucks in Scottsdale this spring, and Ike's was right next door.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ike's blowing up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. See if you can remember, was it Matt Cain who hurt himself, or was it Affelt who hurt himself cutting steaks or hamburgers?
It was as Affelt, separating hamburger patties. Yeah.
Yeah. So do you remember what Ike did? He gave him a year's supply, or as many Ike sandwiches for a year as you wanted, just so he wouldn't make any more hamburgers.
See, the guy's a brilliant marketer.
So he's all over it. And but Ohtani's got to have one before this really works. So hopefully he does. They're great.
That is awesome that he would.
And by the way, the best sandwich he's got is called the Matt Cain.
Okay.
Oh, it's a good one.
Is there anything about? Can we identify it? What's the characteristic of a Matt Cain?
Not healthy.
Well, that's okay. We're allowed to splurge every now and then, right?
Come on, absolutely. So, but no, Matt Cain's awesome.
Hey, Kai, last one. Did you even know there was an MLB draft lottery? I didn't know until yesterday.
An MLB draft lottery.
Did you know that?
So this is to what? Pick Rule 5?
No, the actual draft.
The number one pick in the draft, the Bryce Harper pick.
And it went to your Cleveland Guardians, Kai.
And what's the criteria?
So you, everybody, every team goes in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Every team, even the World Series champs go in it, but they have minimal chances of getting it, right?
It's like last night, the A's were the worst team in baseball, had the worst record, so they had an 18% chance of getting the number one pick. They fell all the way down to number 4, Kai.
Also, Kai, there's built-in incentives, what I'll call the John Fisher rule, that if you're in the lottery in back-to-back years, you cannot be in the lottery the next year to discourage tanking.
Well, I mean, look, all of this, the whole system that you're talking about discourages tanking. I mean, this really does, follow the basketball with the balls and the thing that they roll around, right?
Yeah.
For the draft. I think it's a great idea. I mean, it really keeps 18 from just totally locking down. And I think that's good. I mean, I don't think the A's lost on purpose. But just for the sake of argument, let's say they did. Let's say they wanted the number one pick. Well, it didn't work. So I think the system's fine. Just so, the Texas Rangers don't get the first pick.
I know.
That would be a problem.
They got 30th.
So, I mean, a lot of it falls into place as to where it would if you didn't have it. But it does discourage tanking, I think. I think it does discourage it. I don't know by how much, but it does.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. And the crazy thing, though, is that the MLB draft is it's so different than the NFL draft where you're going to get that franchise quarterback. You just don't know. I mean, Kipe, if you look at the number one picks through the last 30 years, how many of them became stars? Not a ton. It's fairly weird.
It's true.
Yeah, it's really weird.
It's true. Who did get the number one pick?
Your Cleveland Guardians.
The Guardians.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Although I didn't play for the Guardians.
This is true.
That's true.
This is true. That's like my high school changed their name from the Indians to the Red-Tailed Hawks, and I say, well, I'm not a Red-Tailed Hawk. Same thing, Kipe.
That's exactly right. When I look at Buddy Bell and Rick Manning and Dennis Eckersley and that group, to me, they're Indians. But look, we've talked about it before. The change was necessary. But I played for the Indians.
So I'm going through the number one picks of the last, let's just go from 2010 to 2010 Bryce Harper, 2011 Garrett Cole, 2012 Carlos Correa. Well, those are 3. Okay. 2013 Mark Appel, 2014 Brady Aiken, 2015 Dansby Swanson, 2016 Mickey Moniak, 2017 Royce Lewis, 2018 Casey Mize, 2019 Adley Rutschman, and 2020 Petaluma's own Spencer Torkelson. So, some hits, some big names in there.
Yeah, look, I think first 10 rounds, first 20 rounds, you can do a lot of damage. And every once in a while there's one guy, right, like Harper. I think Garrett Cole was, you may have mentioned him. I mean,
yeah.
Every once in a while there's one guy that everybody would just love to have. And then that can make a difference. But overall, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 may very well be the same. And then there's the signability. But they've kind of corrected that now with slots as to what each round can make. And that's probably helped some of these teams be able to sign some of their number one picks. But look, I mean, they slotted what? The Harrison kid, he was third round pick?
Yeah, third, right? Yeah, third.
Yeah, and he was slotted to make X amount of dollars, and the Giants went way, way over that slot to make sure that he didn't go to UCLA. So,
darn it.
So there's a ways. I'll stop the
I'm glad he's a Giant. Hey, Kite, by the way, they're saying already the projection is the West Virginia second baseman, J.J. Weatherholt, will be the Guardians' number one pick. So your position. So your heir. He's your heir.
Yeah, that's unusual. I mean, you just usually don't see a second baseman pick first. It's catcher, shortstop, center field, pitcher.
The second pick would be Wake Forest first baseman Nick Kurtz, they're saying. Again, this is now.
Yeah, I mean, if you got a power guy, I mean, that very well could be. But I always find it unusual if it's not a pitcher.
Right.
Because, everybody's looking for, that same guy. That guy that can eat up innings. A guy like Garrett Cole, I mean, he's like the perfect example of a number one pick.
Type
go ahead.
I was going to say, you were drafted a million times looking at where you were a first rounder, 21st.
Yeah. In the secondary draft.
In the secondary. All right. Well.
I mean, they had two drafts in Murph. They had one in June and one in January.
Okay.
And I was, look, I got drafted 6 times.
Yeah.
Well, if you're in high school and college, how is that possible? Well, there were 2 years where you could get drafted 4 times in 2 years, and I did. So that jacked up the amount of times that I was drafted.
I just saw that when you were a senior in high school, the Yankees drafted you in the 12th round. Have you ever thought, when you're laying awake in a hotel room in Cincinnati on a roadie, what if I signed with the Yankees? Maybe I would have worn the pinstripes.
Well, I mean, Thurman Munson was the number one pick that year. And, I was so young, Murph, I don't remember thinking much about the Yankees or whatever. But as I got a little older, maybe 2 or 3 years after that, in college, I got drafted by the Red Sox. And when they were playing in the World Series, when they were really, really good, I did think about, what if I would have signed with the Red Sox? Would I be on the field right now with
yeah,
Yaz and Rice and
you'd be Jerry Remy.
All those guys.
You'd be Remy.
Yeah, actually, Remy didn't play in that 75 World Series. They had somebody else.
Oh, who was their second baseman?
But he did come a little bit later. I think Remy might have been with the Angels at that time. Just guessing.
That's great knowledge.
But yeah, I mean, I thought about it. I mean, you couldn't help but think about it when you're standing at second base in Cleveland, and those two teams, the Red Sox and the Yankees, are knocking your socks off every time you play them.
Hey.
It might be nice to be on the other side, but I always loved where I was, and I was in the big leagues.
Well, they say everything happens for a reason. Did you see Brock Purdy said that to Aaron Andrews over the weekend? That he said it happened for a reason, and she said, what was the reason? And he said, I don't know yet. When we know what your reason was, that you're here and you've been an icon in Northern California and you mean so much to millions of people. So no matter what happens today at 9 o'clock, it doesn't matter, Kai. You are an all-time icon, and we love you no matter what.
And I appreciate that, coming from a guy that did not want to come here. I was pretty happy in Cleveland, and but can't tell you how many people said, this is going to be the best thing that really has ever happened to you. And you know how when you're in the middle of it, you're like, yeah. But it really did turn out to be terrific. And given the chance to go from the field to the booth, you don't get that many opportunities to do that. And they gave that opportunity to me, and here we are still doing it. And can't wait to do the first game with John in Scottsdale in February. So
in that booth. And hopefully me and Water Bud. Is it Bud or Bug? B-U-D or B-U-G?
It's D, not Bud.
Water
Bud
Bud.
would be an insult.
So hopefully me and Water Bud will be in that booth as you walk in with your Starbucks and your rolling bag, as you always do down in Scottsdale right before that Friday broadcast. So
Murph and Water Bud sounds better than Murph and Water Boy.
Hey, Kite, you're not wrong.
Completely agree. And by the way, you would have been better than Doug Griffin, the 1975 Red Sox second baseman whose OPS was 560. So they could have won the series with you. Would have won it.
Was Rick Burleson the shortstop?
Yeah, he was. 24-year-old Rick Burleson, the Rooster.
He was good.
Played 158
really
games.
He was good. He was one of those guys that I didn't like him because he was cocky, but when it was all said and done, I liked the way he played. I liked everything about his game, and they were a really, really good team that year.
22-year-old. Yeah.
Jim Rice got hurt. He didn't play.
Oh, he played 144 regular season games. Did he miss the series?
Yep.
Boy, look at his year. 22 years old, 22 bombs, 102 ribs, 841 OPS. Freddie Lynn, 23 years old, MVP of the league.
Rookie of the year.
And MVP, too, yeah. Dwight Evans, 20. So it was Rice in left, 22 years old. Lynn in center, 23 years old. Dewey Evans in right, 23 years old.
Yeah.
And the
Reds got the DH and sometimes left fielder. He actually played a lot more left field than Rice did.
Yaz was 35 years old. He couldn't relate to these kids.
Well, Yaz was not exactly a relatable guy.
No, he was not. I never that. I went to his last game in Oakland, and I was a huge Red Sox fan. I was there to cry and give him standing ovations. And I remember reading the next day, Glenn Schwarz's story in the Examiner said that he sat on a stool with a cigarette and basically told reporters, yeah, no big deal, go away. And I was kind of like, oh, okay. So he was a tough cookie.
Tough.
Yeah.
He was tough.
But you were in Hawaii with his grandson, and you guys had more smiles, right?
Well, we talk about his grandfather all the time. And when I say to Yaz about his granddad was a grump, he doesn't disagree. I mean, he knows. But that was, a lot of guys are like that then. You didn't make friends with the other team unless it was the off season or maybe if you were teammates with a guy, you had dinner afterward. But, they had umpires, Murph, that sat in the stands, and they would keep track of guys that were fraternizing with the other team.
Wow.
And you would get fined.
I did not know that. That's incredible.
But now if they did that, all guys would be broke.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Even Kershaw and Bumgarner exchanged pleasantries.
Yes, they do. Or they did.
They did.
And, I'll tell you the one guy who didn't was Buster Posey.
Right. And he told us in our last interview, he said, I wanted the other teams to feel me.
Yeah. Right now that's unique.
Yeah.
And don't think that what he told you, he hasn't said to the people that run that board and Greg Johnson and Larry and Farhan. That's exactly what he's telling them. So, by the way, I think it's a good sign. I'm sitting here watching a garbage truck.
Okay. That's for Waterbud.
So, good for you, Waterbud.
Thanks,
Type, we'll let you go. And again, listen, I know it's a big whatever. I'm not going to say anything else other than no matter what happens, you are an icon and we love you. And that garbage truck is telling you that whatever happens, it's all good. So,
we spotted one in Cincinnati.
Yes, we did.
The Giants were down 0-2.
That's it.
And they won every game after that.
That's it. That's some Murph and Mac knowledge there.
It's going to be a good day.
Yeah. Great job, Kipe. Have a great day.
All right, guys.
Thanks, Kipe.
All right, Waterbud. See you.
There it is. See, that's it. All it takes is one sprinkling of holy water from Dwayne Kuiper.
That's it. Water bud, water bug. He can call me whatever the hell he wants, Murph. And by the way, shout out to the character Water Bug, the backup running back for Boobie Miles in Friday Night Lights.
So that's Water Bug with a G.
What's with the G, though? Water Bug.
Yeah. Water Bud.
I'll take Bug, Bud, whatever.
Water Bud.
I'm a grown-ass man who gets called Water Boy. You think I care what anybody calls me?
You're a grown-ass man that gets called Water Bud.
Water Bud.
Steve Young joins Tolbert and Copes at 5 o'clock tonight, talking 49er football. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, our Cumulus media station. And we got the big hit. So the Niners were quiet yesterday. The Warriors didn't play. They played tonight. And we all agree that we think the biggest story today is the growing, gigantic Shohei Ohtani sweepstakes. It feels like it's reaching a critical mass. Where do the Giants stand as this stuff heats up? The big hit next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What's the big deal? 3 days ago, I was in the pool with Logan Webb.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The one and only Greg Cosell stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to talk about the 49ers win over the Philadelphia Eagles and how they scored on 6 straight possessions. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Gilroy, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Gilroy's sports leader.
This is the big hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Oh, he got another one. Get going. Ohtani has done it again. Santa Maria. There were some clapping for Shohei, who goes to the opposite field. Get going. Yeah. His major league leading 37. This would be the first complete game shutout, and there it is. Shohei Ohtani goes all 9.
Shohei Ohtani and Shinobu Yamamoto with the San Francisco Giants. The Giants are right now set on trying to acquire one or the other. They're pursuing both very aggressively.
Welcome back to the Shohei Invitational, baby. All right, look at the boys putting together a little package there. As this is the story of the day because, we go through our rhythms as sports fans. And, last night they had the in-season tournament and LeBron doing his thing at age 38, playing 40 minutes. But, Warriors Portland tonight, getting ready for the Seahawks. And we'll do that. Jen Mueller, our buddy from Seattle, will get us going here. By the way, are you even in Seahawk frame of mind yet?
Not really, to be honest with you. And that's why yesterday when we had Barrows on, I asked him, is it possible that it could be a trap game this weekend? Because everybody was focusing so much on the Philadelphia Eagles. Here are the 49ers this weekend as a 10.5-point favorite against their division rival.
They're going to have to kind of dig deep. I see the trap game as the next week at Arizona. Because they could kind of, the sight of once you see Pete chewing the gum, you'll get all ramped up.
Yeah, and that's why it's hard to even think about it even being mentioned as a trap game. But the last time the 49ers put up 42 points on an NFC East opponent, they went on a 3-game losing streak.
Who are you? The guy who you, Sal, the Cowboy fan I sat next to last night?
Murph, I got to get my daily take of subliminal messages thrown out on there.
Ah, very good. Yeah, people missed it. I was telling the story. How was your Tuesday night? We were talking Waterbud, watched some basketball. And I went out to the San Francisco Italian Athletic Club Stag Dinner, which is a great event. Big, long tables and ravioli and veal and wine and good cheer and old San Francisco vibes. But I sit next to a guy. He goes, hey, man. He goes, I'm Raider Vito's brother-in-law. I'm like, dude, Raider Vito, he's probably one of my favorite people who ever walked in this building.
It's a family member.
He goes, yeah, and you should know, by the way, I ride and die with the Dallas Cowboys. I'm like, whoa. So we spent the next hour and a half at dinner just at each other's throats.
Did he call himself Cowboy Sal?
But, dude, the anti-Brock Purdy venom was staggering. And I was like, bro, I'm here to enjoy my veal and my wine.
Yeah, come on,
you got to
dude.
pipe down.
I got vino and veal on my plate.
So anyway, what happened was no joke, at the long table we were at, a lot of people were talking Shohei. I was like, man, look at the temperature in the air.
He's moving the needle.
Yeah, and Giants fans are into it. And so here's the question we're asking on the big hit. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Are you finally believing that the Giants have a chance, or is Lucy pulling the football away from Charlie Brown?
Not again, Murph. Not again.
Not
another swing and a whiff, huh?
Well, we watched the Thanksgiving Charlie Brown, and she yanks it away, man.
Every time.
It opens with her yanking it away.
The sad, sad soul of a Charlie Brown thinking every time he's going to kick it.
That's Farhan,
Oh,
right?
man.
And seeing him, I mean, he has not. Who's the biggest free agent he's ever landed? Mitch Haniger?
Kevin Gosman? But he really wasn't
was
like,
not big
he
at the
was not
time.
coming off a hype. He's someone who was
he made
rebuilt
him
here.
big.
Same thing with Carlos Rodon. He wasn't tearing it up in Chicago when he got him from the White Sox.
Tommy La Stella?
Dude, I'm not going Tommy La Stella.
Can I get a Mike McDaniel? Tommy La Stella? Who? Thank you very much. So I continue to lean, and it's funny, in my own house, I tell the story of the 16-year-old burgeoning sports fan. He's like, it's going to happen, Dad. It's going to happen. He's like, I'm really feeling it. I'm like, oh. And this Twitter guy, who's now become a character in this whole drama, Joseph Kim at Black Wings 2011.
Yeah, he has not sworn off secrecy about anything going on with Shohei or any of the players.
If you look at the stuff he tweets, it's nonsense. It's always like, he always does like the wrong hashtag too, like hashtag Farhan is in X-Clan. And you're like, what does that mean?
I saw one last night. He's like, I don't know how many times I got to tell you guys the Giants are the front runners.
Oh, does he say that?
I was like, the front runners for who? He didn't even mention who the name was in a tweet.
Did he say that?
He did. He's all over Twitter. Murph, in the word of Declan Murphy, it's everywhere.
That's very good. Nice call. Hey, I refused. I'm sorry. I refuse to believe they'll get him. I do. I've just had too many of these, and you know why? Why would Shohei come here? I mean, obviously money, right? Some money. I'm assuming everybody's going to offer the same. Maybe I'm wrong.
So they're talking.
Maybe some team's going to offer $100 million more.
I mean, that's the thing. Right now, all the reports we're hearing is it's going to be somewhere in the $500 million ballpark with a chance for incentives.
We're talking about 10 years?
I mean, but the question is that $500 million for him as a hitter, as a pitcher, both? Like, we obviously know he's not pitching this year. I've heard a lot about incentives, maybe up to an extra $100 million based off pitching incentives if he does come back.
It is kind of crazy that a guy of this magnitude, you're still not even sure what you're getting. Like, is he going to pitch? I imagine they discussed that with him in their secret meetings that you're not supposed to talk about.
Yeah.
But, I mean, who knows what his body's going to do. Now, he's 29. He's 29 years old. You know, listen, the way athletes are going these days, between Tom Brady and Steph Curry and LeBron James, I mean, I don't know if it's translating to baseball as much. Are we seeing baseball players thrive in their late 30s? Not so much.
We're talking about Barry Bonds or...
who Jim Leland said is a Hall of Famer.
There we go, yeah.
Yeah. But, I mean, so we haven't really seen, like in the post-steroid era, have we seen a baseball player in his late 30s?
I would say like Justin Verlander, Max Scherzer are good examples. Like Verlander just won a Cy Young at 38 years old.
Okay.
Yeah, so
I'll buy that.
So pitching-wise, I would say that guys are going deeper and longer, but it's not like we used to have Jamie Moyer pitching for centuries.
So when you have a 29-year-old Shohei and you sign him to a 10-year deal, are you getting, it's not going to be Albert Pujols where you're just, after 4 years, you're like, this contract sucks. You know what I mean? You're not
but the question with Shohei is like, what kind of value can you get on the back end of the contract? Even if he's not the big power hitter, if he's not a starting pitcher, is there a scenario where maybe he moves to the bullpen? Maybe you get him in as a closer. Now, of course, you have Camilo Duvall already, but he's so versatile. Like, we talk a lot about him being a DH. That's not because he can't play the outfield. He's got some of the best speed in the MLB. Like, he swipes bags left and right, but no one wants to put him in the outfield because they don't want him to get injured, but that's also a possibility out there.
Just to go over some of his bona fides here, guys. Starting in 2021, because 2020 was, pandemic, forget it. Starting in 2021, he played 155, 157, and 135 games. That's only because the last year was cut short in September. Here are his home run totals last years. 46, 34, 44. Okay, the Giants haven't had a 30 home run man since Barry Bonds in 2004, I believe was the number, or 2005.
It's been a while.
I don't care if you like an old-fashioned RBI, 100, 95, 95. If you like a stolen base, 26, 11, and 20. If you like an OPS, 965, 875, not as much in 2022, 1,066 last year. I mean, the numbers everywhere are staggering, whether it's WAR or whether it's, OPS plus. If you want to go by the advanced metrics, his WAR last year was 10.
Yeah, but what about his ex-WOBA, Murph? Where's that at?
Well, I can get it for you if you need it. But anyway, let's go to Bob Melvin, who's out here. Now, listen, we got Bob Melvin. Bob Melvin's walking around. You're like, yeah, that's the manager of the Giants. That's cool. And so you're Bob Melvin on MLB Network Radio, and he's setting the bar high here. Check it out.
You know, hopefully something breaks here at some point in time, because I think there are a couple of guys at the top of the market that are probably holding up a lot of the signings, because when you sign somebody for that much money, you have to know how you can deploy it later. So I think a lot of the teams right now are kind of trying to assess this right now. But look, you know, San Francisco's always been a star power town. When I grew up watching Willie Mays, right, and then the Barry Bondses and the Buster Posies, and, you know, it's a town that you know, Steph Curry, you know, Steve Kerr over there, Joe Montana was growing. It is a star power town. So I think Farhan understands that we need a little bit more of that. Hopefully we end up with one of these guys at the top of the market for a long period of time that resonates in San Francisco, because they're yearning for it.
Look at Bobby. I love it.
I love everything he said right there, Murph. And he's absolutely right. Whether it's taking a Terry Francois two-step down to Chase Center where you got Steph and Clay and Draymond and Wiggins and CP3, or if you would go all the way down to the South Bay. Look at the 49ers. Bosa, McCaffrey, Debo, Ayuk. Yeah. Like, the list goes on and on and on.
Purdy.
So in this market, you need superstars.
Yeah. I think almost every market you need superstars, but I mean, maybe
we're a top 5 market
like
in the country.
Phoenix or Seattle might be different.
Like,
you know what I mean?
But Kansas City needs superstars. They got Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. It's nice, but it's not the same as it is out here on the West Coast.
Agreed. So here's a second cut from Bob Melvin on that very topic, on the Giants' need for a star.
You're exactly right. I mean, I grew up there watching Willie Mays, and then, you know, obviously the Barry Bonds days, the, you know, Buster Posey days, even, you know, Steve Kerr and Steph Curry and Joe Montana. And
it's the same cut.
San Francisco's a star power.
Somehow that was the same cut
Pretty
here.
similar. So nice he said it twice, Murph.
I know, right. Now, let's go to a couple calls here, and then we'll get into this Dave Roberts kerfuffle here.
Yeah.
One of our buddies, David and Tracy, who now lives in Alameda. David and Tracy, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Hey, Murph, first and foremost, my friend, I just want to say, man, your words the other day, they brought me to tears, bro. I've been driving in the Bay Area for about 7 years now. You and Paulie were instrumental in my growth as a young man to a man, and your talks in the mornings, the music references, everything made me so excited to wake up, brother. So I wanted to say personally, thank you for your words. I love Paulie Mack. He put me on the Band on the Run, the Paul McCartney Wings album, and that's all I got to say, brother. So, on to the topic. Shohei Ohtani, man, I'm in your boat, bro. I'm almost kind of pessimistic with this whole thing, but I see the appeal in all this is the Giants' approach. Bob Melvin's words, plus our lack thereof, not really leaking anything, and I really feel like that's a good showing. Like, it's a good look for us. The Japanese community out here is great for him. I don't know if I'm putting too much stock into that. It'd be great to have him here. He'd be beloved, and I don't know. I'm about 50-50 right now. I think the silence speaks volumes in this situation. So I'll leave you with that. Marcus, good job, buddy. You've been great, bro. Can't wait to hear more, man. Thank you.
That's David.
Hey,
well,
thanks, David.
This guy's one of the rock-solid listeners. He's always been there, gets it, has always been one of the guys who gets it, and his words on Paulie were on point, and he's welcoming you too, Water Bud.
And he had good takes, too.
Yeah. Well, listen, they are being fairly aggressive. They were aggressive last year. We talked about this.
Yeah, it's the 1-year anniversary of the Arson Judge tweet, Murph.
So let me ask you this before we get going here. If indeed we get the news in the next 48 hours that he's a Blue Jay, will Giants fans be devastated? Will you be devastated? I feel like Aaron Judge felt closer.
It did, because Aaron Judge was literally closer to home, being a Northern California kid, grew up being a Giants fan, talked about how much he loved Rich Aurilia and Buster Posey and all those guys. So that seemed like there was a genuine connection between him and Northern California. There's not that connection with Shohei Ohtani.
It's so funny. When he finally signed with the Yankees, everybody's like, well, duh, you don't leave the Yankees. And I was like, I'm such a sucker. I was like, I thought he would.
I mean, the Yankees
I thought Aaron Judge was going to come to the
Yankees
Giants.
have a section of their ballpark that's named the Judge's Chambers, where they hand out wigs and robes. Like, Judge wasn't going anywhere.
Who leaves the Yankees? Go through the history of big, high-priced free agents who leave the Yankees.
No, you don't.
Unless
you get chased out of town. Like, I mean, you get guys who don't perform on the big stage, whether it's like Sonny Gray or Joey Gallo recently. But if you perform in New York, you're going to stay in New York.
Yeah, there it is, man. Paul in Pacifica. Good old Pacifica, foggy Pacifica. Paul, good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, I echo Paulie Mack, legend, love him. God, I'm going to miss him and everything he brought to the show. And I wish him well. Hope he shows up somewhere soon. But yeah, the topic. I lived through the Bryce Harper, Giancarlo Stanton, the Correa. All these guys that we were hoping to get. But I think Farhan's job is on the line now, and he's going to go all in, and he's going to bring Shohei to the Bay. And I think we're going to, be living large for the next 10 to 12 years.
Woo!
So,
okay,
yeah.
You're calling it, Paul. You think Farhan's going to do what it takes because his neck is on the line?
Absolutely. That ballpark last year was miserable.
Ooh,
there was nothing there. I mean, I went to about eight or nine games, and it was just miserable. And by the way, last thing.
Yeah.
How in the world do we root for the Dallas Cowboys? I just can't physically or mentally bring myself
Hey,
to that
Paul,
point.
after last night, I think I might be rooting for the Eagles Sunday. I sat next to the most in-my-face Dallas fan of all time. I'm like, bro, I'm rooting for the Eagles Sunday. Hey, Paul, thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it on all levels that you said. Dude, he said that too. And you know me, I actually, on the first day we worked together, well, we'd worked together many times, but the official start of this show, I needed a laugh track from you like I used to ask from Paulie. The Niners beat the Eagles so badly that when the extra point went through the goalposts for their 42nd point, Marcus, and I saw the crowd at the link, I said, damn, that looks like a Gabe Farhan game. He's right. It was miserable out there, dude.
Dude, he said he went to 8 or 9. I went to like 50 games last year, and trust me, those crowds were not good.
And they didn't lower the beer prices, except for the $9 beers that got freaking criticized by people. I mean, that's when we knew the year was cursed.
Oh, man.
When Larry walked in with the $9 beers, they're like, it's domestic light. And it's not the same size. Shut up. Just shut up.
And we have people complaining, Murph, you know what's going to happen. If the Giants don't sign Shohei Ohtani, they're going to say the Giants didn't have enough money because Murph asked for those $9 beers.
And you know what I would do out of loyalty? I would get one every game. I would. Just so they could have the numbers tick up. Are they bringing them back next year?
I have no idea. Shout out
like,
the Doggy Diner.
Larry's like, hey, we tried. You guys spoke. We're going back to $20.
Yeah, good luck.
Paco in Sonoma, beautiful Sonoma, has an Ohtani thought. Paco, good morning. How are you?
Hey, guys. I love the new show. Best of luck to Paulie Mack. He's a super talented guy. He's going to be fine. It happens to everybody, and, he's going to do great. And, new beginnings. And the new show is fantastic. I love it. So here's my thought about Ohtani. I hope we don't get him. I think we should be deploying those limited resources that they have to pitching and defense. That's how we've won championships in the past. And, it'd be great to have Ohtani, but he was in Anaheim for, the last whatever, and they haven't won anything there. So, this one big superstar thing, I think, is a mistake. I think you get Yamamoto, you get Chapman, you get a couple other pieces, and you're in the mix for the foreseeable future with younger guys. I'm hoping Ohtani is not coming to the Bay Area, and then we can sign 3 or 4 other guys. I think that's what leads to a championship.
Paco, great call and great tribute and all that stuff. We appreciate you, man. Thanks for the call. There's definitely an argument to be made that 3 is better than 1 for this team. There's definitely an argument to be made. That said, so my 12-year-old is not as sports mad as my 16-year-old, but the gauge is, and he'll ask me every day, though, has Shohei signed with the Giants? And he's not as intense. He's more into landing planes and all that stuff. He's looking up to see where the Southwest flight is headed.
Yeah, that's
By the way, he's like got Rain Man knowledge on this stuff. Sometimes he'll walk outside to the deck and look up, and I'm like, what are you looking at? He's like, Southwest to Burbank. I'm like, okay, all right.
Wow,
So-
he's tracking planes. Does he know whether or not Shohei flew into San
There
Francisco?
you
We
go.
need Rory on
That's
the case.
the ultimate case. But the point of the matter is that the zeitgeist meter is that the 12-year-old is saying, is Shohei signing, and you want the young. I mean,
Correct.
I tell you, that would the 12-year-olds to the 14-year-olds would not be as excited about Bellinger, Snell, and Chapman as they would about Shohei.
And that goes back to the breaking even comments, because I know that Ohtani is going to cost you a lot of money, but think about the revenue that he's going to bring back, not just to this team, but to this city, of people going to ball games, buying jerseys, buying those $20 beers.
The ticket sales will be there.
Shohei puts asses in seats.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that.
And by the way, he's going to help you.
Yeah, he's one of the greatest players maybe to ever play this game.
But there is that haunting thought that he and Mike Trout couldn't even make the freaking
This is true.
playoff.
This is true.
One of the most baffling stats of my life is that arguably two of the greatest players in history and they're talking, Waterbud, we're talking 6 playoff spots.
Yes.
They couldn't even finish 6th.
Now, Murph, I'll ask you this, because just off the top of my head, the Giants probably missed the playoffs by, 6 or 7 games last year?
In the end, probably.
In the end. Is Shohei Ohtani worth 6 or 7 games?
I mean, his WAR is 10, so the nerds would tell me yes.
So they would say yes. They would tell you that this current roster is a playoff team with Ohtani.
So the nerds would tell me because his WAR is 10, they'll make it. And I'm saying, I'm watching the freaking game, and they're not making the freaking playoffs.
Yeah. Him and Mike Trout had a great WAR, but they didn't make it to the playoffs.
How can you not even finish 6th with those guys? I mean, the Angels should be, they should be, I don't know, they should be relegated.
They should be exiled from the league.
So I'm looking at the clock, and I'm seeing full phones. Waterboy, you've run a board. What's the better move? Do we break or do we go to the calls?
Nah, let's take the calls.
Yeah.
We'll go another 5 minutes on the calls. We'll hit the cooler at 8:30, Murph.
This is what I'm looking for. Mike in Brentwood. I remember, hey, Mike, you called us before you went to the Philly game, and now you say you went to the Philly game. Is that right?
Yeah, I decided to go. I was the one with the Rocky jersey the year before.
That's right, Mike, yeah.
And, yeah, it was kind of hard, that I left on Thursday, and, the thing with Paulie and you guys having to go through. So
yeah.
I was kind of thinking about my boy on the way over there, but hopefully he's listening. When I did get there, they had a security guard sitting there at the Rocky statue. So for 2 days, I was down around there walking. So I guess they were anticipating some coming through, but that was kind of hilarious. But, when I went the year before, I was kind of impressed by the Philly fans because I was telling them, I said, man, why I don't see anybody getting up to go like to the restroom or to the snack bar or anything. And they said, no, it's a tradition here. We don't go to get any food or anything. We don't leave our seat until the end of the quarter of the half. So I was pretty impressed. First quarter, they were giving it to me. And I figured, oh, crap. At least we held them to 3 on 2 possessions. And then into the second quarter and the third quarter, and you would swear to God that they broke their rules because I've seen people leaving out of there. You know how when you're with a group of people and your team's losing and you start slapping and hitting each other, yelling, why can't they stop this and can't they stop that? Every time McCaffrey got the ball, I saw Philly fans arguing and pushing each other, and I was laughing like hell. And then about the end of the third quarter, I thought that maybe somebody pulled the fire alarm.
Oh, man.
So
yeah.
They're all going out, and I was screaming at all of them. I'm like, hey, where you guys going? Who's going to stay here and help me sing Eagle Fly?
Oh, man.
And I was getting the flip-offs and all that, but oh, my God, it was so much fun.
Mike, money well spent, man. You're the man. You're the boots on the ground, not John Dickinson. Mike in Brentwood, dude.
We got Mike out in Philly.
That's incredible. I'm glad you didn't get physically assaulted, first of all. Second of all, unbelievable game. And third of all, way to rep, Mike, man. So thanks for the call. We got to keep it moving. We thank you. What a stud.
Dude, and how about the Eagles fans breaking their own rules, leaving early? Murph, when we play Madden, we call that a 21 skunk. Ooh. You're down 21 points, the game's over, turn off your console, pass the sticks over.
What's the other skunkings going? Ping pong, 7-0. Is that a skunk?
Ooh, skunk?
Yeah. Cribbage, you can get skunked, too. I think if you get to the first turn before there's a skunking. If you do the full lap before the guy gets to the first turn, that's a skunking.
Wow, I did not
Shout
know
out
that.
808 Kevin. You cribbage guy?
No, I'm not.
Cribbage guy.
Yeah.
Cribbage community. Let's rally.
808 KNBR.
All right. So let's see. Next up, Chris in Sacramento. It says Paulie Mack. Hey, we're taking calls on Paulie. What's up, Chris? How are you, man?
Great. How you guys doing?
We're good. Chris, how are you, man?
Real quick, ever since Paulie Mack got let go, I've been kind of bummed. And I fear his infamous music riffs may not continue. And I'm just wondering if there's a plan on that.
Well, I mean, it was all organic. It was never planned. Paulie and I would just kind of react to what was going on in the world, whether he went to a show and he saw like Smashing Pumpkins or something like that, or we went to Sweetwater and he played with Freenstone Peaches. That all just happened organically. Like something like Norman Lear dying at 101. Paulie and I would riff on that. So we'll talk to Waterbud about it here. That's right. That's what Kipe nicknamed him, by the way. And he'll tell me about some concert he went to. Didn't you go to? Did you go recently to the? Or that was Triple E who went to the Shoreline.
I went to a 50 Cent concert over the summer. But yeah, Chris, to your point, like I'm not going to start busting out parody songs anytime soon.
Well, I tell you what though, Chris, Yesterday, we found out that Derek Papa has that skill set, and I'm serious. I got home last night before I took my nap. I was like, I got to follow up with Derek on this.
Oh, I talked to him yesterday.
What'd he say?
I told him, congrats on your new gig.
Yeah.
He's like, what the hell are you talking about?
Well, here's what he
new
said.
Parody guy, Derek.
He said, I can't fill Paulie Mack's shoes. And I said, this is where I get my CYO whistle and my Little League baseball cap on. I said, what I tell the kids. You don't need to be Paulie Mack. You just be you. All right?
That's it.
That's what I'm coaching.
How about, hopefully someone can throw down, how about this? A little Boston. Brock Purdy.
We'll see what Derek does.
Yeah.
Chris, thanks for the call.
Thanks,
and I
Chris.
told Derek, I'm telling him publicly, his mission, should he choose to assign it, accept it, is a new Brock. We need a new Brock one because not that I didn't like. His Twisted Sister was great, but I think Brock is playing at the level right now where he's multiple song worthy. There's certain players that Paulie had multiple songs for.
Correct.
Obviously, Steffi has like 5.
Yep.
But I think Kittle has 2, maybe.
Yep, Psycho Kittle.
And
another one, yeah.
Either way, but I think Brock is at the point where he needs, because he's, damn, guy's playing, despite what Sal, the Cowboy fan at the Italian Athletic Club
Yeah,
says.
you hear that, Derek Papa? Get your ass out of the shed and give us some parody songs.
Real quick, Kareem and Vallejo, who's a longtime KNBR caller. Kareem, we love you, man. How are you?
I love you guys too, man. I'm gonna make it short and quick. Hey, Paulie Mack, man, blessings to you out there. Hope everything work out for you, man. But just want to say I've been listening to you guys for years, as you just said. And I did have a buddy, not gonna name his name. He was at that Philly game. He a diehard Philly fan. He been ripping me about the game prior to it. I said, man, we're gonna cook y'all. Be careful. So they actually panned to him during the game where he was in the crowd. I don't know if you've seen he had a little beanie on.
Yeah.
But check this out. So,
That was your guy?
Yeah, that's my guy, Joe Martinez.
Dude,
So check
Kareem,
this out now.
I rewound the TV and I filmed that on my phone. I was going to tweet it. Yeah.
That's my buddy. I grew up with him, a longtime friend. So check this out. He looks like Gary Coleman. So this is what I did. I shot a little meme to him on Facebook. The pilot episode when Willis told Arnold, we got to leave. We can't stay with Mr. Drummond. And Arnold gave him a look like, what you talking about, Willis? So I said, this how Joe Martinez looked at Willis when the Niners cooked the Eagles, man. Hey, blessings. Happy holidays to you
Kareem,
guys.
that is a high-level call,
awesome.
man. High-level call. By the way, look at somebody who looks like Gary Coleman. That's a hell of a look.
Right.
That's a hell of a. By the way, I believe R.I.P. Gary Coleman, who was once in a TV movie where he played a San Diego Padre, I want to add.
Wow.
Last caller who made it in the longest is Tony in Fresno, and then that will end the big hit. Tony in Fresno, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing?
Good, Tony. How are you, man?
I'm good. Here's the deal. We don't need Shohei. He can go play for the Dodgers or whoever else. Here's what we need. We need Bellinger. We need Chapman. We need Yamamoto, and we need to trade and grab Stroman if we have to trade for him. That's what we need.
Okay, so you're going for the 3-over-1. That is a way to go. Now, mind you, Chapman, some of these contracts are going to be big.
Yeah.
Like Snell versus, who just signed the big deal? Aaron Nola?
Aaron Nola got paid. Yeah, so he's going to get money.
I hear what you're saying, though, Tony. I appreciate the call, and I get it. This team needs more than one player.
But also, to the same argument, it's like, do you want to spend $50 million on Shohei, or do you want to spend 20 on Jock and 20 on Haniger and
Wait,
20
Jock?
on Conforto?
Did you say Jock?
Well, I was just putting it out there. By the way, shout out Jock. I saw he just posted down in Mexico, somewhere on vacation, with the title, Where Should I Play Baseball Next?
Is that what he said?
Yeah, dude. It was on
So
Instagram
he's not a
yesterday.
Giant next year, huh?
As far as I know.
Interesting.
Sources are saying.
Hey, Dwayne Kuiper said Waterbud has ownage on Jock, is what he said.
Let it be known. We got to clip that, put that in the show open.
That's pretty good. Anyway, thanks, guys, for the calls on the big hit. Sounds like everybody's pretty divided, 50-50. There's some optimism out there. There's some skepticism out there. Some people want 3-over-1. I mean, listen, here's the nightmare scenarios. They don't get Shohei, and they don't get Bellinger, they don't get Snell, and they don't get Chapman.
Well, what about Yamamoto? Can I get a Yamamoto?
Well, hey, that Korean center fielder, Lee, sounds like they're hot on him. He's 25 years old. He's won Gold Gloves. He hits .340 now. You know, that was in Korea. We'll see if he can do it in San Francisco. But anyway, enjoyed the big hit, guys. We'll do it again tomorrow. And now it's time for the Cooler of Content. I should tell everybody, by the way, we are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. Cooler Content next on the Sports Leader.
So we got Waterbud.
what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Hitman, Dante Whitner, stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Cobes to talk about how he was not surprised by the performance of Brock Purdy against the Philadelphia Eagles. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. All right, everyone, chill. This is the Cooler. You're not sending me to the Cooler of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, guys, Cooler of content. Hey, Jen Mueller, our friend from Seattle, going to join us at 9:15. I will confess, I'm having trouble turning the brain towards the Seahawks. Now, that's because three things. One, the Eagle game was so insane. Actually, four things. One, it's been an emotional week, so it's kind of hard for me to think straight. Two, the Eagle game was insane. Three, it's only Wednesday, so you shouldn't be. And then four, I'm going to be honest, I'm wheels up to Dublin tomorrow. So I'm going to be landing Sunday. If we're on time, and Aer Lingus is usually on time, I'll be landing at like 3:30 on Sunday in San Francisco. Now, what's your experience been with Wi-Fi on airplanes? Has anybody ever had a positive experience?
Oh, shout out to the 1%ers who pay for the Wi-Fi on airplanes.
Shout out to the 1%ers who pay for it, and then it doesn't work.
And then it doesn't even work. So what's the purpose of even doing it?
So it's very frustrating. Then if I didn't get it, and I went stone cold and just turned on my phone when we landed, turned on my phone when we landed, there's that 30 seconds as your phone is booting up of tension where you're like, is it going to say like Seahawks 28, 49ers 10? You know what I mean? It's like,
because you never know, because there is that dead period where you lose all access to the actual world. Like we talked about last year when I flew out to Philadelphia for the Army-Navy game. Yes. I got on the plane. Raiders were playing Baker Mayfield off a 2-day notice in the L.A. Rams. I landed and had to watch Baker Mayfield lead a game-winning drive in the Philadelphia airport.
You're standing in the Philly airport.
Yeah,
surrounded by Eagles fans, no less, too.
Yeah, just walking by saying, go Birds, go Birds.
All right, Cooler of content. RG3. So he's media now, right? ESPN and doing podcasts. He tells his story about Tom Brady and how he met Tom Brady when he was playing and was having I guess they were doing joint practices. I think it was when the Griffin was with Washington and Brady was in there. So they were doing a joint practice, and after the joint practice, he went to go talk to the GOAT. Some would call him the GOAT. I wouldn't. But anyway, here's RG3 tells a kind of a funny story. Check it out.
When you get around one of the greats in the game, and you know this, you want to take as much from them as you possibly can. So after practice, I approached Tom, and we're talking, and he talked to me for a long time, 20, 30 minutes. And I asked him, I said, man, listen, I would absolutely love to just come work out with you, watch tape with you in the off season, be able to, really soak up all of this Tom Brady-isms as I possibly can. And Gronk, this man looked me dead in the face, and in the nicest tone ever, he said, I can't do that for you, RG. I love you. I love your game. I think you have a bright future, but we're competitors right now, and I can't give you any of my secrets that'll help you go out there and beat me. And Smooth just was like, shook my hand, walked away, the nicest way possible. And I'm just like, yo, Tom Brady just told me to F off without saying F off in the most nice way possible. But I was like a little crushed by it. But because he was such a great player and I looked up to him so much, I just let it go and just moved on from it. But it speaks to what you're talking about with his ability to compete at every single thing he's possibly doing and doesn't want to let anybody in.
All right, good story, Robert Griffin. And so it's interesting. So here's the question. Like, do you believe that, like, Brady did the right thing? Like, you're a competitor, you're an NFL quarterback trying to beat me. I'm not letting you in. Or are you of the, no, man, hey, we're all in this together. We're all playing quarterback. Let's just go perform on the field, but here's how I do it. Where do you come down?
See, I'm not a Brady guy, but I actually kind of respect his competitive edge here. But also, it got to the point where he didn't want to help out his opposing players. He didn't even want to help out his backup quarterback. Do you remember when Jimmy G got locked out of the TB12 facility?
That's right.
Like,
that was the story. I don't know if it was ever verified.
Like, he never even wanted to help out his backup quarterback because he thought someone was going to steal his job.
Or is that like psycho behavior?
That's psycho. But that's why he's considered the most accomplished of all time.
I've always wondered, like John Wooden, at the peak of his fame, wrote, Practical Modern Basketball. He's like, here's what I do. I'm like, damn. I remember we had the great Neil Hayes, who I wrote the Tiger Woods book with, and he was the De La Salle Chronicle. He wrote When the Game Stands Tall, that made a movie out of it. Mm-hmm. And then Bob Laddister, the legend, Coach Ladd, what's up if you're listening? He wrote a book about the De La Salle way. Like, this is how we do it at De La Salle. And Neil was like, and I remember some people, we had Neil on promoting the book, and some De La Salle people were like, damn, Coach Ladd, don't tell him how we do it.
Yeah,
right?
Those are the secrets. And that goes back to the Patriot way with Tom Brady.
Or, and again, Marcus needs somebody, or you could just say, hey, I prefer to go the Houston Astros way and just steal it from you. You know what I mean? Thank you very much. Or the Michigan football way and steal it from you. Did you guys hear the Missouri, and I wanted to throw this in the cooler of content, did you guys hear the Missouri football coach riffing on that?
No, I missed that.
So they have a pretty prominent bowl game against who they playing. Missouri football is actually pretty good. Shout out Dieter.
I'm sure I'm going to be talking with Dieter about it on Friday.
Their coach, Eli Drinkwitz, is kind of one of these up-and-coming guys, and who are they playing? Oh, I think they're playing Ohio State, right?
Yeah, you're correct. Number 9, Missouri. Number 7, Ohio State.
And we should find this. Tell Kyle to find this. At the end of his press conference, he goes, hey, guys, I got to go. I'm getting texts from Connor Stallions. I got to go.
I did see that, actually.
Dude, he's right. You got to love a college football guy riffing like that. Yeah. So, meanwhile, we talked about this all morning. Ike from Ike's Love and Sandwiches, genius. Genius. Because now everybody's talking about him. Coast to coast. I heard a national show talk about him.
So I see him. He's getting quoted by baseball Twitter accounts and stuff like that.
Now all anybody wants is an Ike sandwich right now.
So I've been thinking about those Dutch crunch rolls for the past couple of days now.
Which one are you going to hit?
Oh, see, Kipe is right. The Matt Cain is usually my go-to. The Barry Bonds is also good.
Which property?
Oh, which Ike's?
Yeah.
Oh, there's one down in Cupertino near De Anza College that I usually stop by on my way home. Yeah, right off 280.
I got huge news for you. Ike doesn't do North Bay.
Wow.
Ike draws the line.
Where you see?
Ike says, I ain't doing it. If Bart doesn't go there, I'm not going. So
what about the 9 Bay Area counties?
The only time I've ever gotten one was down in San Mateo when I was on a roadie. Yeah.
We had him dance stand last year for Fan Fest. We had a bunch of Ikes.
I was too busy working, buddy.
That's it, man. I was up cruising around.
Anyway, Ike's a genius. He's the Bay Area's own, I believe, Millbrae in Mills High School, somebody said. Shout out Ralph Barbieri, and I think isn't that Spider Leland territory, Millbrae?
Oh, yeah, small town near the airport, Murph.
So, anyway, Ike here he is making the genius pitch to get Shohei Ohtani here.
Shohei, come take a bite. Let's eat at Ike's. So you saw Kevin Durant get free Ike's for life when he signed with the Warriors, and then we offered an Aaron Judge sandwich and free Ike's for life to Aaron Judge, and we know how that one turned out. And so for you, Shohei, I'm going to one-up this. If you sign with the San Francisco Giants, not only will we design a sandwich together and you'll get free Ike's for life, but instead of Ike's Love and Sandwiches, I'm going to rename it to Shohei's Love and Sandwiches.
Whoa! Now, is that, you think he'd have the balls to do that? Would he follow up?
See, that's the thing. It's
change the name?
Is he saying?
Or he's I was just riffing, guys.
Is he
thinking
oh, he's going to the Dodgers. Let me throw this out as a proposition. I mean,
yeah. Does Ike know something we don't know?
Legally, can he change his name to Shohei's Love and Sandwich? I'm sure he could.
Yeah, I know. What if Shohei's no, I need a trademark on that?
Yeah. What if Sandwich is I'm actually a lettuce wrap kind of guy?
If he changed the name to Shohei's, would it hurt or help the business?
I think it's got to help it, right?
But what about Ike's ego wanting the name on it?
Yeah.
He's got the whole drawing of Ike and everything. You know
That's
what I mean?
true. That's the big question. Are we going to get to the cartoon face of a Shohei Ohtani?
The cartoon face of a Shohei, the cartoon face of an Ike. Anyway,
and what would Shohei Ohtani put on his sandwich? That's the real question.
I would also say that Ike's brilliant promotion of inserting himself in the Shohei sweepstakes is right up there with the legendary time that the Chronicle had a little 3-paragraph story about a guy who got stabbed or shot on Polk Street in the middle of the night one night.
Wow.
And the guy staggered into Bob's Donuts to get medical help. And it was just a short little blurb in the paper. And the Bob's owner said, you ready for this? I think he came in here because he knows we're open 24 hours. all time. Turning a tragic incident on the street into a promo. Come on in, guys. We're open 24 hours.
Hey, Murph, all press is good press, right?
Incredible. All right, guys. Well, there's your call. We got the Eli Drinkwitz. Hey, look at Kyle. Look at California Kyle.
The kid Kyle?
Not bad. This is Eli Drinkwitz doing his, what bowl is it, Marcus? Do you have it in front of you?
Oh, it's the Cotton Bowl.
Oh, okay. The Ohio State, it's an attractive matchup, Ohio State, Missouri. And he's doing a riff at the end of his press conference, and he riffs on this Michigan sign stealer.
Hey, guys, I got a quick phone call. Connor Stallion's beeping in right here. I'm trying to get a few signals here, so I got to go. But as soon as we get done, look forward to competing against Ryan Day, and we'll go from there.
I think I just became a Missouri football fan.
Dude, he had the host snorting in laughter.
I think I'm going Mizzou, baby. Shout out Alden Smith, right? All right, guys, so there you go. Dieter. Dieter will probably, and I say this with love, Dieter. But I imagine Dieter's like, yeah, it's not funny.
No, he's like, I don't understand the riff.
I can imagine Dieter, because Dieter's not huge on the Dieter's not huge. He's not coming in cracking one-liners.
I don't get the whole thing with Connor Stallions.
That's
Marcus,
your guy Friday, right?
That's it. Me and Dieter. You got us till 10, Murph.
Okay, buddy. Okay, thank you, Cooler of Content. Thank you, Dwayne Kuiper. Thank you, Shohei Ohtani. Big hit. We'll get the clock back right, sort it out. Give away an Amici's $100 gift card. Stay tuned for that. I'll call it out when I say call out. Not now, when I say it. And then Jen Mueller from Seattle talking Niners Seahawks at 9:15 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I got a quick phone call. Connor Stallion's beeping in right here.
All right, Stock Provident Credit Union. In fact, I am going to see Jim and John from Provident today. We're going to lunch. And I'll tell them that I was telling people about the Pick a Term certificate, because it's an incredible money-saving tip that helps you take control of your finances. All right, make an investment on your own terms. The Pick a Term certificate from Provident Credit Union is the ultimate solution to help your savings grow just the way you want. So, with the Pick a Term certificate, you are in the driver's seat. With a 3, 6, 9, or 12-month term, you enjoy an unbeatable annual percentage yield of 4.75%. You heard me correctly, 4.75%. So whether you're budgeting for short-term goals or long-term plans, this offer puts you firmly in control to grow your investments your way. So don't hesitate. This offer is only for a limited time. Visit providentcu.org today to learn more and start your application. The rate's effective October 1, 2023. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. For additional information, please visit providentcu.org.
Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
too much. We just knew what we was coming in there with, and that was a team full of guys that, that's physical, that's fast, and love to play the game. And just whatever happens is going to happen. We definitely was on one all week, and we knew we wanted to get this one from Brock for sure because he didn't have a complete chance to finish this game. But, the determination and the physicality and how fast we was flying around out there.
The voice of Deebo Samuel yesterday on the Up and Adams podcast with Kay Adams talking about Brock Purdy, his MVP odds, and the revenge of him going back to the same place he tore his UCL last year. After Deebo talked a lot about the 49ers and Eagles NFC Championship match, they got the last laugh. Maybe channeling an inner Micah Parsons, who said earlier this year, laugh now, cry later. Well, the Eagles are laughing. Now they're crying. Literally, Jalen Carter crying on the sideline. And now my man Brian Murphy joins me back in studio.
Sorry about that.
Welcome back to the Murphy Market Show.
I just wanted to take you guys inside the little mechanical flaw in this show. Is that we do the power hour, which I'm very happy to do. Or I don't even know if we're calling it that anymore. But we go Kipe or Krug or Tim Ryan or Greg Papa. Arrow, the big hit, which is great. We talked to you guys. Arrow, cooler of content, and it's pretty much uninterrupted, right? And that's the particular time of day when I run out of water and coffee. Mm-hmm. That's like the rhythm I'm in, and I run out. And so at 35, 36, 37, we go to break. That's my time to refill. And that happens to be like our shortest break of the day. It's maybe if Copes, we got a program director?
Yeah.
Can we build in a little couple minutes?
That's always been the biggest issue.
I just running back in, and you guys are back on the air.
Yeah, and Murph, we go an hour straight, 7:35 to 8:35. So most of the time, I try to stock up on water and coffee before the power hour starts.
Yeah, but then I drain it all.
Yeah, exactly. Then it leads to a bathroom break. Then I'm trying to run back and forth in another 30 seconds.
So you're with me.
I'm with you,
These
Murph.
are the rigors of our job.
What a tough life we have.
These are the rigors of our job.
Poor us. Boo-hoo.
Andy Baggerly joins Tolbert and Copes at 4:30 this evening talking Shohei. So, yeah, there you go. Well, Deebo's saying the MVP talk for Brock Purdy. I told you last night I had a funny experience at the SF Italian Athletic Club stag dinner, sitting next to a avowed Cowboy fan who, while I was happy he listens to the show, was relentless in his anti-Niners, and I couldn't believe it's out there, like anti-Purdy stuff, that he's completely a product of the Yak Bros, that look what happened when Deebo and Trent were out, they lost games. I'm like, bro, first of all, people lose games, all right? You're allowed to lose a game. Zach Wilson and the Jets beat Jalen Hurts and the Eagles, you know what I mean? So it's just crazy to me, because if you watch the games, you heard the Rex Ryan cut we played earlier today. Rex Ryan was like, dude, I've watched a lot of football. This guy's got Montana-like qualities. He said, I'm not saying he is Joe Montana, but that similar style of pocket awareness, short space athleticism, able to throw on the move, and good decision-making. I mean, to me, if you're just a hater if you're not seeing it.
And that's been the biggest problem, not just with Brock Purdy and his MVP case, but how much do we talk about the East Coast bias? How much do we not focus on what's going on the West Coast? And that's why it was ridiculous that Brock Purdy wasn't one of the top favorites in the MVP race until he went on this past weekend on the national stage, where, by the way, I heard Fox put up huge numbers with America's Game of the Week.
Yeah.
Like bigger than any other Sunday night game so far this year. But last week was not the real first chance that other people on the East Coast got to see Brock Purdy, but even in a game that he throws 4 touchdown passes, I see people on social media, well, yeah, he had 213 yards after the catch from Deebo and McCaffrey and the Yak Bros. It's not really him, it's the system. He just put up 42 points on the 2 best teams in the NFC East outside of the 49ers, the Eagles and the Cowboys.
Well, as Eric Branch points out in his piece today, that was entirely the Niners' game plan, was to take advantage of the linebacker problem with the Eagles. And that meant short crossing routes to take advantage. So it wasn't about going deep to try to beat their corners and safeties. It was about hitting athletes in space in front of linebackers who can't catch up with them. It's called a game plan, guys.
Yeah, tell it to Nicholas Morrow when he's trying to chase down Christian McCaffrey running by him.
So you study your opponent, you figure out their weakness, you exploit it, you kick their ass, and then you fly home, and people still don't, whatever.
And like, I would almost get the argument if it made sense, but it completely doesn't, because when you're talking about the Yak Bros and the yards after the catch, yeah, that's great. That's a huge part of the 49er offense. But Brock Purdy is also number 1 in yards per attempt, number 1 in yards per completion. Like, all these stats show that he's pushing the ball downfield, and he still has the highest completion percentage in the NFL also.
And we talked about the famous deep balls again to Kittle and Ayuk in the games all running together in my brain now. Which games were those? Help me out, Marcus.
Oh, Ayuk was a couple weeks ago. George Kittle was at home at Levi's down the right sideline. I want to say that was against the Cowboys, because that's the game that Kittle had 3 touchdowns, correct?
No, it was a different one. It was within the last couple weeks here. God, how about my brain in Niner games?
What happened to you, Murph? What happened to your brain, huh?
Who'd they? Was it Tampa Bay?
Your brain, bro?
Was it Tampa Bay?
What happened to you?
Was it? They beat the let's see, week 12. It was Seahawks. Did you do it to Seattle?
No, because I was up in Seattle. Both of the big touchdowns to Ayuk and Kittle happened at Levi's, because I was there for both of those games.
Well, no, it was
one,
the Jags.
It was one against the Buccaneers.
At the Jags?
Other one.
Anyway, irrelevant.
It doesn't
Point
matter.
is that
He threw
threw
touchdown passes. Come on. What are we debating?
All right, we'll really start ramping up Niner Talk tomorrow with Greg Cosell. And, of course, as we get going, John Lynch on Friday, that even though I'll be in Ireland, you got Water Bud. If you missed it, Wayne Kuiper nicknamed Marcus Water Bud.
Water Bud.
This is kind of a classic Kuiper thing here. So
So we got Water Bud?
Yes. So funny. He's funny, though, right? So we're going to get that news real soon about the Ford Frick, right?
That's true.
Listen, as I said, I don't need that award to tell me what those guys mean to us. No. You know what I mean? So, Kruk and Kipe doesn't matter. If you win it, great, cool. It'll be a nice moment, a nice trip to Cooperstown and all that. But if not, give it to them next year, or wait till a year when you can give it to them together.
That's it.
You know what I mean?
Because it's long overdue for both of them. The fact that neither of them aren't there is ridiculous.
They're not going to do it, though, where they don't give it to them together. Okay, so here's the deal. We have teased it all morning long. Now is the time to snag your $100 Amici's gift card. This is great. You will see the Niners playing the Seahawks Sunday? Bam! Here's your $100 gift card. Here's your party. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR wins $100 Amici's East Coast Pizzeria gift card. And, of course, Amici's East Coast Pizzeria's 13 Bay Area locations. Dine-in, takeout, delivery. Your favorite East Coast style pizzas, pastas, and flame-roasted chicken wings. Check out the menu and order online at amicis.com. Okay, circling back, Bob Melvin, man. He's the voice of your Giants now, and he talked yesterday. So you want to hear Bob Melvin from the winter meetings, and we can react to what he said next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
I think we can still see some strange things happen, but if you had to rank them right now, you'd certainly look at the Dodgers and Blue Jays as the two favorites.
Any intel, Sandy, as to how the Giants dropped out of the mix? I know there was a lot of speculation that they would be among the front runners for Ohtani's services.
Yeah, I don't really know why or when they would have dropped out. I know there was some speculation that he doesn't really like hitting in that ballpark. Maybe that was a factor for him, obviously, especially knowing that he's only going to be hitting in 2024. He's got his pick of the litter here, so if he doesn't like hitting in a ballpark, it wouldn't make much sense for him to make that his permanent home for 81 games a year.
I don't know what I'm, more intrigued to talk about right now, the Shohei Ohtani sweepstakes, or the fact that young Tony is learning his craft so well. See that kid in the rectangle there in our little, that's him. He doesn't know who Norman Lear is. But when I told him one of the great figures in American TV history died today at the age of 101, so we're going to need some of his theme songs today. The kid said, I got you, Murph. Give me Sanford and Son here. Keep this going here, by the way. This was composed by the legendary Quincy Jones. Who, Quincy Jones, what do you want? What do you want? Thriller? What do you want? I mean, Quincy Jones is like one of the greatest producers of all time, and he concocted this jam for Sanford and Son featuring Red Fox.
Now, I'm guessing that Tony is not familiar with the TV show. Are you at least familiar with this theme song? Wow, because I've heard it in like other pieces of pop culture. Dun, 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 dun,
sure, because it's a stone cold jam by Quincy Jones.
Exactly.
That's why.
So I know it, Murph.
Give it some more. Boom, boom. Now we're going to keys. So Sanford and Son was on in the 70s. So Norman Lear, he died at the age of 101, and I'm always going to shout out cultural icons who pass. I think I can say without question he's the most influential guy in TV history. He really is. His shows broke the mold like no other. And if you lived through a certain era, All in the Family on Sunday nights with Archie Bunker bringing incredible hot takes about American culture and Vietnam and race relations and you name it, religion, whatever, with his meathead son-in-law and, of course, his quote-unquote dingbat wife, Edith, who had the heart of gold, was a show that when I was a kid, so I'm young, and my mom and dad and brother, and so we all sat down and watched this. I mean, and iconic opening, boy, the way Glenn Miller played, that whole deal. So Norman Lear, and then from there, the Jeffersons were moving on up to the east side, going to get a piece of the pie, to also Maude and Sanford and Son, and on and on and on. We played Good Times earlier today. Mm-hmm. So anyway, just wanted to shout that out. Here's my question before we get into the baseball. Do you want to make it to 101? Marcus, do you want to make it to 101?
That's a lot of life, Murph.
Do you want to make it? Well, you got to imagine the last 10, 15, it ain't easy.
I was going to say, what really are you doing at 101 is the question.
Well, you're getting up, you're having breakfast.
I guess. You're still enjoying life,
Watching a ball game?
Smelling the flowers,
Watching a ball game, maybe?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Listening to Quincy Jones?
I'll take 101 years.
So you'll go 101?
Yeah,
a ball game.
It gives me some more ball games, Murph.
What if I offer you an Ike's sandwich at 101?
I'll take it, as long as Shohei Ohtani's face is on it.
Here's my question is, will you be able to consume it with the teeth that you'll be rocking at age 101?
Yeah, I'm going to have to put that through a blender, Murph.
So, anyway, that guy is an all-time name in U.S. entertainment history, and he made it to 101. So everybody cue up your legendary sitcoms from Norman Lear. And he was probably a Dodger fan because he lived in L.A. forever. That's why we're transition. So the one thing we didn't really talk about, we referenced it.
Yes.
I think we played it once.
We played it in the 6 a.m. hour.
Yeah. Dave Roberts, Dodger manager. So I get a text from my kid who's all over this stuff. By the way, he shouldn't be texting at school, right?
Oh, good luck with that.
But he writes in all caps, Roberts choked.
All caps.
All
nice,
caps.
Nice.
And I was like, come on.
That's how you know it's serious.
And then he's like, he blew it. And I was like, well, I mean, Did he?
I hope so.
Did he blow it?
I really hope so.
So here's what Dave Roberts said. Do you have it, young Tony? As he pods down Quincy Jones. Dave Roberts doing a winter meetings hit in Nashville. And he was asked, I guess, do you have the question? Did they ask him?
I do not have the question for the context.
It's something about Shohei, or did you meet with Shohei?
I think he was straight up asked, did you guys meet with Shohei Ohtani?
So here's what Dave Roberts said.
It's a good possibility. I think that, we met with him. I don't want to, I'd like to be honest. And so we met with Shohei, and we talked, and I think it went well. But at the end of the day, he's his own man, and he's going to do what's best for himself, where he feels most comfortable.
Okay. Seems like an innocuous quote, right? Except Shohei's agent has reportedly said, do not leak anything about our meetings or our talks, and if you do, it will be held against you.
I think it went well.
Which is, by the way, a hell of a thing to lay down.
Which is like, yeah, if you're talking about like the groundwork of like your contract negotiations, like they're setting the same exact rules as Fight Club, Murph. The first rule of Fight Club, you don't talk about Fight Club. The first rule about the Shohei Ohtani sweepstake is you don't talk about Shohei Ohtani.
Probably a stupid question, but I'll throw it out there. Does it turn you off that that's how he's handling it?
Actually, like I disagree with Buster Only's take that it's bad for baseball that people aren't talking about it more because look at us this morning.
Well,
talking about it more. Like I actually like the mysterious element that Shohei is adding to this conversation.
Don't you like Aaron Judge entering the St. Regis Hotel lobby and having a Yes Network reporter spring out from behind the plants?
That's true, but now we're trying to like put together the pieces ourselves. Like it's a game of like True Detective.
Well,
like
let me ask you a question.
Farhan and Buster down at Oracle this Saturday.
There was a report that he met with the Blue Jays. That means somehow that report got out. Does that hurt the Blue Jays?
That's it. Blue Jays are out.
The Giants, by all indications, have honored his wishes.
Correct. I heard Susan yesterday on the show. That's where we were getting most of the information about the secret meetings this weekend. And she said when she talked to a representative from the Giants, they neither confirmed or denied that they met with Shohei Ohtani.
So, you know, Waterboy, what you're supposed to do when you're a beat writer, you say there's two levels. There's off the record, and then there's deep background. It's like off the record. And Bill Walsh used to make jokes about this. Yeah, off the record means they'll only wait 2 or 3 days to write what you said. And deep background means they'll wait 5 or 6 days to write what you said. Right? Bill Walsh once said that. But you're theoretically, when you're a beat writer, you have these relationships with your sources and you say, listen, you know, I'm not going to write this, but I don't want to get the story wrong. Can you help me out? We're not going to talk on the record. Your name's not here. And the guy says, well, yeah, you're barking up the wrong tree. That's not happening. You're like, well, thank you. You know what I mean? You move on to the next story. Or they say, hey, no, you're barking up the right tree. And you're like, okay, you know, deep background is like, okay. Deep background is like, okay, this never happened. But, you know, what the heck happened in San Diego? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But, I mean, you know, you kind of have to have this relationship like a quid pro quo. Like, you got to give them something, too. Like, you know, they're like, yeah, well, what did so-and-so say? So, anyway, it's a complicated thing, and it takes years to build. You got to have a lot of conversations with your sources with your notebook in the back pocket. You can't always walk up writing down everything they say. You have to build human relationships, right? So it's interesting that even with Susan, who's built up tons of relationships with Farhan, I would imagine they might have talked to Susan, but she's such a pro, she ain't gonna let it out. You know what I mean? But she's now shaping her stories a certain way. You know, so it's intriguing. I mean, so it's palace intrigue now, is what it is.
Correct,
right?
and like even going back to the Dave Roberts comments, I know he kind of tried to defend himself after saying, "Look, I'm not a liar. I wanted to be honest. I wanted to be truthful with the media." Dude, all you had to say was no comment.
Yeah.
They asked the same questions to Bob Melvin yesterday. Guess what he said? No comment.
Yeah.
Like, it's as simple as that. It's not rocket science.
Right. He didn't.
No. Like, come on. Like, you can go full, like, I plead the fifth.
He said
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
The story was that he looked at his phone and looked alarmed because I guess Dodger PR was writing abort with the red siren. You know?
Dude. It's like when your teacher catches you texting in class.
He said, I didn't want to give a false answer knowingly. Now, Kipe said to us, maybe he said that because he knows he's got him.
See, there were also quotes that came out from Dave Roberts asking about Shohei Ohtani as a pitcher. And he said, well, we believe that he's going to pitch again. We're betting on the player.
Okay.
So to me, kind of reading in between the lines, that was obviously a discussion that they had during those meetings last weekend.
Man. So listen, I wrote a jock blog about this a long time ago about how he's either going to go to the Dodgers or the Giants. That was my view back then. And I was calling it the Meek Mill signing because it's dreams and nightmares.
There it is.
It's either the dream of him signing with us or the nightmare of him signing with the Dodgers. They call that the zero-sum game. So I don't know, man. And Shohei has made it this way. There's not a single person in the industry who knows where he's going. Not a single person in the industry. But there are people who believe the Giants are legitimate players in this thing.
Yeah, so I've got the Las Vegas odds for you right here, Murph.
Okay, right.
And as recently as this morning, it's the Dodgers favored at -175.
Okay.
The Blue Jays plus 160.
Okay.
The Angels still in the conversation. Third best odds at plus 700.
Who's going to throw money on the Angels? Wait, plus 700. So the
Plus
Giants are below
700.
that?
Giants are plus 800 right behind
You know
them,
what?
number 4 spot.
You might want to throw $5 on that.
You're saying there's a chance, yeah.
I mean, plus 800?
8 times your money, yep.
I mean, I wouldn't usually bet on something like that, but that sounds like it's worth it, isn't it?
And
Unless they know.
Unless they already know why the Dodgers are minus 175.
Vegas knows everything,
Yeah,
right?
they know everything.
They had the Niners favored in Philly.
They did indeed.
They did.
And they've got them favored by 10.5 this weekend against the Seahawks.
Which is our next topic as we welcome Jen Mueller, our buddy from Seattle, to talk about the 49ers and the Seahawks next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Greg Cosell stopped by the afternoon show yesterday for his weekly hit with Tolbert and Copes to break down the game footage of the 49ers win over the Eagles and to get you ready for their weekend matchup against the Seattle Seahawks. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app. All right, everybody. Thanks for listening to the Murph and Marcus show this morning. And on the UMA guest line is our good friend Steve Moskowitz, who is here this morning to tell us how we can get a 10% discount on our 2023 tax prep.
That's right. Here it is, December. And I'd really like your listeners to save money on their taxes. We're going to start off with giving you an early bird 10% discount. But that's only part of the reason. I want you to start thinking about your taxes because now is the time to do things in a lot of cases before December 31st to save taxes. For example, suppose you're thinking about buying a Tesla. You get a $7,500 tax credit up to December 31st, and if you buy it in January, you get half of that. I just want to get everybody thinking about their taxes because most people cheat on their taxes. They cheat themselves because they don't take everything to which they're entitled. That's what we want to do for you. We want to take care of your taxes and give you a 10% discount for retaining us in December for your 23 income tax return preparation.
Take advantage of those discounts and give Steve Moskowitz a call at 1-888-TAX-DEAL or find him at moskowitzllp.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
All right. It's only been 2 weeks since we last talked to our great friend up in Seattle, Jen Mueller, but this is the schedule they gave us because you turn around and here they are again. So we can rely on our friend from Root Sports Northwest, does the on-air Mariners Kraken and Seahawks sideline. She missed Seattle, Queen of Seattle. Jen, welcome back to the show. And hey, before we get going, we're going to ask a non-Seahawks question. Where is Seattle with Shohei Ohtani? Because it seems like on a sort of a quiet day in sports yesterday, it kind of surged to the fore at the winter meetings, like Shohei. Like everybody's got a theory. Where's Seattle in all this?
I am not sure that Seattle's going to be in play just by the size of that contract and the flexibility that he wants. I know that there was some conversation during the season, but I don't think that they are going to be serious players. I do think it's interesting that people are now starting to talk about who's talked to Shohei when that was under such lockdown for a while. But, interesting storylines out of the winter meetings.
By the way, wasn't there a great sadness in Seattle about this trade that went down just last week? Jared Kalenic and some others going. I thought I saw some fan reaction was bummed out. Are the fans bummed at that trade?
Well, I think it's the combination of things. It's the combination of you did not re-sign Teoscar Hernandez. You traded away Eugenio Suarez, who was a huge fan favorite. You trade away Jared Kelenic, who still has a lot of potential. Marco Gonzalez was a longtime starting pitcher here who has deep ties to the community. He was part of that trade with Kelenic. I just think it's the combination of things. And then it's hearing the conversation coming out of the winter meetings that payroll is going to be a little smaller than they thought. So there's some angst in the fan base.
Man, Jen, between that and the Seahawks plummeting, the only thing you guys got are the Huskies.
You know what? I was waiting for this. Like, you buttered me up just to roast me. I knew what was going to happen. And yes, the dogs have happened. Fantastic year. Yes. But I've been waiting for it.
Bear down.
Take your shots. I know.
Oh, man. Well, listen, I'm just looking at the stat. I mean, I'm seeing L.
About that, Jen.
So, Jen.
You know, the Seahawks have never lost 4 straight under Pete Carroll.
Okay.
Never.
There's how we start our conversation.
Right. There's the angle, Jen. There it is.
So, there you go.
So, listen, I mean, 17-16 to the Rams was the first one, 31-13 to the Niners on Thanksgiving night when we last talked to you. And then that rollicking Thursday night game that they lose to Dallas 41-35. All right. Do tell us the state of the Seattle Seahawks, Jen. They're in the playoff mix, but how downcast is Seahawks HQ right now?
Well, it helps that they've had a couple of days off and that you get to restart this week. Dallas, there was a lot of good things. The Cowboys had not trailed in their building at all this season. Seattle had leads in that game, including going into the fourth quarter. But for a 5th straight game, the defense allows points in the fourth quarter. The Cowboys get a chance to grab the lead. And I think the concerning thing is the decisions in the final couple of drives, right, on offense, and just kind of what you were dealing with at that point of the game. We had seen some awesome stuff. I'll tell you what the conversation was after the shellacking on Thursday night against the Niners. The need to put people in position to succeed and to maximize their unique talent. I thought the Seahawks did a great job of that on offense against Dallas. We saw DK get more involved. You saw Jackson Smith and Jigba getting more involved. You saw different personnel groupings on the field. It was great. You just couldn't close the door. And so I think that there's some optimism, but it's also frustration over the inconsistencies that you're seeing in game and from week to week.
All right, Jen Mueller is joining us, of course, from Seattle, Root Sports Northwest, and Seattle Seahawks sideline reporter Marcus Boucher. Marcus?
Yeah, and Jen, one of the biggest differences that I think we could see this weekend is the presence of someone like Kenneth Walker, who was not able to play last time when the 49ers squared off on Thanksgiving. What's the latest update on the K9 and his playing availability for this weekend?
Yeah, we have not had a practice yet this week. That's going to happen today, so we'll get injury reports and see what his status is. Pete Carroll was optimistic that he would be able to be back on the field in some capacity this week. Now, that was last week, and they had the extra long weekend, so I'm not sure. But you're right. Zach Charbonnet is a hard runner. I mean, you guys saw him when he was in college down there, but you're missing that style difference with him. You're missing that 1-2 punch. DJ Dallas is a great third down back, but it's not enough of a style changeup. And Kenny McIntosh, the draft pick out of Georgia, he's been active the last couple of weeks, but only involved on special teams, which I think I was a little surprised at. I thought maybe with a thin running back group, they would get him involved in Dallas as a bit of a changeup. He's a speedster. But you're right. If Ken Walker can play, that does change the complexion of things quite a bit.
All right, Jen Mueller checking in from Seattle as the Seahawks, licking their wounds, have lost 3 in a row, went from 6-3 to 6-6, and are now sort of battling in the NFC playoff picture. I got a question, obviously, about how you felt about the 49ers. So, I mean, listen.
Do I have to talk about the 49ers? Do you ask everybody to just say nice things about the Niners? Is that what happens here?
I mean, right now, things are going pretty well down here in the Bay. But actually, I have a fun question. Did anybody in Seattle react to the Thanksgiving turkey? Because, we're sensitive down here. We're sad, sensitive people. And that 2014 turkey eating, and the big difference, Jen, was NBC set it up on the 50-yard line for Russ and Rich to eat. Yeah. And they shunted Brock Purdy and the crew over to the sideline. So I'm wondering, did it even resonate up in Seattle that they ate turkey in their building?
A little bit, but quite honestly, there were so many questions about what happened in that game. I think they kind of moved past that one pretty quickly. But yeah, yes, it doesn't feel good, but I think there were bigger concerns after that one, to be quite honest.
Right.
Your original question, how good are the Niners? Golly, that's a good team. I mean, I used Sunday having the off day as kind of the film study, watching the Niners and the Eagles. And to see San Francisco with -6 yards in the first quarter. Seattle had 0 yards against San Francisco in the first quarter. And the Niners have -6. And I'm like, well, okay, certainly this has to say something about Seattle. Nope. Then San Francisco makes all of the adjustments. It was unbelievable. It is truly a talented team. And I don't know, there's, conversation about how does Seattle close the gap, right, against the Niners and what do you need personnel-wise. Man, I don't know that it's about closing the gap as much as it's just watching San Francisco get stronger. It is such a well-coached team, and that offense and that defense is so in sync with each other. It just makes a huge difference. So, as much as it pains me, I will absolutely sing the praises of that group because it is. If we didn't have to play them, they would be a real fun team to watch.
Well, that was. By the way, those are some of the most enjoyable 2 minutes I've had all day, Jen. Thank you very much for that.
And Jen, I know it was certainly enjoyable to watch a guy like Charvarius Mooney-Ward shadow around DK Metcalf a couple weeks ago. So I'd love to get your breakdown of that matchup, which led to the lack of the sign language celebrations from DK Metcalf. I don't know how good your sign language skills are if you're able to interpret them down on the sideline. But what do you think about DK's sign language celebrations in that matchup with Charvarius Ward?
It was a great matchup, and I'm a little bit surprised. And not because Charvarius Ward isn't a great cover guy. Like, that's not what I was surprised at. I was a little bit surprised that DK could not use his physicality a little bit more in that matchup. I am very curious to see what that looks like coming off of Deron Bland last week. He tried to match up against DK, and you saw the physicality and the speed and the quickness. And I don't know what the difference was. Maybe it was just playing in Dallas, and I don't know. But I would expect that matchup to look just a little bit different this time because they did seem to find something, that connection between Geno and DK, that's been off for a couple of weeks, just a little bit. The timing just hasn't been there. The anticipation from Geno hasn't quite been there. That looked different last Thursday, so I am very much looking forward to the matchup between Ward and DK.
All right, Jen, we won't put you through any more torture, but that stat you're hitting us with, they've never lost 4 in a row under Pete. That's what you guys are, that's what you're putting in the overhead bin when you fly down here, huh?
Look, I am a silver linings kind of gal, man. And so it is the grayest, darkest, dreariest day in Seattle right now. We're under a flood warning.
Oh, yeah.
I know. Yeah,
I've been reading about that. How is that, by the way?
It's not fun.
Okay.
I mean, it's fine, but, it's so gray. So I'm going to use that as my little silver lining of hope this week.
I do believe.
I'm going to go in, and I'm going to smile, and this is going to be awesome.
I think we have sort of a standard sort of Bay Area weekend in store for you. It should be just sort of mild, and I got you 60 degrees and dry. How's that?
Oh, I love that. You know what? That is the least you could do after putting me through this last week.
Well, hopefully,
hopefully
there's a restaurant that you like you get to go to. All right? How's that?
Yeah, we'll find something.
All right, Jen. Thanks for being a good sport as always.
All right.
We'll catch you down the road.
All
Be
right,
good.
thanks, Jen.
Jen Mueller. That was
Take
it.
care.
Hey, for once we had the upper hand.
That's
for
it.
once. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, what, they've won 4 in a row now against the Seahawks? Is that what it's up to? 2 last year, 1 in the playoffs, and then 1 regular season this year.
Give me more.
That's it.
Bring me more. Give me more drumsticks and wins over the Seahawks.
Smoking up those Seahawks.
Seahawks have never lost 4 in a row under Pete.
Until this weekend.
Ooh, baby. I mean, honestly, 10.5-point favorites.
Wow.
I wonder, when's the last time they were that big a favorite against the Seahawks? I don't know. Maybe it was last year. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't that long.
I don't even think it was that big last year, though, because that's when Geno Smith was comeback player of the year. They were competitive.
And I was hell-bent that I thought the way the Seahawks ended last year meant that they were going to be really tough this year because they had a great draft last year, and they had some other good drafts 2 years ago, and they had a lot of young talent coming up. But the QB has maybe been...
He's taken a few steps back.
Maybe. Well, somebody said... Geno finally wrote back.
That's it. The rest of the NFL started writing back saying, hey, Geno, you're not that guy. You're not that good.
Oh, man. Anyway, thanks to Jen for coming down. All right. Believe it or not, there's still more Shohei stuff coming in. I'll share with you little details on the other side on KNBR. Oh, and we got the Ford C. Frick Award. I won't torture you guys. Kruk and Kipe didn't get it.
Come on.
No, I know. Joe Castiglione, the 41-year radio guy for the Red Sox. So, I mean, geez, if you just look at longevity, he's 10 years longer than Kruk and Kipe. So
I don't want to hear it.
Anyway, you listen. I said it to those guys. It doesn't matter. They don't need that award.
Listen.
But what are you going to do? They should basically don't do it until you're doing them together. All right?
I agree.
I know they won't do that, but they should.
Change the rules.
Yeah.
Bend the knee for Kruk and Kipe.
We're changing rules. Just like I want the brotherly shove outlawed, I want Kruk and Kipe together. These are my rule changes in 2024.
A lot of rules, Murph.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Geno finally wrote back.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It looks like the Shohei Ohtani sweepstakes may be winding down. Teams that are involved are believing at this point that there could be some kind of a decision toward the end of the week. But of course, there's the all-important physical. Let's remember Shohei Ohtani just had surgery on his elbow, the second time he's had surgery on it in the last 5 years. So medical concerns are very real, but an answer early next week is looking likely. What we do know at this point is the number. It's going to be enormous, and it's not just going to be above $500 million. It's likely going to be in excess of $550 million, and we may see a $600 million player, and whether that's the Los Angeles Dodgers, the San Francisco Giants, the Chicago Cubs are looking a little more on the periphery at this point, as ESPN's Jesse Rogers reported earlier today. And, the Los Angeles Angels, of course. The Toronto Blue Jays, though, are the interesting team that's lurking here. They want Shohei Ohtani. The question all of the teams are asking themselves, does he want us?
All right, Jeff Pass, and long answer there that included the Giants, featured fairly prominently. Man, oh man. So I teased a little detail, Marcus. Water Bud, as Kipe called you. A source says that Shohei and his crew were at a hot restaurant, not named, in San Francisco 2 days ago.
Sources are saying.
Yes, and having a good old time, apparently. And apparently Larry Bear was part of the entourage, too.
Ooh.
Which listen, Larry, I love you. You know this. I'm just riffing. But, I just need a little help. I'm just saying, going. Larry, maybe you want to let them, have a meal in peace. All right? I'm just riffing. Oh, Larry's going to be so pissed I said that. Anyway, you know what I mean? Hey, you don't let the guy, just Larry, what's he doing? Is he throwing a contract on top of his appetizer or something?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Also, careful, Murph. We don't want to get into a Dave Roberts situation.
Well, this is true. Wow, that's true. Mm-hmm. Did I just Dave Roberts this thing? Did I just Dave Roberts?
I can see the text coming in now on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line.
If they go
Murph
out and
spilled the beans.
If they go out,
you blew it, Murph.
If they go out in public, isn't that public consumption?
That's it, Murph. The streets are talking.
I mean, they're not. You can't. By the way, and if you are in Shohei and you don't want to be seen, should you just have it catered somewhere? Go to the Gotham Club.
Should it be like Taylor Swift, where they have to sneak her in refrigerators on wheels, you have to smuggle her in everywhere?
Seems to be a falsehood, doesn't it? Because now she's just blazing in. And by the way, how about her and Brittany Mahomes? Now she's just.
Oh, dude.
I'm
sorry I brought this up,
at the hip.
I'm sorry.
They're joined at the hip.
I don't want to go down that road. Back to Ohtani.
By the way, the Chiefs low key just going to somehow garbage their way to the AFC Championship somehow.
I mean, they just lost to Jordan Love and the Packers last week. How does that make sense?
I don't know, but nobody wants it in the AFC.
No,
right?
Everybody's giving it up. Jags, Ravens,
Let's
Bills,
do Christmas
Bengals,
night Ravens here too. Yeah. So anyway,
we'll see what happens.
So back to the situation we've been talking about all morning, because kind of just to be honest, sports talk radio sometimes you go with momentum, and there was no Niner talk yesterday at all. We just talked to Jen, getting us ready for the Seahawks on Sunday, and then the Warriors didn't play, et cetera, et cetera. So it seemed like. And I found myself going to MLB Network yesterday, which I don't always do. And I was like, let's throw it on. By the way, I saw my boy Jake Peavy interviewing Brad Paisley, by the way. Do you rock with a Brad Paisley? Anybody?
Country singer, correct?
Yeah, country singer Brad Paisley.
I'm familiar with his work.
Okay, yeah. Do you go country, Marcus?
Only during the summer.
That's right.
It's weird. It's got to be the right vibes for country music.
When you're tubing out on, was it Lake Don?
Lake Don Pedro. Shout out to the reservoir.
That's when you'll be blasting some country tunes?
Oh, yeah. I'll throw some country, some reggae, some classic rock. It's got to be good, fishing, hunting, boating season.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Are we currently in some sort of duck season or something? Somebody asked Buster. He's a big hunter.
Yeah.
Young Tony, you rock with country music? Okay. No country? Okay.
He just straight up no country
Jake
for Young
Peavy
Tony.
was interviewing Brad Paisley, and you could see Jake is he's all baseball, but Jake loves his music, man. And the minute Paisley said that he was at a bar called Lucille's in Nashville, Peavy interjected, he goes, I was there last night. So,
of course he was. Of course he was.
But anyway, everybody's talking Shohei, and the Blue Jays, Adnan Virk, who's Canadian, was like, oh, this is the other Canada's team, et cetera, et cetera. But, I mean, Guys, I am truly scattered. I'm of like 8 different minds on this one. You know, I thought for sure it was the Dodgers all the way because he is familiar with Southern California. The Dodgers are a legendary franchise.
You
with
can go
lore.
hit in between Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts.
Yes, everything. It doesn't matter. DH doesn't matter anymore. You can DH in the National League. I don't know. Blue's his favorite color. I don't know. All these things. But I kept thinking, what can the Giants offer him? You know, they're not a team poised to win a championship, are they? Would you say the Giants are poised to win a championship?
With this current roster, no.
Now, if the Giants add Shohei Ohtani, are they poised to win a championship?
Well,
we just talked about the fact that he and Mike Trout couldn't even make the playoffs.
Correct, but we also dove into the analytics and looked at his plus 10 WAR, which means he's 10 games better than any other player. If the Giants won 10 more games last year, then they are a wild card team.
Okay, but we know that WAR here. Can I say this?
Yeah,
WAR isn't real.
You're right.
Can I say that?
No.
Am I okay with it? Did I just lose the 25 and under analytics crowd?
You just lost the analytic crowd tough.
Dude, by the way, 408 on the text line. I was at that restaurant. I saw the crew. I just can't confirm or deny that Ohtani was laughing and having fun. That's pretty good text there, 408.
So now we got sources from the streets and from the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line.
He was laughing and having fun. I'm so sad. I wouldn't even know what the hot restaurant is. Like, I'm old school. In fact, I'm going to Tadich Grill today.
Look at you.
Have you been to Tadich?
Dude, it's still on my bucket list. I don't know how, dude. Like, I go by it almost like once a week. You know, that's where my dispensary is.
I was going to say, what's your route that takes you there?
I walk right past it to California 212. That's my spot. That's my club. Shout out to my guy. Shout out to my bud tenders, Murph.
My kid's in school now. Can I say that's our spot?
Look at us, Murph. The two of us. Who would have thought?
Thanks to you, buddy. Thanks to you. That got me in trouble, so I should probably move on.
Hey, maybe Shohei stopped by some of those nice dispensaries and those flower shops we have here in the cities.
So maybe that's why he was laughing.
That's it. You think Shohei was in on the gummies?
Why not?
Get into the gummies.
By the way, so yeah, WAR, WAR is 10. So the Giants are going to be 10 games. But no, of course not. It's a stupid stat. Hate it. Do you know how it's figured out?
No.
Do you know?
No, and there's multiple different baseball outlets that calculate it differently, Murph.
I just did.
Like, how about that? Like, I always got yelled at in math class for using the wrong equation. Even when I'd find out the answer, I'd be like, what's the problem? I got the answer. Yeah. Oh, you didn't follow the equation. Well, what the hell's the equation for WAR?
Yeah, and look at you now, by the way.
Look at us, Murph.
Yeah, right. So, anyway, guys, that's the story. We told you guys, though, Ohtani has been to San Francisco per some sources and remains one of the finalists. I just don't want this thing to go down Friday when I'm in Dublin.
We're getting you live from the pub, Murph.
I mean, I'd do it, though. I'll call you from Fallon's.
Oh, I might need it.
It's a hell of a pub, by the way. It's a great pub. And, I mean, if I have to, I'll step outside and make the call. Do you guys think it'll happen this Friday? Was your gut instinct?
I mean, it happened
Seems like
last year
momentum
when
is
you went to
building, doesn't
Ireland.
it? Yeah.
That's when we got the arson judge / Aaron Judge news. And it seems like everybody in the baseball world is talking about this happening within the next couple of days or as soon as Monday, possibly. Which is a big domino we're all waiting for, correct?
I would prefer Monday. Niners-Seahawks game, should be a routine beatdown.
Yeah. Actually, with our schedule, with our job, I prefer a nice Tuesday so that we can clear the schedules, talk all Shohei Wednesday morning.
If we could dial it up, Tuesday would be the best day.
Mm-hmm.
Tuesday would be the best day, yeah. Bob Melvin spoke earlier on the MLB Network. This is stuff from the Big Hit here, Young Tony. And I like it. He's out, what would Gabe be doing right now? I don't know. Got it, by the way.
Looking for
There's
a burger.
Gabe's Army out there that gets really mad when we riff on Gabe, by the way. You know what? You're just going to have to wear it. We're riffing on Gabe. Dude, what other Major League manager is taking these freaking pictures in the desert? Cameras right, I look left.
Murph.
Cameras left, I look right. Come on, bro.
Murph,
what are we doing here?
What other MLB assistant GM is posting that?
Hey, where are the Marlins hats?
The self-love is a little much.
That's an uninformed take.
It's a little much. You know what I mean? And by the way, you know why? Because you look at the comments. Holy moly. Mm-hmm. Women, just literally just throwing themselves at it.
Well, here's my question. Is Shohei Ohtani throwing himself at it? Are the Giants in a better position to land Shohei with Bob Melvin versus what they were with Gabe Kapler?
I got to think. You keep going back to that soundbite where we got a manager they want to play for now. Yeah. So anyway, here's Bob Melvin on MLB Network, Cut J, Young Tony, where he's just openly saying, yeah, we need somebody.
You know, hopefully something breaks here at some point in time, because I think there are a couple of guys at the top of the market that are probably holding up a lot of the signings, because when you sign somebody for that much money, you have to know how you can deploy it later. So I think a lot of the teams right now are kind of trying to assess this right now. But look, you know, San Francisco's always been a star power town. When I grew up watching Willie Mays, right, and then the Barry Bonds and the Buster Posies, and, you know, it's a town that you know, Steph Curry, you know, Steve Kerr over there, Joe Montana was growing. It is a star power town. So I think Farhan understands that we need a little bit more of that. Hopefully we end up with one of these guys at the top of the market for a long period of time that resonates in San Francisco, because they're yearning for it.
I mean, one of my takes was like, isn't every market a star-driven market? But you're saying no, like Kansas City, Phoenix, San Antonio.
I mean,
San Antonio gets Wemby.
Yeah, they got Wemby, but we're literally a top 5 market in the country, Murph. And you look at teams like the Warriors, the 49ers, we went over it earlier, they have multiple superstars. And trust me, I love Logan Webb. I love me a Camilo Doval. Hopefully we get that same kind of production of Patrick Bailey and Marco Luciano. But these guys are not superstars on a national level. Not quite yet, Murph. And that's what they need. That's what they're missing, and that's why the attendance numbers have been so low recently.
650 says, no way he's coming. This is Lucy pulling the football away again. That's where we're at, man. That's where we're at.
But I think it's worth it to at least try to invest. Now, Murph, I know you've been going with the argument, would you rather have 3 guys versus would you have 1? Well, the thing to me is, like, you know what you're getting with the Shohei Ohtani. Yeah, you could take a risk on a Matt Chapman or a Cody Bellinger, guys who have proven to be good players. But look at the financial kind of implications of that. If you're going to spend $50 to $60 million on a Shohei Ohtani, look at the 3 highest paid players on the Giants roster right now. I got them for you, Murph.
Yeah.
Mitch Haniger, $19 million.
Oof.
Michael Conforto, $18 million.
Oof.
Ross Stripling, $15 million.
Oof.
That's 3 guys right there, $55 million. That's a Shohei Ohtani contract. Yeah. So I'll ask you again, do you want 3 guys or you want 1?
Well,
I would take Shohei Ohtani in that situation.
I told you guys this earlier, but if you go by like you talked about the stands being empty, and it's true. Mm-hmm. I told you when the when the Niners kicked that 42nd point through the uprights, Jake Moody, and the camera showed the end zone at the link. I said, "Damn, that looks like a Gabe Farhan game out there." You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, that the attendance. I have a 12-year-old who's not quite as sports mad as my 16-year-old. 16-year-old's out of his mind. He's sending me the Black Wings 2011. I probably can get one in the next few minutes.
I was going to say, we got any updates?
That guy's nuts, by the way. He writes these. If you follow all the tweets from this guy, Joseph Kim, Black Wings 2011.
And by the way, the handle is fantastic.
Yeah, at Black Wings 2011. It's incredible. It's like something out of a spy novel. But he writes like this. He kind of weaves all over the road. He hashtags weird things. It's really funny. But anyway.
This is it. This is the one I saw last night before I went to bed 23 hours ago. SFG hashtag is the front runner. Do I have to tell you this every day? So tired now. ... Murph.
So tired now. We're worried about Black Wings 2011 sleep schedule at this point.
I will say he also did throw up a highlight tape of Logan Webb, and he just posted, I'm following in love with Logan Webb. So maybe him and Shohei Ohtani are both falling in love with Logan Webb.
Who is this guy?
That's a great question.
I don't know who this guy is.
Black Wings 2011.
He's the one who found Pete Patilla at that Jun-Hoo Lee game. He found that Pete Patilla was at the game, and there's that shot of him clapping for Lee or whatever. Hashtag Lee, hashtag Patilla, hashtag frontrunner.
He's got hashtag everything.
Anyway, the point is that the 12-year-old has been asking me now every day, has Ohtani signed with the Giants? And I was like, oh, this is on his radar. And again, he's not as sports crazy as the other one. So my point of my story is that Ohtani would be that buzz, and there would be the casual fan, I got to go there and see him. I got to go see him. And the seats would automatically fill up. Listen, I'm part of a season ticket group, and we have been reluctantly renewing every year, where there's a debate every year. To the line from my buddy, Coach Jim's kid, Cooper, who said, going into 2023, he said, well, because our friend, another kid named Henry, who's another one of the peer group, he's an A's fan. And Cooper said, well, Dad, if Henry can watch the A's, I guess we can watch the 2023 Giants. Let's renew.
Oh,
how about that?
That's some good perspective, all right, for a 12-year-old.
So we've been reluctantly renewing. If Shohei signs, I mean, we'll renew in the next 5 minutes.
Oh, you're getting better seats if Shohei signs.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And everybody will want to go out. You know, and the Giants will be better. They'll be better, right?
And you're going to want to come to the ballpark, and you're going to want to come to the city of San Francisco to see Shohei Ohtani.
Especially to see him yucking it up with Larry Bear at a restaurant.
That's it. There it is, Mark. There it is.
Farhan was on NBC Sports Bay Area. Farhan Zaidi. I mean, does this guy have the ability to close the deal? Does he? But he's saying he's motivated.
Well, I think there's every offseason a level of aggression, understanding the market we're in, the expectations, the rightful expectations of our fans. But if anything, the last couple of years, which let's face it have been disappointing, have created an even greater level of motivation. And I think, one of the signs and indications of that is how engaged our ownership is, how engaged Greg Johnson and Buster Posey have been in our conversations about free agency, on what it's going to take, both financially, but also in terms of, creating a partnership and commitment to some of the high-end players that we're talking to. So that's been really great to see. And again, ultimately, it's in the hands of these players. That's what free agency is about, them getting to choose where they're going to spend the next several years of their lives, personally and professionally. But I think that's a good indication. The fact that our ownership is so involved and engaged, it's a great sign for us and for our fans.
I mean, Buster. I've been around. Buster's a cool dude. Buster's got a lot of charisma, and Buster's got rings. So I think when Buster walks in the room, I bet Shohei's like, yeah, damn, that guy's cool.
You think Buster wears all 3 of his rings into the meeting?
No. That's the key.
That's the thing. I think Buster's so cool, he's like, I don't need to show it off.
Exactly.
It's like, you know what I've done.
I'm Buster Posey.
I mean, we were talking about it earlier with Kipe. I mean, Bob Melvin said the same thing about Buster Posey. He's like, yeah, I never had a great relationship. It was always super competitive. He never wanted to give out an edge. Well, hopefully that edge leads to Shohei Ohtani.
And I got to say, Bob Melvin, man, that's a plus. When he comes and Bob Melvin's the dude, he's like, I like Bob Melvin. And I like Buster Posey. It'd be crazy to me that of all the teams, he would pick the Giants. It would be like, because I mean, they've not been good. It's not a home run ballpark, people knock San Francisco for what's going on in 7th and Market. But, San Francisco's more than 7th and Market. It is. I mean, I know, listen, we can acknowledge it. 7th and Market is brutal, and so is the Tenderloin. It's awful, and that's up to the next mayor to clean up. But it's not the entire city. And by the way, all the players are living in Lafayette anyway.
Yeah.
By the way, you been to Lafayette? You can eat off the streets over there.
It's pretty damn nice. Yeah,
exactly.
There's some nice areas to live around here. Trust me.
So, all right, guys. Well, there you go. There's some Shohei. It seemed to be the dominant story today, man. That's what you get on a. It was either that or talking about Sal, the Cowboy fan I had to eat next to at the Italian Athletic Club.
Cowboy Sal.
And strong anti-Brock Purdy takes, too. Just really, I was like, bro, are you really? This is what I got to sit next to tonight? I'm trying to have a piece of veal and a nice ravioli. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you should have just turned to him and it's like, hey, Cowboy Sal, you just got conquered by Brock Purdy.
That's what I needed to end the show. Thank you very much. Hey, guys, former Ravens head coach, Super Bowl champ Brian Billick joins Tolbert and Copes at 2:50 today. Okay, we'll hand it over to Papa and Lund on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader. Welcome back to the Shohei Invitational, baby. All right, let's talk about Next Level Sports. Next Level Sports is fun, and it's flag football. Flag football is fun, and the kids are playing it. So what I'm talking about is kindergarten through 8th grade. All y'all with kids, anywhere from kindergarten to 8th grade, first of all, you probably already have signed up. If you haven't, registration's open now. And I'm talking about a Next Level Sports league called, or I should say a flag football league called Next Level Sports. And what happens is it goes on in January and February. It's on Sundays. You practice for an hour and then you play. So it's only a 2-hour commitment on Sundays. It's really fun. Keep score. Got refs out there playing for the championship. Got playoffs, the whole deal. Got to play for that trophy. No participation trophy. Youth sports. Learn to win, baby. Anyway, it's just fun. So I would urge everybody to go to nextlevelsports.com. Find a location near you and be part of the best youth sports experience. Again, open to participants, boys and girls, kindergarten through 8th grade. The Murphy boys have played both the flag football and the basketball league at Next Level Sports. So once again, nextlevelsports.com, the best youth sports experience. Oh, they do volleyball too, by the way. We'll throw that in. And we'll end it by saying go to nextlevelsports.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Dub Nation. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Oh, listen to this. Oh, Tony. Listen. Oh, this is, boy, American TV. I can give you about 10 seconds here. It's so good. This is obviously. Well, I'll let them finish here. Yes, that's right. We just played the All in the Family theme song. Do you know that, Waterboy?
That song I was not familiar with.
So that is because Norman Lear died at the age of 101 today, and he's probably the most influential producer in TV history. Probably number one. He made the shows that changed TV more than any other. Made it to 101, and thank you, young Tony. We played some of his more rockin' theme songs. Sanford & Son, Quincy Jones. You knew it.
I knew those ones, yeah.
Good Times. As we know, anytime you need a favor. But that one is as iconic as it gets. Carol O'Connor and Maureen Stapleton, I believe her name was, who played Edith. Singing at their piano. And I got to tell you, Waterboy, for about a decade there in the 70s, that was pretty much American TV on a Sunday night. And anyway, Norm Lear made it to 101. Thank you, young Tony, for that. I asked you early, do you want to make it to 101?
It depends what's in the package,
I'm not so sure, buddy.
It depends on how much money I have in my bank account.
I mean, having this job, making it to 101, it's a big ask.
Yeah,
You know
what
I mean?
can you do at 101 is a big
Well, that's
question.
what I mean. Can you eat an Ike sandwich with Shohei Ohtani?
That's, I don't know. Can I go out and watch Shohei Ohtani if I'm 101?
Has a connection been made down there? I know Greg Papa knows his All in the Family. Probably Johnny Lund, too, huh? You guys got that? Is that Target demo there, Papa and Lund?
Norman Lear's passing at 101. That's what we're talking about?
101 years old. Got to mention it. Got to.
Meathead.
Yeah.
That show changed television.
Yeah.
In so many ways. It was so edgy. There were other ones. Remember Fernwood Tonight and Billy Crystal had a couple late
Mary
night.
Hartman.
There were some that got a little edgy. But before we got into HBO and all that, it was the brilliance of Norman Lear and obviously Archie Bunker and Edith and the Stivics. And I remember an appearance by Sammy Davis Jr. that was legendary to this day. Some of the stuff that Archie Bunker got to say on television just blew people away.
100%. Greg, so I took a communications class in college, and the professor told us that when Sammy Davis Jr. kissed Archie Bunker, it was the longest uninterrupted studio audience laugh reaction in live TV, in TV history.
It was incredible.
He kissed a black Jew.
Because
he was racist.
A black Jew.
Archie was racist.
How about the line about being a Jew? Was the greatest line of all time.
It's incredible. So anyway.
I mean, Archie got away with things. But to some degree, and look at where we are all these years later. If we advance that much, we still are at our core with anti-Semitism and racism and everything. But at that point, you had part of the country laughing with Archie Bunker, and half of them laughing
That's
at
the key.
Archie Bunker.
I remember
what it was 100% of the people were watching Archie Bunker.
In the Draft Dodge episode, when Meathead brought a guy home for Christmas or Thanksgiving, and it turns out he was dodging the draft.
That's such an edgy time.
That led to one of the national debate. Because some people say Archie's right, and the other people say, so anyway.
That was genius. Norman Lear's an absolute
101 years old, man.
Absolute genius. Changed television.
Wanted to just throw a little salute.
101 he lived too?
I asked Marcus, do you want to make it to 101? I'm not so sure.
I don't think so, Pop. I don't know.
The way Marcus lives, he's going to make it to 102.
Hey, if I can see the Niners
Only
beat
the good die young.
If I can see the Niners beat the Cowboys and the Seahawks, I'll make it to 101. How's that? All right. Take it away, boys. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund.
That's right. We're getting it going.
On KNBR 1045 and 680. The sports leader.
It is certainly a complicated week and a complicated question about Shohei Ohtani's wishes and where he is going to go. I think the important thing here is that he is days away from deciding, according to what a lot of people close to this process have told me here this week. Again, it may not be today, but it's going to be soon. By all accounts, we now know the Dodgers have met with him. There are strong indications that the Giants and Blue Jays both met with him. The Angels, of course, they've got that home field advantage, so to speak. So he has met with all the finalists now. And it's decision time.
Right.
It is decision time for Shohei Ohtani. And I agree with Harold and Joel that this all could have been done in a way that celebrated the game and indeed elevated the sport in a different manner. I think that in many ways is a forefront topic today, but we're also just waiting on the decision itself. And Lauren, by many accounts, the Dodgers still the front runners in all of this. I do not see in any way, that what Dave Roberts said yesterday changes the calculus here.
He didn't divulge anything.
He did not. It is, frankly, absurd to suggest that it would change a decision about where a player wants to go and win a World Series and play for the next decade of his life.
That is a good friend, JP Morosi. We will interpret what he said right there, but there is Shohei Ohtani news, which could break the dam and everybody else. We'll get into the conversation a lot with the winter meetings continue to roll on. Do fans believe Farhan will finally get pen to paper? Of course they're going to be aggressive, but how aggressive will they be? It's the 1-year anniversary for Arson Judge. We'll explain that in as well. The Warriors, 20 games in, something we talked about with Mark Spears yesterday. We'll get into also tons of 49ers, lots of love for Brock Purdy today. I have a financial question for you when it comes to Brock Purdy. We got that as well. Debo is your NFC Offensive Player of the Week. Mike McCarthy has appendicitis. Is he going to be able to coach on Sunday in that big game against the Eagles?
Appendicitis?
Yeah, he's
appendectomy.
He's going under the knife. Is he going to be able to coach the Cowboys?
Who's going to call the plays? Where's Kellen Moore?
Kellen Moore is not there anymore.
We'll call John Bones Fossil. Will call the play.
Maybe
he'll line up in punt formation all game and just fake it.
He might.
Would Dan Quinn be the head coach? He'd come down from the box. He'd be the head coach. Who would call the play? McCarthy. Even with a appendectomy, he could call the plays remotely, right?
No, I don't think he can.
Sean Payton did that. Remember when he was upstairs after he broke his leg?
So they say he's still gonna go. So
today's
we'll
Wednesday.
See.
The game's not till Sunday night.
Oh, one thing I also forgot: Juan Soto looks like close to the Yankees. They're saying close to the Yankees. And you know what? Also, San Diego's trying to do. They're trying to package Cronenworth in his 7 and 80 as well. So we got a ton going on.
I take Cronenworth here.
I like Cronenworth, but do you like that contract?
He had a down year. I don't know. The Giants have money to burn, according to John Lund. So
I
want to hear that.
I looked this up on some official sites, and I got excited because, and I looked it up too, because there's only a handful of guys making money this year. They're
Giants-wise.
Their total payroll right now.
Haniger's the highest paid guy, right? 20?
And they're at about 119. Arbitration is at about 17 million. So they're going to be at 136. There's a few other bucks, and put it at about 140. Now, they're not going to go up against the tax at 237, but they could also move some guys. They could move Conforto. They could put Stripling with a prospect. They could even open up more money. So because I was listening to Murph and Marcus this morning, and they were talking about, Ohtani and the 50 million and this, that, and the other. The way that they are, and then the year after that, they've only got 3 players, Logan Webb being one, Rogers being another, and Haniger being the last guy. They've only got $39 million committed the year after that. So the Giants have never been in a better financial position. The point in saying all this is not only could they get Ohtani, they could get Ohtani and Yamamoto if they wanted. They could get Ohtani and Bellinger. They could get Ohtani and Snell. They could get a couple of guys, and then they could even add a Rhys Hoskins. They've never been in a better financial position, or at least in the last, say, 20 years, to get the big name guys. So when you hear Morosi and all these different guys, and Heyman, happy 1-year anniversary of Arson Judge.
He's not coming on our show after you burned him.
Yeah, he blocked me.
I mean, Haniger makes $20 million. He's the highest paid guy. Conforto 18, and then the pitchers come in. Stripling 12.5, Dees Clefani 12, Rogers 12, Alex Cobb 10. What you're saying is they have payroll flexibility for now and going forward. But the big situation is, will Shohei come here? And I find the whole thing fascinating because everybody, even Bob Melvin, I cannot confirm nor deny that we met with him on Saturday. Well, if you're not going to deny it, you just got to confirm it.
Yeah.
But, Nez Balalo, his agent, and Shohei, they have a way to do this thing, so you have to respect that. But I would like to know how these meetings are going. How many you're going to give the guy 500, 550 million, 600 million? I want to ask a few questions as well. It's not, first of all, I want to see the medical on your Tommy John surgery, and we're giving this guy the biggest contract in the history of the sport. We have a right to understand this. You have a right to your privacy. But another thing with him, wherever he signs, and, J.P. Morosi saying now the end of the week, we thought it would be, maybe as early as today or, before the meetings end. That apparently may not happen. You never know. Things move fast. I admire Dave Roberts' honesty. I know Doc from working with him, and I think he just didn't want to talk around it. And maybe he got feeling from Nez and Shohei that I'm coming to the Dodgers. So Doc just didn't care. But the one thing, if you give this guy that kind of money, he has got to be more cooperative with the media. He has got to talk. And I know there's a language barrier there, but there have been a lot of great players. Ichiro, spoke to the media in his own way. The way he had it set up last year, John, was he only talked to the media after he pitched. He only pitched once a week or every 6 days. Once he shut it down from pitching, and his last appearance was that game against the Giants in Anaheim, he didn't talk to the media the rest of the year. So, and you heard what Bob said. We need star power. We need a superstar. He likes the lineup, but I think a lot of these guys will have bounce back years. But you need not only a superstar hitter in the middle of your lineup, and he certainly satisfies that, but you need someone to reinvigorate the fan base. They just did not do that, obviously, in several years since Buster's left. And Buster was even a quiet, steady presence, but he wasn't Barry Bonds or Willie Mays or even Will Clark. Whoever does get Shohei, and we respect the way you're handling the negotiations, that's fine. It would be better for the sport if you're a little more open about everything, but we're going to respect that. But once we sign your name to a contract that's going to pay you $500 million or more, our media has got to have access to you. You got to have access. You got to go out and meet and greet and kiss babies, and you got to sell this baseball team. Is he willing to do that? I think that's going to be a requirement. First of all, he's not going to pitch for at least a year, maybe 2 years. He's not going to play the field. He's going to DH. Now, I think if he just DHs like he did at the end of the run there, you're talking about a Bonzian type presence in the lineup. He's that good of a player. And the way he solved the high fastball issue that he had early in his career, John, but we can roll with the whole process now. We're not going to say anything about any meeting with you. We're not going to confirm or deny. But once we sign you, you got to get out there and you can't pull this bit where you speak once a week. You got to talk before games, right after games. You are the face of the franchise.
Well, you have to be the Giants version of Steph Curry. That's what you're signing for. You're signing to be an international superstar. You're signing to be on every billboard. You're signing to be in every Giants commercial, corny or not. I mean, that's what you have to do. And that's one of the things that bothers me is there's a handful of players in every sport who live up to that. Steph Curry's one, LeBron's one. I mean, go over to football. There's a number of guys who do that.
Look at Aaron Rodgers, the way he changed his whole disposition.
Absolutely.
Going from Green Bay to New York.
Okay, so let's go to baseball. Who's that? I mean, who does that on any baseball
Mookie
team?
Betts.
Right, yeah, a few. But, I mean, Mike Trout doesn't do it. I mean, you go on down the line.
Freddie Freeman. There's some guys that
I
are
agree
out
with
there.
you, though.
Yeah.
I think if I'm the Giants, okay, you're getting all this money to play, and, hey, that's your main job. But you see what the Warriors have in Steph Curry? That's going to be you. You have to be that version for us. And that's what I think eventually, the Niners have a locker room full of them, man. That's why the people love the 49ers. They have a ton of personalities in that locker room. Pick them out. It's absolutely amazing what they can do. I mean, maybe Brock Purdy is not the most dynamic, but with Fred Warner and George Kittle and even Trent Williams and going down the line, he doesn't need to be. There's a locker room full of those guys.
Just be yourself.
But who's the Giants version of that, right?
How do you handle the language barrier? And I mean, I did a lot of Mariner games when Ichiro was there, and he had the interpreter, but Ichiro just had a style about him where if he didn't say anything, he still strutted like Ichiro. Yeah. So, there is a language barrier, and he could speak directly to the Asian population in the Bay Area and just talk.
Huge.
That would be a major thing. But when you're speaking to the English population, there is a little bit of a language barrier. I don't know if he's reticent about. I'm sure he doesn't want to be misquoted and misspeak and sound silly, and it's respectful of the language. But at some point here, he cannot. when he sets up all these ground rules for all these meetings and they ask the judge or GM, did Dave make a mistake by talking? I don't know. I mean, come on.
He's not going to make a decision based on.
We don't want to insult you because you laid out the ground rules for this process. We'll respect it. I think Doc just said, I can't tell a lie, so I'm going to tell you. But once we sign you, now I don't want to say we own you, but you're working for more than just the manager and hitting second, third, and fourth in the lineup wherever we put you. You're number one.
Well, don't you
have got to promote our team, and I think he would do that.
Yeah.
But how is he comfortable? I mean, Aaron Judge had that star power from New York. You were buying that. Part of Correa, what you wanted was the quiet comment. Remember he was on Fox's postgame show, and he's breaking down the analytics. And it's just a leader in the cloud. How great of a leader is he? And the fact that he's not going to play in the field, he's just going to be a DH. I mean, how vocal of a leader. So what are you getting besides that enormous left-handed bat, which is probably on its own worth $50 million a year? But beyond that, to satisfy the budget and everything, he's got to do more for the franchise.
Well, if you think about it, I don't think that the Giants would pursue him if he wasn't the star that he is. But he, as you said, he has to live up to it because there's a Larry Bear element in this whole thing. This isn't just Shohei Ohtani, the baseball player, because you could get a lot of guys who could be really good, not as good as he is at this particular time, but I think last year that's why Aaron Judge was so appealing, was not only Aaron Judge, but off the season he was coming off of, he was a modern-day Babe Ruth. And then we're going to get guys through the turnstile. Look, this is a star town. It might not be a star town like LA's a star town, but the Giants have always had a star. I mean, look back in time. You know it as well as anybody. They've always had a star.
Since they arrived here, they had Mays.
And since Buster Posey left, or Tim Lincecum, or whomever you want to call it, they have no stars. And winning will bring out the fans here to a certain extent. But we have Steph Curry, and we have a number of stars on the Niners. Somebody's got to get us through the turnstiles, and the Giants know it.
All right, so here's the question: if Shohei says no, and I'm not, I may go back to Artie Moreno, then you can buy a lot of really good players, probably more,
and they're in a great position
with that outlay. You could buy a couple of pitchers and a couple of hitters, and you're going to improve your baseball team. Are you going to buy a star? Is Cody Bellinger enough of a star
to start? I mean,
see,
if you tell me
you're kind of inflecting up.
Well,
is he a star?
He's not.
Is he going to sell
Shohei.
season tickets?
Not by himself.
Is Blake Snell?
Not by himself. I mean,
but all of them together.
Then I think what you have to do is you have to say,
Bob
okay,
Melvin.
We've got to. But then you have to get Bellinger, and you have to get Yamamoto, and you have to get. They can do that. I mean, even Yamamoto at $30 million a year, you can still get
$30 million a year.
That's what I think he's going. That's what everybody's talking about. They're talking about him at a high number. Now, if you can't get him, is Snell and Bellinger and Chapman enough? I don't know. This is a star town. They know this as well as anybody. Even when they were winning, 2021, you're winning 107 games. We were all scratching our head, right? Now, look, pandemic, parking, safety. We've said those things until we're blue in the face. But at the end of the day, you need somebody where you say, I'm going out to the ballpark to watch Tim Lincecum or Buster Posey or Barry Bonds or Willie Mays or Willie McCovey, or go on down the line. They don't have it. And it's a tough selling point.
And Bob Melvin said that. He likes the lineup, but we lack star power. And that's coming from the marketing, the ticket sales, the ratings on television. They need star power. Shohei's a star, but you got to act like a star. And then if they don't get him, who's out there that has pure star power?
Then you might have to trade for him.
Juan Soto? It sounds like he's going to the Yankees.
Does, as of this morning.
That may happen today.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. All right, we'll continue the conversation. What do you think? Is it Shohei or bust? Would you like a number of players? I heard Marcus and Murph talking about this morning. A lot of people were calling in today and saying, hey, I'd rather have a number of players versus just Shohei. But I tell you, man, if Shohei came, it would be quite a party, and they still could afford more, at least according to what I was looking at today. So we'll continue that conversation as well. Of course, we're at Levi's Stadium, so we'll get into a lot of conversations about the 49ers. Interesting. You could put your money where your mouth is when it comes to Brock Purdy. Plus, the Warriors are back on the court. We'll get back into all of it next, live from Levi's on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
As the winter meetings continue, the Giants are being aggressive, but can Farhan and company get pen to paper? Finally. That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
Good morning. Greg Papa here. Whether you are retired or planning on being retired, wouldn't you want to know if you're paying too much in fees or taking on too much risk or even going to be able to live the lifestyle that you've always envisioned in retirement? Of course you would. For more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell can hook you up here. He's been helping people like you plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones. If you are interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, then give him a call. Greg and his team are a breeze to talk to. They love Bay Area sports. They want Shohei to come here as well, but how do you afford it? Greg can help you. That's what he does, finances. And just give him a call right now. There's no cost. There's no obligation. Call him today, 866-496-2300, or visit online, o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, because planning is a process, not a product.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
I think, Lauren, in a lot of ways, it's a continuation of what they had tried to achieve last offseason with the addition of true impact bats. A year ago this week, they were right there on Aaron Judge. Of course, he went back to the New York Yankees. And now whether it's Shohei Ohtani or Cody Bellinger, perhaps a trade for Juan Soto, there are some significant bats out there. And I think that you now have to look at a roster that's malleable enough that you can move some players around. Brandon Crawford, of course, all his years that he did for the Giants and the standard he represented for so long. But you have to find ways to keep reviving your roster, getting a little bit younger, a little more athletic, I think a little more productive in the middle part of the lineup. That's where I want to know is, since Buster Posey's retirement, who is the face of this offense?
That's exactly what we were just talking about. John Morosi with our friend Laura Britt, who was on the show yesterday. She was tremendous. If you miss any interviews on the show or any of the KNBR shows, just go to KNBR.com. So this is what we were just talking about with the payroll flexibility. Between Haniger, Conforto, Stripling, DeSclafani, Taylor Rogers, Alex Cobb, Logan Webb, Mike Yastrzemski, Wilmer Flores, Luke Jackson, Austin Slater. That's $119 million. Arbitration is estimated at $17 million. So they're at 136. We throw in some fat, whatever. Let's say they're at $150 million because they got a bunch of cheap guys on the roster. The tax threshold is $237 million. So you're roughly in an $80 million plus range there. Plus, I think if you wanted to even clear more money, I think that Conforto has value. I think you could put Stripling with a prospect. I think you could move Tyler Rogers if you had to. I mean, they have massive payroll flexibility. And if you move to 2024, only Haniger, Tyler Rogers, and Logan Webb are on the books. That is it. You have $39 million. And that matters because if you wanted to go up to that payroll tax or even over it, the next year you're going to be far under it anyway. So point being is that the Giants have massive payroll flexibility. So they could get Ohtani and others. If they didn't get Ohtani, it wouldn't be the end of the world. And even if they didn't get Yamamoto, then they could go out and they could seriously get 2 high-end pitchers. They could still get Bellinger. They could still get Chapman. They could still get Rhys Hoskins to play first base. So they're in a great spot. My question to you is, what is your confidence level that Farhan gets pen to paper? Because the guys we're talking about with Conforto and Stripling and so forth and Haniger, I think those were desperation signings after they missed out on the guys they wanted last year. I don't want that again. I'd rather have you just not spend the money.
I'll answer that. But my question to you, what is a better word to describe their current situation with their payroll? Flexibility or malleable? Malleability. The Pope dropped on us.
Yeah, keep it simple.
Sean
Let's go,
Paul.
Morosi.
I love malleable.
It is a great word.
What does that exactly mean? Easily influenced, suggestible, susceptible, impressionable,
you looked it up.
amenable.
Awesome.
It's just a good word. You don't. I don't drop
Did you put-
malleable very often.
Did you put that in there? Let's get that in there.
I gotta work that into my life. Malleable.
Let's just say this. For a large market team, they're in an amazing position.
They are, but they want star power. They're going to buy players. There's no question. They're going to buy players. And with having Bob and this coaching staff and a fistful of millions, they're going to go buy players. But let's be honest here. It all starts and stops with his decision and what they're going to do with Shohei. Because you can get a bunch of really good players, but the superstar, and the one thing about Shohei Ohtani, and I don't know what he's going to do. It sounds like it may be between the Blue Jays and Think Blue Dodgers. We'll see. That would be a bold move if he goes to Toronto, but I could see that with the international feel of that city. It is literally an international city, and it's beautiful. It's clean. Maybe it reminds him of home. I don't know. And then he's lived in L.A., different area L.A., more Southern Cali, deeper into Anaheim and Orange County than L.A. County, but we'll see. But just the way the whole process is going down, and are the Giants in? Are they out? Are the Cubs in or out right now? What's going on?
Jim Moore got pissed about that report.
Yeah, so but you have to understand. The agent community reached out to me about why he's being clandestine about it's the Japanese media. If Shohei Ohtani, if people know that he's in Dunedin, Florida, meeting with the Blue Jays, or he's in San Francisco meeting with the Giants, or he's in L.A. meeting with the Guggenheims and Doc, it's just that there's going to be 500 members of the media all over him. This guy is an international star. So that's a little of why it's so covert, and I understand that. But the other thing, and Matt Chisholm in that PR department, if he does come to the Giants or wherever team he goes to,
he has no idea.
I remember going back to the Ichiro days, the Japanese media just took over that club. It was amazing. It was almost like he was talking to two different medias, the one that covers the team up in Seattle, and you were there, and just I remember doing games up there and the amount of television trucks, and that's why the Mariners, frankly, were cheating with the red dot in center field. Whenever it was red, it was a fastball coming, and whenever it was turned off, it was a breaking ball. Because there were so many cameras in center field in Seattle because we didn't know what the hell feed it was. You could have ESPN were there, we were doing it, Seattle's doing it, Japan's doing it. It's like, how many of those cameras in center are hot and not? Which is a dummy camera? So just going back to that time. And we've evolved as a media, obviously, in the ensuing 25 years or so. But wherever he goes, a big part of it is how are you going to handle? He is truly an international star. I mean, when Ichiro came, there was so much. There was more attention to him in the Far East than there was in the American League West. So I think that's the reason, partly, that it's all being done so covertly. But that's part of what you're signing up for is the buzz. And how much will that just help San Francisco, John, get back to being the city we need to be again? To bring in not just people from out of town and around the country, but have it be and Japan is, we're here. the Pacific Rim, just being a world destination again to have a player like Shohei Ohtani play for your team.
I never really thought of it like that, but you're right. As we talk about trying to revitalize downtown San Francisco, think about it. Think of how many people, like if you're listening right now, hit us up on the text line. If Shohei comes to the Giants, your likelihood to come to a game is what? If he's not here, your likelihood is what? I never went to A's games over the last number of years for various reasons. One, I didn't want to put money in John Fisher's pocket, but when Shohei played, I went there. I did.
When he got there, he got lost on Bart a couple of times.
But he is a destination player. He is a Steph Curry player that you're going to say, I'm going to go see him play. And it's much like when Lincecum used to pitch, the Giants would say, the walk-up normally versus the walk-up when Timmy would pitch was different. Didn't they say like 10,000? Like they would get.
Well, they were selling out every game anyway. The TV ratings were up. It was a different buzz in the ballpark, but they had that streak where they sold out like 530 or whatever it was.
And he's not going to be pitching this year, so it's going to be different to quantify that kind of thing.
He's going to be in the lineup every day now that he's DHing.
Right. Look, it gives us something to talk about. I think there's a ton of buzz. Now, if they don't get him and you're the Giants, I think that the marketing department will be upset. But to me, it doesn't mean they can't have a successful offseason because they do have enough money. And I like that they're saying they're going to be aggressive, but they said it last year, and they said they were going to improve the defense and the athleticism, and I've heard this all before. My biggest fear is that they go all in on this guy, and he goes somewhere else, and Yamamoto, who I guess the Mets went to Japan, and some feel that it's going to be Mets-Yankees for him, and they don't get him, and then they're scrambling, throwing money at the wrong guys again. And I would just rather have them have a really good plan B right now that says, okay, if it's not going to be Shohei.
I wonder what plan B is.
Right. Then if Yamamoto goes somewhere else and Ohtani goes somewhere else, because that's the likelihood, then what? That's what I want to know.
I think Blake Snell, Bellinger. Yeah.
You got to
worry about those guys. Blake Snell was a really good pitcher for a long time who all of a sudden had a breakout year and then won the Cy. His second Cy, he's won 2 of them. But you look at his other years, he really didn't perform to his talent. Now, having Brian Price as his pitching coach, I think will help with the San Diego tie.
And Bob.
Has Bellinger gotten over being the buggy whippers? He got to go back to shortening it up with 2 strikes. His 2-strike approach with the Dodgers was lost. But last year he shortened up. He looked like he was just putting the ball in play, and he still hit bombs. Those guys come with tremendous risk in the fact that their careers have gone up and down, but right now they're hot. Bellinger's not quite the MVP guy that he was, but damn, he had a monstrous year, and he's so good defensively. And then, obviously Blake Snell just won the Cy Young Award, so you're buying high on both those guys.
The fear with Bellinger, even though I'd love to have him, it's going to depend on years for me. And Scott Boras is talking right now, so I'm sure he's got some belly reference, and he's going to say something silly about a bunch of
Get
guys.
In my belly.
So we'll find those out in just a second.
It's Eric Armstead's line.
But
stay away from that one.
If you want to sell me Bellinger at 5 years, I can live with that. If you want to try to sell me Bellinger coming off 1 good year after 3 bad ones in a row, if you want to sell me Bellinger at 10, no way, I can't do that. And what did Chris Bryant get from the Rockies?
7.
Yeah,
wasn't it 7?
Man. It was like 7 and 182, and that was a Boras thing. And
he's a better player than him.
Yeah, he is, but still, it was like, how did he sell that? He's able to do it. Because I would think he's like a 5-year guy coming off that. It's like, he's selling it to everybody, but it's like it was 1 year bounce back. I can't give you double-digit years off that, but somebody might. It might be that desperate. All right, give us your thoughts. We're going to do a little bit of Brock Purdy coming up next. There's a few things that we saw here, and you guys, you were just. I'm not going to let the cat out of the bag because you were just taping a fine 49ers Talk podcast, which you go on weekly, right, with Matt Mayoko.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys asked a really interesting question when it came to Brock Purdy. So we'll bring that up.
Silver's at 10:50.
Yeah, Mike Silver's going to join us at 10:50. And then Michael Sean Duggar, is he coming up next? Okay, he's a great beat reporter for the Athletic for the Seahawks. In fact, he was sitting alone eating last year at the Seahawks 49ers game. And I never go up to people and do this because they're eating. But I felt compelled because I think his work is so good that I went up to him and I go, "You don't know me, and I'm sorry to scare you."
You can't say you never did it.
Yeah, but I did it to this guy.
What was
I came up
eating?
to him.
What was he eating?
I don't. Media fair. Yeah, media fair.
Yeah.
And I said, "I'm sorry to do this, and I know that my face will make you lose your appetite, but your work is great." And he said,
You're no Greg Bell, but we do love you.
Yeah, but we do like you a lot. So Michael Schundugger is going to join us coming up next. We'll talk Seahawks and 49ers live from Levi's on the Sports Leader.
I miss Marty Lurie. Hot stove season, we love Marty, and it is literally a hot stove. Heating bills are getting high in the Bay Area. It gets cold, so the proper weatherproofing is essential in your home. Greg Papa here with this message for professionals working with a client to upgrade or build a new home. Be sure to visit Golden State. That's my message. They partner with the best brands, respected brands such as Owens Corning, James Hardie, and Boral Siding. Owens Corning provides a broad range of insulation, roofing, and fiberglass composite materials that are known for innovation and sustainable solutions. James Hardie provides a durable, lower-maintenance alternative to wood and vinyl. And Boral True Exterior Siding and Trim offers phenomenal performance while consisting of 70% recycled materials and environmental leaders. And talk with your client about doable or triple, double or triple pane windows that offer a comfortable environment year-round while delivering lower energy bills. Golden State's respected window and door partners include Marvin, Anderson, and Milgard, the very best. So start online at goldenstatelumber.com. Building better in the Bay Area since 1954. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
And now 2nd and goal for Seattle as a result of marching down the field. Geno Smith, play action fake, backpedals, throws, and he lobs it to the back of the end zone where DK Metcalf runs alone. From right to left across the back end line of the end zone, he's got his 3rd touchdown catch of the night. And Seattle leads 34-27 early in the 4th.
Seahawks gave it all they had last Thursday in Dallas. They came up short. Of course, we just saw them a couple of weeks ago. And I got a story. I just told it, but I want to hear it. I want him to hear it. Michael Sean Duggar does a tremendous job covering the Seahawks for The Athletic and has done it for a long time. So last year, 2022, when they were here, he was sitting alone. He's eating media fare and probably did not want to be bothered, especially because my face will make you lose your appetite. And I said, I hate to bother you, but your writing on the Seahawks is awesome. And he thanked me and was very nice, but he probably was pissed that I bothered him during his pregame meal. And now he joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Yeah, good, man. So, again, I'm sorry I bothered you because you looked perfectly content, but your stuff is great. You do a tremendous job covering the Seahawks.
Thank you. For what it's worth, last name pronounced Dugar.
Dugar. I apologize. Dugar. Won't happen again. All right, let's get into this whole thing. So we obviously saw the Seahawks a couple of weeks ago, but the team looked, desperate. They played well against Dallas defensively. They couldn't keep the Cowboys out of the end zone. But tell me, even though we saw you a couple of weeks ago, where is this team? And mentally, is this a desperate football team that we're going to see come into Levi's on Sunday?
They probably don't want to use that word. They probably would use something like sense of urgency. I guess that's 3 words. But you get the point. Desperation it kind of implies like some level of like weakness. Not for me. I think desperate's fine. If you've ever like dealt with someone desperate, whether you bargaining with them or you got into a fight or argument, that desperate person ain't going to give up. It's going to take a lot to put them down. So I guess I would accurately describe them as that. I mean, look at it. They've lost 3 straight, 4 of 5. They keep getting their butts whooped by the Niners. And people who cover the 49ers have been around the team. You guys know how much getting your butt whooped by a rival can just feel different. Like, even if it's not fair, like getting your butt whooped by a rival consistently can cost jobs, right? It can end eras, and we've seen that. Pete Carroll has been responsible for a ton of NFC West coaches getting the boot. I know those NFC West coaches have had other issues, but one of them has been beating the Seahawks and getting blown out by the Seahawks in particular. So, yeah, they know they cannot lose to the Niners again, not only just for playoff positioning, not only to avoid losing a 4th straight time. It's what goes along with, would that be 5 losses in a row? None of them have been really competitive. They're just letting the Niners bully you. So, yeah, this team, desperate, urgent, they're ready to go. I don't know if that'll make a difference, but, I feel a sense of readiness and a desire to end this losing streak.
Yeah, and last year when they beat Seattle 3 straight times, they just ran all over them. And again, they had great balance, and they did whatever they want in that game. And the first half was an annihilation. They really did whatever they want against this rebuilt defense. So my question is, they go out and they get Draymond Jones. They pay him the most money they've ever played a guy that was not in the building before, a 3-year deal for $59 million. They bring Jaron Reed back. They make a trade to get Leonard Williams. They re-sign Bobby Wagner. They bring in Julian Love because Jamal Adams misses so much time. On and on it went. Were the off-season expenditures made specifically, in your opinion, to try to slow down what Kyle Shanahan and the Niners have going on offense?
Maybe not specifically, but they were certainly in mind, for sure. I mean, how could they not be? Whoever you lose your last game to in the playoffs tends to have that effect on you. If it's the Super Bowl, maybe not as much, particularly if the game is close. Like, I don't think the Eagles are like, let's rebuild everything. We lost to Mahomes. But I think in instances where you get your boots smoked in the playoffs, absolutely. I mean, look how dominant the Niners have looked. That was the thing why Seattle had to look in the mirror last year in the offseason. It wasn't just that they were getting beat. I mean, not just on defense. On offense, the Seahawks didn't score in the first meeting against the Niners down there, and I think that was like week 2. And the next meeting was a little bit more competitive, but again, they didn't score until I think a garbage time touchdown in the 4th. And then obviously the playoff game, they're actually leading at halftime with 2 touchdowns, think the world is going their way, and then boom, they just get their doors blown off. So I think the offense was thinking about beating the Niners for a lot of the offseason. Obviously, the rookies didn't care. They don't have that pain. But, yeah, I think a lot of what they did was to win the division. Whoever, is the leader of the division the previous year, Seattle's trying to, catch up to them. In some years, it was the Rams. Right? You guys know the Rams had it going for a little bit there with Jared Goff for about 3 years. They made the playoffs and made the Super Bowl. So the offseason in Seattle were like, all right, how do we stop these over routes from Cooper Kupp and these fly sweeps from Robert Woods? And Seattle changed its whole front and how they were coaching his linebackers. So, yeah, I think this offseason was very similar. How do we stop Kyle Shanahan, and how do we score on this guy? And, yeah, it was very disheartening for them on Thanksgiving to have dedicated all those resources for 10 months to try to answer that question, or both of those questions, and then failed at both of them right out of the gate.
Seahawks and 49ers here at Levi's Stadium on Sunday. Michael Sean Dugar is joining us at Mike Dugar. Make sure you follow him. He's also got a great podcast, the Seahawks Man to Man podcast, as you get ready for the game this weekend. Make sure that you check it out. So to you, what is the biggest thing that needs to change for the Seahawks to not only try to win this game, but even make it competitive?
I think they need their swagger back. I really do. There's some schematic stuff we could maybe get into if you guys want, but I think the biggest thing is the Seahawks have a look about them when they play other teams, right? They've got that swag. I was thinking, for instance, right? So they played the Rams on week 11 before playing the Niners. Devin Witherspoon gets a guy in the flat and body slams him. Can't remember the guy's name. Body slams him, right? Gets a roughness penalty. Well, he'll eat the penalty, right? Because it's like, man, that's that swagger, that toughness. It's like, we're here. Our DBs are here to hit. 4 days or 5 days later or whatever, he gets, I think it was Juwan Jennings in the flat on 3rd down. And bro drags him for 4 yards and a first down. Now, some of his teammates should have came and helped, but you get the point. Like, 1 week, it's like, I'm a WWE wrestler. We're setting the tone. We're here. And the next week, it's get dragged 4 yards for a first down. You know what I mean? I think they just need to get their swagger back. The Niners clearly have it. The Niners have it wherever they play. And I love that the Niners kind of just, it travels. They got Debo in the front when they come out with the boom box with Trent Williams, and you kind of just know, like, hey, we're here. And we mean business. Last year, I forget, I think it was week 2, someone might have done a cheap shot on somebody. I can't remember if it was the week 2 or the playoff.
It was on Debo.
But I know it was down
on
there.
Debo.
Yeah,
Trent Williams went at him,
and, Yeah, and then the Niners just turned up after that, because they had their swagger, and the Seahawks have that. They're not, like, identityless on defense, but for some reason against the Niners, they just haven't had it. So I think beyond the schematics, they just really got to get their attitude and their swagger back. And that's really the case for the whole NFC when they play the Niners, because the Niners know who they are. They're the bully on the block. So they've embraced that. They know how to carry that into the rain, into their own building, into a dome. Doesn't matter. They know how to do it. And when other teams don't have their identity, don't have their swagger, the Niners just blow them out.
Well, you mentioned that confrontation, and that's what Juwan Jennings does. He's a 212-pound slot wide receiver, and he was going to just go at Witherspoon all night. And Witherspoon's a missile when he's coming downhill, but they felt like they could run 18 Zorro, 19 Zorro, their toss plays with Kittle and Juszczyk out in space, and Juwan just lighting him up because he's light. The one major change, and you did a great job of breaking down the structure of what needs to change, and they got to run the ball better, certainly on offense, and we'll see if K9 plays in this game, 3rd down defense, red zone efficiency, all that. But it was surprising to me that Pete Carroll opened the game on Thursday, Thanksgiving night. He jumped into a 4-man front when he's been playing a 5-man front with his 34 defense and the 2 ends outside. So they got to stop the 49er ground game first and foremost. So just your thoughts on why he changed the front and what happened to Reek Woolen. You're talking about swagger and all that. In the game on Thanksgiving night, was he benched or something? Did he get hurt? Why was he off the field and Michael Jackson came into play?
Quick answer on Reek. He just wasn't tackling. I mean, you guys saw he was one of those guys who whiffed on that spoon play that I mentioned. And he had CMC dead to rights on like a simple, I think it was just a mid-zone run and just whiffed, and I think it ends up turning into a first down. And then the coaches just had enough, like, hey, man, you're covering just fine, which he was. But if you're not tackling, dude, get out. Fair or not, it appears to be the reasoning. And I think he should be fine going forward. If you see on Thursday night against Dallas, he was hitting. He got a couple flags he'd want back, but, I mean, he was driving guys into the ground. So, like, he got the message. Whatever message needed to be sent, it was delivered. And sometimes you need that with young players, right? Reek's, 24 or something, I don't think that'll be a big deal going forward. But I do think your point about the fronts is very interesting. I'm actually headed to Pete Carroll's press conference here in about 30 minutes. And I do want to ask about that because they relied on the four-man front in particular against the Niners' heavy lineups, which I thought was interesting because they've been able to, defend the run out of nickel and those light boxes when teams are in 11 or even when some teams are in 12. But for some reason, when the Niners were like, we're just going to put Juice Check in and go 21, let's see if you match us with heavies. And the Seahawks were like, nah, we're just going to stay with this light box and nickel. And I was very shocked by that, and particularly because it's not like it worked early on to stay with it. So, right, when it stopped working in the beginning, you would think they would change it. Nah, I don't think they brought out their heavies like their 3-4 package with the head up over the center at all. I have to go back and look, but I think it was 0 snaps against heavies, whether it's 21, 13, or whatever. So I would expect them to probably change that. Maybe he won't tell me when I ask him today, but I would guess that that'll be an adjustment because, I mean, how could it not? If you're not confident in your DBs tackling, which is what you need to do when you stay in nickel against heavies, well, then bring the big boys in. And I feel like that's just a natural adjustment that should have been made on Thanksgiving. I don't know if it would have made a difference, but I'm with you. I was very surprised to see them try to just stick with their DBs tackling against all those heavy lineups. Maybe it was because they were afraid of all the speed that the Niners' heavy personnel still brings, particularly in 21. Maybe that's the answer they don't want to admit. But either way, I would have brought them to the heavies in so you just can set the tone and match their physicality.
Hey, Mike, before we let you go, you're talking about the swag. A lot of times that swag is led by DK Metcalf. He had the 3 touchdowns against the Cowboys. He was feeling himself. I think it was the fastest run when he scored on that long one in the NFL this year. But the 49ers have moved Charvarius Ward on him, and then the last couple of games, they've shut him down. Is there any adjustment there for the Seahawks, or is it just he hopes to be better against Ward this time around?
Yeah, I think he's one piece of the swag. I think on defense, a lot of it's fed off Jamal Adams, Devin Witherspoon, Quandre Diggs, Trey Brown. I think those guys set that tone over there, and then they just did not have it. If Niners fans are curious, like, this is a really indictment of them as well. Go look at the Seahawks put out like an all-access tape, after every game, like 3 or 4 days after. Go look at Jamal Adams lead the DB huddle like right before the kickoff on Thanksgiving, and then go look at how they tackled in the opening drive. It's unbelievable. It's like all the energy he gave him just got zapped at kickoff. Anyway, to your point about DK, I really don't think there's an adjustment to be made. I really think with DK, it's really as simple as, and this is against the Niners or anyone else, but particularly against Ward, is if you get one-on-one DK, win. And Gino, when he gets those one-on-ones, put the ball on him. It's really that simple. We just saw in Dallas how that can work against a really good corner. You get one-on-one, take the shot, make sure the ball is catchable, DK go catch it. They got their opportunities, on Thanksgiving night. I think they went 0 for 3 throwing at Charvarius Ward with 1 PBU. One time DK didn't get his foot in, and one of them went into, like, section 123. You just can't have that. You got to hit 2 of those, or at least hit one of them like they did in the playoff game for, like, 50-yard touchdown. So, yeah, I think that's an obvious matchup every week or every time they play these guys because the Niners are bold enough, and I understand why, to give Charvarius Ward all these one-on-ones deep with no safety help against DK. They're doing it because he's winning. The Seahawks had to force them to give him some safety help by beating him, So that's really just a matter of Gino and DK lining it up.
You detailed in your most recent piece, and Pete Carroll's still optimistic they can make the playoffs, but they got to turn this around now, improve the run game. And in the Dallas game, they had 22 carries, 72 yards. Charbonnet, 3.2 a pop, overall 3.3. Charbonnet, to me, just misaligned a lot on Thanksgiving night, like right away, the first play of the game, the third play of the game, he didn't know where to go. He is a rookie. I think a lot of what you're talking about is just getting K9, Kenneth Walker, the third back. Is he going to play with this oblique injury on Sunday?
I'd be surprised if he plays. I think Zach can run the ball well enough against the Niners. I think him and K9, they both kind of have the same issue with reading blocks a little bit. We saw it with Zach against Dallas. Maybe not reading them as much as just like feeling out that your guy is going to win before you cut back. Kind of like trust that your guard is going to reach that linebacker or whatever. Just kind of let it develop, I would say. They both kind of have that issue. But I do think the Seahawks have just been getting knocked off the ball up front when they try to run it against the Niners, and that's been the case in all of the last 4 games. You know, they didn't change much about their O-line in the offseason because they felt like, all right, guys were young last year. Let's just play better, maybe add a piece. You know, they switched out centers in the offseason, and we'll be able to run the rock on these guys, and it's just not there. That's really why I think this game could get out of hand as well. There's obviously a ton of other reasons, but if you can't run the ball on the 49ers are not only going to beat you, man, they're going to beat the snot out of you. These guys are giving me such a feel of those Legion of Boom era Seahawks where they have the swagger, and as soon as you're one-dimensional against them and they smell that blood, well, then it's over, man. Well, next thing you know, there's blitzing to Fred Warner, or next thing you guys don't have Hufanga no more, but the next thing you know, Hufanga's grabbing your quarterback or snatching interceptions, or, you know, like it just gets bad, and it snowballs so fast against the Niners. That's the other thing, too. You feel like, all right, we're in this game. It's 13-3 or something. Let's just get a long drive here. You go 3-and-out punt. Next thing you know, 2 drives later, you're down 27-3. You're like, what happened? We was just right there, you know? So, yeah, if they can't run the ball on Sunday, this could get really ugly.
Mike Hassan Dugar, again, The Athletic does a great job covering the Seahawks. Thank you so much for your information, your insight. We appreciate it. We'll see you on Sunday.
All right, thanks for having me.
Thanks, man. At Mike Dugar, make sure you follow him on The Athletic. Does a great job covering the Seahawks. Great job covering the NFL and the Niners. That is Mike Silver, our good friend from the Chronicle. He's going to join us next, only here on the Sports Leader.
faithful, it's time to get serious with Silver.
Surely you can't be serious. I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
It's the Chronicles Mike Silver talking Niners ball with Papa and Lon on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8, the sports leader.
Rex, you told me probably 6 weeks ago on this show who he reminds you of.
Yeah, he reminded me of Joe Montana, who said, I'm delusional. I'm so delusional. This guy is so good. He's so poised. The timing, the anticipation. He doesn't have the biggest arm, all that stuff. There he is on the move. Is that Brock Purdy? I think it is. I don't know. Maybe it is. I love Brock Purdy, I think. The mobility, the swagger, the confidence.
Double-digit.
I got to give you one thing about this. Let me show you something.
Go ahead, Rex.
All right, and this is straight from Himbo. Purdy's blend of efficiency and volume has never been matched in NFL history. The closest team, 2000 with Kurt Warner.
Meaning he's throwing the ball down the field and completing it at such a high percentage.
Higher than we've ever seen. Yeah. And we're just going to, he's not good. No, just because he's Mr. Irrelevant. He doesn't remind me of Joe Montana. Yeah, because you don't know the game. I've been around this game all my life. Right now. This is what he does.
Rex Ryan loves himself some Brock Purdy. Let's get into everything 49ers, including Brock, the great, and I do mean great, Mike Silver, at Mike Silver. Of course, you're following him. Read him in the Chronicle. Nobody knows the NFL better. He joins us courtesy of the Guest Line. What's happening?
Michael?
Hello.
Correct.
Oh, there he is.
How are you, Mikey?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
We're good. We're good.
Right on.
Just reading your. I missed you in Philadelphia. I didn't see you much there, but you got access to Kyle in his office after the game as he was dressing, and his son was there, and just the way the game flipped from that first quarter, where they had the back-to-back 3-and-outs, the -6 yards of offense, and Philadelphia was starting to overwhelm them, but they were able to stiffen inside the low red zone twice, and it was just 6-0 and not 14-0, and then. How did Kyle flip that game where they did something that the Niners have not done since 1992 when Steve Young was the quarterback? They scored from that back-to-back 3-and-outs to open the game. They scored consecutively touchdowns on 6 offensive possessions.
Yeah, and that aligned more with what I kind of expected the game to be. Maybe not 6 touchdowns in a row, but I could tell from talking to players during the week how confident they are, and that made me feel as though they probably weren't wrong. And so, yeah, that first quarter was weird. It was key that they kept it to 6. I thought it was very similar to the game plan that DeMeco Ryans rolled out last January that seemed to be working, just setting the edge, pushing forward in the pocket, keeping Jalen Hurts penned in, kind of having Fred Warner back there in case he takes off running, and making him try to read it and beat them that way. And it seemed to be working before the unfortunate Purdy injury in January. And though they did give up the 2 long drives, for the most part, it worked on Sunday. And then, once the offense got over those first 2 series, wow. And so, I think Kyle basically, because it was 6-0, was able to calm himself and calm it down and by extension calm down the players. And it's like they remember the third drive, they had the false start. So they were backed up to their own 10.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So, they just kind of had to get a couple positive plays. But once they did, man.
Mike Silver's joining us, Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader, obviously talking 49ers and Eagles. Kyle's record late in the season, November, December, is so good, and they were so locked in for that game. Is that just because they were, for an entire year, just kind of focused on that game? Or is there something that in these later months, Kyle finds some magic elixir and his teams just play so well?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's both, right? They definitely were annoyed by the last 10.5 months. And that's not just like, we don't like those guys, whatever. But, they just did not put their best foot forward and really have a chance to with the season on the line last year. And in their hearts, they all believed, including Kyle, that they were going to go in and win that game, and we'll never know. And knocking out quarterbacks is part of the game. So, they did not. But there's that. And then,
as far as just being good late in the year, I think part of it is they're constructed to ideally peak at the right time, and they've got so many good players. But let's remember what's gone on. They had to do that in 2021. There was no choice, or their season was over, and they kind of heroically did that. In 2022, they had that lull and kind of got backed in to another corner and got McCaffrey, and it turned around, and then, went on an incredible run. In 2020, they obviously were banged up and couldn't do it. 2019, they actually had the big start and kind of tailed off toward the end before turning it back on in January. So I just think, it was self-preservation 2 years ago. Last year, they kind of survived their crisis. This year, maybe we'll look back and say there was a mini crisis, but really it was, they played a crappy game against the Bengals and looked exhausted. It got beat in Minnesota. Purdy was concussed, it turns out, and missed a field goal in Cleveland, could have grinded out that win. So, I just think when they're this healthy, they are the best team. And so I will go back to what I've been saying since before the season. If you tell me that roughly this team is going to be there in January and February, I think they're the best team. But that's a huge if in football and with a team that plays so physically and has guys who've played so much football.
Yeah, I part of it is desperation. It's just coaching. I mean, it's fundamentals. They do get better as they go throughout the year. And a lot of it, and I think Jimmy was playing his best football of his career when he got hurt against Miami, and we just had the anniversary or the date of 1 year at this time, December the 4th, Mike, on Monday, and Brock comes in. And now Brock has just taken everything to another level. You heard Rex Ryan going on and on. We'll see if the national media, and that vote for MVP is an AP 50 voters. They're not local voters. They're national voters. So we'll see if the country really believes in Brock or not to give him the MVP award. But Kyle does. And the level of where this offense is right now, certainly Jimmy, when they went to the Super Bowl in 19, they averaged almost 30 points a game. This team, with the exception of the 3-game losing streak, is way over 30 and hitting 42 here and there and calling off the dogs against Dallas. Is this the best quarterback Kyle has had for him? I know Matt Ryan in 16 was an MVP. That was his second year, but Brock just kind of stepped right in. How do you evaluate the chemistry between the head coach and the quarterback right now?
Yeah, I mean, it's phenomenal, and that's a great question. He loved Matt Schaub. He loved Kirk Cousins. I would say it this way, as in terms of him or Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan was a headstrong, successful, very accomplished player when Kyle got there, who was used to doing things a certain way and would say things to Kyle like, hey, we've had a lot of success here. And Kyle was kind of like, yeah, but we're trying to take it to another level. Now, they had Julio Jones. They had some, phenomenal players, as do the 49ers now. But that first year was really a battle between the two of them, back and forth, and they had some success, and then they had a long losing streak that kind of torpedoed their season. They talked it out after the season, worked it out, and then that second year it kicked in, and it was, he was a deserved MVP, and I don't know if you guys know this, but they actually had a 28-3 lead in the Super Bowl that year.
I turned it off at that point of the game. They didn't win that game?
They did not. It was weird.
Well, Julio made an amazing catch on the sideline, didn't they? Didn't that end the game then?
He did. It was crazy. So anyway, the difference is now he's got, clay that he can mold from the outset, and Brock Purdy didn't come in thinking, no, we've done it this way. He's kind of like, yes, coach. And, Brock Purdy, as you know, has a lot of swag, and I'm not saying that he's, malleable in that way, but he just hadn't played in the NFL. And so his first NFL foray is this scheme, this team, this coach, and, the ability to kind of do it from day one with a quarterback who's going to say, okay, I see what you're telling me to see. I'm going to see it that way. That is, to me, going to take it potentially to a different level. So I don't really care whether Brock Purdy wins MVP this year. I think you could make a strong case for McCaffrey too. I think the MVP conversation has become really stupid, and it's treated like the Heisman, like, oh, he had a bad game, he's out. And I also think the Heisman is stupid at this point, as is all of college football.
Yes.
Don't get me started, but I do care who is the Super Bowl MVP.
Yes.
And almost always with, Jake Scott, there's been the weird exceptions, but like almost always, I guess it wasn't Jake
Chuck
Scott.
Howley.
The old
Cliff
Jake
Barrett.
Scott had a great game against,
It was the 16-13
against the
Colts.
over-the-hill
Chuck
game.
Howley, but I mean,
Cowboys, right?
Yeah.
Jim O'Brien hit the field goal.
Yeah, they win the game.
Traditionally, the Super Bowl
You're right.
MVP also wins the game.
Jalen Hurts almost won it last year in a loss.
But you're right. But your point is taken.
Yeah,
The
you
MVP
win
is
the
on the
game.
winner.
So
Yeah, that's
I'm
the
just
award to
saying.
get. That's the award to get.
I think, look, Brock Purdy, if he stays healthy and everything goes the way we think it's going to go, is going to have an insane career, and I think he'll win MVPs, and it might happen this year and it might not. But I think if you're one of those fans who gets aggrieved over things, and trust me, as a Cal fan, I've rooted for the only team in history that was denied something sacred because of rankings and perceptions and votes, as Aaron Rodgers brought back up the other day, talking about our Rose Bowl. But
I thought you were talking about the USF undefeated team from years ago. But go ahead, Mike. You're on a roll. You're on a roll.
But there have been very few examples where perception and all that has really cost a team something sacred. I went through it as a fan. But if you're a 49er fan and you're worrying about, I want them to say he's good, I want them to think, just don't worry about it. It's going to be decided in a tournament, and the team you love is getting in. And if they are reasonably healthy, I think they've got a great chance to win that. So I would just focus on trying to enjoy that.
I agree with you 100%, but because we have 20 hours a week to fill plus pre and post games around here, let me ask you this.
And it is the MVP of the damn NFL.
And you are dialed in nationally because
That's fair.
one of the things that people, because this debate now has gone from nobody respects him, I think everybody respects him, I think whatever the case may be, but would the people that vote for him, the AP, nationally, would they vote for him? And does Rex Ryan have a point? Are people still not fully embracing him because he's picked 262? So would they vote for him nationally? Is that a problem?
Yeah, I mean, the 262 thing is still a thing. I think the fact that he's not a tall guy and doesn't, he does have a really good arm, as you know, but doesn't wow you with it. I just think there's all that crap, and that theoretically works against you. And I think McCaffrey has a great case, and so you could see some splits. There are other good candidates. I think Tyreek Hill has a great case, for example. But, I do think there's precedent in recent years where out of nowhere, second-year, guys like Mahomes in his first year as a starter, in his second year, won it. Lamar Jackson in his second year, first full season as a starter, won it. We've heard people who had a chance to win it, like Carson Wentz, was second-year starter. They were thinking he might win it. So I think, first full season as a starter, Brock Purdy, it's not a crazy precedent in recent times. But, yeah, I really don't know. And it is the other thing I'll say for you people who care about it and those of us who have to fill hours, it's a new system. It used to just be one person, one vote. Whoever gets the most votes wins, which is kind of a weird way to do it. Now there's a way to, have second and third place picks and points. And so it's possible that the person who wins it might not get the most first place votes and all that. So is he going to be in most people's top three? Again, I think like if it's fair, you'd put him there right now. But, I wish I cared more, and I agree with you. I have to fill programming too, and I'm going to have to write probably that column at some point and be like a grumpy old man and be like, get off my lawn. I don't care if he's the MVP. But I think he's got a real chance to win it, despite the stupidity of people who didn't have him on their draft boards high, who still can't accept that he's a baller which does not include any of us.
And the argument that he's got too many weapons on his team, which come on, Joe Montana and Steve Young didn't have great weapons, or the greatest show on turf. Didn't have Hall of Famers at every position.
Yes, good weapons and good coaching and a good defense. That'll kill an MVP.
Yeah, what does he do? He just throws the guy to the open guy, throws the ball. So you know what I say? Let's go get him another weapon so he really won't win that damn award. It's hard to ask a Cal guy about a Stanford guy. But I think he's more of a Monte Vista High School Mustang back in the day.
Zach Ertz,
Where's Zach Ertz going? Where's Zach Ertz going?
First of all, we share an affinity for a Santa Clara non-guy.
Brent Jones.
His wife, Julie.
Of course.
Yeah.
I got to do a cool NFL Network feature with the two of them a few years ago. And Julie and I actually played foosball against Zach and beat him. So I do have that.
One? It was 2 versus 1?
I think he had someone. I can't remember how it was, but I just know Julie and I got to celebrate, and I felt like I was Abby Wambach for like a fleeting second. It was great. Anyway,
you take off your top? Wow.
Yeah, no, I have talked. Wow. I have communicated. Come on now. I have communicated with Zach, and his mindset going into the weekend was really interested in the Eagles-Niners game because those are two interesting teams. So there have been feelers out.
The winner gets me.
And so, I don't know. I don't know exactly what the Niners want to do, but I think it's something that Zach, as a Pleasanton guy, as someone who obviously admires this organization a lot and has seen them many, many times, I think it's something he'd definitely be curious about. And I feel like the 49ers might want to explore it. So I kind of put it in the same. I was a little more skeptical about McCaffrey early on as a trade target than I should have been, and so I've kind of learned my lesson now. And I'm more open to any possible thing. You saw them go get Logan Ryan, so I can't tell you for sure what Zach's going to do, and I can't tell you for sure if the Niners want to pull that trigger, but it's definitely a possible thing, and I'm all for it at this point.
Silver, great stuff, man. Thanks. We appreciate it, and we'll see you on Sunday.
All right, thanks a lot, you guys.
Thank you, Mikey.
That's the great Mike Silver, again, in the Chronicle, of course, covering the Niners, but he knows all of the NFL, so make sure you're checking him out. And he is going to have to write that MVP call and kicking and screaming. That's just the way it goes. It's happening.
Well, it's a big award.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty big. And we will talk about Zach Ertz. Because
we will not know until the Thursday night before the Super Bowl at NFL Honors in Vegas. So hopefully Brock does it remotely via Zoom or tape something because he's getting ready for the football game. But I mean, that's Steve Young won it in 92 and 94, and Joe in 89 and 90, and John Brody in 70. And, it's like going back 57, they won it before, Joe the Jet Perry. But that'd be a pretty good list to be on, wouldn't you? And, Matt Barrows, you read his mail bag?
Yes.
Is Brock, is he eligible? Somebody wrote in about comeback player of the year, but he didn't miss any time last year in the regular season. He missed, obviously, most of the championship game. He did come back in and play the game. Is he even a candidate for comeback player of the year because he injured himself at the end of the championship game and he had to come back from a bad injury? But it's not like he missed all of last year and didn't play well last year. Is he even would you put him on the list for comeback player of the year?
He missed no regular season games. Like, what did he? Yeah, I know he came back, but lots of guys get injured.
McCaffrey finished third that last year, but
that's right. Yeah. But he had a bunch of injuries.
To Gino, wasn't it? Gino won that award.
Gino won that award. Yeah.
Right.
All right.
I hadn't thought about that.
We'll get more into this because you just mentioned Zach Ertz. There's an interesting thing going on around him. Plus, I got a financial thing to ask you about, Brock. We'll get into all those conversations. Plus, we'll keep you up to date on everything when it comes to the winter meetings. Looks like Shohei's going to make a decision by the end of the weekend. Juan Soto could be getting close to the Yankees. The Padres getting that deal done with the Yankees. And, of course, you want to know all about the Giants. We'll keep you up to date on anything and everything that may happen there as well. It's Pop and Lund. We're live from Levi's, only here on the Sports Leader.
Redwood City. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Redwood City's sports leader.
what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Could a former Stanford product be coming home? Or will he go to his NFL home? It's complicated. That story and more trending right now on KNBR and the new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You just got to keep stacking games, stacking days, stacking weeks. So we got to go out here and continue to make plays for him. And I think he'll get the job done for us in the MVP conversation. But I don't think that's his ideal goal of for us, something that he really, really want to accomplish right now. I think at the end of the day, as a whole, as a group, as a team, we want to be standing there at the end of the year holding the Lombardi Trophy.
That's Deebo Samuel, the NFC Offensive Player of the Week, and he's with Kay Adams every single Tuesday. So on Wednesday, we always have stuff, and that's one thing he said. He also said his boy, Brock Purdy, is the MVP, and it's not even close, but that's what I would expect him to say. Away from Purdy for just a second, we will get into some Warriors because they're back at it against the Blazers on the court, and Mark Spears and you and I yesterday had an interesting conversation. We'll tell you about part of it when we come back at 11:30, but two personnel issues. We mentioned Zach Ertz. Mac Barrow saying this morning that the 49ers would have interest, and I thought so once you heard that Ross Dwelly was going to be down for a while. That might open the door for Zach Ertz to come home. Philadelphia is interested, we hear. The Ravens, who lost Mark Andrews, are interested, and that matters because we could see the Eagles again. We are going to see the Ravens. I don't know how much Zach Ertz has left, but I do know this. He, I think, is still good, and he's a great presence in the locker room, so it certainly couldn't hurt. So what are your thoughts on Zach Ertz and where he may go?
Well, we had John Clark on yesterday for a friend from Philadelphia, and he thinks he's going back to the Eagles, and he did mend fences with Howie Roseman. It got a little acrimonious at the end with Zach and Philly once they drafted Dallas Goedert in 2018 as a middle second-round pick, and he's just a better inline blocker. Zach's a better route runner, but Goddard's gotten good. He just got to the point where they weren't going to be able to pay him, and I'd forgotten that they actually had a trade worked out to send Zach to Arizona when he was an Eagle, and he still played in that last game with Philadelphia, which is, wow, this is professional sports. If I'm Arizona at the time, it was Steve Keim. I don't want you playing against, getting hurt. Now the trade's off, and he did. So he's a little bit of, and I've known his family for years, and he's old school like that. And he got really, I want to say emotional, but when he came back to play the Niners with Arizona this year, a lot of pictures. His family was here. Chris Babcock was in the booth with me, coached him in high school. Brent Jones, I remember going there to watch him as a sophomore at Monte Vista, and Brent Jones, this guy's going to play in the NFL and be a Pro Bowler. I'm like, what? And you watch him, and he's a great basketball player and the size, and you saw him at Stanford. I wanted the Raiders to draft him coming out. He's just he knows how to get open. He's gotten to be a better blocker. He made a few blocks in the 49er game where he shielded guys. I even saw him in the games leading up to the Niner game where I thought, Zach's a willing blocker. And he comes here, and he's around, what they do with this group here. And George, and that he'll become a better blocker because that's just part of the mentality. So I think it's really up to money and where he wants to go. The thing with Dwelly, he's a core special teamer, and he's a valuable member of this team. Now he's got a high ankle sprain. How long is he going to be out for with that? Do you want to put him on short-term IR? So now there's somewhat of a need to bring him in. Otherwise, the young guy, Willis, is going to have to be up. And the Niners they've got 3 tight ends up on game day. They don't play a lot of 13 personnel or have 3 tight ends on the field. Some teams do it more. But you want 3 up on game day because Kyle plays a lot of 2 tights. And Dwelly and Werner are on special teams. So that player's up on game day. Now, is Zach going to play special teams? No, that's not going to happen. But Charlie's on the field a lot because he's such a good inline blocker. I mean, we're talking about the O-line. Charlie Warner had a great game last game. It's just his ability to block. George Kittle gets all the headlines, and George had an amazing blocking game. But Charlie Warner is that good offensively, and that's a big part of what they do. So I don't know. I mean, we talked to John Clark, and he said he's going to be an Eagle. You talk to Mike Silver, and he's going to be a Niner. He wants to be. I think, I don't know what he's waiting on. Today's install day for the new week, and it's time to go. He already missed a week. This happened last week. You think you want to play? As we say, when he got traded from Philadelphia to Arizona the first time, he played for the Eagles before he left.
Right.
So he wants to play. So now you're getting into, could he get in the building today and play on Sunday does he want to play against Dallas for Philadelphia? Does he want to play for the Niners against Seattle? I think Baltimore with the injury if I'm Baltimore, DeCosta, losing Mark Andrews a major loss. Zach Ertz could, not all of it, but I just watching Lamar, and he's got, obviously OBJ and Flowers. He's got new weapons there. But it was time. There's certain guys you got to get the ball to in big situations.
Red zones, third downs.
You're right.
Absolutely.
You're going to Mark Andrews.
Absolutely. 100%.
So Zach, I think Zach's kind of that security blanket, John, because he's not the fastest guy, the biggest guy, but he has a way to get open. He fights. There were, frankly, coming into that Niner game, he dropped a touchdown. Remember, right on the goal line?
Yeah.
It was shocking. It was late in the game, and the game was over. The Niners were going to win big. But I saw him drop maybe 2 or 3 earlier in the year in the first 2 or 3 games where he just dropped a touchdown there. What's going on? So I don't know if he's been distracted. I don't think it is. They're human beings, but it'll be interesting to see. I didn't think so, but now the Dwelly injury does open it up. But was he watching Sunday? And he told Mike Silver, this game Sunday will be interesting, Niners and Eagles. Now that the Niners won the game, is he thinking he wants to get that second Super Bowl? And remember, when they won the first one, how big of a game did he have?
It was massive.
He caught a touchdown at the very end of that game that was huge. They don't win that Super Bowl. The other tight end was involved in the Philly special.
Goddard, yeah.
No, the other guy before that they let go in free agency. What's his name? Anyway, he's the one who threw it. The other tight end they had before. Anyway, and I don't think that they win that Super Bowl without Zach in that game. And how many catches did he have the one year? Like 114?
Oh, yeah, it was amazing.
He had the most catches of any tight end in the history of the NFL in a single year.
I'm not saying he's that guy, but what I am saying is that he would be great in the locker room. He would be a legitimate number 2 tight end as far as catching the football. He might be able to give George Kittle a little bit more rest down the stretch, which would be a huge thing. I just think, look, there's tons of weapons on this team, but a second tight end, they've looked for this guy since they had Reed, and who unfortunately he got hurt and everything like that after coming over from Washington. But he would be legit. I would love to see it. The other thing I wanted to ask,
Trey Burton, by the way.
That's it.
Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to ask you about, I was a little bit surprised by this. To make room for Logan Ryan, who at the end of our show yesterday, we announced that they get rid of Ty Davis-Price, who we heard in training camp was looking better. And obviously, that's 2 third-round running backs that just didn't work out here. And if you want to go all the way back to Joe Williams from Utah, they liked
Trey Sermon. You're missing
Trey Sermon. So Ty Davis-Price, 93rd pick in 2022, the Brock draft. He's gone. Did that surprise you?
Not at all. He's having a hard time getting a jersey. He's clearly fallen behind J.P. Mason. JP's just they trust him better. Not only on special teams, he's just a better runner. There's no doubt. I think Ty Davis-Price worked hard this offseason to become a better route runner and fit it all, but he wasn't getting a jersey on game day unless Elijah Mitchell was down. They're deep, and McCaffrey's been able to stay healthy. I actually thought that at some point maybe they'd make Elijah Mitchell available via trade at the deadline, but Christian had the oblique thing right at that time, and then you're thinking, damn, if Christian goes down, we trade Elijah Mitchell. Now all of a sudden it's just Mason and Price, and they weren't comfortable doing that. So, no, I also think if you cut him, are you going to lose him? And maybe. Is Trey Sermon still on Philly?
No.
He's completely gone? I was looking for him on the roster.
Yeah, he's gone.
Look at that. And, you could say that they missed a draft pick. After you're drafted, it's up to you. Your career is on you. And they're getting great coaching here with Bobby Turner and Anthony Lynn, and there's a certain style, and Kyle – they're really demanding. Plus, you're in a room with Christian McCaffrey. And I'm not saying Ty Davis-Price wasn't a hard worker, but it's got to translate to where you're on the field. But you're up against a guy like Jordan Mason, who's a dog, and Elijah Mitchell. The only issue he had was availability. His ability was really good. And then you bring in McCaffrey. So when you're looking at the roster right now and trying to figure out who can we afford to lose, who's the one who's furthest away from getting a jersey on game day of the 53 on the roster, it was him. And so I was not surprised. Now we'll just see, going back to the draft boards when they picked him, if anybody else will pick him up. There may be a way to get him back and get him back on the practice squad.
All right, so there's a couple of things that happened yesterday. Let's get into a conversation that we had with Mark Spears yesterday that was fascinating in regards to Klay Thompson. We'll do that coming up next. Again, the baseball meetings are going on in Nashville. Have not heard anything yet. Shohei Ohtani, according to John Barossi, has said that end of the weekend on him. Juan Soto looks like he'd be getting close to the Yankees. Other than that, not a lot of huge activity, so we'll keep you up to date on everything. We'll get into that in about 15 minutes. But a little Warriors talk on something we got into yesterday with Mark Spears. We'll do that next, live from Levi's on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. We are less than, actually right about 48 hours away, 48 and a half hours away for the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley's free live CLR webinar. That is this coming Friday, December the 8th at noon. It's a great opportunity to find out all about custom lens replacement. At the webinar, the doctors will answer any questions you might have, like what's the difference between LASIK and CLR. I had LASIK 20 years ago. Didn't work as well as the CLR that I just had recently, and John had as well. So we both were determined to be good candidates. Are you a good candidate for LASIK or CLR? What's the cost? Is there financing involved? How long does the procedure take? So find out how CLR is the permanent solution to readers, contacts, glasses, and cataracts at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley's free live CLR webinar. That's this Friday, December the 8th. At noon. Space, as you would imagine, is limited. So I strongly encourage you to register right now at lasereyeclr.com. That's lasereyeclr.com.
Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
What's happening in Papa and Lund on a Wednesday? We're live from Levi Stadium. Remember, tomorrow, this very time, from 11 to noon, we bring in Tim Ryan. We do the Power Hour, the football Power Hour, and we hang out and talk Niners. We'll look back at the Eagles, look ahead to the Seahawks. Do that tomorrow from 11 to 12, so make sure that you tune in. So we were having a conversation with Mark Spears yesterday about what they could possibly do. We were talking about needing a Robin to Steph's Batman, that Steph's almost at 30 points per game, and the second leading scorer for the Warriors is Clay at about 15.7. So we're talking about, could you move Paul? Could you move Wiggins? Could you move Clay? And obviously the Clay thing is going to move the needle, but I was thinking about this from a fan perspective, and the text line is wide open, but I'd love to get your thoughts on this. I think fans are more ruthless than nostalgic. Now, I know that that's not the main reason that Joe Lacob, who would ultimately make this decision, if he were to move Clay to make the team better or younger or whatever the case may be, but if he's thinking that it's going to be fan backlash, I could be wrong in this, but I think fans are more Bill Walsh than Al Davis. That when a player is done, I think they'd rather move him. I think. I could be wrong, but
people
I
on
think
social media are that way.
Yeah, that's true.
I honestly don't think Joe cares.
You don't care? You don't think he cares about what the fan backlash is going to be?
No. I mean, I could be wrong. I mean, his initial indoctrination of being an owner in sport was the Monte Ellis trade. And I don't think he had a clue as to the popularity of Monte Ellis. I didn't. And the backlash of trading Monte Ellis for Andrew Bogut, and how I remember when he made that trade on the Friday night, we had him, we were at the old arena then with Saintly. By the way, Saintly reached out to me yesterday. We're going to get Saintly on the air.
We are?
Saintly is available to us again. So we are going to get Gary Saintly.
Oh, let's get the powers that be, man. We need that.
I already sent Walter. We got to get Saintly. And
we have a football hour. We need a basketball hour. That thing was
we need Saintly
epic.
back. I miss Saintly. Anyway, nobody mentioned at all the Monte Ellis trade that night. And we were right in that tight concourse.
Maybe that's why he wouldn't trade him, because of that whole thing.
What do you mean? No, I know that's not it. I just think Joe. Well, anyway, he traded Monte, and then the Mullen thing happened, and but a lot of factors, moving the team to San Francisco, and he got booed and all that. But did he get it more calloused? I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think this is like trading a son. This is Klay Thompson here.
You would do that.
Well, I have already, but that's not. No, but I mean, it's more than just the basketball.
I know the son you would trade.
I can watch number 11 play, and honestly, I think we're overreacting to his play. The guy tore for you, trying to run down Danny Green with Durant already hurt in Game 6 of the NBA Finals. He tore his anterior cruciate ligament, preparing to come back to play for you. He tore his Achilles tendon. He didn't play for 941 days. I mean, I know this is professional sports and it's hard and cold, but you got to have a heart here. And this guy won. This guy made you. How much are the Warriors worth now? I've lost track how many billions they're worth. Steph obviously drove that, but there's no Steph without Clay. He can't. It doesn't work. Steph and Monte didn't work. Steph and Clay worked on every level, and then Draymond and all of it. So as fans, you all overreact to every missed shot, every play, and and then just get him out. Well, it's more than just show up and watch him play at 740. This is a guy who had to go through hell. And all those big moments, the Game 6 Clay, everything he's done for you. Now, you can trade him, and he can still come back in your organization at some point as a player or not. I think there's no question he will retire a Warrior. He will have a statue outside of Chase Center, outside of Steph Curry, and Steph has passed them all. He's passed Wilt, he's passed Rick, he's passed Mully. He's passed them all. He's the most popular Warrior of all time. But after Steph, there ain't none of this without Clay. So that's hard.
So as an owner, that you bring up a great point, which is, as an owner, what do you owe a player? Because more than ever in sports these days, because of the analytics, you pay a player for what he's going to do, not what he's done. We used to play, not me, owners used to much more so pay a player for what he did than what he was going to do. But now it's what he's going to do. And the only reason we're talking about this is because in the offseason, they're going to have a really tough decision to make. And if Clay thinks he's an elite player in this league and wants to be paid as such, then I don't think the Warriors are going to pay that freight. Now, if he wants to be realistic, I think they will. And what a move may do is it may take them off the hook on that, because that's going to be a really hard decision in the offseason. Draymond was paid because he still does things that are unique that I don't think a lot of other players can do. Clay's a great shooter, but he's not the defender he was, and you could probably, as much as I love Clay, you could probably find a player to do what he does for cheaper. But then there's the nostalgia side.
Well, what I think, as far as what they're obligated to do, every player is obtainable. And you're not going to trade Steph Curry. It's part of Mike Dunleavy's job. And frankly, I think Mike can handle this assignment a little easier than Bob. Bob may not. Maybe that's part of why Bob backed away from the job. I'm dealing with the owner is trying, but do I really have to sell off these people that I wouldn't be anything without them? I mean, that's hard. It's easy for fans to say it. They don't have to live with them, but you have to do your job. And Mike's job would be, talk to everybody about everybody. So realistically, what can you get for Clay? Clay's still a good player. He is. He's an effective player. He's changed the way he's played. He's playing closer to the baseline, the sideline. He guards different. I like the way he guarded Harden last week. He can guard somebody out on the floor, but it's not going to be the ultra trick, quick to Aaron Fox kind of guys. That's hard for him, but he can still be effective. But but realistically, are you going to make a transformative trade of Klay Thompson to solve all your problems? Will you make your roster better marginally? Then you have to look at things like that, and maybe you have a hard choice. If it's a basketball trade that's presented to you that you think makes sense, then you have to do it. But you made a basketball trade in the offseason that, to me, did not make any sense. Trading a young Jordan Poole and his ability, and I know everybody can cringe about Jordan Poole and all that. You don't win the fourth championship without Jordan Poole. He has a special ability to beat people off the dribble. You just have to harness him. But to trade him for Chris Paul was done for other than pure basketball reasons. They felt they had to do that. And they got off to a decent start with Chris Paul, and I was still trying to figure it all out, and Chris Paul seemed to fit in. He's being a good teammate and all that. But you were playing so slow that you weren't, and now Steve's talking about pitching the ball ahead. What happened to that Warrior break? They're older. They just don't do it. Remember in the old days, not even a pure fast break, well, we would call it the Curry flurry, where they would just pitch the ball up the sideline, and it would just create a scattered court, and they'd bomb, whether it were Steph or Clay. And remember the early days when they come down on like a 3-on-2 or a 2-on-1, and they wouldn't just take a layup. They'd go to the corner, and they go to above the break and shoot a three, and you're like, what are you doing? Just take a lay-in. They don't do that. We splash around here. It was amazing. But it was all pitch ahead. Get it, rip it, and Draymond, the rebound, the rip and run. Let's go. Chris Paul's just, he's Corciani. How many going to pound that ball on the ground over? Let's move. Let's go. We're older now. We're going to get in the half court. Who's going to win off the dribble? Now at the end of the game, you got Claw all over Steph. There's nowhere to go. You got to pitch it to Draymond for a baseline three. Damn, we don't want that. Even, Blackbeard's old and fat again, but he beats you off the dribble. He goes and scores. So a lot of it is. You make basketball decisions not based on pure basketball, and you do that. But in this one, I don't know. It would be hard to trade, Klay Thompson. I wouldn't want to be a part. That'd be one of the deals where you do it. I'm going to go play golf. Exactly. And then after you do it, I'm going to say, I didn't know you did that. Where's the intel on that?
To Bermuda
it's
for
like
a week.
trading Wiseman. Who told me? I didn't know. They all talked me into it. It's like Nelly trading Mitch for Billy Owens. I got bad intel. I didn't want to do it. Yeah, damn you did.
I got bad
Yeah, I blame it on Ed Gregory. But I mean, Clay's different.
Yeah.
And that would just break your heart. I don't know how you would do that, but it is pro sports. If you get a deal where they're offering you DeMar DeRozan or Zach LaVine straight up for Clay, then
for the expiring contract,
then you got to go. Then you got to go in and have a talk with them, and you got to say, hey, can we resign you in the off season? But for here and now, I don't know how you would do that. I just think Joe. It'd be hard for him, and it should be. That's he's not all bottom line dollars and cents, winning championships. It'd be hard. Clay's different. He's just different. But they traded Willie Mays, you traded Willie McCovey, you traded Joe Montana, you traded Wayne Gretzky. Tell me who hasn't been traded. It's a shorter list than who has been, but I think that's hard. And people, you have to just can we celebrate their greatness even at the end here and enjoy it. They're not going to be what they were all the time. They're going to be it once in a while, and we're going to go, damn, look at Clay. That was Game 6 Clay. Let's watch Oklahoma City video, and let's do all that again. But by and large, some nights he's not going to be able. It's hard. It's a hard league. You're playing, you're playing 4 days a night or 4 days a week. It's hard. But I don't know. To answer your question, yeah, that's a hard one. Chris Paul, you can trade.
Yeah, right.
Because when you got him here, he was a commodity. We'll flip him. And honestly, if you put the two of them up for sale right now, I think they maybe get comparable return. Maybe Clay a little bit more. I think Clay he may be in demand on a team as a finishing piece. You make, I don't want to say a drift shooter, but you put Klay Thompson on a team that has, great players around him, and you just put him in he's not a corner guy, but above the break and have him just be, cocked and loaded and ready to go, or even running. He's still effective. He's 33. He's just coming back from he led the league in 3-point goals last year. So I think what they're going to do is play the next 20 games, have December turn to January. January turns to February.
February 8th.
Trading deadlines in 2 months and 2 days. And then it'll be a little like, it'll be like Madison Bumgarner.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
We're not going to trade him, part because we didn't get a great offer for him. And do we really want to do that? If he wants to leave as a free agent on his own accord, we'll do that. But I just don't know if you want your fingerprints around, unless you get something back where even if you're like, Clay, what do I do here? Come on, I got to trade you. Well, this is insane. We got to move.
Right.
Unless you get one of those offers, then what's the point?
Well, and the difference in the NBA versus baseball, and you're right, I was thinking of Madison Bumgarner. They bring in Farhan. He doesn't have the emotional ties. Now, Mike Dunleavy still does, and ultimately, like you said, Joe Lacob's the one who's going to make that call. But the difference in the NBA is if you don't move someone at the deadline, you lose the money. So $33.8 million in baseball, you lose that off your payroll. You think we have a budget, we can spend that money. In basketball, it's the whole reason D'Angelo Russell was even here. They had to get a placeholder for Kevin Durant's money or else you lose that money.
Right.
So you don't.
Well, that's where Paul comes in.
Right. So if you lose that, if Clay leaves, if Paul leaves, whatever, you've got to get something for them because they're free agents.
I don't even want Clay to leave. I want to trade Paul and then let Clay's contract expire and then rework a new contract. And then he has to be, let's just watch. He's played 19 games this year. Let's just watch the balance of the year. Clay got better last year. I don't think he's playing that horribly, honestly. I think he's evolved as a player. But I hear you, and Woj is dropping before the playoffs start last year. He views himself as a supermax player. But that's his ego. Come on. Steph got one. Why, I'm not going to compare myself to Steph.
Contract, can he?
That's not a bad deal.
No, it's
4 years, $100 million.
I think it's a good deal, but I don't know that I would pay Clay that only because I think Draymond's skill set is unique, and as we're going along here, Clay's isn't as unique.
Clay's never really caused any problems as a teammate. Has he ever been anything but a great teammate?
I love Clay. I hate that we even have to talk about this. I love the guy.
And we have to realize you're moving into the later stages of his career, and you watch him differently, but celebrate who he is. And that's where you get, what, do you want to bench me? Now, we even got into the discussion. The bigger issue is Wiggins is coming back tonight. So is Chris Paul. He's going to start Clay. But there's going to be games where he doesn't necessarily finish. If you want to finish with Moody, and you got Steph out there, you've got Draymond out there, you've got Wiggins out there, assuming it's Draymond, they can't all finish. Podziemski, Moody, everybody's on Steve for not playing Moody. And, you had to go back to Wiggins that night to guard Fox, but it was Clay. Now we get into the next chapter, and Steve has to face the media, where is Klay Thompson's going to sit at the end of the game for the last 4, 5, 6 minutes of a game, and the game is tied, and he's no longer in crunch time. How's he going to handle that?
Well, would you adhere to the philosophy right at this very minute? It could change as the season goes on, but to me, until further notice, it depends.
Totally.
The finishing five depends.
Totally. I totally agree. That should be every night.
Yeah.
That's basketball. There are no absolutes.
Well, I mean, when they were really good, it was like we knew.
What was the one game? The Phoenix game, the night before Thanksgiving, when Paul got kicked out of the game, and they were way behind. They came back with that backup group, and Podziemski staring down Durant. Steve let him ride. He brought Steph back a little bit, but he said, you guys got us here. And they do that a lot in the NBA. Sometimes they run out of gas, and you should go back to your starters. Anyway, I think the trade Clay thing is just, it's a hot button issue, and It's a hard call. I don't know. I would not be involved in that, but that's what pro sports is, and you have to do it. I don't know where it makes you better. But now, right here and now, tonight, you get into a situation, and it's a late game, and they'll probably blow Portland out and not have to worry about it, but you never know. When they go on the road, what's the next road game? Oklahoma City on Friday. You know,
they're good.
Is Clay
winning these games?
It was, initially what's your starting lineup, and Paul acquiesced and he went to the bench, so Clay starts. But now you're getting into a bit of a long jam because Moody's kind of forced it, and Pojemski. I'm not saying he should be in the finishing lineup, but why not? That guy will battle you. Now you're going to be in a situation where the coach just doesn't play Clay at the end of the game.
All right, we'll get back to the baseball winter meetings and the Giants. Great, the Giants are being aggressive. We know that. We've known that. Bet can Farhan get pen to paper? We'll get into it. It's Pop and Lund live from Levi Stadium, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
A co-ace for Logan Webb is their number one need, as I see it. And I realize that Ohtani can't pitch in 2024, but I look at a rotation that when you compare them with the Dodgers, even with the Padres, given they're still a team in transition, they still have a pretty good rotation. The Diamondbacks just went to the World Series. I don't see with this group enough of an ability to go pitch for pitch, start for start, with how good the other teams in the division are today and how good they are going to be.
That was John Palmerosi. He was with our friend Laura Britt, who joined us yesterday from NBC Sports Bay Area, and she does a great job with the Giants. Gave us the latest insight. Here is the latest thing. It's popping loading on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So John Palmerosi, our friend from MLB Network, said this morning that Shohei Ohtani was going to sign by the weekend, which should help alleviate this logjam. And before we get into what the Giants are doing, Ken Rosenthal wrote about this. Buster Olney wrote about this. Some of the insider baseball guys. I don't know what they want baseball to do. We're all frustrated that the biggest story yesterday was like Alex Verdugo gets traded from the Red Sox.
That's
to
a
the
big
Yankees.
story. They made a trade.
Right, but it's not the big names and everybody's
These
kind
are
of
good
bored.
players. He going to get
He's
flipped
all right.
in a Juan Soto deal?
They're saying they're going to keep him to play left
He's
field
not a
and
bad
Soto would play
player.
right.
The Red Sox and Yankees made a trade.
Right. I mean, it's okay.
It's Sparky Lyle all over again?
It's not the sexiest thing in the world, and they're basically saying, they got to figure out a way, and I remember this exact conversation last year, but it's not the NFL where everybody's off the board before they're on it. It's not NBA free agency where the same happens. You just mentioned this. There's always somebody at the top who then sets the market for everybody else. Last year it was Aaron Judge or one of the shortstops like Trey Turner. This year it's clearly Ohtani or maybe Yamamoto when it comes to the pitching market. Everybody is sitting back and waiting, and Scott Boras again met with the media today and did all of his little puns and stuff. But he's part of the problem because he wants to wait, and get the biggest every dime he can for his client. So that's just the way that the setup is. So I don't know how they can make it more like the NFL, more like the NBA. It just doesn't work that way.
Well, I think what this has become is the place to really lay the groundwork for trades. I remember Billy and Sabes leaving the winter meetings and nothing really happened at all. And then right when they get back home on the weekend and then the following week, they start to put into action what they're discussing. Last year, the Aaron Judge situation was there, but there was also the shortstop market. Trey Turner, I think, was the first one to sign long before. We are going to have a trade, by the way. It sounds like Juan Soto is going to the Yankees, and it may happen like any minute. It also sounds like Trent Grisham is going to be involved in that trade as well. And so the Yankees are going to get both Soto and Grisham, who's an interesting offensive player. He has wild fluctuations in his productivity, but he's a great center fielder. So if they get Juan Soto, I thought they were going to play Aaron Judge in center. But if they get Grisham, too, what are they going to do in the outfield? They almost have to flip Verdugo somewhere because they've got just a surplus there where, I don't know. I mean, would Soto DH for that kind of money?
I think you could rotate those guys, right? I mean, Judge is a really good defensive
He's a good center
player,
fielder.
so
Soto's
I don't know
not.
that he would. Yeah,
and left field at Yankee Stadium is the big field. Right is the short porch. He played left for the Padres, and Tatis played right. I think you'd play him in righty, you'd DH him. But I don't know. If they get Grisham as well, what is San Diego up to? And then we're hearing they're going to trade Cronenworth.
Well, he's got a $7 and $80 million deal, and they've talked about moving him. He didn't have a good year, but they moved him to first base, which is not his position.
So I believe that if you're in on Soto to Shohei on some degree, and there's only a few teams, but he impacts the entire market and other players like J.D. Martinez, Jock Peterson, people you're talking to about being a DH. If we get Shohei Ohtani, we're not getting you now. So then the Soto deal is transformative for both franchises. But my question would be, I understand why Shohei is completely slowing down the hitters market. What is the delay in signing pitchers? right now. Where last year we're waiting on Aaron Judge, but Trey Turner already went to the Phillies.
Because they were setting that shortstop market.
Right. So why there's so many good pitchers out there. Did Sonny Gray get too much money? The 3-year, $75 million deal? I
think that's what they projected.
Why is the pitcher market Yamamoto? Was that what's slowing that down?
I guess it's Yamamoto, but to be honest with you, I don't think either of these players should set the market because Yamamoto is young. He's 25. So Blake Snell's not going to get the length of contract. He might get the AAV, the average annual value per year, as they say. But he's not going to get the years. So to be honest, and Ohtani is just like Judge to me. He's in a totally different atmosphere. Just because Ohtani, as an agent, you can't say, Ohtani got $600 million. My guy's half as good. He should get $3 million. Well, that's not going to work. I think other guys should be signing. The only thing that he's holding up, but now we think we're down. We thought we were down to 4. Jed Hoyer of the Cubs said, hey, man, we're not out of it. So let's just say we're down to 5. And those teams are the two.
It's Giants, Dodgers, Blue Jays, Cubs, and Angels.
Right. So the 2 LA teams, you mentioned the teams.
Yeah, we know the whole Shohei thing has been covert, so you don't really know who he's talking to.
But if we believe any rumors, the Yankees are in on Juan Soto. They're probably out on Ohtani. Those 5 teams you just mentioned are waiting because they've got their checkbooks out. But let's go to the Giants because that's what everybody cares about. I think my calculations are right because I literally looked at all these players and what they're making. I mean, they've got about $119 million dedicated right now to the guys making money. It's not huge. They have another $17 million in estimated arbitration costs. So they're at about $140 million. The number until you get to the tax is $237. Now, they're not going to go all the way up against that. There's other things that we're not factoring. But let's just say for the sake of conversation, and then the year after that, they have no payroll, basically. So let's say they have $80 million if they wanted to. They're probably not going to, but let's say they have $80 million. Well, if you get Shohei at 50, you still have another 30. So what would harm you from...
What if you don't get Shohei?
Right. But that's my point. Last year, the backup plan clearly did not work. And you can make mistakes in life, but don't make them again and again. That's the only thing I say to my kid. Hey, if you screw up, you screw up. But if that happens again, we're going to have a problem. Let's just if I'm a Giants fan, I get it. You went for Judge, didn't work. The Correa thing, the medicals didn't work. But the lesson that should have been learned by Farhan and the Giants is we can't leave ourselves in the position to have to grab a Haniger and the type of guys that they got last year that didn't work out. So if you have $80 million and there's a backup, because if I'm Shohei too, it's the same thing with Aaron Judge. I'm not coming here to hit 4th and have Mike Yastrzemski as the guy that's going to protect me. That's not going to work. So if you're really trying to get him, why not go get Bellinger too? Why not get Snell right now? You could still afford him and those guys to show Shohei, guess what? The guy hitting behind you is going to be Bellinger, or the guy hitting behind you is going to be Chapman. Let's go. They still should be making moves here.
There's so much we don't know about the structure of how, first of all, signing Shohei Ohtani. How exactly is that going to be structured? He's coming off his second Tommy John. He's not going to pitch this year. Do you want to see the medicals? And I know you're going to laugh at that, but his medicals are going to be very interesting. Is he going to pitch in 25? Can you backload the contract where he makes 40, 45 as a pure hitter? And then when the pitching component comes in, does he just see the salary bump, or does he have to make so many starts to get it? Or do you incentivize him with so much money per start? I mean, that's a complicated. This is going to be the biggest contract in the history of the sport. And so it's good. That contract alone, where what exactly has he been doing? We know he went to L.A., he went to San Francisco. We think he did. Dunedin. Did he actually go to the Cubs to meet with the Cubs? Is he going to the winter meetings at all? What exactly? And then what's the number? You've heard you've already been offered by a couple of teams in excess of 500. Well, that's vague. What are we talking about here?
Over how many years?
525,
right?
550.
Yeah, to me, it matters
how many years? How do you factor
per.
in the pitching element? How often does he pitch? Everything. This is a complicated trade. So I think in order to get really into Bellinger and how much you can pay Bellinger and the other hitters, there's a lot of good hitters out there. Not many, but there are other guys you can get or make a trade to get hitters. I think you really have to have the Shohei deal done. You have to know exactly what you're paying him, how it all is structured, and who knows where that's at. Maybe you're not close to him. So I think it does hold up the hitter's market. The pitcher's market, how much money do you actually have to spend on non-Shohei? We can make the argument, John, they're better off not getting Ohtani. They're better off maybe spending those dollars depending on how much you have to allocate. Right now, he's just a pure DH. There's no guarantees coming back from this injury. He might not. How do you protect yourself if he does not? So then there are a lot of good pitchers out there. Rodriguez is going to sign. They're saying Eduardo Rodriguez has it down to 2 teams, and he's going to sign maybe next of all the pitchers. Are the Giants in on him at all? Where are they with Blake Snell? There are a lot of good pitchers. Jordan Montgomery. I know Minaya, you roll your eyes, but he pitched well at the end of last year. Bob Melvin knows him. He's going to get paid on the open market. I mean, I think even you can make an argument, and Bob Melvin kind of made this, that I like our lineup. I like it right now. Haniger's going to be better. I know you don't want to hear it, but just if we just add Shohei, put him in the middle of our lineup, and now we got the star power and all these other contracts that we've allocated that ownership's like looking at you like, really? Haniger, Conforto? What are they going to do? Well, put him around, and maybe you walk him too much and he won't come here. But then to me, the resources have got to be on frontline starting pitching, difference makers. But the Dodgers need pitching as well. So I understand why the hitters market is clogged up right now until Shohei decides. Can't you go out and start to buy pitchers the way last year you were buying shortstops, Trey Turner in particular, before you waited on Judge and Correa?
I think you should be able to, but I think why it gets held up is because the number one agent in the sport doesn't want to be first, and that's the biggest problem.
How many of these guys does he rep?
Right. Well, Blake Snell, he reps. A lot of these guys, Cody Bellinger, he reps. So that next level of guy, he reps all those guys. He's the biggest holdup because every single year this happens, and every single year his guy is the guy, but he's the guy who wants to wait to the last. In other words, he wants to hit in the bottom of the inning. He wants to hit in the bottom of the ninth because then when everything else is there, then he's going to say, okay, give me $1 more. It's like the Price is Right. You got the dumb person at the end who says, they just do $1 more. Well, he just wants to get $1 more for his guy, and he doesn't care. Like Chris Bryant goes to the Rockies, never to be heard from again, but he got him $182 million. So that's all he cares about is getting his guy the most. And so the most is usually not the first. And so he's holding this whole thing up. And every single year this happens, and guys like Rosenthal and only write the pieces, we got to get this going. We'll talk to Scott Boras.
Maybe happening now. Karl Ravitch just sent out a tweet. It's happening. What's happening?
Oh, I hate when guys do that.
He means Soto, right?
Yeah, I think he's probably means
Would Soto mean it?
Okay.
Is Shohei.
But
sending out it's happening? Is that Soto happening? Or
now,
is that
that's very
Shohei?
misleading. And if Karl Ravitch is on the show, I get mad at him. I'll tell you this. If it's not Shohei and it's Soto, then I'm angry with him.
Okay, but I would not categorize right now as Soto as Mr. It.
No, it's not. He's not it. He is not it. He is not it at all.
What's it? What's it? Cousin It?
Can I ask you? Let's follow on that.
Yeah.
But can I ask you this? Everybody else, not everybody, but a lot of teams are zigging towards, why not zag and say, look, we're not getting that guy. We're not
Fire
getting
Mark Few.
Yeah,
as
we're
coach?
not getting a Shohei.
Well,
we're not getting Yamamoto. How about if we showed love to the second tier guy who we're really not second tier?
Let's get more Mitch Hanigers.
And no, let's get Snell and let's get Bellinger and let's talk to Reese Hoskins and let's get Chapman.
Either way,
you
got to buy pitching, no?
Right. So get after it because what's going to happen? Here's what scares me is I'm having flashbacks to last year where when Shohei does sign, and if Karl Ravitch is right, they say it is happening. Now what's going to happen? It's like cockroaches scurrying when the lights go on. Oh my God, Bellinger, I love you. Oh my God,
well, what
Snell.
is it?
Oh my God.
What does he mean?
But I fear that then everybody else shows love to everybody else.
Right.
Why don't you just do that now? What don't you do? Are they doing that now? Are they telling Bellinger I love you? Are they telling Snell I love you?
Of course they are.
Because when this happens, like you said,
Boras, I love Bellinger.
all of a sudden it's going to be like pouring the milk out on the floor. It's just going to go like lava, like hot lava. Everything's just going to go.
You could have multiple conversations.
The dam's going to break.
You could have multiple conversations at once. Of course they're doing.
I can't. I mean, when I was trying to woo a
you only
woman,
have so many
that never
dollars
worked for
though.
me.
I mean, if you're
they
really,
have a lot. That's their advantage. They have more than anybody.
Shohei's going to get more than a lot of your pie. He's getting like 63% of your whole.
Okay, but set a budget. Set a budget.
Well, of course they're doing that.
And then
they
with the excess, which the Giants have more than anybody else. Go get somebody else. Go get these guys.
Of course they're doing that.
My fear is that they don't get them. And it's like Judge.
Well, you may not get them.
And then,
then
there's
a lot of
Haniger,
factors.
Stripling, Conforto, and I'm going, oh.
Last year you went all crazy on me. What is it is happening?
Yeah,
Carl, can we get Ravi on? What's it? Is Soto
You know what?
it?
He thinks he's being funny, and
Well,
it's not going to be Ohtani.
What is it?
The only it is
Soto's
Ohtani.
going to happen in the next hour or so.
But let me ask
would you send out it's happening?
Not if it was
it's happening would
Soto
mean
is not it.
Shohei. It's
The only
happening.
it
Let's
is
go.
Shohei, right? Is that how
Here
you
we
interpret
go.
that?
Here we go again. Giants have called a press conference for 5:30 today.
How about Lori yesterday?
Hold
She
on,
was
we-
amazing. She
we
said
canceled one.
She said that
But
Farhan was supposed to
canceled his
speak, but he
availability.
canceled, and that it was Pete
Well,
Patella.
'cause Nez is on the phone. He wants to talk.
And we're like,
wants
what's
to
going to happen?
interpret to Shohei. I don't know. Just wait for the medicals to come into play. Wait a minute. You tore your UCL? What'd that happen?
So is Carl Ravitch this year going to be
I
the
don't know.
arson judge
No.
of last year?
Well,
Arson judge is 1 year old
No, he
today,
spelled
by the
everything
way.
correctly.
Oh, he did?
I think for impact, he should have been it is happening, but just it's.
It's happening. Is
What
he
does that
said?
mean? How do you interpret that?
I don't know, but I just remember arson judge December 6th,
That was
2022.
today? That was today?
You know what time he sent it out, by the way? 4:20 p.m.
Yeah, we
should
were,
have
we
known.
were,
he
we
was
were not
high.
on the air at that time.
No, it was 4:20 p.m. Or no, we were on. We were on.
Didn't
the air.
you go
was
on?
that 120?
No, I don't think we were on.
We weren't?
No, I think we were all. No,
You're
I
doing
don't
a
think
year
so.
ago.
I think you were already at the team store buying number 99.
I was so
are.
in the judge.
Yeah.
I was convinced he was coming. If I can
I
remember
just want to go
back
get a
that.
5 Gregory jersey.
Oh man, are they selling those in the
Yeah,
store,
they're
or
in
is
the
he
team
Josh
store.
Dobbs?
Well, you know what they have now
What?
is a number 32 Ryan jersey. Is
Did
that
you
for
hear
Tim
this?
Ryan?
No.
So they gave Logan Ryan Ty Davis's price of his number and his locker.
That's cold, man.
Jay,
That is
cold.
really
Jay,
cold.
what are you going to do? What are you going to move everybody around in the locker room?
But they get their
How many
choice of
available-
number, right? Did
How many
he want
available
32?
numbers do they have?
That's a good point. Between practice squad and everything, there's probably not a lot.
In the lockers, you just one guy's in, one guy's out. But I'm going to go to the team store.
He just went to the
Tim's going to
seamstress.
buy me a Gregory 5, and I'm going to get him a Ryan 32. There we go.
You know what? All they need to do is just get to the seamstress. She can take the name off the back, keep everything the same, and just put Ryan in the place of, well,
it's too
Davis
good.
Price. That's a long one, but anyway.
Too good.
All right, we'll keep you up to date on everything when it comes to the winter meetings, but that is the latest. Carl Ravitch sending. It is happening, or it's happening? It's happening.
It's
happening.
What does that mean?
It can't.
What's that?
If it's Juan Soto and that's what he meant, then he should be fired. I mean, he should be off Twitter.
Shohei's got to sign between now and the end of the show.
You think so?
I don't know.
Man, if
Let
that's
us
the
wait.
case, get that drop.
Hold the audience.
Yes, that's what we're supposed
Rip
to
the
do.
knob off. Who has knobs anymore? You
Nobody.
knob.
But, you know. All right, it's Papa Lund. We can keep you up to date. If it's happening means Shohei, then maybe the dam can break on all this kind of stuff. Text line your thoughts. Is it Shohei or nothing? Could they save this thing without a Shohei? Are you getting a little nervous like I am that if Shohei signs, then they're going to be scrambling again? And hi, it's Mitch Haniger and Ross Stripling, everybody. I don't want to see that. All right, it's Papa Lund.
Is that
live from
Bit
Levi's.
Barnes you just went there?
By the way, Mike Silver does some great impressions too, and he was doing the crowds, doing the fans and all that. This is good. All right, we'll get into it. It's Papa Lund on the Sports Leader.
Santa Rosa. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Santa Rosa's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
Warriors back at it. Warriors ground against the Trailblazers. Can they get back on track? That story and more. KNBR.com and the new KNBR app. It is always a great day when we talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. He will help you with all your tax issues. And today, Steve, we're talking sales.
That's right. We're offering a 10% discount on your 2023 income tax returns if you retain us in the month of December. And why am I doing that? Well, first of all, I want to save people money, but I want to save it for them in multiple ways. One is by reducing our fee by 10% on these 2023 tax returns where we're retained in December. However, I want people to start thinking about their taxes because remember, most people cheat on their taxes. They cheat themselves by not taking every advantage they're legally entitled to. And there's so much here. For example, if you're thinking about buying a Tesla, you can get a $7,500 tax credit if you buy it this month. But if you buy it in January, you get half of that. So the bottom line is I want people to start thinking about their taxes, and we want to be a part of it. And that's the way we're going to do it, by offering this 10% discount on our income tax return preparation fees for people that retain us now in December.
It is Steve Moskowitz. You hear Steve all the time. He talks about all the different things that you need to know about. He just gave you a quick one on a Tesla where you could get $7,500 this month, but half off it next month. Things like that. He's going to give you all those things. We talk about unfiled tax returns and ERC and all these different things that Steve can do for you. And now he's offering it this month only at a 10% discount. So call right now at 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or simply go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Hurts going to ride the mesh point, Swift the block on Bosa to double him. Hurts has eternity, steps up in the pocket, runs into his own guy, Jurgens, and now gets sacked. Back on the 16-yard line, he held the ball for eternity. And finally, Eric Armstead and others get there with a sack.
The reason we're playing Eric Armstead for you, and one of the reasons why the 49ers have been so successful late in the season under Kyle Shanahan the last few years, has been their health. Well, Eric Armstead's got a foot and a knee issue. Being reported he won't practice today and is unlikely to play on Sunday. Kyle Shanahan said this morning it doesn't sound like it'll be a long-term issue, however. So some good news, some bad news, but it doesn't sound like Eric Armstead is playing Sunday against the Seahawks. Do we need to be concerned here?
Well, this is a knee injury. This is a fresh injury. He went into the game with a plantar fasciitis. He didn't practice very much at all going into the Philly game, but he was working around the clock with the performance staff to get his body right. That guy works incredibly hard to overcome injury. Last year he was injured literally from the first one of the first snaps of training camp all the way through the year, and he wound up not having a productive year regular season-wise, but he came into the playoffs and played great. So, yeah, I think this is a concern with the plantar fasciitis. Now he's got the knee. The call you heard there, he did not get credit for that sack. That was Javon Kinlaw. Kinlaw had 2 sacks in the game. So right away, John, let's just assume that Eric can't play in this game. Who starts? Would it be Kinlaw next to the Gravedigger? Would you start Kevin Givens? I think they may throw Kinlaw a bone a little bit. He played well in that game, and there was great symbolism in him going back into Philadelphia after just getting on those double-team blocks last year in the championship game and getting put on roller skates, and people were hard on him. We didn't know about his future and all that. I think it would be Kinlaw. You could also move other guys inside a little bit. Interesting, Kalia Davis had his first sack in the NFL. He's starting to play, getting over that knee injury he had going back to college. But, yeah, I mean, Eric Armstead would play if he could play. And I don't know the exact particulars of what's going on with the knee. I knew we had a situation at the end of the game, had to come out against Philadelphia. So, yeah, he's quietly one of your better players. I mean, he's in your starting defensive front. He's in your goal line, your short yardage. He does not come off the field when they go to the turbo package. He's in there, as Hargrave is. I mean, it's just he's one of your better players, period. He's your longest tenured player. He just got the Walter Payton nominee again for a 4th straight year. So not good that he has a knee injury on top of the plantar fasciitis. But I think this is the time for Javon Kinlaw and Kalia and Givens, the other guys, to rally up, in particular, Javon Kinlaw.
Our guy John Clark from NBC in Philly yesterday was using the term fatal flaw, which people love to term when they look at a team and say, could this be their undoing or downfall? I don't think Eric Armstead's injury would be a fatal flaw type of a thing. I think he's playing really, really well, but I would think they could do that. But anytime you hear of plantar fasciitis, and you've talked to enough athletes, I mean, that thing is really painful. It can
Mark
rip at any
McGwire
time.
ruined his career.
Yeah, it can just be a major thing. So when you hear that term, you're like, ugh, because it doesn't get better. You got to rest it. You got to get off it. And maybe that's just what they're doing. Give him a couple of weeks.
But now he's got a knee.
Right.
So it's both. Plantar fasciitis is the heel. It's the bottom of the foot. Now he's got a knee. I don't even know if it's the same leg. We'll find out more.
But aren't you hoping that, okay, not that you would say we're going to win this game anyway, but you got Seattle coming up, which I think is going to be a much tougher game. And then you got the Cardinals, and then you got the Ravens, which is going to be a really huge game. So maybe the thought process is give him a couple of weeks and see if he can be good for that game.
If he can come back. I mean, he had a knee injury. I want to say it was the first snap of training camp, not this August, the year before, July. He went down like right away, and he had to battle that. Remember, he came back against Denver, then he shut it down again. I have no idea what the freshness in the knee. The plantar fasciitis is a pain tolerance issue. It can be a problem, and I don't know if you could shoot that in the bottom of your foot, how you deal with the pain to play. But who knows what's going on with the knee exactly? It could be a situation where for them to, and Kyle's not going to declare him just flat out, but for them already to say in light, it's Wednesday, that it's going to be doubtful he'll be able to play, whatever they're saying. Sounds like it's a significant injury. So then you get into Ndamukong Suh, out there. We did that last year. He's still available.
By the way, I saw that yesterday. There was
still available.
There was a story yesterday that said, just like last year, he's looking to sign with a contender.
Well, I think last year, because remember in the offseason, he did a week of Total Access. He said he almost signed with the Niners. And we were talking about it all last year. It was more of a pressing need because Armstead was hurt last year, and he left the team for a while, and he had a battle to come back, and he didn't have the gravedigger then. Givens was starting, and Kinlaw was in and out. I think it ultimately came down to Philadelphia and the Niners. So, and then you got the, Ndamukong Suh in the tie with Chris Kasarik going back to Detroit. I know any interior line play, when he wants to make a point to a guy on how to do it, he mentions a boy named Sue, like all the time.
He's a West Coast guy.
I think we're overreacting a little bit, but if you got news that Armstead was going to be out and you even had to put him on IR, and we'll see, we have no knowledge of what's going on, but if it is something that's going to linger for more than a game, it could be weeks, and maybe take him out in January. And they're strong. They may not feel like they have to do that. Where's Kerry Hyder Jr.? Anybody
He just got
pick him
released.
up?
He just got released.
He's a guy that could come
yesterday.
back in the building as well.
Yeah, he got released yesterday, Kerry Hyder Jr. So I'm trying to think, Indianapolis or somewhere like that. By the way, the teams on Zach Ertz, and again, Matt Barrows, I think, was first with this whole thing, saying that the 49ers do have interest. The other teams being mentioned now, Eagles, Ravens, Chiefs, Niners.
Chiefs as well?
Seem to be the four. Yeah.
That could be Championship Sunday.
I mean, that's what's amazing,
That
right?
could be Chiefs against the Ravens, and it could be 49ers against the Eagles.
Plus, I mean, I'd want Zach because I think in the locker room, on the field, I think he could still help this team, but I'd also like to keep him away from the Eagles because you could see him again, the Ravens because you are going to see them again, and the Chiefs you could see.
Yeah, either way. If he goes to Kansas City, he's with Kelsey. He comes here, he's with Kittle. He goes back to Philly, he's with Goddard. Now, Baltimore, and Mark Andrews is out the year, right?
Right.
Because at one point I read that he may be able to come back.
I think they'd have to be in the Super Bowl or
the
something,
Friday
maybe.
after that game, didn't they declare him out for the year?
I thought so, but
But either way, I mean, Zach's a good front guy without question but he's more of a detached guy. You put him next to Kelsey.
All the stories are saying he's out.
How would you treat them if he goes to Kansas City and they have Kelsey and Zach Ertz detached? It's like big wide receivers. And then that's how they overcome their wide receiver problem. They go get Zach Ertz.
And then it'd be Julie and Taylor and Brittany Mahomes. The three of them up there.
Oh, they'd all be there?
Yeah, they'd all be up there.
Julie would be buds with...
By the way, her quote today is that she's really mad at herself because she didn't really pay attention to football
while she was
her whole
out of the
life,
country?
and now her whole life.
Taylor?
And she said, "I've been missing out on a lot." Now she's a big football fan. All of a sudden.
Is she?
Yeah.
What's her one-loss record?
They lost their first one this week
with her there.
With her in attendance.
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't play very well this weekend. It was not good.
They got a few calls at the end. They win that game.
Well, plus, we all think as football fans, Lambeau's so awesome and everything like that. And somebody asked her, "What do you think of Lambeau?" And she kind of looked at him like, "This place is a dump." She doesn't know. She doesn't know anything, though. That's the problem. She doesn't know about that place. The history of Lambeau.
They paid a lot of money. It's not a dump. She go to the Packers Hall of Fame. That place is awesome.
No.
She went
that
to a
place.
booth. Do the Lambeau Leap.
It was snowing. All right, we'll give you the latest from the winter meetings. What did Carl Ravitch mean by it's happening? I think we know, and it's not what you think. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Center.
Gold Bar Whiskey proudly presents the Joe Montana Whiskey Collection, a whiskey that celebrates the iconic 49ers quarterback and a 4-time Super Bowl champion, Joe Montana. Gold Bar is the perfect whiskey to enjoy with friends and family and to celebrate like a champion. It's crafted right here in the heart of the Bay. Each bottle of the limited edition Joe Montana whiskey embodies the spirit of greatness. It's aged to perfection and finished in cognac barrels. It delivers a unique taste that's as smooth as Joe's legendary passage. You can find the Joe Montana collection in local retailers, online at goldbarwhiskey.com, or at the Gold Bar Whiskey Distillery located on Treasure Island. They had a 49er watch party to watch them score on 6 straight offensive possessions touchdowns. So next time they have one of those, you want to stop by. But stop by Wednesday through Sunday every week for delicious food there, refreshing cocktails, and the best views that San Francisco has to offer. For more details, including location and hours, visit goldbarwhiskey.com. Now, this is a totally new whiskey blend from Gold Bar. It is not double cast, but triple cast in cognac barrels. So wherever you are on game day, at home, at a tailgate party, or at the bar, make sure to order a Golden Joe for a refreshing game day cocktail. Gold Bar, the official whiskey of the San Francisco 49ers.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
What's happening in foreplay at the top of the hour, live from Levi's Stadium. Remember, 11 to noon tomorrow, Tim Ryan will join us for the Power Hour, and we'll get you ready for 49ers Seahawks. Pro Bowl voting is out if you care. Is there a game? What do they do now? I forgot.
Flag football game.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. February the 4th.
49ers lead in votes at these positions.
Fullback.
Running back Christian McCaffrey. Fullback Kyle Juszczyk. Tight end George Kittle. Tackle Trent Williams. Edge Nick Bosa. Defensive tackle Javon Hargrave.
He leads the Gravedigger.
And linebacker Fred Warner. So at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 positions? 7 positions.
How about quarterback?
Yeah, they don't. That would be.
Where is he?
Dak Prescott leads.
Where's Brock?
Let me look. I haven't seen.
We had this discussion because Matt Barrows mentioned it, because the voting for The Pro Bowl started the Monday after Thanksgiving. It continues, I think, all the way to Christmas, and then it stops. So we thought, Thanksgiving Day, all the Pro Bowl quarterbacks were lined up. Jared Goff, they lost their game. Dak Prescott beat Washington. He had a huge game. Brock went to Seattle, had a huge game. And then Brock went to Philadelphia and, statistically did better than Jalen Hurts. The Niners much better, and they won the game. So before we get to Brock as the MVP, is it a lock that Brock is a Pro Bowler?
Yes.
Over Jared Goff.
I don't want him to play in the game.
There is no Pro Bowl game. I'm just saying.
But
you want to be chosen when we say Brock Purdy.
No, that's what you have
Pro
to clarify.
Bowler.
That's what you have to clarify. Is he going to be chosen or is he going to be a fill-in? Because Tyler Huntley was a fill-in as a backup.
So they'll take three.
Chosen is the key.
He'll take three.
Yeah.
So Dak, Jalen Hurts. I'm already hearing the winner of the game on Sunday night between the Cowboys and Eagles, that player is going to be the front runner for MVP. So you got to give the MVP to Dak and or Jalen Hurts or Brock.
Well, David Carr thinks he should be benched for Marcus Mariota.
Because I think he thinks he's hurt. And he did not play well. He held the ball. There was something wrong with Jalen Hurts on Sunday. There is no doubt. And that knee, just when I thought he was over it, you go back and watch, and just Saturday night it hit me again. He's not over that knee. He's limping again. I don't know what they're doing to it. But anyway, so it would be Dak, Jalen Hurts, and Brock would be the Pro Bowlers at quarterback in the NFC.
Yeah, and I'm just worried about who's voted in.
Not Jared Goff.
Not who's going to replace who or whatever.
Right, the three initial.
The three.
Well, yeah, there is a Pro Bowl alternate.
Yeah.
But we wanted to make the initial team and not be an alternate because there will be outrage if Brock Purdy's not chosen to the initial NFC roster. Right. So, I mean, between Dak and Jalen Hurts and Jared Goff and Brock Purdy, Purdy makes it?
I think so. In fact,
what will the world do, though? Because now you're getting into
who's the
coaches?
fourth best quarterback in the NFC?
Jared Goff.
He's not having
Matthew Stafford.
He's been hurt. But yeah, I mean, he's one of the top three. Here's the other thing, just to take it that next step.
There's been a lot of injuries, obviously.
Yeah. But the national perception of Brock has been no respect to almost too much respect. Like I was listening to McAfee this morning, and he was saying, he was on his pulpit saying, Brock can play and let's stop this. I don't think anybody nationally is saying that. In fact, I read Peter King's column on Monday, and he said if he had an MVP vote, he would vote for Brock. I think it's getting swayed. But you made a great point, which is the AP is the one who votes it. So it's not about that. And then Mike Silver joined us.
Who are the 50 voters? I checked in with Josh DeBow yesterday, and I don't think they've determined who the 50 voters are.
But here's where it gets dangerous, is something Mike Silver said earlier on in the show. It's not just who gets the most first-place votes. It's a point system. And so I could see jackasses who just don't think he can play putting him 10th. And so it's a culmination of first, second, third, fourth, fifth, et cetera. And
what I'm saying is before we get to the MVP, which will not be announced until the Thursday night before the Super Bowl, long before that, the Pro Bowl team is announced, even before the regular season ends, right? At the end? They normally announce it like the last couple of weeks of the year. Where did he finish in the fan balloting? It's not done yet. But that's all a third.
What I just read you is the initial.
A third.
Yeah, the initial.
Right,
stuff.
It goes to Christmas. So start, you got 3 weeks to vote. That all adds up for a third. So if he doesn't do well in the fan voting, and then you get into players, I think coaches will vote Brock high.
Yeah.
But you hear Micah Parsons today, again questioning about the great talent that is he making a point for his guy to be the MVP? Dak Prescott, I don't much care, but Mike Greenberg started it again today where, really, do you trust Brock Purdy to go in and beat Dak Prescott and or Jalen Hurts? He already did it, and he laid 42 points on both of them. What are you talking about?
Mike Greenberg is your typical East Coast guy who watches the Jets with blinders on and doesn't really know anything. I mean, honestly.
He's talking.
Yeah, and
will
you're
he
right.
get a vote?
Yeah,
he's not connected with the NFL. I mean, Peter King, people like that.
Right.
I saw
Those
Peter.
are
He was here last week.
Yeah, I mean, I think those are the guys who either vote or are influential in their vote.
I'm just saying, the MVP is one situation. Where did Brock finish for fan? Where is he at right now in fan voting for the Pro Bowl? Is he way behind those guys?
I'll check.
All right. Not important.
But they do lead in 7
Yeah, that's great.
positions, but you're right. In terms of
they got a great roster.
in terms of where
those guys will probably all make the team. McCaffrey, he didn't make it last year. He was not a Pro Bowler last year. What? Juice makes it every year. If Juice makes it again this year, he's going to pass Jim Brown for the most consecutive selections of the fullback in the history of the NFL. Pretty amazing. And I know there's not everybody has a fullback, but he's not even a fullback. They should just give him a different designation. And then Kittle, obviously, and Trent, and then Nick. They haven't Javon Hargrave up on that list. He did not. Javon Hargrave, John, last year was not one of the top 100 players in the NFL. Like, what are you
That's
watching?
silly.
What? Anyway.
All right. I'm just looking at quarterbacks.
So getting back to baseball, it is happening. Is Shohei? No. It is the Juan Soto deal done yet?
They're saying it's on the brink. It's on the brink. So
it's going to the Yankees.
By the way,
now, how big of a deal would that be?
Massive.
When Juan Soto got traded
Like
from
in most
Washington
off seasons, that'd be
to
number
the
one.
Padres, and now he's going to where are they going to? And what are they giving up to get him? Their lineup is interesting. If Anthony Rizzo bounces back, that could be. And how many games did Aaron Judge miss last year with a toe injury?
A ton.
You put Soto in that lineup with LeMahieu?
Yeah. All right, top of the hour, we'll give you the foreplay, and we'll let you hear from Kyle Shanahan speaking this morning, and we get the latest. We get the latest on Eric Armstead. By the way, in that Alex Verdugo trade, I'm sorry I haven't reported it until this point. One of the players going from, so Verdugo goes from the Red Sox to the Yankees. One of the players going from the Yankees
Kevin Youkilis
to the Red Sox was a guy named Dick Fitz. Fitz. So keep an eye on that guy.
How do you spell Fitz?
I heard he's got a big upside.
Is it with a P?
No, Fitts.
Is that how you spell it?
Yeah.
Yeah. For Dick Fitz?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm proud of my son for texting me that last night. I
can't
missed
wait
that.
for
He said, "Did you see the players going the other way?"
Coming out of the
no.
Yankee bullpen is Dick Fitz.
I mean, come on. That doesn't sound like a real person, but okay. He's a minor league prospect, apparently.
How about the A's? The guy the A's had last year, Dick Lovely.
That's amazing.
Remember that one?
Yeah. I mean, nobody's going to top Dick Pole, especially when he was the pitching coach of the Portland Beavers.
Dick Fitz is pretty good.
It's pretty good. It's not bad. It's not bad. All right. Sophomore part of the show is over. 1 o'clock.
Johnny Cochran when we need him.
1 o'clock hour of the way. We've got a foreplay coming for you. You do not want to miss that. If anything happens at the trade meetings, because remember, the Giants are being aggressive, we will we'll
slow your roll. Nobody's signed yet.
We'll get it to you. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
As the winter meetings continue, the Giants are being aggressive, but can Farhan and company get pen to paper? Finally. That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I know where he's going. I know where he's going to sign. And at the risk of blowing it for that team because I talked about them, I don't give a damn because I know. I know where he's going. You know how I know? I do, and I'll tell you why. But first, let me let you know where he's going. Shohei, clearly, is going to the Giants. The Giants. The money may be the same or close to the same everywhere, but in Frisco, Shohei gets the money and the sandwiches.
A hero.
Have you seen the story? My man Ike. Jungle legend Ike. Of Ike sandwiches. Ike is on record of saying he wants to change the name of his sandwich empire. And it is an empire. He wants to change the name of his sandwich empire to Shohei's if Shohei goes to Frisco.
Wow. Did he double down on the Frisco?
Yeah.
God, I haven't heard Jim Rome in so long.
That is our guy, Ike.
That's our guy, Ike.
We see him every Super Bowl. He saves our lives because there's generally nowhere to eat in these big convention centers, and he always brings us sandwiches. He's the best.
Yeah, he brings us the Jamie Sire or the Damon Bruce. Never named a Papa. Unbelievable.
And usually by the time I get him...
Jamie Sire? Seriously?
By the time I get him,
Matt
usually...
Cain is delicious.
Yeah, the Matt Cain, the Madison Bumgarner is nice.
Very good.
By the time I usually get to the sandwiches, especially if he brings them in, like the sales staff, they mow them all. And I usually get like a veggie delight or whatever he calls the veggie. That's not for me. I'm a carnivore.
I love Ike.
So I don't get him.
He makes me look tall. What is going to be on the Shohei Ohtani sandwich?
Ooh, we'll have to ask him. I don't know what Shohei's into.
Frisco?
Yeah, twice.
He doubled down on
Twice.
I know where he's going to go.
Twice.
Okay.
I do have the numbers, Pro Bowl numbers. Would you like them?
Sure. Quarterback.
Quarterback. 1, Tua. 2, C.J. Stroud. Stop me when you hear Brock.
You're in the AFC.
They just do one big glob.
Is it in conferences now?
I don't know, but this is how the vote. This is how they do the voting.
Maybe I'm thinking of the NBA All-Star game.
So Tua, C.J. Stroud, Dak, Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, Brock Purdy. He's
What's that,
sixth. Yeah.
Okay, how many in the NFC is that?
2.
Just Dak. So he's ahead
Dak and Jalen Hurts would be.
So he's third.
Yeah.
So he's ahead of Jared Goff.
And Jared Goff is the fourth.
I think those are the three that are going to make it in the NFC.
Probably.
Brock, Dak, and Jalen.
And like I said, 7 positions the 49ers lead if you care. And then the other ones I'm looking at now.
We care. We love the Pro Bowl.
Let's see. Yeah. Not really close anywhere else. So
Mitch Wishnowsky lead. Who leads in the punters?
Are you serious?
He's got to be. What is wrong with a punter?
Everything.
God. What? What's wrong?
Our
with
ratings will plummet. Let's see.
Stop. Would you stop it?
He's 7th.
What?
He's 7th.
In the entire league?
Yeah. I'm just
Who
saying
are the 6
voting.
punters ahead of him?
I will not mention 6 punters on this show.
What is wrong with you? The sport is football. Wow.
What is wrong with you? Can we
What
get
is
that done,
right with
please?
you?
What is wrong with you?
I'm ordering us lunch. There's an Ike's in Santa Clara, 1.7 miles away.
I'm not. Hey, man, their sandwiches are no joke.
Do you want to get
one by
it?
me.
Do you want to get dirty, John?
Oh, I love it. The dirty sauce.
What's that?
I don't know, but I'd love
Right. Even Ike's doing it.
Dirty sauce is
The
awesome.
little guy with a bald head who wants to get dirty.
He's the best.
What's the floor in? That looks good. The Robin Williams.
Tell me when Ike
Little
drops
Mermaid?
sandwiches to us, and he is the best. When Ike drops sandwiches
Elvis
to
Keith?
us,
Who's that?
I'm gonna test your memory.
The Hot Mama.
I'm gonna test your memory.
Yeah, last time I had Ike's, I got a terrible case of food poisoning. So I'm not going to hold that against him.
Oh,
the Matt Cain
sandwiches
is my
are amazing.
go-to. You know what the Matt Cain is right on top of? The Menage a Trois.
Of course it is.
Do you remember with Lincecum and Bumgarner? Is the wow?
He's the best.
The Madison Bumgarner is good.
It's great. Do you remember last year when he dropped the sandwiches?
Yeah.
I'm gonna test your memory. Do you remember anything about when he dropped the sandwiches? Anything in particular?
Yeah, Kevin Harlan was there.
Yeah, he was there.
Was that it?
But he had a girlfriend that was about 6'3".
And he's like 5'3".
Yeah.
What's her name? Menage a trois?
I don't know, but she had big heels. She was beautiful.
So he still has the Jamie Sire witch.
Yeah.
What's going on with him and Jamie Sire?
What's on that one?
What is she doing now?
She's doing like Food Network.
Oh, here's
or
a good one. The Reuben is called the Paul Reuben.
Oh.
That is.
Does that have dirty sauce
that
on
is
it?
a special sauce. The Hunter Pence, the Hollywood SF cheesesteak.
Yeah, what would he put on a show, hey?
I don't know.
Logan Webb needs a sandwich.
The Backstabber. Whoa.
Put a Trent Williams sandwich on
He
there.
does have a Barry Bonds.
Yeah.
Oh, I know why he mentioned him. Frisco twice. Number 65 on the menu is the Jim Rowe.
That's why he did it.
Oh, come on.
That's true.
Come on.
All right. It is Pop in London on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. It is time, Carl Ravitch. It's time for your foreplay.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We'll do some on-air producing. I think we need to change the open. It's been time. We changed that. We changed our caboose pistol.
Sounds like the dirty sauce to me. Yeah, you want to do that?
Something new.
What do you want to have it?
I don't know.
Tua playing a little Clapton.
Tua. Yeah,
Tua's number one in Pro Bowl voting. He's number one.
Yeah, that's the power of Alabama.
Well, he is number one.
Alabama fans are voting for him, probably. Something like that.
Really?
Have you heard that when Peyton starts singing to that? Oh, it's terrible.
I did.
Terrible.
Omaha!
All right. We're going to tell the story about Logan Ryan in a second, but here's why. This is Kyle Shanahan this morning on why the 49ers felt the need to add the former Patriot and Tennessee Titan.
I mean, just losing the safeties that we have this year and stuff, and knowing that there's a guy out there like Logan who don't know personally, but playing against him a bunch, whether it was at corner, nickel, or safety, you could just always tell he was a very hard guy to schematically be, very aware player, very similar to how Gip was or before we got him, and things like that. So when you do lose a lot of guys, you'd love to have an option to bring in a guy who's played some football and doesn't have to learn everything for the first time. He's been around enough to understand it, and I was glad we were able to get him in here.
All right, so he's excited for Logan Ryan, bringing a vet. To make room for him, Ty Davis-Price, former third-round pick, 93rd overall in 2022, was released. He wore 32. Logan Ryan now wears 32 and has Ty Davis-Price's locker.
What are you going to do?
Cold business.
What are you going to do? Oh, one locker opens. You should get a new one. Jay, is issue the same jersey, Jay? They didn't retire that for a rental, James? Interesting.
They did not.
The fact that Logan Ryan, and he played against the Niners last year as a member of the Tampa Bay Bucks, just to hear Kyle say that he can play corner, nickel, or safety. How many guys can do that? Isaiah Oliver actually has made the transformation to safety. So I wonder where they're out on the practice field in 13 minutes. They're in the activation stage now. They'll be out at 1:15. I wonder where he will predominantly line up. I would venture it is safety because they got so many corners now. We'll see if Terrell Luter can practice today, but he got Sam Womack. They found the 3 inside. It's the loss of Talanoa Hufanga. Too, he's got to play teams. And then losing George Odom is a major blow on teams. And George was kind of your fourth safety there behind T. Gip and Talanoa and Jair Brown. But Isaiah Oliver had to go early in the game. When Tashawn Gibson left the field, they had to put Isaiah Oliver out there at safety for that first series Philadelphia had. He did fine.
Okay. By the way, on the Juan Soto deal to the Yankees and the Padres, don't know the names involved, the minor leaguers and et cetera, but they're saying they're to the medicals stage. So they're just checking the medicals, which, as we know, as Giants fans, that can be problematic.
Soto's fine now, right? He didn't have Trent Grisham's going in that trade as well. The Yankees got both outfielders.
All right. Much to Mike Silver's chagrin, MVP is a discussion point. Could Brock Purdy win MVP? Now, Deebo Samuel is a little bit biased, but he was on the Kay Adams show and says it's not even close.
Where's Brock in your personal MVP conversation?
Man, my boy number 1 right now. It ain't up for debate.
McCaffrey on line 2.
Yeah, what do you think McCaffrey's saying to him?
I don't know. Some point we have to do a Danny's Big Poll. Who's even the Niners' most valuable player this year?
Oh, Brock will landslide that thing.
You think so?
People
More
love
McCaffrey?
Brock. People love him. Love him.
Okay.
Like you said, a lot of people are saying it's going to come down to Dak and Jalen Hurts in this weekend's game. He's still got a major, and he's beaten both those guys, as we all know. And he's also got a Christmas Day game against Lamar Jackson. By the way, go look at his numbers. You know them. I'm telling the audience this. Go look at the numbers in those games versus Dallas and Philadelphia, and even a team like the Jags, who are pretty good. He has been awesome in these games. So not only have the 49ers beaten the Eagles and the Cowboys, but Brock Purdy was great in those games. And if he's great against Lamar Jackson on Christmas in front of a national audience, I do think he's going to win it.
It's an amazing story. Part of me doesn't even think it's real that this Brock Purdy would do what he's doing. But we just saw it. I mean, every situation he's been in, he's been unflappable. To me, he's only played one poor game. There was a handful of throws in Cleveland. Otherwise, just don't worry about that guy. And really, with a day like today, when he goes out there with 200 new plays that he just got last night and this morning, and he just rolls through all of practice, he's a special person. His mind, his body, his soul, and then he's just such a perfect quarterback for this team. And that you got a room full of stars there, all coming in dressed in black, and Debo and Trent and George, and it just goes on. And he just makes it all work. Whether or not he wins the MVP or not, none of this happens without Brock Purdy. It really is. It's an amazing story. I mean, you think about a little over a year ago, he hadn't even started a game. This time a year ago, he had not yet made his first NFL start. And he's played so well ever since. And then to be considered on this great team, the most valuable player in the whole league, it's pretty amazing.
It is. So I saw this thing on PropSwap. It's this website where you can actually buy tickets that people have purchased in Vegas or wherever. And they're selling originally this was a plus 10,000 odds for $2,000. So a $200,000 payout on Brock Purdy to win MVP before the beginning of the year. So the guy put down $2,000 at plus 10,000. So you'd win $200,000. He's trying to hedge on the bet now. He's trying to sell it on PropSwap for $40,000. So you buy this ticket for $40,000, and you could win $200,000 if Brock wins.
Okay. Can I? Now,
MVP.
This is an area, and we haven't gotten into this yet. But at some point, this is not like a competition where yes, you can get to some people to have influence over the competition. This is just a vote.
Mm-hmm.
This is 50 men and women who cover the NFL.
It's not like playing a game that you would bet on.
And so who's to say these are the people that are involved in the vote? And will we find out who the 50 voters are for AP Most Valuable Player before? Will people get to them? Are they what is the parameters on them making a vote like the players voting on the competitions they're involved in? This is a little bit different. If you're going to open up odds, you're basically opening up odds on how an individual is going to use their vote. So how do you influence them using the vote? How are they influenced by the enormous amount of money that's involved? This is not a competition where we go out and play. Right. This is just somebody sitting down and filling out a ballot. It's a little weird to me that you're allowing people to bet on how a vote, and it's not a bet of 50 million people.
Right.
It's a bet. It's a bet of 50.
Well, I tell you this: if I put $40,000 down, I would find those people and I would call those people.
You better vote Brock Purdy.
All right,
I'll get you.
Keep the Italian thing out of it, and I'll laugh with you. But this is an issue. This is an issue. Seriously.
No, I'm not.
If you're going to allow people to bet.
But this is real. But I understand your point of.
So are we going to know who the voters are before?
Yeah, we can find
Are we
going to
know?
I'm sure we can find the list. Maybe they don't want to be public for this very reason.
Who it is, and they said they haven't come up with it yet.
But your point is, just to clarify, I think most people understand. But to clarify, when you're betting on a game, you understand that there's a win, there's a loss.
Well, you'd have to buy off a lot of people to overcome it. What are you going to do?
But in a vote like this,
it's just 50 people.
Guy on the East Coast is like, that guy, that dorky guy that shops at Kohl's, I'm not voting for that guy.
No, but it's going to be a member of the media that's going to have more to say than that. You're not just giving it to
there's
50
some
randos on the street.
No, but the difference between him, honestly, is that in the last 20 seasons in the NFL, and this is one of the reasons you wouldn't buy that ticket for $40,000 to win $200,000. In the last 20 plus seasons in the NFL, the only first round pick The MVP has been won by a first-round pick every single year.
Warner.
The only other guy in the last 20 years is Brady, and he won it 3 times.
Well, how about Kurt Warner?
That was before.
Oh, so you're going to that 20-year line?
I'm going to the 20-year line.
25 years, he's done it.
Now Warner did it too. So if you want to go 25, then Warner did too. But the point is that...
So let's watch the draft in April.
There is a bias. I believe that if we could take away the 262, the way that he's played, if he was a first-round pick, I don't think we'd have any problem with it. It's just that people have a problem with that. They just will not legitimize him.
Seems every time he makes a decision, he makes the right one. Every time the ball leaves his hand, it goes to an open player. To me, he's playing pretty damn well. Did you go back and watch the All-22 of the first play of the game? He had Kyle Juszczyk wide open down the right sideline. Darius Slade dropped him.
He's not going to win it now.
I'm not giving him MVP. Could have been 7-0 Niners, Brock. What are you doing? Did he not see him? Did he go? Does he go blind?
Well, he doesn't see everything.
Watch the first play of the game. Where was he
saw
then?
it.
Was wide open.
He was wide-ass open.
Wide-ass open. If I'm Juszczyk, I ain't voting that guy MVP. He just cost me the touchdown on the first play. How many fullbacks have a 70-yard touchdown?
I know this.
Would have been 70 or 75?
Does Juszczyk have a Pro Bowl thing incentive in his contract? Because there is no other fullback in the whole league.
In the history of the league, he's going to make it more times than Jim Brown.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he knows he's going in every year.
There are other fullbacks that are there. He's the most deserving.
If I was him, I'd be like, I want $5 million if I make the He's the only one anybody votes for.
Of course he has a clause in there.
Nobody's even close every year. That's the best. Oh, yeah, we were doing foreplay.
Where did we go?
I don't know.
Came back on one.
Oh, we were playing the Debo thing. All right, here's what we'll do. We'll play a little John Morosi for you coming up next. Got a couple from him on Ohtani. And if the Giants don't get Ohtani, then where could they pivot? We'll play those for you coming up next. Got a sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose pistol still to come. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Could a former Stanford product be coming home? Or will he go to his NFL home? It's complicated. That story and more trending right now on KNBR and the new KNBR app.
Papa here. It is Seahawk Week. Is your home ready for kickoff? Everybody knows that hosting friends, family, and fellow fans is the best way to enjoy a football Sunday. So get ready for an elevated game day by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. Of course, Benjamin Moore. Now is the perfect time to tackle your indoor and outdoor paint projects. Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals. You can update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats, yummy, and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. So change your luck with a fresh coat of paint. Whether you're calling it audible or following the playbook, find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore dealer. NFL has gone to 17 games the last several years, so let Benjamin Moore help you extend the life of your home for many years to come. So support your team and your local, independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
Sunnyvale, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Sunnyvale's sports leader.
Globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
I think, Lauren, in a lot of ways, it's a continuation of what they had tried to achieve last offseason with the addition of true impact bats. A year ago this week, they were right there on Aaron Judge. Of course, he went back to the New York Yankees. And now whether it's Shohei Ohtani or Cody Bellinger, perhaps a trade for Juan Soto, there are some significant bats out there. And I think that you now have to look at a roster that's malleable enough that you can move some players around. Brandon Crawford, of course, all his years that he did for the Giants and the standard he represented for so long. But you have to find ways to keep reviving your roster, getting a little bit younger, a little more athletic, I think a little more productive in the middle part of the lineup. That's where I want to know is, since Buster Posey's retirement, who is the face of this offense?
John Paul Morosi, as we finish up your foreplay, we got one more to play in regards to the timeline on Shohei Ohtani. Again, the big story today is Padres-Yankees. We're hearing some, I don't know any of the names. There are a bunch of prospects for the Yankees, about 5 of them going the other way.
Pitching.
To the Padres. Yeah, a lot of pitching.
Is the deal done?
And they're just exchanging medicals is what they're saying, as we well know. You never know with Correa. Medicals, so we'll see what happens. But that is the big story today.
Brito, Vasquez.
Yeah, so... That is the latest on Ohtani. Let's play that, and we'll discuss this. Here is John Paul Morosi this morning on MLB Network.
It is certainly a complicated week and a complicated question about Shohei Ohtani's wishes and where he is going to go. I think the important thing here is that he is days away from deciding, according to what a lot of people close to this process have told me here this week. Again, it may not be today, but it's going to be soon. By all accounts, we now know the Dodgers have met with him. There are strong indications that the Giants and Blue Jays both met with him. The Angels, of course, they've got that home field advantage, so to speak. So he has met with all the finalists now. And it's decision time.
Right.
It is decision time for Shohei Ohtani. And I agree with Harold and Joel that this all could have been done in a way that celebrated the game and indeed elevated the sport in a different manner. I think that in many ways is a forefront topic today, but we're also just waiting on the decision itself. And Lauren, by many accounts, the Dodgers still the front runners in all of this. I do not see in any way, that what Dave Roberts said yesterday changes the calculus here.
He didn't divulge anything.
He did not. It is, frankly, absurd to suggest that it would change a decision about where a player wants to go and win a World Series and play for the next decade of his life.
I saw John Paul Morosi on MLB Network essentially saying we're just a few days away. He said maybe by the end of the weekend we could find out on Shohei, and maybe that could break up the logjam, although Scott Boras has a lot to say about that as well.
Well, the meetings end tomorrow.
Yep.
So how is he going to announce this? Is he going to pull a LeBron James and a Jim Gray, and I'm taking my talents to Southern California? But where?
Is he going to have hats?
Anaheim? Is he going to L.A. County? So how's he going to announce it? And this is going to be a huge announcement, not just here, but in Japan. I mean, this guy is a global superstar in everything he does. And there's a lot of media. I mean, how many members of the media are from Japan covering the winter meetings? Is he going to show up in Nashville at all? How are they going to handle the announcement? Is it going to happen between now and the end of the winter meetings? Will he wait till the weekend? How is he going to do this? Does he want to compete with football and do it on the weekend? Does he want to do it in an off time? And what is he exactly weighing? He did go tour the facilities. He got a tour of Oracle Park. He got a tour of Dodger Stadium. He got a tour of the Blue Jays facility in Dunedin, not the Rogers Center, which is heavily being renovated. They put $100 million in their facility down in Florida. So what's it going to be? What's the number going to be? Over, under on him at $540 million total. You go over, you go under. Over? How far over?
I always think we hear a number and then it goes over and we all go, oh, man.
What's 550? 560? How many years are we talking? 10?
Oh, yeah.
It's 55 million a year.
They are doing a good job because remember
years?
On this we were deep into the air and Judge stuff a year ago at this time. And again, it is the 1 year anniversary. It is the arson-versary of Arson Judge by our good friend John Heyman. But
that night got crazy.
Yeah.
First, he was a giant for like how many minutes? 7 or 8?
I was driving home and it happened now that I think about it.
Steinbrenner. Yeah, we weren't on the air.
I was driving home.
Hal Steinbrenner was in Italy.
Yeah.
Vacation. He called in the middle of the night.
What's going to get him?
And remember, he flew to, we thought he was flying. Remember, we were tracking his plane the next day? He was flying
That's crazy.
Well, that's just the nature of it. I don't know how Shohei stays so covert.
Well, that's what I'm saying is like, okay, so we do know that Buster met with him, right? And Bob Melvin met with him, everything. And they're not pulling a Dave Roberts because
we don't. How do we know?
But remember with Aaron Judge last year, because we had Rich Aurelia shortly thereafter, and he confirmed the meeting and said where it was. And so,
we had that was the Gotham Club.
Right. And so we kind of had details of that.
Well, remember he checked into the St. Regis?
Yeah.
What was that, the week of Thanksgiving?
Oh, and we had video of it.
Yeah,
somebody got him on their phone.
Yeah.
Just hanging out, seeing family.
Has there been any video of Shohei? Anything? He's a big guy. He's hard to miss. Is he going to show up at the Warrior game tonight?
Oh, that'd be amazing. Plus, I'm with them. This Dave Roberts thing, I guess it was just because it was slow at the winter meetings. So Dave Roberts said, I met with him. Jeez, man. Like he's going to say no to the Dodgers because of that?
Well,
no, he's not.
They know what the ground rules are. Nesbitt Lalo is agent, and that's what they laid out.
Like Fight Club?
Well, you just
First rule of Shohei Club.
You have to.
Don't talk about Shohei Club.
Well, if that's what he asked to have happen, and they said it's going to be used against you, you shouldn't
What's
do
that, an extra $50 million?
Why he may not go there. That's what he asked to have happen. If I ask for something to happen, then it's also just the nature of who's running these negotiations. Are we begging you to come here and play? We are the Los Angeles Dodgers. We are the San Francisco Giants. Can we ask a few questions of you? Can I see the medical on your right elbow? How's that looking? So anyway, I just find for Dave, and he went on. I was watching Access Sportsnet LA and the Dodgers show this morning. He went on and on.
Like to break
he
it
didn't
down.
he just didn't say. We met with him. He said how well it went and how he respects him and he knows L.A. And I came away, and I was there when they played the Angels in July, and it was Asian American night or Japanese American night, and it was just everybody was wearing either a Mookie Betts or a Freddie Freeman jersey or a Kershaw or a Fernando or occasional Mike Trout, and then the rest were wearing Shohei. And every time he stood up, it just was a huge. He took the game over. The Dodgers won the game big, but he tripled right away, hit a bomb. He had a great game. But anyway, he took batting practice. Remember Dodger Stadium the day before? I wanted to watch him take BP, but he didn't hit that day. But anyway, the Dodgers are all in on this. What are they going to do if they don't get Shohei Ohtani? What if he goes back to the Angels?
I just can't see
and
that.
What did Walsh mean by I can't let it out of the bag?
Because he knows he's going to L.A. I mean,
Which L.A.?
If we're being honest, it would be a massive upset if he didn't go to the Dodgers.
What do we know? How are we going to predict the show? The guy, last time I heard
Just
him
using
talk,
logic.
it was but logic, it's his decision to make. It's one man making a call. Last time we heard him talk is when Bags was pushing him. Remember Bags kept asking,
that's right.
What was the question he asked? I'll worry about my future in the future.
Something like that,
Bags was pushing
Plus, when you
him.
have an interpreter.
He never talked again, has he?
When you have an interpreter, you can hide behind that because you know this. All my friends in Seattle, like Ichiro could talk English better than a lot of people who speak English as their first language, but he just didn't want to do it.
He wasn't comfortable.
He just didn't want to do it.
You make one mistake and use the wrong word. How hard would that be? You to speak Japanese?
I do that 4 hours every day.
Well,
It's not that
Bags
big of a
should
deal.
probably speak Japanese back to him.
Exactly.
I mean, honestly, who knows anything? Because nothing. I do admire how tight they've kept it and they haven't leaked it. It's hard to keep everything tight, but at the same time, when we give you a $500 million or more, you got to come out. You got to be. You got to talk to the media before the game, after the game. Hell, you're only DHing. You got to do an interview with Kruk and Kipe during the game.
We're going to do a Japanese broadcast, and you're going to be our color guy.
It's every game. Is every game he plays broadcast live back to
100%.
Japan like the Gichiro?
Absolutely.
Come on.
Yeah. He's a massive megastar,
Shohei
like you
vision.
said. I mean, that's the one thing, and you and I have had this conversation. So you pay him $550, $560, $580, $600, whatever it is.
What?
I mean, just
Keep going
whatever.
up.
So
All right, now it's got to be 11 or 12
But if you're the Giants, you know they've already got this in place. They're getting sponsorships. They're going to have boards behind home plate. They're going to have Japanese sponsors. They're going to. I don't know what the finance. That would be so fascinating if Bags could pull this off. If somebody would write, okay,
how many Japanese-based companies?
Like how much? If you get Shohei on your team, that's a lot. But he's separate. Like you got your payroll, and then you got your Shohei
How do
payroll.
you factor in that every one of would it be every Giant game would be on live in Japan, home and away?
I'm sure. Because they're baseball mad.
All the home signage now is going to be on a set of eyeballs you have, in fact, way bigger than the Bay Area market.
We're a baseball market, man.
So all the signage behind home plate will be in Japanese.
Right. They're going to sell all that out. That KNBR sign behind first base, that thing's gone. that's going to be valuable real estate. That thing's going to be in Japanese, and they're going to. I mean, seriously, if something's not nailed down, that Chevron, those cars, that Coke bottle, that thing, that's going to be the highest bidder.
It does change your business model.
Oh my gosh, does it ever?
We just gave him $550 million. You better go pay for it now.
What kind of things can they make? I mean, they don't name him Panda. What's his? What kind of hats can they sell? I mean, seriously, it's going to change everything. This is going to be crazy. Cha-Cha Bowl out. Whatever he likes in.
So when does he announce
Food,
it?
signs.
How does he announce it? He probably, what do they just do it on social media?
Yeah, would imagine. He's not
John Heyman sends
He's
a
not
tweet.
exactly LeBron.
Shohei, say hi
Yeah,
to
see,
say hey.
I trust Shohei. Anything John Heyman sends out, I mean, he blocked me, so it doesn't matter. But anything he sends out in regards to big signings, disregard that.
Okay. Take it easy.
All right, we'll keep you up to date on everything that's happening. There is we played everything, right? We played all four. All right, we've got a sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose pistol, including a couple of stories that we haven't yet gotten to today, so we'll play those for you coming up next. And Tolbert and Copes at the top of the hour to continue everything. Although many times I do expect this to break during our show, because I would say, 80% of the time a big story breaks on the station.
But this is different.
Us.
This is different because you're out of business hours. I'm saying tonight at 4:20. Is that when Aaron Judge became arson judge
That's
last year?
exactly when he sent this out.
Tonight at 4:20.
It's a year today, but to be honest, it was 4:20. Because I remember driving home, of course, fumbling
Shohei
with
is
my
so
phone.
intrigued by Ike's offer. He's going to change the whole name of the sandwich franchise to Shohei? Well, no, you can't do that.
No.
Because he's going to want a piece of it.
Right. He's like, oh, really?
How much did that cost you? You can't use his name.
So you never got a sandwich?
I was going to sign with the Giants for that little bald guy that makes those bad sandwiches. Wanted to rip off my name to sell some more Matt Canes.
We were just on the verge of
JV
we were on the verge of a sponsorship, but not now.
Hey, food poisoning.
It's Bob and Lund only here on the Sports Eater.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, Caboose time. Thanks for joining us. Just pulling up stories now. Hang on one second. I had one good one. I wonder if this would persuade you or dissuade you, or there would be no difference at all. But a Nebraska woman bagged a marriage proposal shortly after killing a big buck on a hunting trip. But my question to you, this was in Nebraska, would it make no difference? Would it be better or worse if a woman was a big time hunter and could like go out and kill deer and stuff like that?
So wait a minute. So she called off the wedding.
Yeah.
Why?
Because
she killed Bambi.
Yeah. I guess
she called it off because her future husband did.
He surprised her by popping the question in the middle of a photo shoot with a prize trophy, a giant buck with 11.
Oh, she called it off.
Yeah, she called it off. She said everybody has been saying they would marry him too if he let them shoot this big of a deer. She lives in Omaha, by the way.
So she called it off because he killed Bambi.
Yeah. She was not very happy with it.
So what's the question?
Yeah, so I just wonder if that would have no bearing, some bearing, no bearing.
Yeah, I could see where that would have a bearing.
Yeah.
But, I mean, how long have they been together? She didn't know that he was an outdoorsman, a huntsman?
I guess she was very angry with it. Here's another one. It says, again, I like these because a lot of times these stories are as good or better than the actual story itself. What a poopy reason to get dumped. Some ill-fated relationships go, oh, come on.
A poopy reason to get dumped?
Yes. Hold on. The New York Post just did a thing.
Is this a defecation story?
It says, my ex refused to give me toilet paper when I needed it, so I dumped him.
Yeah.
And you and I...
What would be the reason to not do that? You're in the middle of something. Honey, I need a roll of TP. I'm out.
It happens.
Well, I know, but then if you don't have any toilet paper at all, you're in trouble.
Right.
You're using coffee filters or towels.
Do you realize how many hours people ask me how we got through the pandemic on a sports station?
It was TP.
We talked about TP incessantly
because we didn't have any.
Because there was a shortage.
We were rationing.
Yeah.
But if you're in the toilet, or on a toilet, and you run out, you don't have any toilet paper there, and there's nowhere to get any.
Mm-hmm.
What do you turn to? A hand towel? Well, you can always wash the hand towel. What's that? A rug? You're not going to use a rug.
Boy.
What's at your disposal where you're going to be able to get by?
First of all,
so you're in a crisis.
This question is not relevant to you and I because you and I are not barbarians. You
can be in a public place. And
that's a good.
You love it when it's got the inside and it's completely out. And you're like, damn, what do I do here?
Well, we have the sprayers, you and I. We're not.
We're home. Yeah. I'm saying if you're so that's another dilemma.
Oh, that's the best thing ever.
That has actually recently confronted me, and I ended a creative there. But why would someone not bring someone else, not even your significant other, just another human being? If you're at a if you're at a Starbucks and somebody yells, "Hey, I'm out of toilet paper," when you run down and buy some if you had time, why would you not do that?
I guess some people just think it's such a heinous act, but here's what she says. She said, I had to end it. I just kept thinking about...
I think it speaks to their character. Why would you not bring them a roll of toilet paper?
I think it's ridiculous. She said, I kept thinking about how the last time I'm going to run out of toilet paper, she said, when I think of my future self stranded on a toilet, he's not the person I want to be there to ask for help. I deserve more.
He won't help me wipe my ass.
That's what she decided. She decided because he wouldn't bring it.
So what was his reason? What's the dumb thing happened?
I don't know. She just said, if you're not that kind of person who could bring me toilet paper while I'm stranded on the toilet, then I don't want to be with you.
7 seconds ago and Jake Moody's lining up from 41 yards away?
Maybe.
What possibly would be so important that you couldn't do that?
But your significant other has always cracked it. Not always, but it's happened.
Honestly,
where most relationships where they yell down the hall, "Hey, I need some."
Right. I mean, there's not a viable reason not to do it.
No.
So it would be a problem. I think both are fundamental issues to question the relationship. If you're not into killing Bambi and your future husband's just going to mount him over his desk, That could be an issue.
That's a deal breaker.
Well, I'm not saying it's wrong or right, but if you're fundamentally on opposite sides of the argument, then that's a problem.
Yeah, that is.
And then why would someone not bring you a roll of toilet? It's at the most. I mean, there are other situations, during labor's bad, but as far as day to day, multiple times a day,
right.
The most compromising position a human is put into.
Correct.
Someone's not going to help you get out of that.
And that was her rationale, was to think that he wouldn't help me with that. Then
you're dealing
I knew
with
that
how
wasn't the one.
selfish are you?
Yeah.
What is the reason you're not doing it? What is so pressing that you're not doing it? I could see both of those reasons be just a question mark.
But that is a crummy situation. Like I said, we got the sprayer, so it helps a little bit, but that's the worst. And you look over and it's like, especially like you said, if you're in a public place.
Oh, it's terrible.
Like when they don't, you're like, come on. Because it must be bad if you're going in a public place anyway. Because don't most people have the philosophy of not doing a two in a public place if at all possible.
Sometimes you're forced to.
But sometimes you're forced to.
Sometimes you don't have an option. Just happened to me recently. You've got to get creative there, Jed.
All right, one more, because we must
Can I buy a roll of toilet paper and put it on my account?
Today's caboose pistol is generally about relationships and maybe how you know that they shouldn't be the right ones. This one, and you're kind of too late once you've had a child. It says, my wife named our son after her first love, and I had no idea.
Wow.
Could you imagine that? Finding out later
Fabio?
that a woman
pushed
for a certain name, and
Fabio
it was actually
Jr., and I'm not Fabio?
It was actually her first love's name, and now that's your kid? Oh, that's a problem.
Wow. Beebs?
Exactly.
What was the name? How did he not figure that out?
My son is 5. Let's see here.
Maybe it's not even his child. Is there a DNA test?
About 2 days ago, we were shopping and ran into a high school friend of hers. She was catching up, and she told the friend, we have a son. The friend asked the name.
Okay.
And,
did she just like the guy's name from high school?
Must be.
Oh, it wasn't like. Did she have a thing with him?
I'm trying to find out
what's the name. What's the name?
So he runs into the ex. He asks the kid's name, and then the guy's like, oh, that's my name. It doesn't say the name, though. That's what I want to know. Asked the name, was hesitant, and I told her. She had a strange look on her face, then said, you mean like your ex-boyfriend? Our son's name is very unique to the point where I've never met another person with the same name. Now she refuses to talk to me about it. I feel betrayed and disgusted with her. It's like a switch was flipped.
That's an issue.
And he says, I can't look at her the same way, but it doesn't say the name.
Well,
What's the name?
Did she just name it after the guy? Was it high school going back to? Because she liked the name?
Look what he says. This is actually a pretty good point by him. He says, this is like if Will and Jada had a son and named him Tupac. Imagine trying to get Marilyn.
Wow.
That's a good point. He doesn't say the name, but he's saying it's unique enough to where he knows that the kid was named after her first boyfriend.
He had no knowledge of that? So she kept that from him. First of all, did she just name the child on her own? There was no give and take there?
Sounds like it.
Wow. That would be an issue, John.
That's, by the way, that's
3 strikes in every relationship. 3 strikes.
That's always an interesting conversation.
What's the name?
Kids.
What's the name?
Yeah, it doesn't say here. I guess it's so unique that the guy wouldn't want this to go publicly. I don't know. Anyway,
because now that guy knows.
Yeah.
Should we have a DNA test? It may not even be his kid.
But I only have.
Well, what was the relationship she had with him previously? Maybe she just liked his name.
Yeah.
She didn't want to marry
like
him.
that.
She just she wanted to take the name.
That might still be an issue, though.
Well, she probably should have been brought up when they named the child.
Yeah, exactly.
They came up with this unusual name, and then it was never given reference or context.
Yeah, because when you do have a conversation about that, I know that I've done this, is that you say, well, why do you like that name? Like my son is named after my dad, and that's what we did. So that
beautiful,
worked.
Beautiful.
But if like she had brought up some name, some weird name, I'd want to know in what context, like, why do you like that name? That's unique. Where'd you get it?
I don't know. Like Dick Fitz.
Exactly. Like the guy with the Verdugo trade.
It's his whole name. I don't know.
That's weird.
Those are all dilemmas. I have to decide on. I would have questions for all 3.
Yeah. If you don't bring me toilet paper, that's an issue, but it's not a breakupable offense. If you like to shoot deer and she's a vegetarian, that probably means you're doomed. And
not gonna have venison.
You break up if her first love was.
If it's named after your son,
had to get Derek's name. It's a great name. Very strong. That's it. All right. Top of the hour, Tolbert and Copes. We got a few remnants for you, and we will keep you up to date on if anything happens. Oh, Craig Kimbrell's an Oriole. What has he been on? About 15 teams now? He'll be in Baltimore. They had an injury with their closer, so I think
He's
that's
named
the
after
place.
Derek Carr, actually.
Oh, wow. He's not going to be happy
Actually,
with that.
I think, is Derek Papa older than Derek Carr? Who was born first? I don't even know.
Ooh.
Close.
I think Derek Carr, but I don't know.
Could be close.
All right, we'll give you some remnants, and then Tolbert and Copes at the top on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
As the winter meetings continue, the Giants are being aggressive, but can Farhan and company get pen to paper? Finally. That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, and we're at Levi's where they're getting ready for a home game on Sunday, and that means Tony G's Slice House. You got to get to it. Warriors are playing a game against Portland. Don't forget that it's an addition to the schedule, by the way. So anyway, you want to go to the original for the best pizza in the world. It is Tony's Pizza in the North Beach, the best I've ever had. Tony has been ranked #1 in the world, and it's my go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and grandma-style pizzas. They make fresh pastas as well. And have you tried their spicy bucatini? It is to die for. And don't forget about Tony's other locations like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker-thin and deep dish pizzas. And one of his specialties is the Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. They are ginormous, and they are mouth-wateringly good. Much better than Ike's, by the way. Don't forget to finish your meal off with a super delicious cannoli or a tiramisu. Get up early in the morning before breakfast, lunch, and get there for breakfast, actually, and take a morning stroll through the North Beach and try his homemade sourdough bread, pastries, and New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. So again, Tony G's are the more casual, fast locations, the Slice House locations, Chase Center. Warriors are playing Portland tonight. Don't forget to go there. Oracle Park or here at Levi Stadium. No matter where you go, get Tony's Pizza in the North Beach, ranked #1 in the world.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. You heading out to practice?
I am.
Very nice.
Is it raining out there?
Does not look good.
I got my slicker on, John.
Your slicker?
Yeah.
This through Nick Wagner, who covers the 49ers for ESPN and does a great job. So the 49ers are great late season. Since 2021, 20-3 in November, December, and January in regular season games. That's an .870 winning percentage. And they've won 15 consecutive games in these months. And during that 15-game winning streak late season, they've outscored their opponents by an average of 16.5 points per game and are plus 23 in turnovers.
In December, you're talking.
Ooh.
They haven't lost a December game since December 23rd, Nashville, Tennessee. Jimmy gets thrown down by Danico Autry. I mean, last year they ran the table. They won the last. They didn't lose a game in November or December last year. And now we're getting into January football in the regular season before you get to the playoffs. So I think it's that's coaching. It's fundamentals and guys locking in. And they've had injuries. This Eric Armstead injury, Mayoko just texted me. He thinks he's going to be out a couple of weeks. So I don't think that's enough to get into the Ndamukong Suh situation. But I think it opens it up for Javon Kinlaw to maybe move into the starting lineup. And he's been playing about the same amount of snaps. We'll see. So, yeah, go back, John, and, take it back to when Kyle was a young coach and they traded for Garoppolo. What was their record going into December that year? And then Jimmy won 5 in a row.
That's why they give him the big money, right?
To close, they went 5-0. Remember,
and a couple
he beat
of comebacks.
Chicago, he beat Houston, a lot. Robbie Gould made a lot of field goals. Tennessee, the game on Christmas Eve where they lit up Saxonville.
Right.
And then they beat the Rams. The Rams didn't play their guys, but look at Kyle's one-loss record in December. You're going back just the last couple of years, but even that first year when they got off to a horrible start, they got Jimmy. Now, the next year, 18, it wasn't great because they went 6-10. But I remember them beating Denver. Remember when Kittle had the huge game against first half against Denver that day and Lord Fangio? So they've been good in December, even during the bad years. But these last few years, making the run to get into the playoffs, obviously. In 21, they won 7 of the last 9. They did lose that game in Nashville. Last year, they ran the table. Even in 2020, the strange pandemic year when they got kicked out of Levi's.
Yeah, so
remember
weird.
They went to Arizona, played Arizona down there. And I think it may have been actually an Arizona home game. Remember they beat Kyler Murray on that Saturday? December to remember for the 49ers. Are they going to run the table again? It'd be the Christmas night game against Baltimore.
That's the one.
Now, this was Seattle, and Arizona's off a bye, but that Christmas night game is going to be a huge game. That could be a preview of the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Like how weird is
this?
Are
they the
year?
1 seed? Baltimore's the 1 seed in the AFC now, aren't
Dolphins
they?
are.
Oh, Dolphins are. Yeah, you're right.
But still, if you look at what we thought the AFC was going to be, this big gauntlet, it's still good, but without the Bengals, without the Bills, having injuries. Trevor Lawrence, by the way, was walking around without a boot, so maybe he plays, maybe he doesn't. But, man, it could be. And I think that, again, it's big for the 49ers. I think it's big for Brock as an MVP. I think that there's a lot of things. As far as the Cowboys, this is the story on Mike McCarthy, by the way. He experienced abdominal pain this morning. He went for further evaluation, and he has an acute appendicitis. He's currently slated for surgery this afternoon, which did happen. He's expected to be released later today and anticipates coaching on Sunday against the Eagles. Isn't that crazy?
Lucky it happened Wednesday and not Sunday morning.
Right.
Man. You ever have an appendectomy?
Yes.
I remember you did.
Yeah, I did.
Did you have the one where they dissolved the little crystals? How did they? There's different ways to do it.
I think how they did it.
How much pain were you in?
A lot. And I was Moon River. Yeah, the doc had to check, and he had big old sausage fingers. I remember that.
He'll coach the game, though. I mean, if it's Wednesday, but he'll miss a day of work for Philadelphia, so we'll see. So I got to watch practice, see how everybody is, and then, the new guy, the secondary, will take a look at Logan Ryan. We got a Warrior game tonight. People, I think, are their tickets available still. Raymond Ritter's reached out to me. Some tickets available at Warriors.com because this was not on the original schedule because they could be in Vegas getting ready to play the semifinals of the in-season tournament. How weird is that when you're playing out your trips in the NBA and scheduling and hotels and even the broadcasters, the players, you have no idea what you're doing next week.
Now you're here.
Well, they got to go to Oklahoma City tomorrow to play on Friday, but this Portland game was added. 7 o'clock tip at Chase Center. You know what it is tonight, John? A Draymond Green bobblehead night.
It's a cool one, too.
I think it's a talking one,
right? Yeah.
Isn't it where you hit his head?
Yeah.
And he says, F you, Jordan Poole? No.
People are very nice. The Warriors are always very nice. They send us those. It's a nice one.
Do we have one?
Yeah, I got one.
So when you hit his bobble, what? I didn't get it. You took it home. Sorry, that's your Christmas
no, I didn't
gift.
Steal it from you.
I know, it's all right. Well, when you hit his head, what does he say?
What does he say?
What does he say?
I just looked at it. I didn't take it out of the bubble wrap, but it was cool looking. It was cool looking because I'm going to regift it probably.
Lord Draymond's bobblehead say. It's hilarious.
I've got kids in my life that would really like that. So, or maybe I'll put it in my background. I really do. It would look cool if in my studio behind us. I still have. Would you like to? I do have an extra of a Jordan Poole party bobblehead. That's it's still in the.
Put
it's
the
still
Jordan
in the box.
Poole and the Draymond one together.
That's what I'm going to do.
Do that.
See if they get along because I still have the Jordan Poole party one from last year in the box.
Warriors got to win tonight, right? Portland 6-13. They have DeAndre Ayton.
Mm-hmm.
They have Malcolm Brogdon.
He's good.
They
he
have Jeremy Grant.
Mm-hmm.
They got to win tonight, right?
Scoot Henderson.
They got to roll them, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's what's weird about seeing the Warriors at the bottom here is that they're in the bracket of not even playing. So the bottom five are the Warriors, Jazz.
It's called the lottery, John.
Exactly. Warriors, Jazz, Blazers, Grizzlies,
the Warriors
Spurs.
have their first round pick.
What's going on with Pop? 3-16? My God,
Victor
man.
does not
They're
mean
worse.
victory. And he just got a long contract extension.
They've lost 14
Tim Duncan.
straight.
Tim Duncan flipped that franchise in 1 year.
I didn't realize they were L14.
They're not good.
My God, man.
They're not good. All right, between now and 10 o'clock tomorrow, show, hey. So you get a call a press conference? I'm taking my talents to Northern California. Playing for the Sacramento River Cats.
In our luck, it'll be like 11:35.
Tomorrow?
Yeah,
during our
show.
show.
Tim.
No, that's great.
That'd be good.
No, we'll adjust.
Well,
I'd love to have it during our show. What if he goes to the Dodgers?
I think we should brace
You're bracing for that one?
Yeah, if it's anything but that, I'll be surprised. And I hope I'm pleasantly surprised because it'd be nice either Giants or not
They're going to
Dodgers.
play Mookie Betts every day at second base.
That's what they said, yeah.
They're going to trade Gavin Lux? They need pitching.
They were talking about the Gavin Lux going to Milwaukee because he's from Wisconsin, and they would bring back Corbin Burns and
Corbin Burns may come here.
Willie Adames. Yeah,
Corbin Burns could come here.
Yeah, that'd be good. All right,
Is
enjoy
it
practice.
raining out there? Nah. It's raining
Looks ugly,
touchdowns.
It's raining touchdown. Do you do that at practice too? When they
No,
score
I do
touchdowns?
whenever we land in the new city. And the guys are all tired and we landed in Philadelphia. Touchdown!
Everyone's like, oh, I hate that guy.
I also do when we land back home at
Oh,
SFO.
that's good. At like 2 in the morning, they're like, I hate that guy.
Believe me, they were all awake
Yeah,
after
I'm sure.
Philly. They were celebrating.
Thanks to Walter was running the board. Who was with you today, Walter? Cole. Oh, that's right. Cole sent me that email. Cole, thanks to Cole. Thanks to Walter. Always a great job. If you missed any and all guests today, and Michael Sean Dugar was from The Athletic, joined us to talk Seahawks. Mike
Make
Silver
sure you
joined
pronounce
us.
his name correctly.
I screwed that up. Sorry. Mike Silver joined us today. Who else do we have? Is that it? Good stuff had by everybody.
I'll see you at the Christmas party tonight.
Yeah, I'm going to be there. Might be a minute later.
I'll be with Lee Hammer.
Oh, you are cold today.
He
You're
insisted
taking
that I
people
show
down.
off. I'm good. I love Lee.
I know, I do too. All right. Tolbert and Copes right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes.
Let's get it on!
Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today we're going to be joined by Brian Billick. Talk a little NFL, maybe a little college football playoffs. Dylan Hernandez from the LA Times. Talk a little Ohtani. We'll see what his guess is. Seemingly that's all everybody has, and that's the way Ohtani wants it. Andrew Bags will join us at 4:30, and number 8, the Hall of Famer, Steve Arene. Steve Young will join us at 5 o'clock. What's going on?
Steve Arene.
Steve Arene.
I love when Steve Young comes on, man. I was just riffing Steve Young stuff with these guys in the bullpen. I was doing the Steve Young impression. We were talking about Steve. I can't remember what the premise was. We're just like pretending to do his voice and panic about stuff. Oh, I was saying it's he's had to move his schedule on us a couple of times because he's involved in all the youth sports stuff. Like he was coaching his daughter's flag football team. And I want to say was he at a track meet or something? Like remember she's doing the high jump. He was doing something with sports. I feel like last Wednesday. Maybe he was playing golf in a tournament.
I think that was a banquet that he went to. I think it was a banquet he went to for
Sports
maybe
banquet?
his flag football team this year.
Ah, there you go.
Because I think last year was the track and field. This year he was all in on flag football.
Yeah, I was joking that I was like he'll come on today unless he lets us know that he's like, oh, you know my coaching a lawn bowling league. You know I gotta. Oh, come on, Tom. It's all included. All the bowling's the same.
Did you go get a donut?
Regular bowling, lawn bowling, it's all one. It's just one pin, Tom. One pin, one game.
It's just one.
That's how
it's just one.
Really? Just because I don't wear the shirts, Tom. Do you think it's not real bowling? Anyway, yeah, it'll be fun to talk to Steve Young about the 49ers total beatdown. I've heard from a lot of people this week just kind of like I feel like maybe it's because it's the Eagles. Maybe it's because the fashion in which it happened and the attitude in which the Niners held with that win. But it seems like the old school 80s 49er fan felt like that was an old school style win for this. It was like a stylistically 1980s Niner win. And I don't know that, but feels like that's the vibe I'm getting and what I've heard contextually from numerous people this week.
That it was the 1980s, like just
style beatdown of an opponent. And I thought, but they had to grind for like I know they used to hammer teams and they would go on runs like that. But it seems to me like Dennis Brown kind of had that attitude. Like, yeah, kind of felt the way we used to play. And I guess that was later, that was 90s. But I feel like, and maybe that's an arrogance of 49er fans or an air of dominance that, I mean, Warrior fans, I think, have that a little bit, right? Where teams have closed that gap on them, and it became surprising, I think, a couple of years ago when they stopped being as dominant as they were. I mean, I guess not as much because the injuries and Kevin Durant leaves, it's a little bit different. But the Niners, because they hadn't been anything, and I mean that's what it meant to the area, in that the Niners hadn't ever won a championship and then won a bunch real fast in the way that the Warriors did.
Yeah, the Warrior fan is completely changed.
Most of them are new. Most are
10 years, yeah.
Brand new.
I mean, these guys just expect the Warriors to win. You should have come on board in the 90s and see how you enjoyed that.
I did. I did come on and I didn't enjoy it.
Yeah, nor should you have enjoyed it. It was awful. It was the highlight of the season was Al Addles at the draft lottery. That was the highlight of the Warriors season. That's how bad they were.
I would lock into sports updates on here just to catch the lottery.
Yeah. They went like 13 years without an all-star. Or 13, 15 years without a play. It was like...
And then David Lee snapped it, yeah.
Yes. Almost impossible to not make the playoffs in the NBA for that long. Over half the league makes the playoffs. So it was bad. They used to promote the other team's superstar coming to town. Kobe and the Lakers coming to town. Vince Carter and the Raptors coming to town. Like, because they didn't have anybody that was worth promoting at the time. So they just promoted, hey, if you like basketball, come out and see the other team. They got some really good players. So that's not been the case for the last 10 years. It's been the Warriors players. It doesn't matter who's coming to town. You get to see Steph. You get to see Draymond. You get to see Clay. You get to see some of the best players in the game. You get to see 3 Hall of Famers. So it's been new, and everyone just expects, well, that's the way it is. That's the way it's going to continue to be. That's the way it should. No. That's not it. Steve said it many years ago. You're kind of living in we're living in a fantasy land here. Like, this isn't real basketball.
Oh, yeah. Oh, dude, absolutely. This isn't how it's done.
It wasn't real basketball for like 5 years, and not real basketball in terms of real basketball. It was not real in terms of like how good this team was compared to everybody else in the league. Like 24-1 start, or 24-0. I think it ended up 24-1.
Yeah.
73 wins. I mean, 73 wins, 73-9. That's absurd. Absolutely absurd. And then that's the way it went. It's not the way it is. This is more like the way it is, where you're grinding and trying to get into the playoffs. But Warrior fans aren't used to that. So, a lot of Warrior fans nowadays, you lose a few in a row and things aren't going the way you wanted to go. You're like Laker fans. You just cry and bitch and complain about the officials, or you cry and bitch and complain about your coach. You think your coach should be fired, or you think the officials have it against you. Hey, welcome to the real world of the NBA, pal. This is the way it goes. You're not entitled to 60 wins every single year. That's not the way it is.
We were for a minute.
You were for a minute. That minute's over.
My buddy and I used to joke. He'd be like, "You going to the Warriors parade?" We go, "No, I'll go next year."
Yeah.
No, I went to the last one. I'll go next year. Yeah, I'll catch the next one.
That minute expired.
Yeah, it's over now.
A while ago.
I mean, it's not expected now. Now it's
that minute ain't coming back either. That minute's gone. So, I said this. I said this 5 years ago. That, I mean, I love the Warriors and the fans and all, but the fans are as annoying as Laker fans. And that I'll tell you this. That's not a compliment. Either. It's not a compliment at all.
No.
When you think you're entitled in NBA.
That's a crock.
Yeah, it's not. It's just not the way it is. So, yeah, I mean, obviously I want the team to do really well, and I'm happy the fans get to enjoy it. But, man, the fans are just, oof. After a while, you just shake your head, and you can only take so much of it because I grew up in L.A., and I remember Laker fans, how entitled they were. And it was so irritating too. All they knew.
Yeah, all they
knew was Magic and Kareem or Shaq and Kobe. It's like you don't even know the rest of the team, and you're this big Laker. It got so irritating.
Yeah,
Laker fans.
It's too much.
Laker fans are the worst. And now, congrats, Warrior fans. You're there. You've been there for a while now. You have. You've been there for a while. You've reached the annoying level, kind of the pinnacle of the annoying level, where you think you're entitled to everything. And again, you have a coach that's won 4 championships.
Hold on, are we chastising? I didn't know it being turns into a chat. They're coming at Warrior fans now. Like,
what's that?
Are you coming at Warrior fans?
That's exactly what do you think I've been doing?
Well, I mean, I kind of heard of it.
What do you think I'm doing
you're going
here?
harder and deeper. I was like, whoa.
What do you think I'm doing here?
I was just talking like, hey, we're Niners are, it's kind of like an 80s win. We're coming at Warrior fans.
No, Warrior fans need to hear it occasionally.
Okay, we got to pump on that just for a second because I promise you it's a good reason. We have breaking news as it relates to Juan Soto. He has been.
I know. I already know.
He's been moved.
Yes.
He's been moved. You know who hasn't been moved off their block ever? Limp Bizkit. We're still giving tickets away. Limp Bizkit. We've got tickets for you today on Tolford and Copes. Listen all day long for the cue to call. Here's the cue to call.
I want to dedicate this song to the lead singer of Creed. That guy's an egomaniac.
That's the cue to call today. You want to go hear that and many more hits from Limp Bizkit at the Toyota Pavilion at Concord on August 23rd, 2024. That was hysterical. Be caller number 10 when you hear that between now and 6 o'clock to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you will win those tickets furnished by Live Nation. Tickets are on sale Friday, December 8th at 10 a.m. through livenation.com. Grab the official rules at KNBR.com. Lead singer Creed, that guy's an egomaniac. That's a hell of a line. All right, when we come back, Juan Soto has been traded to the New York Yankees. What does this do to the powers that be in the National League West? What's going on with the Padres now? And where does Juan Soto stand? Some of the odds have changed in Vegas. We'll tell you about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Broadmoor, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Broadmoor's Sports Leader.
John Morosi reports that Shohei Ohtani will decide on his free agency future before the end of the weekend. That story and more are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
You know, hopefully something breaks here at some point in time, because I think there are a couple of guys at the top of the market that are probably holding up a lot of the signings, because when you sign somebody for that much money, you have to know how you can deploy it later. So I think a lot of the teams right now are kind of trying to assess this right now. But look, you know, San Francisco's always been a star power town. When I grew up watching Willie Mays, right, and then the Barry Bondses and the Buster Posies, and, you know, it's a town that you know, Steph Curry, you know, Steve Kerr over there, Joe Montana was growing. It is a star power town. So I think Farhan understands that we need a little bit more of that. Hopefully we end up with one of these guys at the top of the market for a long period of time that resonates in San Francisco, because they're yearning for it.
Okay, hold on, Tom. We got to take a step back. That was Giants' new manager, Bob Melvin. We played a cut yesterday from Bob Melvin where he was talking on MLB Network, and he was talking about how somebody asked him, like, you need a superstar. Do the Giants need a superstar? And he goes, yeah. I mean, I go back to Willie Mays and the Barry Bonds era even, and even Steve Kerr and Steph Curry and Joe Montana and Buster Posey. He named all these greats, and then you were like, hold on, Steve Kerr? And we were like, that doesn't fit. Tom, that's a different cut. That's a second time that he named Steve in the group of
Steph Curry, you know, Steve Kerr over there.
Before he went Steve before Steph. This time he named a few. He's really hung on Steve Kerr being one of the all-time great Barry athletes, dude.
Like a superstar.
Yeah, like he's like up there with Joe Montana,
you got Steve Kerr over there.
Again, we're not disparaging Steve, great coach, but we're not naming coaches in that group.
Oh, I'll play that for Steve when we have him on.
Both
Absolutely,
of them?
I'll play it for him.
I mean, we make it 3 or 4
dude,
more.
what are you giving Bob a percentage over there? Like, what the hell's going on?
Jeez, dude. It's like a coach's alliance. He's trying to get in good with all the other teams. Bay Area Unite Night is coming their way. So, dude, I can't wait for the mix in Kyle. That'd be great, dude. As a kid, you know, Kyle Shanahan, that's one of the Eagles, by the way.
Steph Curry, you know, Steve Kerr over.
The other one was really funny because he named a few, and he got into it. So
not Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Steph Curry, Steve Kerr.
Yeah, no, yeah, he's like, you know, Michael and Phil Jackson, Brian Urlacher, you know, all the greats. Anyway, we told you right before the break there, the Padres completed a trade with the New York Yankees. Per John Morosi of MLB Network, Juan Soto is headed to the Yankees. This is a deal that they're saying is going to send Juan Soto and Trent Grisham to New York for Michael King, Drew Thorpe, Johnny Brito, Randy Vasquez, and catcher Kyle Higashioka. Higashioka, the home run stroker. Oh, it's dead. No, he's a Padre. We don't get it anymore.
No more.
Man, don't be sad because it's over. Be happy that it happened.
Yeah, it'll just live in the archives.
Be thrilled that it happened. So there you go. That's a big trade as it relates to the Giants. I guess the question is, do you think the Giants were ever back in on Soto once he was a Padre? Like, would the price tag have been higher for the Giants, or does that not matter? Do we overplay the in-division thing?
I think that's individual. Like some organizations don't want to face somebody 12 times a year, I guess. Football is probably the same thing. You don't want to face somebody twice a year. You'd rather trade them out of conference.
Yeah, for sure.
Some guys don't care. Like for me, I want to get the best package I can. I don't care how many times I got to face them. I want my team to be good. I want my team to reach the elite level. And to do so, I need elite players. So if I were running an organization, it would be, what's the best deal? Get me the best players. I don't care who it's coming from. Just get me the best players. But I think some owners, maybe some GMs, are reticent to do that because they don't want the blowback, right? If you go and you trade and all of a sudden you're facing this guy all the time and he's kicking your ass over and over and over and over again,
19,
then
14
you get
times
blowback for that.
Right,
and some guys aren't strong enough to handle it. They don't want to deal with it. So just get him out of here. Just trade him anywhere but here, because I don't want to have to deal with the fans getting upset when he comes back and kicks our butt. Well, guess what? If he was going to kick your butt, why are you trading him? Maybe he's good enough. Maybe you should keep him. But other than that, I'm not going to take a lesser deal because I don't have to see said player. I want the best players I could possibly get. So I couldn't possibly know whether the Giants were in on it or not. My guess is now that he's a Yankee, he'll stay a Yankee, much like Monte. He's a Warrior.
He's always going to be a Warriors.
Yeah. So I that's the thing about the Yankees. When they get you there, if they want to keep you, they'll keep you because you're not gonna outbid the Yankees. Well, maybe if you're the Mets, I guess maybe the Mets will. Now that'll be interesting to see if they're butting heads more often come free agency. But it's hard to believe. Like, I mean, look at Aaron Judge. He was a Yankee. Where is he? A Yankee. They're going to keep you. I think it's the allure of the pinstripes, playing in Yankee Stadium, and it's just they can pay top dollar too. It's not like any home down discounts there. So my guess would be if he plays well there and they play well and he wants to stay, that he'll be a Yankee, and that's it. You won't have to worry about him next year in free agency. Boris will put him out there to get as much as possible. I could see the same thing happening that happened with Aaron Judge. Have a couple teams involved, drive the price up, and then the Yankees come in at the last minute and say, we'll match, we're good. And then he ends up being a Yankee. But, boy, I don't know how much of what the Padres are doing is the local TV deal. I know that's hamstringing a lot of teams. Or they just decided, you know what, let's just make a run at it for like 3-4 years and see what happens. And if it doesn't work out, then we can pare down and try to rebuild again, because they gave up a lot for that guy.
They gave up a ton, dude, yeah.
Yeah, they're not getting back nearly as much because he only has a year left now. They had 3 years left on his, or 2.5 years left when they signed him, so they had to give up a king's ransom to get that guy.
But I think I'm with you. I don't think the Giants would have been in because the situation now with him is different than it was when he was available before.
Yes.
Right? Even though it may not have been as pricey for you, you have a better idea of who some of your prospects are and you know what kind of pieces you're working with at this point. I think when you have these finances available, you can't wait around for a year for him to become a free agent or 2 years, whatever it is, and then go pay him later on. You got to go strike while the iron's hot right now. You know you have some assets. If you can trade for somebody that's a longer-term piece, I think that's the move. So I don't think it's a superstar the Giants are missing out on necessarily. What did you think of him? I don't know that I would have wanted him here. He's a fantastic at bat, but he's not been as good of a player. So I personally think they need more than what that would have cost them to give up internally. So in terms of what Bob Melvin was saying when we were coming back, he's talking about how they need somebody at the top of the market. And so who are the players at the top of the market? I put Chapman right there behind where Ohtani's in a different class, of course. He's in another stratosphere. But if we're going normal free agent class, the Yamamoto, the pitcher, is probably there, even though he's a bit of an unknown. Chapman is near the top there. So I think when you're talking Bellinger is near the top, that's a piece that's a good fit and would fill a lot of needs. The Korean center fielder, Jung-Hoo Lee, who they posted yesterday, who was a two-time MVP, I believe, and a 4-time Gold Glove winner, won the MVP a couple of years ago, 5-tool, would fill a lot of needs for the Giants, is of the right age. So there's other pieces I think you can go out and get where if you're going to trade somebody, you want to make sure you're getting the return on it. And it's got to be a long-term piece because otherwise, hang on and wait and see what you need at the deadline and maybe go plug a hole there.
The interesting part with Soto was 2 years ago he wasn't great with the Padres, and they ended up making it to NLCS. Then last year he was great, and they stunk. They were bad last year. They were not good. But he was good. He was really good. So the thought process would be you put Juan Soto in your lineup, and it makes everybody better. Last year that wasn't the case. He was great. Everybody around him wasn't. And that's why they didn't make you look at their numbers, too. You're like, how did that team not make the playoffs? The pitching they had. And, oh, by the way, yes, we get it. We missed that. We didn't mention Yu Darvish yesterday.
Oh, yeah. A lot of people were upset yesterday. I forgot.
Golly.
I did circle back and say.
You missed out on one guy. It's like, sorry. Yeah, of course.
That's kind of my point is if Yu Darvish is the greatest Japanese pitcher of all time, nobody has lived up to a $200 million hype.
No, I mean, and that's a fair point. And that's absolutely a fair point.
People think I'm insane, by the way, for suggesting that you don't pay somebody. I was just like, by the way, if they signed him, I'd be hyped. I mean, we'll be stoked about it. We'll be talking about it. It'll be exciting to watch him pitch. Everybody says
what people don't realize is they try to break news and say, hey, guys, baseball doesn't have a salary cap. Yeah, but they have these things called like aprons that you get to, and when you go over into the luxury tax, then reality sets in, and the Giants aren't going to live in the luxury zone where they're paying 50 cents on the dollar when they go over, 75 cents on the dollar when they go over. No team wants to do that. They all reset at some point. You can if you want to, and you can spend that money if you want to, and you can continue spending that money if you want to. But if you want to live in reality, if you want to live on planet Earth as a fan, you have to understand they're not going to do that. It's a de facto salary cap is what it is. It's not a hard cap, but it is there, and it does what it's supposed to do. Keep teams from going $300 million, and it's staying there at $300 million because these guys are coming back. They don't want to go dollar for dollar over like 2.25 or whatever it is. You don't want to sign somebody for 75 and then pay another 75 on top of it, which means you're signing him for 150. That's what the Warriors did. Like when the Warriors signed Kelly Oubre, everybody's like, well, $17 million, that's not that much.
It was like $40 million.
Guess what? It cost him $50 million to sign Kelly Oubre. Do you think Kelly Oubre is worth $50 million? Because that's what it cost him in real money. $50 million. That's reality. You did spend that type of money. And look, Joe spent it, but even he's going to have limits. If you're not winning championships every year, which brings in a lot of money, you're not just going to live in that area. Like, hey, let's spend more money. Let's just spend $500 million, and then we'll spend. Well, I guess it'd be $550, or no, it'd be $500, including all. They're not just. Owners aren't going to do that, so you have to understand that. And that's to Adam's point, is that you can sign Yamamoto for a huge contract. You can. They can afford it. But it is also going to affect what you can afford in other areas of the team, because they're not just going to sign a guy for $250, $280, and then go out there and sign another guy for $250, $280, and then go out there and sign another guy for $150. Could they do it? Of course they could. But again, they're not going to live in that. Nobody lives in that neighborhood. The Yankees don't live in that neighborhood. The Mets won't live in that neighborhood. They might for a little bit, but at some point you're going to say, okay, look, if we're not winning, what are we doing? We got to get below the luxury tax so we can go ahead and start again. Because what happens is if you get under it for a year, it resets, then you can start going back into it.
It compounds year after year after year. If you're paying 25% on $300 million, what are we doing?
No, hell, if you stay there long enough, you might be paying 50%, 75%.
I think it caps at some point.
Yeah. That's the point. Is that they can, but then it's so. What do you want? I mean, if you want Ohtani for $55 million a year, that's great. What are the risks there? Well, the risks are going to be signing him to a long-term contract. The risks are he may never be the pitcher he once was, and the risks are you might be signing a $55 million DH. And trust me, as an Angel fan, it's pretty cool to sign big-name free agents until the reality sets in, and you're like, this sucks.
Right.
We got 7 more years of this guy.
We used to do it,
6 more years
we used to do
of this guy.
Yeah.
Trust me, I was pumped when they signed Pujols. I wasn't pumped after a few years. I was pumped when they signed Josh Hamilton. Hell, I wasn't pumped after about 6 months of that one. I was like, oh, damn, we got 4.5 more years? I remember telling my daughter, like, when we signed Pujols, I was like, hey, we got Pujols. Yeah, you're going to be like a junior in high school when they get. I'm like, oh man, it takes for. So yeah, I mean, it is cool to sign free agents until it sets in that like, oh yeah, this kind of has ramifications for the rest of the team and how they build the team. And this isn't a good contract.
Yeah,
it's not a good contract because I think every Giant fan would be pumped if they got Ohtani or they got Yamamoto or they got Cody Bellinger. And that's what you have to do to get these guys. You have to spend over top dollar to get these guys. And do you want them to do it? Yeah, exactly. I do. I would love to see these guys. One, if not two of them. Doesn't mean it's a good contract. Doesn't mean it's going to be a good contract. I mean, they each have their inherent risks. I just laid out the Ohtani one. The Yamamoto one is we don't know what the hell he's like. We don't know if this is guy. Look, everyone from Irabu to Darvish to Tanaka, to Nomo,
Shigetoshi
to everybody.
Hasagawa, can I offer you?
Everyone was going to be great. Everyone. Like, they were all going to be like, oh, this guy's going to be incredible. He's going to be great. Yeah. Who's the guy, Senga, for the Mets? He was good. We don't know how good he's going to be.
What happened to his ghost pitch?
That's the ghost pitch. The ghost. Daisuke. I mean, it's just. So, remember how good Daisuke was going to be? When he got here, everybody wanted that
to
guy.
get him? You used to have to pay to post. You have to pay to post him, and then you had to pay the contract. So it's like soccer. It's like international soccer. So you get the rights to negotiate with him. They paid $52 million to whatever the team was in Japan, and then they paid $50 million to Daisuke Matsusaka in order to get the contract. In order to have him play for them, it cost them in real money like $105 million. We're going to keep going with this, Tom. We'll get back into this because I want to know, we're talking about, like, do the Giants need a superstar? Absolutely. But I'm so close to this thing. Does anybody get butts to the seats in the ballpark outside of Shohei Ohtani? And if it's Yamamoto, we're talking one every 5 days, right? Real quick, by the way, we also have an update. The NFL has sent out a memo to all teams. This is per Tom Pelissero following the 49ers and Eagles sideline flap, is what he called it. Sideline flap. One flap down. The NFL sent this memo to clubs today. Quote, well, I'm going to read you just a portion he put because it is a very long memo. This is the significant portion. Quote, please ensure that all members of your game day staff understand that their role does not extend to being involved with game day altercations, and they must refrain from such involvement. Is that news?
Okey-dokey.
Is this news?
Not really.
This didn't even deserve a tweet, let alone a memo. We'll get back into the Ohtani stuff when we come on back. Does anybody excite Giants fans? I mean, outside of Shohei Ohtani, you may want players to show up, but there's no Barry Bonds name, I don't think, out there. Does Cody Bellinger excite fans in the same way? Does Jung Ho Lee, a guy from the Kiwoom Heroes in Korea, excite anybody? Or is it Yamamoto and Ohtani or bust? We'll talk a bit about that next. It's Tolbert and Copes, and then 2:50, Brian Billick is going to join us only here on the Sports Leader.
They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
If I look at the roster we have, I can win with this roster. Look, our fans don't want to hear that. They want different people, different spots, and so in a lot of cases, so do I. But the people the Giants have at these positions, none of them are stars, but they're all pretty good baseball players. So what they need to do is just to add on, and eventually, I believe that's going to happen once this logjam breaks up with the two Japanese guys.
It's Dwayne Kuiper with Murph and Marcus this morning. He's talking about Ohtani and Yamamoto there, and we were just talking about the big-name talent that the Giants could need. I mean, it's tough to have this discussion beyond Ohtani because he fills every seat just by a spectacle, right? Like, I feel like that's kind of, when they talk about the house that Barry Bonds built, in all fairness, the Giants weren't selling out Candlestick Park in 1999 and 1998, right? 97, they had the great run, of course, at the end of the year against the Dodgers and win the division and Brian Johnson and all that. But Bonds showing up was exciting for sure in 93, but they saved the team also. It's not like it was a great place to go see a game. Then the new wave of ballparks came. And that was a big part of the Giants fandom and the growth, the dugout stores. Like, it moved to a location that was beautiful. You had the bridge. It became like an event versus just baseball, plus you got Bonds hitting balls in the water. It was a brand new thing. The game's evolved. I really do think the fan base, as a mindset in the Bay Area, has changed completely from a fan base that was hungry for championships and just loved its baseball to a team or a fan base that's gotten a little bit older, has seen 3, has Warrior titles, and is now like, where's my Niner rings, man? What happened to those? We used to win in football. Now we never see those. So everybody's kind of hungry for a Niner title if you're a Bay Area football fan, as it ranks. And it's not just the Giants. Like, baseball across the country has struggled to keep up with the excitement. So everybody would love somebody like Ohtani that immediately is going to sell jerseys and tickets. And, if he, honestly, you kind of get two waves of it. If you land Ohtani now and he doesn't pitch this year, you get this year, and then you get wait till next year when he pitches. Then you get that whole wave of excitement for that too. So the what if about him and what kind of player he can be, what his numbers can be, what he can achieve, that all comes with it. And the Giants benefited the same way from Bonds' record chasing. I don't know that there's anybody else out there that attracts a common fan, and that's baseball's problem.
I gotta mention. I love Kipe, even though he never comes on with us. You hear that, Kipe? Do you hear me? Come on, occasionally. Anyway, I do not believe. Yes. I do not believe they can win with this group. I don't believe it. No, not this group. They need more. They know they need more.
Bob Melvin said it.
Again, these are good players. They're solid players. That's exactly what they need. I hate to go back to the sprinkles argument, but it's the
most apt one we have right now.
Yeah, they need the ice cream. They don't have it. They need the meat, whatever. They got the garnishes. I won't have my wages garnished, by the way. Great flesh line. I'll keep peppering you with them until you go see it.
That one was spicy.
I will not have my wages garnished. But no, again, solid. You go down the line, solid players, absolutely. They're not winning with this group. They need a couple pieces, and we'll see which ones they get. If I was Ohtani, I'd hold everybody hostage until like February. I'd just make everybody wait. And I'm down. I don't feel like signing. I'll let you guys do what you want to do, but I'm not gonna. And all the other free agents are like, bro, please, can you just sign? I'd like to find out where I'm gonna play next year. You're just killing us right now.
I can't believe he's gonna do it like this weekend.
Absolutely killing us. Again, we go back to this every single time because it's true. The Giants next year, they need some fresh blood outside the organization. But, and this is a big but, it's going to come down to the young guys. Like, if those guys are good, if they're as good as advertised, if Schmidt is as good as advertised, if Luciano's as good as advertised, if Harrison's as good as advertised, I mean, I go on and on. That's going to be the real. That will be the key.
You have to do both.
That's going to be the key.
Show me
because if you sign somebody and the young guys aren't very good, then you're screwed anyway. Yep. They're really not going to make any difference. If you don't sign, I think you'd be better off if you didn't sign anybody and the young guys were good. Then now you may be talking because you might have a left side of the infield. I guess it kind of depends on where Schmidt's playing. He could play second. If Luciano can play short and hit, then you're good. If Harrison can be a bona fide number 2, then now you're talking. Now you got top of the order stuff. And if you get something let's just say Yamamoto or Snell's a guy I'm not real keen on. Like, I know he won the Cy Young and I like Snell, but it's a lot of money for a guy that goes 6 innings and is gone at the end of the game.
I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this real quick about Blake Snell. And I say this like sort of hesitantly because what if he signs? You know what I mean? Like, I don't really like the face. You know what I mean? I think I like the mounds. He's a guy that I kind of look at him and he sort of bugs me. He kind of irks me.
Well, you did say it. Now if they sign it, you got to bring that up.
Well, we'll have to play it for him. You know what I mean? Tim, clip that up. I'll stand by it. And then I'll say, that wasn't me. I'll just deny it.
Do that.
That couldn't have been. That wasn't me.
I don't want to be around for that.
I'll be like, that was Tim. Dude. He's trying to bury me.
His face.
Yeah, I didn't say that.
But I do have concerns giving a guy that type of money that never finishes the game. I don't think he has a complete game in his career, does he?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I think he went
not one complete game in his career.
Did he get out of the 6th this year?
And he would probably say, hey, that's not my fault. You know, I would like to go deeper into games. They just won't let me go deeper into the games. But I need a little bit more from a guy who's getting paid that type of money. Like, occasionally you'll go 8 innings, or you might flip a complete game every now and again. And Melvin knows him. I don't know what the deal was. Maybe we can ask Melvin that. Like, what was the deal with Snell when you had him for a year or a couple years? Like, what? You had him when he won a damn Cy Young. Like, why doesn't he go past 6 innings? Does he, like, break down? Is it like if you stay out too late, you get struck by lightning, or you got to be home before the lights come on? I don't know what the deal is. Vampire, got to be in before the sun breaks. It's just a weird thing. Like, I don't know how many times he gone. I'll have to check. Like, how many times he got into the 8th inning in his career? Like, it's just bizarre to think a guy he's won 2 Cy Youngs now, one in each league.
Yeah,
you would think that type of guy would, walk into a complete game every now and again. Like, yeah, I was rolling today, complete game.
Didn't he win the Cy with 180 innings or something? He had a 1.89 ERA back in 2018. Blake Snell 21-5, and he threw 180 and 2/3 innings. Yeah, he went at 180 this year. Outside of that, he has never, outside of the 2 years he won the Cy, where he went 180 innings in each of them, he's never thrown more than 129 1/3 in any other year.
That's crazy. How many starts did he have this year?
32. 225.
And he had 180 innings, you said?
180. Yeah.
So didn't even go 6 a game.
No.
So, yeah, I don't know. Again, that's me. Maybe baseball's changed so much that you can pay somebody $20-25 million a year and get 5 2/3 every time they go out there. Like, maybe that's good enough. I don't know that it is. I'd like a guy, like, if I'm going to pay, and they're not even paying Logan Webb that much, not even close to it, but yeah, Logan Webb goes out there. They'll give you a complete game every now and again. They'll give you 8 innings, 7 innings, stuff like that. 200 innings, which he did this year. So
Blake Snell went 7 innings 3 times this year.
3 times. 3.
And it was June, August, September.
Like, I just don't think of an ace. Like, here's my definition of an ace. My definition of an ace is in the playoffs, you give them the ball, and no matter who they're facing, there's a really good chance they could go 7, if not 8, maybe even finish the game with a couple breaks. That's an ace. A guy that you give the ball to and expect, bullpen, take a break today. We're good to go. My idea of an ace isn't give him the ball and say, bullpen, you know the deal. Be up in the 7th. Be ready to go in the 7th. I don't know. That doesn't seem like an ace to me.
No, I'm with you.
And he's going to get ace money.
Yeah.
He's getting ace money. So that, I don't know.
The issue is he's been part of that
preference.
He's been part of the Rays system of that sort of style of pitching, and so then when the game transitioned to that, he was already kind of a mold for that. 32 starts this year for Blake Snell. 12 of them went 5 innings or fewer. 3 of them went 7. And those were the only ones that went even over 6 innings. So if there's a guy who knows how to use him, it's Bob Melvin. But he has not been a guy who eats innings throughout his career. We'll take a quick break from the baseball. We will get back into a big-time free agent anniversary a little bit later. But Brian Billick is going to join us when we come on back. We'll talk a little bit more about the 49er victory, what's going on in the AFC, who is a threat, What's up with all these quarterback injuries? I was just going to play out across the AFC playoff picture. Brian Billick next. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader. '49ers wide receiver Deebo Samuel was named NFC Offensive Player of the Week after his 3-touchdown performance against the Eagles. There's more on that story trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, big win for the 49ers on Sunday over the Eagles, and they get a division opponent this week, taking on the Seattle Seahawks, second time in 3 weeks. Here to talk about that, among other things across the NFL. We can get into some other football as well. Brian Billick joins us, NFL Network analyst, of course, and former head coach in the NFL. What's up, Coach? How you doing, man?
I am doing great.
So give us your immediate reaction to the 49er victory over the Eagles. Was it surprising to you? Is the matchup, are they... Let me put it this way. Are they as far apart in talent as the score said they were on Sunday?
No, that was, I've been around a while, and it was like the ad says, I know a few things because I've seen a few things. That was one of the most impressive performances I've seen in the NFL in a long time. For San Francisco to go into against a very good, very physical Philadelphia team and do the things that they did, it was just spectacular. And Brock Purdy, his box scores are amazing. They remind me of Ben Roethlisberger. 25, 26 throws, 350 yards, 4 touchdowns. I mean, it's unbelievable for them to, the way they have been, to run the ball the way they did, for Brock Purdy to be as efficient and yet be as explosive. That was the thing that jumped out at me. They had 4 explosive plays. And this is a team that's built around playing good defense, be smart, run the ball, don't make mistakes. And yet the shots taken down the field, he had 4 separate guys. It's one thing to come up with 4 explosives, but 4 separate guys, 50-yarder Deebo Samuel, of course, George Kittle got a 30-plus yard, Christian McCaffrey, Juan Jennings, all due respect, I don't even know who the hell that is. He comes up with an 18-yarder. To be that diversified in your explosive plays and run the ball against the team, the caliber of Philadelphia, that was impressive.
I can't think, Coach, of another MVP candidate that's more unlikely. Maybe you'd have to go back to Kurt Warner winning a couple MVPs, but the fact that he was the last player drafted, then coming off the shoulder surgery on top of it, it goes beyond, like, why. I don't even know what it is. It's just stunning to see him do what he does, and he's earned it all. And people keep saying, well, look at the talent he's surrounded by. And I say, well, nobody ever mentioned that with Kurt Warner or Peyton Manning. They were surrounded by talent. Of course, it helps to have the talent, but he's making some throws. Like, I don't know if Sunday was a great example because a lot of that was catch and run, but the games I've seen this year, and I've seen them all, he makes some throws, and I don't care who makes those throws. Those are great throws. Like, I don't know if people are underestimating him anymore, but he is. You watch him, he's a legit MVP candidate, isn't he?
Oh, no question. And this is the guy that's second in the league in completion percentage. And really first, because the guy leading the league is Jake Browning, and he has a very small sample size.
Yep.
So from the guys with legitimate number of throws, over 200 throws, he leads the league in completion percentage and leads the league in average per attempt.
Yep.
Now that's special because you could be very efficient and drop the ball off, and particularly on a team that runs the ball well, plays good defense, and be smart and good and manage the game. The dreaded title of a game manager.
Yep.
But this guy on a limited number of throws, to have the explosive plays that he has, and 23 touchdowns and 6 interceptions. I mean, this is rare air. And you're right, the fact that he's coming from the last pick of the draft and whatever. This clearly should be thought of in the MVP conversation.
Talking to Brian Billick here on the UMA guest line, NFL Network analyst. Of the guys you've talked to around the league, and you know a lot of offensive and defensive-minded guys, what do they think of, or what do they see now when they evaluate Brock Purdy? Because I don't think, we talked to John Lynch last year frequently. We haven't talked to him as much this season. We talked to Kyle a lot, but what's funny is they always say, we picked him last pick of the draft too. It's not like we had him as a first-round guy or a second-round guy. So what do they say now? What do they know about him that they didn't know then? And what are the great elements or the aspects and the tools that he brings to the table that have made this an elite 49er offense?
Well, it's like manna from heaven, and they're right in saying, that means we passed on him 6 times too, okay, like everybody else. And you just didn't see, given his college credentials, that the combination to me, obviously he has the physical tools. He has an unflappable demeanor. He has the confidence and the tools to deliver the big play down the field and put the ball in those places where I love for people when they have a chance to look at film to see when the ball released from the quarterback's hand and you look where he's throwing and you kind of go, where the hell's he going? What makes him think? But to throw it into that area where he knows someone's going to be, and to yet manage the game and drop the ball off when he needs to. And obviously within an offense, he's got all those things surrounding. There's no question about it. But play to that strength, he's just an uncommon combination of poise, physical ability, and a sense, the game has slowed down for him. You hear that all the time about quarterback. They get to the point. And, of course, it's silly. The game never really slows down. You see things more clearly, and how quickly in a very young career, how quickly he now sees and processes things. It's amazing, particularly for giving a guy that was taken last in the draft.
Oh, you're the perfect guy to answer this because you've been around a long time. You've seen a lot of quarterbacks, and you've coached a lot of quarterbacks. And I'm wondering, over the years, and it still happens, you draft 5 quarterbacks in the first round, 2 of them might make it, 3 of them will bust out, and it goes like that on and on and on. People, I don't know what it is about the quarterback position, but what is it that they either show you or don't show you once you have them on your team that, like, you wish you would have known before you drafted him? Because you might say, well, hell, if I'd have known that, I would have drafted him way higher. Or if I'd have known that, I would have never drafted this guy. Like, why is it so difficult evaluating the quarterback position? And, like, is there something that if you could know, like if you could wave a magic wand before the draft and, like, I need to know this, and if I know this, then I'll know whether I want to draft him or not?
Well, I actually wrote a book on it called The Q Factor about that very subject, about how even in today's analytics and constant exposure to everything, how you're right, it's a 50-50 crapshoot. The 3 guys that were taken this last year, C.J. Stroud, Bryce Young, and the kid Richardson.
Mm-hmm.
There's no reason why all of them shouldn't have been taken in the first round. They had the pedigree, they had the physical skills. History will tell us 1, maybe 2 of them aren't going to make it. And it's because the unique position at quarterback, to me, what it comes down to is the attributes that it takes to be great in the NFL at that position. It's a moving scale. I mean, if you and I were to sit here and debate the top 10 quarterbacks of all time, we'd come up with 12, 13 guys between us. And then we sit and chronicle what made them great. Well, something different about each really separated. They all had certain basic abilities.
Yeah.
But whether it's the poise of a Joe Montana, whether it's the arm strength and purity of a Warren Moon, whether it's the sheer physical ability of a Troy Aikman, the athleticism of a Steve Young. There's any number of things. So when you take a quarterback, you have to ask yourself, okay, what is that special thing this guy does that's going to separate him? And yes, there's no way you could have seen that in a Brock Purdy, particularly his demeanor and his calm and his cool. That's sometimes, that's you have to view that over a longer period of time to say, oh, I'm going to draft that guy, because you can't know it till you get it.
Yeah. Brian Billick here. Go ahead, Tom.
No, I just wanted to ask him this because I've always wondered this, and this is something we could see, and it certainly isn't a tangible skill. But I'm wondering, coming from college, how much of a factor whether a quarterback is going to make it or not make it is whether he's a leader of men or not. Because to me, that's what coaching is. Like most guys who are in coaching in all different sports, they got the X's and O's, they know that, but can you lead men? And football may be the most alpha of all sports. You got to go in there and lead these guys, and they got to buy into what you're selling. I'm wondering how much of a factor that is, that when guys step up in their quarterbacking, let's say for their first year, you walk into that huddle, people are like, yep, this is the guy. I buy what he's selling. I believe in him. Or, for whatever reason, you walk into that huddle and guys are like, not sure about this guy.
Well, ultimately, your ability to lead comes from your productivity.
Okay.
There's a lot of guys that have dynamic personalities, and they're likable, and the players like them, but you got to be able to produce. That rare quality of that guy, and clearly you got to earn it. You got to show you are capable of producing. But, and it's a cliche, and it goes back a long time, but people don't follow you because of what you say. They follow you because of why you say it. That passion for that game, the fact that you're willing to pay the price, and that you're productive with it. That's where that and that's hard to quantify with young guys coming out. And, you could sit and visit with the young man, and he sounds good, and he sounds like he's a good leader. But do those other things become attendant to it? That's a different proposition. And again, I don't know that you can really measure that until you get a guy.
Got it.
Talking to Coach Brian Billick here on the UMA guest line. You can see him, of course, as an analyst on the NFL Network. So you're doing some work here. We talk a lot about the health of the 49ers. You're doing some work here with Signal Relief. Tell us about what's going on here.
Yeah, I'm excited about this, guy. You go to signalrelief.com. What this is it is a reusable, drug-free, and chemical-free patch that is shown to reduce the impact of pain. What we talk about, it is a block between the pain and your brain. And why is that important? Because it allows you to go on and do the next thing, whether it's players that obviously need to get back on the field. For me, at my age where I want to stay active, I spent 18 holes walking the golf course. It's my lower back. Well, the Signal Relief, the thing I love about it, one, it's reusable. Two, you put it where it's needed. After I'm golfing, it's my lower back. If I'm in the pool, which I am 3 days a week, it's my upper shoulders and my torso and my traps, the very back. If I'm on the court, if I'm on a bicycle, it's my hips, it's my knees, it's my quads, it's my hands. You can put this thing where you need it to help nullify the pain. And again, this is something that it's no batteries, it's not mechanical, there's no wires, there's no medication, it's reusable. You put it exactly where you need it, and it deals with that prohibitive pain that allows you then to go on and do those other things. In other words, motion is lotion, to keep your body moving, to keep your joints moving. It's an incredible product. You need to check this thing out because it's that next level of getting you back in the game.
Signalrelief.com. And if you go there and you make a purchase, there's a promo code. We'll give you a promo code COACH. That's easy for Brian Billick. Promo code COACH. You'll get 20% off your purchase. That's great stuff. And by the way, you said it's your back after your golf game. For me, it's my scorecard. It's usually my biggest issue. I don't know if this is going to help that.
I don't know if I can help with that, but hey, give it a try. Lay it over the top of the scorecard, and you never know.
Signal Relief figures something out. You let me know, all right? You come on back and you tell me for my scorecard. Talking to Brian Billick here. I just want to get a thought from you on the 49er defense because it's funny, when Chase Young was acquired, and we were obviously here following the Niners when McCaffrey came last year, and we knew what an impact that was going to make. A lot of the Chase Young talk was tempered when he showed up, and I was pretty excited. It seems like almost instantaneously it's made an impact. What's been your scope of the Niners D-line and what they've been able to do, putting pressure and really containing on the outside against opposing quarterbacks?
I think John Lynch has been nothing less than brilliant in terms of the strategic way that he has augmented and built this team. Obviously, you got to bring in good talent, but the strategic way of McCaffrey, the strategic way on a defense that was pretty darn good to begin with, that has made such a huge difference. And in San Francisco, as good as they are defensively, when you have that balance, when you're playing well offensively, when you can get that separation, it's hard to get good numbers defensively because teams are having to always catch up. And they generate a lot of useless yards, and you kind of, so maybe you're not in the top 10 in defense statistically, but you're clearly a top 10 defense. So, yeah, the 49ers and what John Lynch has done to strategically augment defensively is, you talk about coach of the year. John Lynch, to me, is general manager of the year with what the job he's done in San Francisco.
I wanted to ask you about the college football playoffs and what you thought about the 4 teams that are in Florida State being out. I mean, I totally get what Florida State was saying that, hey, it's what we do on the field has to matter, and I think it should matter. To me, the wild card was the quarterback. The Jordan Travis being out, they just weren't the same team that they were. It sucks for them, and then we also have to remember, too, they're putting together a TV show here. They want the most attractive matchups they can get. So how did you view it? I mean, I think it stinks, and I think if Jordan Travis were healthy, then, look, you have no choice but to put that team in. They've done everything you could ever ask of a team. You put him in. But because he was out, that changes the dynamics for me.
Yeah, in talking to a number of the people that have been on the panel for a number of years, there's always the dilemma and the philosophical approach that they have to make a clear-cut decision on is, do we put the 4 most deserving teams in the playoffs, or do we put the 4 best teams going into the playoffs that give us the best chance for it to be competitive and obviously, yes, good TV? And just what you outlined, there's no question that Florida State was deserving. But because of the quarterback situation, I don't know that you can make the case that they are one of the best 4 teams compared to Alabama or some of the others that are on that fringe because of the quarterback situation. That is unfortunate. This should be a meritocracy, but when we're talking about the playoff and you want to get the 4 best teams, and they were in a tough position, they knew they had to do it, but personally, as tough as that is, I think they made the right choice.
And one other question, and I'm just curious to get your thoughts on this because I'm all for the NIL. The kids are getting paid, and if somebody wants to use them commercial or this or that, that's totally fine. But what I'm struggling with is guys going in the portal just to try to find a better NIL deal. And if that's what they want to do, that's totally fine. But I read today where Dylan Gabriel's in the portal. He played for Oklahoma. You can't have a much more storied organization than that. And they're saying he might land in Oregon. And I'm wondering, maybe it's system he thinks might fit him better there. But the only problem I have with the NIL is I think some of these players and the people that are leading them are short-sighted, going for the money rather than trying to find a system that may make them the best player they could be. And then you could get to the real money in the NFL if you end up being that good. So I don't know how you feel, because I think it's good, but I also see these kids like just seemingly looking out for the money and not really looking big picture in terms of like what system is best for me.
Yeah, it's tragic in my opinion. I'm old school. It's the combination of the NIL and the portal, and they've got to do something to correct it because it's going to destroy college football in terms of the loyalty to the school and the fans and the way you build a program. It's going to have a trickle-down effect on the minor programs. Right now, as it stands with the NIL and the portal, college football is an absolute cesspool. And I lament it. I hate it. I hope that somebody, and I don't know who it is, because obviously the college presidents have no control over this. Someone's got to get it under control and put it into a more manageable format. I realize we're heading towards the Super League, and it's going to be a prototype. That's fine. Let's get there, because right now it's just operating. The agents are running it, and it's an absolute travesty.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Hey, last thing, I wanted to ask you about that signal relief real quick because I'm serious. Yeah, sometimes I go for walks, and I try to walk 4 or 5 miles 4 or 5 times a week. And while I'm walking, my lower back sometimes keeps me from going as far as I want to. Is that something you wear? Like, is it after you get done with your exercise, or can you wear it during your exercise?
It's all of it. I tell you what, this is the real deal. I'll give you a perfect example. I'm 70 years old, right? I walk 18 holes of golf. I'm toast, okay? Because my lower back or wherever, that's just the way it is. This product, you put it where I wear it on my back when I play, and then afterwards, wherever I'm making. Perfect example, very anecdotal. Normally I'd walk 18 holes of golf, and I'm done. Well, that's not good because that, whether it's arthritis, whether it's that stiffness, it loves an activity. I wear this patch, I walk 18 holes of golf, and then in the evening, I'll then be able to go and do that mile walk with my wife, taking the dogs out for a walk. That little extra activity, that act itself that now lubricates the muscles, works the joints a little bit, what it allows me to do to get past that prohibitive injury or that prohibitive pain, now that act itself is what gets me in better shape so that the next day, hey, I'm ready to get in the pool, get on the bike, or even better yet, get back on the course because I'm now feeling good enough to do that. The more I do, the better I feel. The better I feel, the more I do. So this is the real deal. People need to check it out.
Yeah, I might do that. And look, if you play 18 holes and you wear this, you may be down a couple $100. You may want to play another 18, get that money back.
You don't have to do much to convince me to play another 18.
Maybe whip out another one of the patches, dude. By the way, signalrelief.com, promo code COACH for 20% off. Voice you hear is Brian Billick. Coach, anytime, man. Thanks for coming by.
Sounds great.
Great stuff, dude. Brian Billick, you see him on the NFL Network. Talking. And I was like, by the way, about that patch, dude.
I did. I wanted to know because I was like, these things. They're not cheap. So I want to make sure this thing works.
Well, motion is lotion, and
I want to shell out a $130 for a patch, but if it works,
20% off.
Derek,
I got you, Tom.
Eat bleep and get on that. Get me a patch. Give me a couple patches.
Give me a patch, Derek.
Tell them I'm good for it. I can get the three patch deal for $500. 5-patch deal. That may be that may be a little stiff. I may be a 1-patch guy until I figure this thing out.
Promo code Coach. I might just quit smoking instead. Get some nicotine patches and see how those work out. By the way, somebody was asking if Mike Tyson had checked out whether or not
there we go.
The patch was going to help out. Now, Tim, come on. I told you before. I thought we were going there. Broke my back. Spinal, said Otis on the YouTube chat. We are streaming on twitch.tv/thesportsleader and, of course, on YouTube at KNBR 1045, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app. Tolbert and Copes with you. We are going to, by the way, catch up a little bit later with Steve Young at 5 o'clock, the best half hour in sports radio. 4:30, Andy Baggerly, our insider from The Athletic, and Dylan Hernandez, an LA Times columnist who has been covering Shohei Ohtani for quite some time. We'll get into all that just a little bit later, but you know what today is, Tom? It's the 1-year anniversary of Arson Judge. And news broke on our show. We'll talk a little bit more about it when we come on back, and I've got a little gift for everybody. Is KNBR production teams here are prepared for like up to the minute if a free agent signs, which means they've got to put stuff together that sometimes never hits the airwaves until today. Arson Judge lives on, only here on the Sports Leader.
I broke my back.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
Chris Paul and Andrew Wiggins are probable to return for tonight's Warriors game against the Trailblazers. There's more on that story trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
And turn up your radio right here. We could have some breaking news here. John Heyman reporting from MLB Network that Aaron Judge appears headed to the San Francisco Giants. John Heyman now follows up with another tweet that says, Giants say they have not heard on Aaron Judge. My apologies for jumping the gun.
Can it be that it was all so simple then?
And he drives one deep center field, way back there, still going, and here's his first one of this season on the second pitch from Logan Webb. Aaron Judge. Most home runs by a player against a team that tried really hard to sign him and did not succeed.
Start spreading the news. I'm leaving today.
He did, and he stayed. He said, I'm staying today and for like 9 more years.
To be part of
for a C on my chest, I'll be here.
New York, New York.
Nicely done. 1 year ago today, December 6th. Shout out to my buddy Jason. Happy birthday, brother. 1 year ago today, I announced what you just heard there. Maybe the biggest Who Stepped in It of all time, at least on our show, since we started doing that bit. John Heyman tweets out, he toys, we get kicked in the beans. He toys with all of our hearts. And he says, arson, which is just so funny that it ended up being a thing. Arson Judge appears head-to-head to the Giants. And he quickly refutes the report. And, Tom, to your credit, you were very wary of that report. And I said, it is John Heyman. And I was... Of course, now when you see stuff like that and there's, no real Twitter verification like there used to be, everybody immediately goes, is this real? Is this a real report? It's hard now sometimes. I've been fooled even on the air, trying to figure out if something is a real piece of information or not, because it's tough to verify. Anyway, you said, I'm going to wait until we hear from a source that we know, or a source that is like saying they're close to it, they're hearing this, X, Y, and Z. And shortly thereafter, he pulls that back. Susan Slusser, I think, was saying she was hearing the same thing, which then when we heard that, you kind of came around. When Susan Slusser said, I'm hearing the same thing, you said, okay, now that's news. Now we've got like almost a second confirmation on something that could be happening. Did that blunder sting more than what transpired between Correa and the Giants? Or because of what we thought with Aaron Judge, did Correa become such a way bigger thing because it seemed like that was the end of it?
Well, if I remember correctly, I think what I said was, tell me when he signs.
I think that's what you said, yeah.
Tell me when he signs. No, I mean, Correa was better. Correa was much better because that gave us the timeless classic Steve Young. What?
We benefited more from that, right, on the air live. Because Steve Young, don't forget, that was a full day later. The Correa news comes down.
No, wait a minute, Steve. He didn't sign. What?
It was a full day. Not a full day later. It was that night. Remember, it was supposed to be like an early morning, supposed to be a mid-morning press conference.
He was like in Green Bay or something.
Yeah.
And he flew back, so he didn't know. And there was
supposed to be on KNBR. Yeah, they pulled the
Remember, he was all dressed up, ready to go. Everybody was in the
which was a crock,
hotel
dude.
there was.
It was such a crock. It was not even no way that was true. Not a word of it. Oh, he was ready to go, man. They were crying. He and his wife. It's like, no, man.
No. You don't drop us. We drop you.
We got ever get $300 million contracts from 3 teams in one offseason, right? Unbelievable, Carlos Correa.
That's a crock.
Correa hurt more for me. I wanted Correa more from the start of the offseason.
Younger. Yeah.
Younger, I thought it was a better fit. We talked about those shortstops for years and years and years. Like, that's going to be the offseason. And they didn't go get Seager the year before. Correa became a free agent. Javi Baez signed before. Didn't want that one. Marcus Semien wasn't coming here, and 2 opportunities to get him, and didn't go after Semien. might have been a good idea. He's pretty damn good. Correa is the one I wanted. That one stung more because it felt also more final. Dansby Swanson, that was the other one too. Remember, he signed with the Cubs, and so it's like, well, all those big names are now gone. Trey Turner signed really fast with Philly. Dansby signed there, and then that was it. So to me, the Carlos Correa one hurt more because I wanted Judge, sure, and it seemed like, wow, how cool is this? But also, he didn't have the best year. It was hysterical that he homered opening day against Logan Webb in New York. Second pitch that he sees, and it was a bomb to center field. I think it's a big reason why fans are, it is a big reason why fans are so pessimistic. Farhan got here, went after Bryce Harper, didn't land him. Went after these last couple of pieces and didn't land those either. So it's been a year, but people don't know this. And Tom, I assume you know this, being in media for so long. I have a buddy, actually, that same buddy whose birthday it is today, Jason. He used to work for the Angels years ago and told me that when he was in media relations, I didn't know this. Another friend told me this at the NFL Network. Frequently, when you work at somewhere like this, they write obituaries for big-time people who may be involved within your organization or in the league. So if you're like at ESPN, you might be tasked to write an obituary for guys who are still alive. And really what it is compiling a list in written word of achievements, events, things that they've done, notable things that you would say if something tragic were to happen. Like like Kobe Bryant would be a perfect example. You wonder how did they have all this ready? Because they really do have stuff like that on file, which seems dark and absurd, but it really is a production element that places use. So my buddy told me they used to do this he said, I wrote an obit today for Mike Scioscia. I was like, that's wild, dude. Then Scioscia leaves, and then, they keep it on file. He was an all-time guy. So we do this because there's breaking news that could happen. Like we're waiting for Ohtani news, and I haven't checked with the guys if this is out there, but I assume that they've made stuff. If like Ohtani signed right now with the Giants, we'd go to break, and there would be you'd hear things that were ready to go, right? So we were ready for Aaron Judge last year, but some of the stuff never gets found or never gets heard. So we thought we'd play for it just because in hindsight, a year later, it's kind of funny to hear. Here's what we thought it might have sounded like, Giants fans. Here's what our great KNBR production team, Creative Tony and Spire Leland, had ready for you. Here's promo number 1.
All rise, Giants fans. A Judge.
Aaron Judge hits his 62nd.
He's now presiding.
This is Judgment Day.
Case closed. Aaron Judge is coming home.
Can you believe it?
Find out what Farhan does next on your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
He got Haniger. That's what he got next.
I love it. I love these.
Conforto and Haniger.
This is the best. People are like dying right now listening to it. Oh, God.
It's like kind of a headache, but it's really funny. It is very, and the funniest one is I heard like the guys asked me, do you want to hear the Correa ones too? And I was like, we could pull those later, but the Correa ones actually did air, right? Because the Correa ones like they were like actually on air because we thought he was here for a second. So I was like, there's got to be other ones in the system like that. Like there's got to be other Bryce Harper ones or things where we thought maybe it was going to happen. I wonder if there's like a Giancarlo Stanton one hanging around. But Creative Tony said to me this morning, oh, dude, I don't even want to get into like the 49ers sixth ring ones.
Oh, no. And
I go, we got to hold those because it still might happen, right? That's one that those are evergreen until they win one. I got more news for you, though. There's another Aaron Judge. Here you go. Here's promo number 2.
Giants fans, it's Judgment Day by the Bay.
Aaron Judge hits his 62nd.
Aaron Judge is coming home.
And we are going home.
Find out what Farhan does next on your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It was Mania and Stripling. On Identical Deals. That's what happened next. It's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Good work. Guys are good, man. You imagine the context in which we could have heard that? Like, yeah, Judge is coming home. Judge is coming home. I love that with the Kype call. We are going home.
No.
I'm not bummed that they don't have him. It's okay. I mean, it'd be nice to have him. It'd be exciting, but I don't know if they're that much better this year if he's on the roster. Let's take a quick break. When we come on back, Buster Olney. That's good, right? Buster Olney had a really good piece yesterday on ESPN.com about Shohei Ohtani's silence in free agency, where he's like, one, is it bad for baseball that the best player is just like, shut up, don't talk about me? And number 2, what's the point of this? Who's to benefit from any of this silence? We'll talk about that next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Brutal!
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Look, we're all working hard, trying to get to the weekend. We're even trying to get further than that, trying to get to retirement. And if you're retired or somebody planning on being retired, thinking about retirement, don't you want to know if you're setting yourself up correctly, if you're spending too much on fees, if you're investing correctly, or if you're taking too much risk? It's a lot of questions you could be asking that you don't know the answers to. That's where Greg O'Donnell and his team come in. For over 30 years, Greg O'Donnell and his team have been helping people like you plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones. If you're interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, give them a call. His team's awesome. They're easy to talk to. There's no cost or no obligation. Give them a call today, 866-496-2300. Again, 866-496-2300, or visit online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, because planning is a process, not a product. Investment advice offered through O'Donnell Financial Services, LLC, a registered investment advisor, registered representative offering securities and advisory services through Independent Financial Group, LLC.
Dedicate this song to the lead singer of Creed. That guy's an egomaniac.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It is certainly a complicated week and a complicated question about Shohei Ohtani's wishes and where he is going to go. I think the important thing here is that he is days away from deciding, according to what a lot of people close to this process have told me here this week. Again, it may not be today, but it's going to be soon. By all accounts, we now know the Dodgers have met with him. There are strong indications that the Giants and Blue Jays both met with him. The Angels, of course, they've got that home field advantage, so to speak. So he has met with all the finalists now. And it's decision time.
Right.
It is decision time for Shohei Ohtani. And I agree with Harold and Joel that this all could have been done in a way that celebrated the game and indeed elevated the sport in a different manner. I think that in many ways is a forefront topic today, but we're also just waiting on the decision itself.
As a voice there of John Morosi, MLB Network, talking about the latest on Ohtani. There's nothing. That's the latest. The latest is that he says apparently the report is he'll make a decision before the weekend is over, which it's Wednesday, so that's a fairly big window here. Maybe we'll get it Friday night. I don't know when this thing breaks. Is Ohtani just going to blow up an NFL Sunday? Is that based on how quiet he's been about everything? He's going to sneak it in at like 9:58 on Sunday morning, right before kickoff. Like Adam Schefter reports, he's like, by the way, Ohtani's son. Yeah, he's a Giant. Apparently that's what has been reported today. Morosi adds in the report, He went on, by the way, to say that Dave Roberts, he doesn't believe has ruined any chance for the Dodgers getting Ohtani. He says that's absurd. And I'm kind of with that. You said it yesterday, Tom, that if that's where he wants to go and they offer the most money, is Dave Roberts saying, yeah, I talked to him, going to make him not go there because that's what he asked? Did he even ask that? Is he the one who said that? So Morosi did also allude that there are many who cover baseball that are questioning Ohtani's desire to keep things private during free agency. Buster Olney, who referred to the silence as a missed opportunity for baseball and himself. I don't know what baseball missed on here. Because I don't know that baseball can do anything with him as a free agent except try to push him. And I think what Olney writes in the first couple of sentences of the article is, if baseball were smart, when they talked to Ohtani recently, and he says that's assuming anybody has seen him in 3 or 4 months. He says anybody even seen him in person, they could have talked to him about what a big thing this would have been for the sport. But I don't. Where are you on that? It's an interesting thought because I do think it's odd that he's silent. I don't know what the benefit of it is other than saying respect my space. But you're in the public eye. It's something that is covered, and because he is such an asset, people are just obeying what he wants as far as the teams go. But I feel like it could be beneficial to a player for there to be buzz about this.
Yeah, but we also probably wrongly assume this is a big deal for him because it's Major League Baseball. He didn't grow up here. This isn't the league he grew up watching, grew up playing in. I mean, he played over in Japan. He wanted to play here because it's the best players in the world. But he doesn't have, I'm sure he doesn't have the same affection for Major League Baseball that Bryce Harper does, who grew up watching MLB, who grew up watching some of the great players in the game play. And, when you think that I want to play professional baseball, this is it. I doubt Shohei Ohtani was of that mind. So it's always different when guys come from another country to play here. We just assume, it's our sport, it's the best in the world. Of course these guys love it over here. Of course they don't. There are probably a lot of guys, a lot of Dominican players that would just as soon win the Dominican World Series and win the real World Series because that's what they grew up watching, and it's a big deal to them. So don't assume that everybody that comes from a different country to play over here feels the same way about Major League Baseball as the homegrown players do.
I would agree
maybe
with
he's
that.
Whatever. I don't really care about the publicity or not. Now, it kind of stinks for baseball. Would it be great if he were more outgoing, talkative, loved to give interviews, stuff? Oh, yeah, it'd be incredible for baseball. I mean, he's massive without doing all that. But look at all the opportunity that baseball lost because Mike Trout is the same way. And he grew up here. That's his personality. He just Buster Posey, same way. Leave me alone. Let me just go play ball. That's who they are, so you deal with it. But, yeah, don't you think baseball would have loved
to
have
the
Mike Trout be, outgoing? Yeah, you want me to do a Letterman? You want me to do this? You want me to do that? You want me to cut some promos? Yeah, great. I'll give MLB Network. Yeah, of course. Love to do that. Love to help grow the game. No, I just want to play ball. That's it.
I don't know that it grows the game for him to be. That's what I'm saying is I don't know what baseball benefits tremendously other than, yes, it's a big story, it's a big topic, and it's at the forefront of people's minds during the winter meetings right before or while NFL is going on. It's one of your most attractive assets of the offseason, if not your number one, right, is the free agent period. But for Ohtani, to me, it only happens because he's the quality player he is. If Aaron Judge said anybody talks out about it, I'm not signing, I don't know that it has the same impact at all. I don't know if anybody gives a damn. People have been leaking stuff forever. You know what I mean? It shouldn't much matter. It's funny to me that it comes from the manager of one of the most successful teams in baseball over the last decade or so, but I'm with John Morosi that I don't think it ruins their chances. For Ohtani,
God, I really want it to.
The other thing, though, is it would be funny if it did. We'll never know if it does again, unless they come out and say it. That'll be the first thing he says. Ohtani was in second grade when Ichiro debuted in Major League Baseball. So I do think there's something to the era of professional and Major League Baseball for a Japanese player because for many years it has still been an end game for success financially. And while I'm with you that I think it probably means something else, especially like you mentioned for Caribbean-born players, the Caribbean Series is huge. Those teams. I saw Pablo Sandoval hit a bomb in one last week. He was looking pretty good too. Looking kind of felt. He's kind of trimmed down a little bit. He had a laser beam. Wearing glasses, Pablo. Anyway,
wow.
Yeah, it was interesting. He's rounded third, doing his trot. But I think a lot of that stuff does mean a ton to those guys, which is why in the off seasons they go back and they play for that. That's why Ohtani's like, I'm playing in the WBC and I'm closing the game if I can. I'll be out there, and what it meant clearly to him. But remember the speech he gave, and we'll talk about this with Alden Gonzalez, who's going to join us from Dylan Hernandez. Alden Gonzalez is with the Athletic. Dylan Hernandez with the LA Times. We'll talk to him about it when we come on back because he's covered Ohtani for a long time. And he translated that video before the WBC when Ohtani was hyping up the Japanese team. And he said, don't get bright-eyed about them. Don't be worried about what stars they are. We belong on the same field. Let's prove to them that our league's as talented as they are. I do think there's an air about Major League Baseball to Japanese baseball because it's considered the second best league in the world, right below Major League Baseball. And you don't make the money there that you're going to make over here. So emotionally, it may not mean the same thing. I think he's probably got a little love for it.
No, I don't.
Matsui
I don't
and
doubt
Ichiro
that.
and yeah.
I just don't think it means. I don't think it means the same to him as it does to people who grew up here.
No, for sure.
That's
of course
what I'm
not.
saying.
He doesn't have the same nostalgia, no question.
Yeah, because this is what we all know. Having grown up here, if you're a baseball fan, you know the history of the game. You watch the history of the game. You might have went to some of the games, so it just hits different. It'd be like going over and playing, pro ball like I did over in Spain. Good league, really good league. Now the difference is that's not the best, but you just go over there and play. Go over there and play. Like they want to win a championship. The homegrown players want to win a Spanish championship or Euro Cup or something like that. For me, when I played over there, it's like, whatever. Be cool. Keep playing. Keep winning. But it's about the NBA championship. It's about the Larry O'Brien trophy. Like, that's what I grew up. Now, the one thing you can say is of the three main sports, you could even throw hockey in there, like we have the best leagues. NFL, not even close. NBA, not close. Major League Baseball, it might be closer than you think, but really not that close. And hockey. I don't think is that close. Soccer is the only one where we don't have. Do you think when like Beckham comes over here and plays in the MLS, he's like, oh yeah, I've always wanted to win the MLS trophy. I've always wanted to. I don't even know what it's called.
MLS Cup
now. A cup. Okay. No.
So the in-season tournament in the MLS.
Yeah, they want to win the Premier League or they want to win the Bundesliga or whatever. The Euro League, that's a huge one. Obviously, the World Cup's massive, but then you're playing for your country. But the other ones you're playing for, a lot of them, the Champions League. You're playing for your club team, and you go. That's the kind of stuff they grew up with.
Yeah.
So it's different. But again, maybe he was like this. He could have been like this over in Japan too. He probably was. Where he's just like, this is just who I am. I really don't like to talk. I'm not gregarious.
Okay, let me ask
I just
this.
want to do my thing.
On the heels of that, then, do you think anybody who's paying $500 million for him, does he need to be more open to media? Wherever he goes, do you need him to do more? Are you going to ask him if you're signing him now? This is different. Now, he held the cards with the Angels because it's like, dude, we got to keep this guy happy. We want him to stay. If you're paying him now, there are expectations, right?
Yeah, but how do you go about that?
I don't know. He's got to do that.
Do you say it before he signs? Like, hey, we're going to need you to do more media? No. Okay, that's fine then. What are you going to not?
What cards do you hold
not
in
sign
any
him?
of this?
You hold no cards. Yeah. You hold 0 cards.
I'm the captain.
That's
now.
why you have a
that's
Dodger GM that we don't even know the name. Calling his manager out on the carpet. So, and that may be a little strong verbiage, but like it was a little bit like, yeah, but I'm not backing this guy. He's our manager, but I'm not backing him. That we've never seen anything like this before.
Bizarre.
At least I don't remember where it's like we're not going to talk about him. Have you guys had a meeting with Ohtani? No. What was
Romero? Brandon
Blue
Romero?
Jays,
is that his name?
the Blue Jays lines like, we meet with a lot of free agents. We're not going to discuss any of the free agents that we meet with. That's what they just kept saying. Didn't matter what question.
They went
you asked
Belichick.
them.
Yeah, this is a Belichick special.
If it was about Ohtani, they'd say, yeah, you know what? We meet with a lot of free agents, and we're not going to discuss any of the meetings we have with any of the free agents that we are contact. So it's comical to see what these guys are jumping through hoops for this guy. Absolutely.
I hope Ohtani's laughing.
Hoops.
He's like, look at this. Look at what they're saying here. Look at this one. Look, watch him try to dance out of this question. Look at this. Ohtani's like, look at this. Look. He's tapping his buddies. Look at what he's doing. Look at him. I'm not even going there. Look, I didn't even talk to them. He doesn't even know what he's doing. He's still hoping I'm coming. I didn't even call him. I'm not even calling him. Anyway.
So, and then you sign him. Then at that point, you can't say, hey, you got to do media. He'll be like, I'm getting the money regardless. I don't want to do media.
Right. It's all guaranteed, bro.
Yeah. And that's why I think, among other reasons, why I wouldn't be shocked, like many people would, if he went back to the Angels, because he knows what to expect there. Hell, they didn't even tell anybody what type of surgery he had. I mean, this is a major star. Maybe he is the biggest star in baseball. He has surgery in his elbow, and no one knows what it was. Like, what kind of surgery he had? That was elbow surgery. Like, he knows. That's the one thing he knows about the Angels. Well, he might know they can't help him win, but they also know, he also knows that he can trust them. Like, he can trust them to keep the secrets, keep the media away. He doesn't have to do interviews. He's on his own schedule. He can basically do what he wants. Good thing or bad thing? I can't answer that. I don't know if it's good or bad. For him, it's good. But that's the one thing at least he knows with the Angels. Like, I know I can trust these guys to keep their word. Like, they're going to let me do things my way, and I know that. I think that's what this is. This isn't so much, hey, you talk about me, we're done. I'm not coming there. But it's, can I trust you? If I've asked you not to do this and you do it, well, then I'm not sure if I can trust you with the other things that I want to do. Are you going to let me do my own routine? Are you going to let me do this? If I want to do this on Tuesdays or something, is that going to be okay?
If you're going to pull back now, then you're not going to let...
Well, I just think it's a trust issue. Can I trust you to keep your word as to how you're going to treat me or whatever he needs? Am I going to get? Some teams may go, you know what, we can't go that far. Like that's what I'm saying.
Does the talent outweigh that? And that's something we can ask Dylan
For some
Hernandez,
teams, it does.
Going to join us. Yeah, you might say, you know what, we're not going to give a guy all of this and say, I'm not going to have anything to do with what you want me to do. Give it or take it or leave it. I actually don't think Ohtani's that guy because he wants to win. I don't get the impression that he's that guy. But who knows? Who knows what happens next? We'll talk to Dylan Hernandez about all of this. LA Times, he's come on with us before. He's a columnist and has covered Ohtani for a long time, knows a lot about the culture in Japan in terms of Japanese baseball. What is he looking for? Is it going to be a West Coast team? Could it be the Blue Jays? And could Dave Roberts have really pushed him away from the LA Dodgers? Dylan Hernandez joins us next on the Sports Leader. Susan Slusser joined Tom and myself yesterday and does believe the Giants brass met with Shohei Ohtani. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line. And because he's my good friend, he's your good friend. Steve, tell the people what you're doing for him this holiday season.
We want to help people with their taxes. You know, we've always wanted to do that. So what we're doing for multiple reasons, I'll explain in a second, is we're offering a 10% discount off our 2023 tax return preparation fees for people that retain us in December. Why are we doing this? Well, number one, we want to save our clients money, but we want them to get thinking about their taxes. Because you know what? Most people cheat on their taxes. They cheat themselves by not taking everything to which they're legally entitled. I want people to start thinking about their taxes. There's so much involved here. For example, suppose you're planning on buying a new Tesla. Well, you know, if you do that in December, you may qualify for a $7,500 tax credit. If you wait till January, you're only going to get half of that. The bottom line is I want to get people thinking about their taxes, and the way we're trying to do it is by offering a 10% discount on our 2023 income tax return preparation fees for people that retain us during December.
Steve wants to help you. Let him take care of it for you. Find out about the discount. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-STEAL, or find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, I'll say this. There's a lot we don't know about Shohei Ohtani, but of all the guys we've had on and all the people we've talked to about Shohei Ohtani, one guy comes above them all when it comes to laying down where maybe his head has been or any knowledge about Japanese baseball. It's Dylan Hernandez, columnist for the LA Times. We talked to him right after the World Baseball Classic, after Shohei gave the speech to Team Japan, and they went out and they won. The most viewed moment in the history of baseball, where he strikes out Mike Trout. That's how this whole season got going. Dylan joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert here in San Francisco. What's going on, Dylan? How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
We're doing well, man. I have quoted you. I have referenced you so many times since we talked to you last at the start of the season in reference to Shohei Ohtani. Where are you right now? It seems like every time we hear somebody talk about it, it's maybe hearing rumblings or maybe he met here, but nobody's got a firm take or thought on where he may end up.
Yeah, no, they, his agent, Nez Balelo, has, really gone out of his way to keep everything under wraps, right? So much so that, after he blew out his elbow and, required the second Tommy John surgery, right? Didn't talk at all. Won the MVP award, didn't talk afterwards. They claim technical difficulties. I'm not buying that, right? This is just an agent, I think, kind of trying to keep this thing under wraps. Ohtani does tend to, when he does talk, he is pretty, he doesn't lie, at least, right? And so I do think that he's kind of trying to tip his hand as a way to, maybe, right? Because in some ways, I think Ohtani's a hard guy to negotiate for, because he's going to make a decision, I think, again, based on legacy, what's going to, right, winning, stuff like that. And my guess is Ohtani already has a pretty good idea of where he wants to go. And that's not a great place to start from where you're negotiating. So I could see from the agent's standpoint why he would want to keep all this under wraps, because, if Ohtani, once he kind of tips his hand of, hey, this is where he's going to go, obviously then you lose all leverage.
I found it funny that all these teams are bending over backwards not to say anything until Dave Roberts said something, and then their GM basically said, I don't know what he's talking about. I have no idea what Dave's talking about, which was hilarious. Here's what I think, Dylan, and you would know. The Angels bent over backwards to give him everything he wanted, everything he needed, from the time he signed there to this year. If Ohtani wanted to do it a certain way, that's the way they did it. You don't want to do interviews, don't have to. You don't want information flow, don't have to do that either. This seems like more a little bit of a test, and I don't know how big a test it is, but can I trust you? Can I trust you to do something as small as not mention the fact that we've met or when we've met? Because the trust thing, the trust factor seems to be pretty big with Ohtani, and he's got to feel like he trusts you to do what he sees fit in terms of his career and everything that goes with it.
Yeah, I think a lot of things here might have gotten kind of lost in translation over the years, and maybe things snowballed a little bit. Because my understanding, Ohtani in Japan used to be available like any other player, right? There weren't any special Ohtani rules, anything. So all this started when he came to the Angels. And my suspicion, again, is that this is, it's not a suspicion. I know this for a fact, that a lot of kind of the media restrictions were placed there by the agent, right? And now the team, because, Ohtani chose the Angels for a reason, right? It's because they were going to give him the best chance to play both ways, because they weren't good enough really to tell him, hey, you can't pitch, you can't hit, And even from a marketing standpoint, right? Because they're the second team in Los Angeles. They're not the Dodgers. And so if Ohtani wanted it or his agent wanted it a certain way, that's the way it went. And I think that because his agent kind of pushed this, it kind of created this thing that, Ohtani won't talk or this and that. I don't really believe that. Again, I think the one thing about Ohtani or Japanese people in general, while Ohtani, I would say his brain isn't wired the way most Japanese people are, right? Obviously, he's a genius, right? And geniuses are eccentric and they kind of think out of the box. So I would not say that he's typical Japanese in his thought process. However, Ohtani does follow Japanese social customs, right? Whenever, he's leaving and, whatever, he'll bow to me and, there's kind of an equivalent of like, hey, good job at work today, right? He'll say that, right? We see each other in the morning, he will bow, greet me, stuff like that. And so he will follow custom. And one thing is that employees do not make demands of their employers in Japan. right? So, if and conversely, if the employer tells you, hey, you need to do this, they will do it, right? But I think that because, again, there was kind of, you're talking to somebody from a different country here, and who speaks a different language. And I think the Angels got so worried, again, because of their position as a franchise, both on the field, marketing standpoint, that you're right? They were, okay, we're going to make sure we don't do anything to potentially offend this guy, And I think it's kind of created, it just kind of snowballed, and it's kind of created a weird impression around baseball. I think that, hey, this guy's completely inflexible and this and that. And I really just don't think that that's the case. I really think that if, now, does that mean that the Dodgers are just going to tell them, hey, you need to talk? I don't necessarily think so because, again, how are they going to know any better, right? Even that have Japanese employees don't really seem to listen to them too much. So, I just think that this is just something that kind of the agent just kind of started, and over the years just kind of snowballed into this monster that we have now.
Got it. Yeah, the Angels didn't do anything to offend Ohtani. Oh, well, other than the fact that they didn't win ball games. But other than that, they're good.
Yeah, and the problem here, I think, right, is that it trickled onto the field. This morning I had a long conversation with Tim Kawakami. We have a podcast now, sorry to plug this right here, but on Odyssey called North and South. We talked about this for a good 30, 40 minutes about how, this even rolled into the field, right, because Ohtani was saying, when there were 5-6 games out, this guy was playing every single day. Keep in mind, right, even while pitching, he's hitting full time. He's playing every single game. He wasn't just playing. If you watch this guy, he plays hard, right? He's one of these guys that you can tell, right? The way he runs the bases, he's giving max effort. And at no point, right, even when they had to take him out of a game because he couldn't feel his fingers, right? And it's like nobody was willing to be the adult in the room and say, you know what, hey, maybe you should take a day off. Ohtani said he wanted to play the next day. He played the next day, and that to me was probably, all that probably contributed to him getting hurt, and I think that he would actually benefit from having an adult in the room, so to speak, who would, whether it's from, a playing schedule standpoint, because the one thing that the Angels mentioned that I find really interesting is that, they don't have all the gadgets that, some of the, say, like the richer teams like the Dodgers have, but they have, there's a bunch of new data stuff, bunch of new technological gadgets that they use to help hitters and stuff. Most players don't like testing out new things. I did hear that Ohtani was the one guy. Now, he might not like it, and use it all the time, but he would at least try everything out. I think he's a lot more open-minded than people give him credit for, and he might even actually benefit from somebody telling him, like, hey, you know what, maybe you should try something like this. Because, you know what, the way he hits has even changed drastically from the time he first showed up here. If anything, the last time I was in Japan, I was talking to a cab driver who complained how American Ohtani's playing style is now, right? Because it's like a shameful, he used to be really shameful to strike out, and right, this whole angle thing that Ohtani's adapted to, the cab driver was saying, hey, this guy hits like an American now. But to me, that's one of the reasons he's had so much success, right? And actually a lot of times I would say, guidance on things. I mean, he went to Driveline in Seattle, to help him out, both with the pitching and the hitting. So I don't think, again, these teams are all kind of afraid to maybe, he doesn't want to hear anything from us and let's stay out of his way. I would actually kind of get to say that he would even welcome some input from the outside.
Was your Dylan Hernandez on the UMA guest line, a columnist for the LA Times, and some great insight, unique insight here on Shohei Ohtani. Before we let you go, Dylan, I just want to ask you about, you explained to us the last time you were on what kind of background he came from. I think people don't know how he grew up. You said he was from more of a modest background. He wasn't from a huge city and wasn't about the hustle and bustle per se. What is he looking for? I mean, we say winning. Does it mean a place where he can help that's open to building a winner? Does it mean joining somebody who's close to that, but then you may be by yourself at some point? What is it that he's looking for in his next, an endeavor? We know he wants to win.
I think he's Roy Hobbs from The Natural. Where he says, when I'm walking down the street, I want people to say, there goes Roy Hobbs, the greatest who ever lived. I think that's Shohei Ohtani, and so now he said before he came to the United States, he said his goal was to become the best player in the world, and that he thought that to become the best player in the world, winning a World Series was a necessity. Now, I do think that there are different ways to win it, right? I mean, if you say he signs with the Texas Rangers and they win, well, they won without him, you know? He won't be the reason why, right? I think he probably, in his head, wants to be closer to, say, you know, what Michael Jordan was to the Chicago Bulls or what, you know, Diego Maradona was to Napoli, you know, in soccer, right? Where when you think of that team, you think of that player. And so I think it is to win, but it is to win in a way that it's going to enhance his legacy the most. You know, he told me that the reason he came at 23 was because he thought it was going to help him get into the Hall of Fame, right? And that cost him $200 million. So to me, legacy is really what he's after. And I think that wherever he goes, it's going to be the place that he feels, you know, in some total of things, that he's going to be able to leave the greatest impact in the sport of baseball.
Wow, that's a huge scope. I came at 23. I wanted to shout at the Hall of Fame. It's hard to do. It's hard to do if you come over that late. Dylan Hernandez, the voice you hear. I really appreciate the time, man. I love talking about this stuff. Love the insight. And we've been following you. I know you're doing stuff covering the Rams as well. So we'll try to catch up with you again when the Niners and Rams square off.
Okay, sounds great.
Good deal,
Thanks,
man.
Dylan.
Dylan Hernandez of the LA Times. Boy, I mean, he knows him personally, right? I mean, he's covered him for some time there. How about that, Tom? He said, I think he's Roy Hobbs. That's what. And somebody here on our YouTube chat, streaming, of course, on YouTube and twitch.tv/thesportsleader. He said, what's the hierarchy of Shohei's values? Is it winning, clubhouse, chance to get numbers, league, role, city to live in? It sounds like we just got our answer right there. He said he told them one time the reason he came at 23, Shohei Ohtani, to Major League Baseball, was he wanted an opportunity to go to the Hall of Fame. And I hear what he's saying. For those who don't follow international soccer or world soccer, like that was the knock on Messi, was you can't be the greatest player of all time if you don't win a World Cup. And Maradona did it. Right? You can win every award there is, but winning a World Cup is what makes you the greatest. It's kind of where we are, I think, I think that's the argument a lot of people make with basketball, which is like, I mean, I think Jordan's the greatest, but why is Kareem not frequently in that argument? Is I think you have to have titles for the Super Bowl one, even though it's not. Super Bowl rings aren't a quarterback stat. That's how people look at it, is you got to have them to be in the conversation to begin with, which I don't think is a bad starting off point. When we start talking skill set, then you mix in your Dan Marinos and whatnot. But that's an interesting thought about Ohtani, because my first reaction is, well, you already are, man. You already are the greatest player of all time. You're unbelievable. So what's that say to you, Tom? You've watched him play a lot. I mean, you were excited about it probably when he came over, about what it could be, and then it blossomed. Like, hearing that to me, that says more about what we were just talking about, his nostalgia or scope of what baseball is.
Well, for me, it makes me think that I don't know anything about, not that I did, right, but where he might want to go based on, we know he wants to win. And the funny thing was, everybody discounted the Angels because they don't win. They don't. Trust me. I watch them. But if you want to be like Michael Jordan and take a team that hasn't won and turn it into a winner and a dominant team, like, what better place to do it than the Angels, who are just terrible? Like, would it mean more to him to turn that franchise around and get them to the point where they're winning a World Series? Or, go to the Dodgers, where they're going to give you a chance to play in the postseason every single year, and join guys like Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman, and, I mean, some of the younger guys they have. Like, I don't know. Or go to Toronto, who hasn't won a World Series in, 20-something years, I guess. Would you want to go up there and win the World? How much does location mean to him? Like, that I don't know, because the biggest impact for him, and it would say the most about him, is if he stuck with the Angels and won there. Like, a team that hasn't won, a team that's been awful, and he's able to lift them up. Like, that would be huge. That would be massive. It's like the Bulls before Jordan got there were just brutal. They're terrible. And then Jordan's there, and of course he still needed help. I mean, he still needed Pippen, and he needed Grant and or Rodman. So, but he was the main reason they won. I don't know.
There's not much to the Dodgers. There's not much sell to the Dodgers legacy add. Do you know what I mean? If that's what he's looking for, there's not much add to the Dodger roster in terms of what's already there.
Yeah.
Like, you're joining guys who have been to the World Series and to the LCS and to the playoffs every single year already. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like when Kevin Durant joined the Warriors, nobody's going to get an individual award because you are already so good. It's like the team itself is going to win it all. You're massively better. His addition will be noticeable, of course, but the legacy won't be the same. Whereas I think in that aspect, the Giants offer more. You have an opportunity to go to an organization with numerous World Series, tons of history, a team that is prominent across baseball, one of the blue chip and one of the flagship franchises, moved west with the Dodgers, one of the great rivalries in the history of North American professional sports. You hear me?
Well, let's talk. I mean, if you were to talk about, let's say you just talk about the three West Coast teams that he may go to. With the Dodgers, you have the best chance to go to the playoffs, for sure. But are you going to be able to separate Ohtani from other Dodger greats? Like, he'll just be another Dodger great, right? The Dodgers are the brand there. There's no doubt about it. The Dodgers are the brand. Then you go to the Giants, and the Giants are a team that has had Barry Bonds before, Willie Mays. That's way back, but Barry Bonds was really, really recent. They just won championships, but they don't have, I would say, they don't have the same brand recognition as the Dodgers.
No, for sure not.
But it's close. It's up there because, I mean, the Giants are still a pretty big deal. I mean, they were massive when they were winning. Their Giant fans are going everywhere. It was pretty incredible. But you have a chance to beat the Dodgers, and you have a chance to still stay on the West Coast. The Angels don't offer you the chance to win. I do not believe that the Dodgers do, no question. But I even think the Giants are better situated to win than the Angels right now.
Of those three, who offers the best legacy? Is my question.
I mean, that's a good question. I mean, what is legacy? Like, he right now is, if he's not already, he's the greatest Angel of all time. Like, he's the greatest Angel of all time. You start thinking of great Angels. You got Trout. You got Nolan Ryan. You got, I'm trying to think of Angels that have been there with the Angels like for a long. Like Reggie Jackson played there, but he's not an Angel.
Mark Teixeira, he's not an Angel.
Mark Teixeira, I mean, all these guys aren't Angels. Like Rod Carew, he's there for a while, but I think of him as a Minnesota Twin as well. Like I have a hard time thinking of like great Angels, like Trout and Nolan Ryan are the two.
Trout would have been it before Ohtani. Trout was probably the best Angel ever. I mean, Garrett Anderson.
Like, who was the greatest Angel when they beat the Giants in 2002?
It was Anderson. It was Salmon. Tim Salmon was older. It was Troy Gloss was pretty.
There you go. Yeah. Well, okay, Gloss and Salmon. Well, the Giants. I could easily name like five. That
wasn't,
like bam,
wasn't
bam, bam,
Washburn.
bam, bam.
Wasn't Apier. It wasn't. It wasn't Shields or Brad Fulmer and that stupid helmet.
Adam Kennedy.
Wasn't that dumb soul
patch? How about
patch?
the X Factor? Let's go. The X Factor is incredible. Bam.
Stuff him in a locker.
Right there. X Factor, baby. Gritty.
Who
gutty.
was it that was on with us? Was it that said they were a big like Eckstein guy who brought it up with us? Who was it? Sable or somebody was like?
I forget.
Somebody
who it
was on with us from the Giants. Was like, oh man, I got to meet David Eckstein was the coolest, and I was like, oh man, I got to bite my lip here, dude. This is it's painful to hear about.
K-Rod, Percy,
God.
Benji, let's go.
Yeah, and Jose.
Ben.
Jose was Ben Weber. Dude.
Man. So, I mean, does that mean anything to you, like to be the greatest player in your organization? Like, I don't know what it means for like legacy, like because when I think of Shohei Ohtani, no matter where he goes, his legacy is pretty much already set. If he stays healthy, he's a Hall of Famer.
He's already the best, yeah.
He's done things that nobody has ever done. Everybody always mentions this, but I think it bears repeating. Like, Babe Ruth did it. He didn't do it at the same time. He didn't do pitching and hitting as well as Shohei at the same time. Like, he's done stuff this game has never seen before. A game that's been around 100 years plus, they've never seen before. So his legacy is already there. Like, he's got to go a few more years. Like, he's not a Hall of Famer yet. You can't make the Hall of Famer be a Hall of Famer after 6 years.
No.
But another 4 years like this, boom, he's in. That's his legacy. He could very well go down as the greatest player of all time, depending on what his numbers end up being. Now, that's contingent upon him continuing to pitch. He's got to pitch at least a few more years for us to consider like him the greatest player of all time. Because just as a hitter, he's not Babe Ruth, he's not Ted Williams, he's not Willie Mays, he's not Barry Bonds, although that's a little bit different, but he's not those guys. So, but the legacy's there. So now what is the legacy to him? I don't know. Win a championship with a certain team. Like, how much does it help him to go to the Dodgers and help them win a championship when they already have a championship level.
That's what I mean. Is
there.
What are you adding to? You're just becoming the Yankees of 2000, of 98, 99, 2000, and the only guys of there who became like legacy players were the homegrown guys who were there already. It was Jeter, it was Posada, it was Mo, and even like other Brocious who they'd added earlier. You know what I mean? It wasn't like Gary Sheffield. It wasn't A-Rod. It wasn't. You know what I mean? There you go. That's a prime example. A-Rod. Had he stayed in Texas and won in Texas or done something there, he would have been the greatest Ranger of all time. Instead, he's just another Yankee who paid a lot of money and won a World Series with a bunch of guys who already had several.
Yeah,
you know,
it's Darren Erstad.
Yeah, no. Thank God he's not. I didn't need another one of those.
Great punter for Nebraska, by the way.
He was a good football player.
Yes, exactly.
They said I think he's a coach now. I think he's still.
I think he is.
He might be coaching baseball in Nebraska.
I think he does. Coaches the Cornhuskers.
There you go. Yep. Husker. All right. How about this? News about 15 or 20 minutes ago. This is per Will Salmon of The Athletic. He reports that 7 teams have stepped forward as the key players in the Yamamoto bidding.
Only 7?
Only 7. You can guess the other 23. Here's the 7 who have stepped forward as, and it says, by the way, listed alphabetically.
Okay.
Blue Jays, Dodgers, Giants, Mets, Yankees, and then he says 2 other, quote, mystery teams.
A lot of the mystery
Which I
teams.
love. None of those teams come as a surprise. They say they've all previously been linked to him. A few have openly discussed him as a target. Mets owner Steve Cohen and president of Baseball Ops David Stearns recently flew to Japan to sit down with him. He's scheduled to be in the U.S. to meet with teams on a trip this weekend. He's scheduled to meet with the Yankees. I saw that earlier today. At the beginning of the offseason, it was projected he would get something like 9 years, $225. Ken Rosenthal has now noted there's general expectation that Yamamoto's deal will land considerably higher than $200 million. I'm the idiot that I didn't want to give him $200 for 9 years. They're saying he projects to be at least a 2 with a chance to be an ace. Again, never thrown more than 170 innings in a year. He's 25 years old. We'll see what happens, but I'm excited about the potential. It's a huge. This is going to hamstring Giants fans. You want pieces here. This is not the way to go. I don't think this is it. We'll see what happens. They could be a favorite. When we come on back, we'll get you the Sound Soiree, conversation with Andy Baggerly, and then Steve Young at 5 o'clock, only here on the Sports Leader.
Bay Point, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Bay Point Sports Leader.
John Morosi reports that Shohei Ohtani will decide on his free agency future before the end of the weekend. That story and more are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the law team at Kugelman Law at sftaxteam.com. You have a life circumstance that's led to a tax issue? Hey, sometimes life gets in the way. You have a family member that needs money for it. Doesn't really even matter what it is. I can sit here and make up stuff. If it's something that was important enough for you to not be able to pay your taxes, then that's just the way it goes. But you got to pay them. Eventually, the IRS isn't going to say, you know what, that's a great story. I'm going to give you a pass this year. They don't do that. They are going to get their taxes one way or the other. So maybe you're behind and now you're having trouble paying it. And you have trouble paying it, so you don't pay it, and then everything starts compounding, and you owe more and more and more, and you get in a bigger and bigger hole. Well, if you have this issue, give Alex Kugelman a call over at the Kugelman Law Team. This is what he does. Let him handle it. You don't need to be worrying about this, especially during the holiday season. Let him handle it. He will figure it out. He give you the roadmap. You have the blueprint, and then you will see the light at the end of the tunnel. This is how you get out of it, because sometimes it just becomes overwhelming. It's like, what did I do, and how do I get myself out of this situation? Again, this is what he does. So let Alex Kugelman do his thing. Schedule a consultation with Alex to help you understand all the ins and outs of the situation that you're in, and eventually you'll say, hey, glad I did that. Now I can get myself out of this mess. So take the first step in putting the tax issues behind you. Schedule a consultation with Alex by visiting sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com, or just Google Kugelman, Kugelman Law, your tax and crypto attorneys. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.